Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, I am Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. His name is Luo Yen, a university student from an ordinary, third-tier university. He is unremarkable in appearance, has no particular skills, and has no friends, the kind of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd. His hobby is staying in his room watching anime, and he dreams of one day crossing over into the world of anime to become a character and win over all the beauties in it. Well, his dream came true. In the mirror was a stunningly beautiful little girl. He had never seen such a beautiful little girl before. Her snow-white, silky hair almost reached the ground, her delicate skin looked as if it could be broken by a breath, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her clear white eyes, far from seeming strange, were particularly enchanting. Below them was a small, delicate nose and rosy lips. Combined with her petite body, she was simply adorable. Luo Yen was stunned, staring blankly at the incredibly beautiful little girl in the mirror, and reached out to touch his own cheek. The little girl in the mirror had the same dazed expression, and her fair little hand also reached out to touch her own cheek, looking especially cute. Coming back to his senses, Luo Yen sighed softly. He had been in this world for a month already. Although he had successfully crossed over to the Naruto world he had longed for, the subsequent developments were completely beyond his expectations. At that time, a window popped up in front of him, talking about some kind of crossing system, and it took him a long time to understand what it was about. He had crossed over to the Naruto world in the 54th year of Konoha, and his body had become that of a young Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. He was a clone of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki with independent consciousness. His mission was to prevent the resurrection of the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. If the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki were to be resurrected, this clone would be absorbed by the original, his consciousness would be obliterated, and the mission would fail. Damn, that's vicious. However, success would bring rich rewards, possessing all the abilities and attributes of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Just thinking about that overwhelming power made Luo Yen drool. The most tempting part was that the system also came with the Tenseigan, the ultimate eye technique comparable to the Rinnegan. Its destructive power was terrifying, capable of slicing the moon in half in an instant, a power even the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki didn't have. But currently, it was sealed, and unlocking the Tenseigan required a massive amount of chakra, so it was not feasible for the time being. Nevertheless, this task seemed simple enough. With Naruto and Sasuke around, he wouldn't have to do anything himself, they would help him defeat the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, allowing him to complete the mission effortlessly, a so-called winning by lying down. Kaguya-ne-chan, it's time to eat. At this moment, a sweet and tender voice interrupted Kaguya's thoughts. A delicate little girl appeared at the doorway, with ear-length hair, snow-white skin, large clear eyes, and a soft expression on her small face that made her look even more tender. Got it, Hinata. Kaguya waved her hand, a smile appearing on her face. This little girl was none other than Hinata Huga. As for why Kaguya was in her house, it's a long story. When Kaguya crossed over to this world, she was penniless and had nothing with her. If it weren't for being recognized as part of the Huga clan due to her Byakugan and being taken in, she would have starved on the streets. Thus, she came to the Huga family and her name was changed to Kaguya. During this period, Kaguya's displayed talent greatly astonished Huga Hayashi, the head of the Huga clan, who subsequently adopted her as his goddaughter. Since Kaguya's fabricated age was older than Hinata's, Hinata called her Ne-chan. Kaguya walked down the corridor to the living room, pushed open the wooden door, and went inside. Come and sit. Huga Hayashi and Hinata were already seated at the dining table, and the usually stern face of Huga Hayashi showed a faint smile. Yes, father, Kaguya said respectfully and sat down at the table. The table was already filled with a dazzling array of dishes, making one's mouth water. Let's eat. Yes, let's eat. Itadakamasu. Kaguya picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began eating. For some reason, her appetite was particularly strong, and she often ate enough for 4 or 5 people. Her image as a cute little girl made her eating habits look even more adorable. How are your studies? Huga Hayashi asked casually. I have reached the 32 palms, Kaguya replied, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. Oh, really? Huga Hayashi looked at Kaguya in surprise. Such a young age, yet she could perform the 32 palms. Truly a genius. Yes, Kaguya responded softly. Very good, as expected of a member of the Huga clan. However, you must avoid arrogance and continue to work hard. You must not become complacent because of a little progress, Huga Hayashi nodded. Also, Hinata, you must also work hard and learn from your sister, understand? Hinata nodded lightly, her expression a bit forlorn. At this moment, a hand under the table gently held Hinata's small hand. Hinata was startled and quickly turned her head, only to find Kaguya smiling at her. Hinata was slightly taken aback, seemingly feeling Kaguya's reassurance. She smiled slightly, her eyes curving into crescents. After dinner, Kaguya returned to her room. The house was not overly decorated, with a simple and unpretentious style. There was a neat desk, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf. Not far away was a small bed with soft bedding, but the pink color made Kaguya feel a bit uncomfortable. Kaguya took off her shoes, came to the bed, sat cross-legged, and clasped her hands together. This was her daily compulsory practice, extracting chakra. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that chakra is the most important and critical part of strength. Without chakra, no matter how powerful your ninjutsu, you can't use it many times. Like Kakashi, who was called a genius in the early stages but became less significant later on, one important reason was the lack of chakra. Kamui could only be used a few times before his chakra was depleted. Chakra is the energy produced by perfectly combining all components of the body's energy. It is the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, or for creating threads to bind opponents or cut through substances also made of chakra. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a crisp knocking sound came from the door. Chapter 2, Lovely Kaguya-chan. Who is it? Opening the door, it was a cute little girl, Hinata. Is there something you need? Kaguya held Hinata's small hand, it was so soft. Well, if you have time, could you accompany me to play? Hinata's clear eyes showed a trace of hope. But, I haven't finished my homework yet. Kaguya felt a bit troubled, as this was the training schedule she set for herself because she knew that in the world of Naruto, strength was the most important. Oh. A trace of disappointment appeared on Hinata's face. But I can do it later. Kaguya patted Hinata's little head and smiled. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of her, she couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Hinata on a snowy day. If you are the daughter of the Huga family, then use the Byakugan. If you don't want to, then stop glaring here. Disgusting eyeballs. You're actually a monster, right? You white-eyed monster. Ha 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 ha. 3 little boys were surrounding a little girl with short black hair, laughing loudly. The little girl's face was full of grievances, and she sobbed a few times, tears welling up in her eyes, then squatted down and started crying. Hey, stop that. The 3 little boys turned their heads and saw a beautiful little girl as exquisite as a doll, with long hair almost reaching the ground, fluttering in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes delicate like a painting, as if she came from a dream, like mist and smoke. The 3 little boys were stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful little girl. Although her eyes were also white, for some reason, they found them exceptionally beautiful, and the word monster stuck in their throats. The beautiful little girl's mouth twitched, and she clenched her fist, a slight vein popping on her fair forehead. What are you staring at? She swung her little white hand and punched one boy in the face, then kicked another boy to the ground. Damn it, the other boy came to his senses, raised his fist to hit her, but the little girl grabbed his fist, pulled him off balance, and he fell headfirst into the snow. Bastard, the first 2 boys had already gotten up and rushed forward, swinging their fists at the beautiful little girl. The girl dodged nimbly, her small fists flying. The 2 boys felt pain in their eyes, their vision went black, and they cried out, covering their eyes. When they removed their hands, they had panda eyes, tears streaming down. The little girl made a fist and was about to strike again, and the 3 boys were so scared they ran away. Damn it, you wait, you white-eyed monster. Say that one more time, the soft and tender voice was indescribably melodious. Seeing that the beautiful little girl seemed about to chase them, the 3 boys quickly shut up and fled in panic. The beautiful white-haired girl extended her hand to pull the black-haired girl from the ground, a warm smile on her face. My name is Kaguya, what's yours? I am Hinata. At this moment, Kaguya felt her hand being gently shaken, snapping her out of her thoughts. Sister, Hinata looked puzzled. Sorry, I got distracted. Kaguya smiled apologetically, let's go out and play. Okay. Hinata nodded happily. The scale of Konoha village exceeded Kaguya's expectations. Originally, she thought it was just a village, how big could it be? Only after walking through it did she realize that Konoha village was much larger than she imagined, almost the size of a town. Not only that, but Konoha village's facilities were also complete, like a small city. Sister, Hinata gently tugged on her sleeve. Kaguya turned her head. Let's go eat dango, Hinata smiled, her eyes curving into little crescents. Alright, Kaguya agreed and led Hinata into a dango shop. Boss, 6 skewers of dango, please. Got it. Oh, it's Kaguya. Yes. Here to eat dango with Hinata again. Yes. It will be ready soon. Here, these are your dango, and as our valued customers, I'll give you an extra skewer. Thank you. Great, they're back again, the dango shop owner thought with glee. Ever since these two adorable little girls started coming, business had picked up considerably, with many customers coming specifically to see these two pretty girls. They were his lucky stars. Hey, look, that pretty little girl is here again. Where? Over there. Wow, she really is cute. I told you, didn't I? They say she's from the Huga family. I didn't like the white eyes of the Huga clan, I always found them unattractive, but now I realize they can be beautiful too. Me too. So noisy, Kaguya's eyelid twitched as these voices reached her ears, making her irritable. Kaguya felt bitter. If this stunning little girl were someone else, she might be happy too, but since it was her, she couldn't feel any joy. Hi Kaguya-chan. At this moment, a voice came from behind, making Kaguya's mouth twitch, her expression darkening. Are you eating dango here? A little boy with blonde hair appeared in front of her, the 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks particularly noticeable. It was Naruto. Kaguya responded indifferently, lowering her gaze without even looking at him. Don't be so cold, Naruto said undeterred, his face beaming with a smile. How about we go eat ramen at Ichiraku Ramen later? It's really good. Sorry, Kaguya said coolly, I've already eaten. Ah, Naruto was visibly disappointed, but then he perked up again, then let's go another time. I'm very sorry, Kaguya sipped the complimentary yuzu tea from the dango shop, I don't like ramen. Ah, Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. Maybe another time, Kaguya added, seeing his crestfallen expression, feeling a bit sympathetic. Really? Naruto shouted excitedly, looking revitalized. Kaguya rubbed her forehead in frustration. She regretted saying that extra line, realizing she shouldn't have. Chapter 3, Beating Sasuke. Wait. A tender, clear voice came from behind. Kaguya turned around and saw a cute little girl with pink hair, dressed in red, chasing after a little boy with dark blue hair. Kaguya noticed that the boy was wearing blue clothes, with a fan-shaped emblem on his back, the top half red and the bottom half white. This was the symbol of the Uchiha clan. The boy was Sasuke Uchiha, and the pink-haired girl was Sakura. Sasuke, wait. Sakura called out, grabbing Sasuke Uchiha's arm. Sasuke's face was cold and distant. Let's eat dango. It's really good. Sakura said with a smile. Boss, 2 skewers of dango, please. Sure, it's really good, the nearby shop owner said, smiling as he handed the dango to Sakura. I'll leave you to it, have fun. Thank you, boss, Sakura said, placing a skewer of dango in Sasuke's hand. Here, eat. Sasuke stared blankly at the dango in his hand, lost in thought as a memory surfaced in his mind. Brother, let's eat dango. It's really good. Okay. Brother, you're lying. It's not good. Ah, sorry, I forgot to add the seasoning. There, that's better. It really is good now, brother. As long as you like it. Shaking his head, Sasuke snapped out of his reverie. He lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and tightened his grip on the dango before suddenly throwing it to the ground. Who would like to eat this kind of thing? Don't be ridiculous, Sasuke suddenly shouted. Sasuke, Sakura was startled, not understanding why he was angry, and her eyes began to redden. Guys who yell at girls are the worst, Kaguya said with a huff. Sasuke, seeing Kaguya's face, was momentarily stunned, then snorted and ignored her, walking straight ahead. Stop right there, Kaguya stood up and walked over, standing in front of Sasuke. Apologize to her. My business is none of your concern, Sasuke said coldly. If you don't apologize, Kaguya clenched her fist, don't blame me for being rude. Sasuke didn't even look at Kaguya and turned to leave. A gust of wind blew, and Sasuke turned and blocked the incoming attack with his hand. Before him was a pale arm, with a small fist pressing against his arm. Trying to run. Kaguya said disdainfully. Sasuke's expression grew colder. Let's settle this. Kaguya stepped forward with her left foot, slid her right foot back, extended her right palm forward, and clenched her left fist behind her, assuming a gentle fist stance. Sasuke also crouched down, assuming a fighting stance. Suddenly, Kaguya moved, quickly charging towards Sasuke Uchiha, her snow-white palm imbued with chakra, aiming for his abdomen. Sasuke Uchiha also swiftly ran towards Kaguya, tilting his body to the right while striking out with his right palm to deflect Kaguya's hand. At the same time, using his left foot as a pivot, he delivered a spinning kick with his right foot, generating a strong gust of wind. He's so fast. Naruto exclaimed, while Hinata watched the chaotic fight with tension. Kaguya struck Sasuke's leg with her palm, using the recoil to bounce back and land on a tree trunk. She then pushed off with her legs, shooting towards Sasuke like an arrow. Ha! Sasuke crossed his arms in front of his chest, attempting to block Kaguya's attack, but the force of her strike was too strong. Unable to withstand it, he was sent flying. Luckily, he adjusted his posture mid-air and landed without embarrassment. "She's so strong," Sakura exclaimed in surprise, while Naruto watched the two combatants intently, clenching his fists. "Let's go again." Sasuke gritted his teeth and charged at Kaguya once more. Their figures intertwined once more, exchanging blows rapidly, producing sharp sounds and gusts of wind from their strikes. Finally, with a dull thud, Sasuke was sent stumbling back, falling to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually lost. The veins around Kaguya's Byakugan returned to normal, and she exhaled. She had not wanted to use the Byakugan, as the protruding veins around her eyes were unappealing. This made her look forward to the Tenseigan even more, as it wouldn't cause such an unsightly appearance. However, Sasuke's strength was formidable, and without the Byakugan, her gentle fist technique would have been much less effective. "Sasuke," Sakura hurried over to support Sasuke, turning to Kaguya and saying, "You went too far." "He wasn't hurt," Kaguya pouted, her beautiful face looking particularly cute. "He's so mean to you, yet you're still so nice to him. You're such a fool for love." "What?" Sakura clenched her fists in anger. "It's none of your business." "Whatever, it's none of my business," Kaguya said indifferently, turning to leave, tired of dealing with this infatuated girl. "Wait," Sasuke stood up, looking at Kaguya. "I lost today." "I apologize, I'm sorry," he said, turning to Sakura. A blush appeared on Sakura's cheeks, and she felt faint. "But I will definitely defeat you in the future," Sasuke declared loudly, then turned and left. Kaguya played with a lock of hair by her ear, thinking she might have made a new enemy, but it didn't matter to her. She had her own reasons for this seemingly unreasonable behavior. She wanted to use Sasuke to gauge her own strength. It seemed that her abilities were quite impressive. "You're really strong," Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Kaguya, clenching his fists. "I will definitely be as strong as you someday." Sure, Kaguya waved her hand dismissively. "Do you really believe that?" Naruto continued to ask excitedly. Yes, Kaguya said, annoyed. "Aren't you interested in Sakura? You should go find her." "Well, Sakura-chan is great," Naruto said, scratching his head in frustration, "but I still like being with you more." Huh. Kaguya facepalmed, thinking she might be stuck with him. Remembering how Sakura was pestered by Naruto, she felt a bit nauseated and thought it would be best to get rid of him quickly. Chapter 4, Genius. Birth of the God Tree, Kaguya's Dimensions, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, Yamatsu Hirasaka, All-Killing Ash Bones, Expansive Truth-Seeking Ball, and so on, are all abilities of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Each one of these is immensely powerful, and even mastering one or two could make someone invincible. Tenseigan is also terrifying, controlling puppets and having abilities similar to Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin that manipulate gravity, capable of splitting the moon in half with the golden will reincarnation explosion. Just thinking about these skills makes one drool. However, Kaguya currently cannot use any of these. Despite having the same bloodline as Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, and these techniques imprinted in her mind like instincts, the problem is that her chakra is completely insufficient. With only a genin-level chakra capacity, even using the rabbit hair needle consumes nearly half of her chakra, let alone those ultimate moves. Thus, chakra refinement has become Kaguya's top priority in her daily training. In the blink of an eye, it was the start of the new term at the Ninja Academy. As a member of the Huga clan, she went to school with the little girl Hinata. This was already Kaguya's 6th year at the Ninja Academy, and after this semester, they would graduate, officially becoming genin. "Sister, are you ready?" "Ready." Kaguya hurriedly put on her socks and slipped into her shoes, then walked out. "Let's go." The morning sun was bright and gentle, with white clouds dotting the blue sky. A gentle breeze blew, and cherry blossoms drifted in the wind. When Kaguya and Hinata arrived, many students and parents were already present. Kaguya quickly recognized several distinctive figures, such as the chubby Choji, Shino covered in a coat, and Kiba with his little dog. Not far away, Naruto was waving at her. "Hi, Kaguya-chan." Kaguya twitched her mouth, this guy really was everywhere. She pretended not to see him and turned her head away. Ignoring someone like Naruto was the best approach. "So cute." "Yes, I want to pinch her cheeks." "I wonder whose child she is." "She must be from the Huga clan, you can tell by her eyes." When did the Huga clan have such a beautiful little girl? As soon as Kaguya and Hinata arrived, countless gazes focused on them, especially many little boys who secretly glanced at her. When she turned her head, they quickly averted their eyes and blushed. The aunts and uncles were less restrained, and if the occasion had been different, they might have swarmed around her. Kaguya's charm attracted people of all ages and genders. However, Kaguya felt being stared at was a torment, as if she were an animal in a zoo. Fortunately, the third Hokage appeared in time, redirecting everyone's attention. Everyone, congratulations on starting school, the third Hokage smiled from the podium. I hope you will work hard to become ninjas. This is the last semester of this academic year, and the graduation exam will be held at the end of this semester. Those who pass the graduation exam will officially graduate from the Ninja Academy. Kaguya listened listlessly. She had heard such speeches countless times in her original world, to the point where her head was about to explode. If possible, she would rather sleep than listen to these cliché talks. The third Hokage finally finished his speech, which had droned on for half an hour. It was baffling how he could have so much to say. Maybe old age made people more talkative. After he finished, the teacher led them into the classroom and began speaking again. I believe some of you are already quite proficient in ninjutsu, the teacher said from the podium. However, at the Ninja Academy, we also emphasize teamwork and group actions during missions. Basics are crucial, so learn them earnestly. After the graduation exam, you will become genin and form a team to complete missions, so cooperation is very important. Kaguya impatiently toyed with her long hair. Was this what the Ninja Academy was like? It was vastly different from what she had imagined. It felt more like an elementary school. The teacher covered basic material she had long mastered, and the ninjutsu taught were childishly simple, easily learned at a glance. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before she graduated. The Ninja Academy's curriculum included theory, training, insights, history, and practice. The first few days focused mainly on theory, which, though somewhat dull, allowed Kaguya to learn things not detailed in the original manga. After all, the manga only skimmed the surface and didn't fully explain everything. In the following days, the emphasis shifted to physical training and practical skills, such as chakra extraction and practicing with ninja tools like kunai and shuriken. Today, we will practice with shuriken, Iruka-sensei said, clapping his hands on the podium. Everyone, head to the target area on the field. Kaguya followed her classmates to the field. The Ninja Academy's field wasn't large, but it was more than adequate for young children. Everyone lined up in front of the targets and began throwing shuriken. Compared to when they first enrolled and had poor aim, after 6 years of training, almost everyone could hit the target with their shuriken and kunai. Those who were especially accurate typically came from renowned families, like Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru. As for Naruto, his situation was quite unfortunate. Despite numerous attempts, only half of his shuriken hit the target, and one even nearly hit Iruka-sensei, earning him a stern scolding. Kaguya, it's your turn. Kaguya snapped back to reality, picked up 4 kunai, and walked to the target. She casually threw them. Ding ding ding. All 4 kunai hit the bullseye. Wow. Amazing. So cool. Kaguya didn't even need to look to know the result. It wasn't that she used her Byakugan, but rather her confidence in her own skills. Perhaps due to her Kaguya Ōtsutsuki bloodline, her learning ability was exceptional, with a photographic memory and excellent physical coordination. Techniques that usually required extensive practice were quickly mastered by her and applied with ease. Very good, well done, Iruka-sensei said, clapping his hands. He then turned to the students and said, everyone should strive to learn from Kaguya, understood? Yes, the students answered in unison. This Kaguya is really strong, said a boy with tied-up hair. Yeah, Shikamaru, said the chubby Choji, stuffing a handful of chips into his mouth. What's the big deal? She's just a little better, Ino said with a hum, her hair covering half her face. Chapter 5, Early Graduation. In the first few years at the Ninja Academy, Kaguya had some interest, but as time went on, she found it increasingly boring because it was too easy and couldn't capture her interest. Kaguya spent most of her time sleeping on her desk. At that moment, the classroom door suddenly opened, and Naruto, tied up, was thrown in. Ow, Naruto protested, Sensei, that hurt. Do you know, Naruto, Iruka-sensei said, pointing at him, you failed the last 2 exams. How do you still have time for pranks, you idiot? Humph, Naruto grunted, turning his head away. Iruka's forehead veins bulged as he turned and shouted, today's lesson is a review test of the transformation technique. Everyone who has already passed, line up. Ugh. The whole class groaned in reluctance. Sakura Haruno, you're up. Transform. With a puff of smoke, Sakura transformed into Iruka's likeness. Good, Iruka noted in his book, nodding. Great. Sakura cheered with her fists clenched after reverting back. Sasuke, did you see that? Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Sasuke also performed flawlessly, his cool expression making him seem insufferable. What a hassle, Shikamaru grumbled, arms crossed, from his seat. This is all your fault, Ino said, clearly displeased. It's none of my business, Naruto snorted. Next, Naruto. Yes. Naruto stepped forward, formed the hand seals, and shouted, "Transform." After a puff of white smoke, a voluptuous, naked woman appeared on the podium. "How about that?" Naruto said proudly. "Isn't my sexy jutsu impressive?" "You idiot." Iruka-sensei roared, blood spurting from his nose, and punched Naruto on the head. "Stop creating such indecent jutsu." Kaguya facepalmed. It was so typical of Naruto, unchanged in the slightest. Naturally, Naruto received another harsh scolding. Next, Kaguya. Kaguya gracefully walked out, stood on the podium, and smiled slightly while quickly forming hand seals. Ram, snake, tiger, ram. This is. Iruka looked at Kaguya's hands, clearly surprised as he seemed to recognize something. Puff. After a puff of white smoke, 3 identical Irukas appeared on the podium. The classroom erupted in excitement. Wow, amazing. She used both the clone technique and the transformation technique simultaneously. She truly is a genius. Everyone was discussing this, occasionally glancing at Kaguya on the podium. What's the big deal, just showing off, Sakura muttered resentfully from below the podium. Exactly, what's so special about it? Ino agreed with Sakura for once. Teacher, is that sufficient? Kaguya asked with a slight smile. Yes, that's enough, Iruka-sensei replied, coming back to his senses with a smile on his face. Kaguya, you did very well. Everyone should take Kaguya as an example and continue to work hard, understood? Yes. This Kaguya might indeed be a rare genius, Iruka thought to himself. After school, Kaguya left the academy, backpack slung over her shoulder, feeling the gentle breeze and a slight sense of intoxication. It finally felt a bit like going to school in her childhood. She used to dislike school, but after stepping into society, she realized that school was a time of carefree happiness. As she was lost in her thoughts, someone suddenly stood in front of her. The person had long hair, white eyes, and a handsome face. Niji, Kaguya said, what do you want? You're not here to challenge me again, are you? Niji was a well-known genius of the Huga clan and a standout among his peers. However, since Kaguya's arrival, the title of top genius had fallen to her. Niji was not convinced and often challenged her to spar, although he always lost. His persistence was a constant annoyance to Kaguya. No, it's my uncle who wants to see you, Niji replied. Father. Kaguya was curious about why he wanted to see her. What is it? You'll find out when you get there, Niji said as he turned to leave, glancing back at the corner. And by the way, I will definitely defeat you. Kaguya sighed. Why were kids these days so competitive? First Sasuke, then Niji, it was really a headache. Back at home, she opened the door, changed into slippers, and went to her father's room, knocking on the door. Is that you, Kaguya? Come in. Yes. Kaguya opened the door and walked in, respectfully asking, Father, you wanted to see me. Relax, it's nothing major, Hayashi Huga said. It's about your studies. My studies? Kaguya asked curiously. Yes, your teachers told me that you scored full marks in all subjects today, Hayashi said. They believe you are fully capable of graduating early, which might offer better opportunities for your development. Graduation. Kaguya lowered her head in thought, then looked up and said, I don't think I'm ready to graduate yet. There are still many areas I need to learn. As if. The Ninja Academy was no more than an elementary school, offering nothing more for her to learn. She simply didn't want to graduate early. Staying in school, leisurely passing the days, was far better than the exhausting missions that awaited post-graduation. Besides, she hadn't fully enjoyed the elementary school experience yet. Ultimately, Kaguya decided not to graduate early and continued her leisurely life at the academy. After all, there were only a few months left until graduation, so she might as well make the most of it. Naruto and Sasuke were responsible for saving the world, so why should she work so hard? Besides, she hadn't fully enjoyed her pleasant life yet. Kaguya lay on her desk for a nap, idly spinning a pen in her hand. The pen seemed to have a life of its own, flipping and twirling as if it were attached to an invisible string. At that moment, a wad of paper was thrown onto her desk. Chapter 6, Beating Up Again. Kaguya looked up in the direction from which the paper wad had been thrown and saw Sasuke's cool, aloof face. Sasuke glanced at her, then turned his head away, placing his interlaced fingers under his chin on the desk. So cold, Kaguya thought, feeling goosebumps. If you stop acting cool, we might still be friends. No, even if he stopped, we wouldn't be friends. Kaguya opened the paper, which contained a few words, after school, at the field. Her mouth twitched. She felt immensely frustrated, more like muscle ache than frustration. Anyone unaware might think it was a note for a date or confession, but she knew it meant he wanted to fight her. Kaguya casually threw the note into the trash can. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not your babysitter or sparring partner. Today's lesson is on hand seals, Irika-sensei said from the podium, holding a book. Does anyone know which seal this is on the blackboard? Naruto, you answer. I don't know. Choji, do you know? Teacher, I don't know either. Does anyone know? Kaguya, you answer. The water style, water bullet technique. Very correct. Next. After school, Kaguya hid in the restroom for a long time. When she finally came out, the school was deserted. Kaguya sighed, it felt like she was avoiding debt collectors, how annoying. Kaguya. The sudden voice startled her. She turned around and saw a girl with a sideswept bang and a long ponytail. It was Ino from her class. Ino, Kaguya asked curiously, why haven't you gone home yet? Nothing much. More importantly, are you dating Sasuke? Ino asked seriously. What? Kaguya was dumbfounded. Why would you think that? I saw it, Ino said. Saw what? Kaguya was puzzled. This. Ino took a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and held it out. It was the note Sasuke had thrown at her during class. Oh, that, Kaguya realized. He probably wants to challenge me to a duel. A duel. Yes. Kaguya sighed. You're lying, Ino said distrustfully. If you don't believe me, I can't help it, Kaguya said, turning to leave. Wait. Ino ran up from behind and stood in front of Kaguya. You need to explain clearly. Explain what? Kaguya was thoroughly annoyed. Dealing with Sasuke was already irritating enough, and now she had to deal with a lovesick girl. She reached out and grabbed Ino, pulling her close and kissing her. Ino's eyes widened in shock at Kaguya's action. She froze, stiff as a board, forgetting to push Kaguya away. After a moment, Kaguya let her go. Ino stood there as if struck by lightning, her eyes vacant like a broken doll. Now you know, Kaguya shrugged. I like women, not men, so stop bothering me. With that, she turned and left. Ino snapped out of her daze and shouted after Kaguya, jerk. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she squatted down and started crying. I guess I made a little girl cry, Kaguya thought with a slight smile as she walked down the road, playing with a strand of her hair. But I have to admit, that felt pretty nice. The setting sun's afterglow gradually faded, and the clouds in the sky began to blend into the night. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. The breeze played with Kaguya's long hair, causing it to flutter gently. Kaguya walked leisurely towards home, noticing someone up ahead. As she got closer, she recognized the blue shirt and white shorts, it was Sasuke. Her first instinct was to leave, he was incredibly annoying, worse than a fly buzzing around her food. But Sasuke clearly saw her and started walking straight towards her. Are you going to run away like a coward? Sasuke said coldly, hands in his pockets. I'm just not interested in wasting time on something with a predetermined outcome, Kaguya replied with a sneer. Don't be so sure. I will defeat you. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he threw a shuriken at her. Kaguya was getting angry. Attacking without warning, did he think she was an easy target? She decided to show Sasuke what she was capable of. She dodged to the side, and the shuriken embedded themselves in the ground. Sasuke was already in front of her, delivering a spinning kick, but Kaguya deflected it with a palm strike. The two clashed, like two shadows colliding, sparks flying from their rapid movements. Sasuke was fast and flexible, his punches powerful. But Kaguya's gentle fist technique was masterful, almost flawless. With her Byakugan, she could see the flow of chakra within Sasuke's body, predicting his moves. The difference in their abilities was insurmountable. Sasuke began to lose ground in their fight, unable to keep up despite his best efforts. Finally, Kaguya found an opening. Her palm broke through Sasuke's defenses and struck his chest, sending him flying. But it wasn't over yet. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A shockwave of chakra blasted from Kaguya's palm, hitting Sasuke in midair. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. I told you, you can't beat me, Kaguya said, walking over and looking down at Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke said, struggling to get up, his voice filled with frustration. Come back when you think you can actually win. Right now, you're still too weak. Kaguya turned and walked away, ignoring Sasuke. Am I really that weak? Kaguya's words pierced Sasuke's heart like a knife. He clenched his teeth, pounding the ground with his fist, and watched Kaguya's retreating figure. I will definitely defeat you. Walking down the road, Kaguya suddenly sneezed. Am I catching a cold? She wondered. Chapter 7, Scroll of Seals. The joyful and carefree times always seem so fleeting. Before anyone realized it, several months had passed, and today was the day of the Ninja Academy graduation exam. This year's graduation exam topic is the clone technique, Iruka-sensei announced from the podium, holding the exam list. Kaguya had no reaction. This kind of ninjutsu was a piece of cake for her. Sasuke and the others felt the same. Such a technique was trivial to them. Naruto had been smiling at Kaguya, but upon hearing the exam topic, his expression instantly fell. He scratched his head vigorously. This was the technique he was least proficient in. Sasuke, you first. Sasuke stepped forward and formed the seals with his hands. Poof, with a puff of smoke, 3 identical Sasukes appeared. Good, next. Sasuke snorted, glancing provocatively at Kaguya behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. Kaguya, your turn. Yes. Kaguya smiled slightly and extended her right hand. Just as everyone was wondering what she was going to do, her fingers moved like lightning, so fast that they could only see afterimages. Ram, snake, tiger. What? She can form seals with one hand. Amazing. Unbelievable. Even many teachers can't form seals with one hand. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, with a poof, more than 10 Kaguyas appeared around the classroom, smiling and waving at everyone. Incredible. Not only can she form seals with one hand, but she can also create so many clones. Truly a genius of the Huga clan. She's beautiful and her ninjutsu is excellent. So enviable. Iruka-sensei was also stunned by Kaguya's ninjutsu. She had always been the top student in his class, but he realized he had still underestimated her. Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched his teeth and fists, clearly upset. Kaguya smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, and gracefully returned to her seat. Alright, next, Naruto. Naruto stepped forward, trying to encourage himself, and formed the seals. Poof, with a puff of smoke, a crumpled, doll-like figure appeared on the ground. Naruto's face darkened, and he covered his mouth with his hand as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Iruka's mouth twitched as he shouted angrily, fail. Beside him, Mizuki-sensei smiled and said, Iruka-sensei, his physical abilities and stamina are quite good. And he did manage to perform the clone technique, so let him pass. Kaguya scoffed, knowing Mizuki's scheme well from her knowledge of the Naruto series. Sure enough, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Mizuki-sensei, Iruka said, everyone else managed at least 3 clones. Naruto only made 1, and it's useless. I can't let him pass. Naruto gritted his teeth, frustration clear on his face. After the exam, most students passed and became genin, receiving their forehead protectors. Kaguya looked at her forehead protector with annoyance. Wearing it on her head looked terrible, so she decided not to and hung it casually around her neck. The contrast between her petite frame and the large forehead protector made her look even cuter, a phenomenon known as gapmo. So pretty. So cute. I feel like I'm going to have a nosebleed. You're disgusting, wipe your nose. Kaguya's face twitched. This wasn't a pleasant experience. She would rather not have such a pretty face if it meant not attracting so much attention. It felt like she was constantly under surveillance. Hey, look at that child. Yeah, that one. It seems he's the only one who didn't pass. Serves him right. It would be terrible if someone like him became a ninja. After all, that child is. Stop talking, it's taboo to mention it. 2 parents whispered, looking at Naruto with expressions of disgust. Naruto was sitting alone on a swing, looking very dejected. Seeing Naruto like this, Kaguya suddenly felt a bit of pity. She could somewhat understand Naruto, not because of anything else, but because she had a similar experience. She was a left-behind child, often home alone. Her house was far from school, and she didn't have many friends, so she often entertained herself. That feeling of loneliness was unforgettable, even now. As Kaguya was about to go comfort him, Mizuki appeared beside Naruto. Kaguya's eyes narrowed. She knew the main storyline was about to begin. In the evening, she hurriedly returned home. After dinner, she quickly ran out again. Tonight was the night Naruto would steal the Scroll of Seals. She had to find Naruto. Her goal was the Scroll of Seals, or more accurately, the multiple shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique creates physical copies of the user, distributing chakra evenly among the clones. Unlike the ordinary clone technique that creates illusions, shadow clones are tangible and can perform various jutsu. The multiple shadow clone technique is an enhanced version, producing far more clones than the standard shadow clone technique. The key feature is that the experiences of each clone are transmitted back to the original body before they disappear. Naruto used this technique for training, allowing his experience to multiply by the number of clones he created. It's practically a cheat for leveling up. Nightfall came. Hokage-sama, this incident cannot be dismissed as a prank. The Scroll of Seals contains dangerous jutsu sealed by the first Hokage. If misused. If he takes it outside the village, it would be a major problem. The Konoha ninja were standing before the third Hokage, their emotions running high over Naruto's theft of the Scroll of Seals. "Alright, go and bring Naruto back," the third Hokage ordered with a wave of his hand. "Yes." With a swish, the ninja disappeared. Meanwhile, in the forest. The first jutsu is. Naruto unrolled the giant scroll and read the words, multiple shadow clone technique. "What?" "The first one is the jutsu I'm worst at." "Hey, Naruto," Kaguya called as she stepped out from behind a tree. "What are you doing?" "Oh, it's Kaguya-chan," Naruto's eyes lit up. "I'm learning jutsu," he said, waving the scroll of seals in his arms. Kaguya's eyes narrowed. This was the item she was after. Chapter 8, Entering the ANBU and Yugao. "What is this?" Kaguya asked. "This is the Scroll of Seals, it contains many powerful jutsu," Naruto said excitedly. "Really?" Kaguya walked over. "Can I take a look?" Seeing Kaguya approach, Naruto blushed and stammered, "Sure, of course." He clumsily handed the scroll to Kaguya. Kaguya took the heavy scroll and opened it. It was filled with dense writing, the first jutsu being the multiple shadow clone technique. It detailed how to channel chakra, form the seals, and how to dispel the technique. She had a photographic memory and quickly committed the multiple shadow clone technique to memory. As for the other jutsu, she wanted to learn them too, but there wasn't enough time. She sensed someone approaching, probably Irika. "Well, I have some things to do, so I'll be going now." Kaguya waved her hand and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Hey. Naruto looked around, disappointed. Why did she leave so quickly? "I wanted to learn jutsu with Kaguya-chan." From behind a nearby tree, Kaguya exhaled quietly, finally obtaining the multiple shadow clone technique. Unbeknownst to them, the third Hokage was watching them remotely through his crystal ball. "Kaguya, huh?" the third Hokage murmured as he observed the scene. The next morning. Unfortunately, after obtaining the multiple shadow clone technique, Kaguya realized that it couldn't speed up chakra refinement. It only helped accumulate experience and skill proficiency, and accelerated the absorption of senjutsu chakra. It was useless for increasing chakra capacity, which greatly disappointed her. However, this was reasonable. If it could increase chakra capacity, many people would have used it to level up, and someone like Kakashi wouldn't have struggled so much. Despite this shortcoming, the multiple shadow clone technique was still a valuable jutsu. At that moment, a boy with a bowl haircut, thick eyebrows, and a green jumpsuit approached her, saying, "My name is Rock Lee." "You're Kaguya, right?" "Huh." Kaguya was puzzled. "Please go out with me," Lee said, giving her a thumbs up and flashing a smile with shining white teeth. "I will protect you with my life." "Absolutely not," Kaguya responded, black lines forming on her forehead. "Huh." Lee's smile froze. "I don't like bowl cuts and thick eyebrows," Kaguya said expressionlessly. "So disappointing," Lee said, leaning against the wall, looking deeply hurt. "Are kids these days all this mature?" Kaguya thought with exasperation. "When I was in elementary school, I couldn't even tell what was beautiful or ugly. Times have changed." Kaguya arrived at the Ninja Academy again, but this time it was for the Genin team assignments. When she got there, the classroom was already full, and she recognized most of her classmates. As Kaguya walked in, she immediately drew everyone's attention. So pretty. Her hair is so long, it almost touches the ground. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very strong. Truly enviable. If I could, I'd love to pinch her cheeks. Kaguya ignored the whispers around her and took her seat. She was used to this and acted like she didn't hear anything. "What's the big deal?" "She's just a little pretty," Sakura huffed. "Exactly, just because she's a bit good-looking, she's attracting all this attention." "It's infuriating," Ino agreed. "It's better than being plain," Kaguya said, having overheard their conversation, and gave them a slight smile. "Jerk." "Annoying." Sakura and Ino were immediately enraged and shouted angrily. At that moment, Irika-sensei walked in. "Starting today, you are officially ninja," Irika-sensei said with a smile. "But you are just rookie genin. The real tests lie ahead. You will be divided into teams of 3, under the guidance of a Jonin sensei, to complete missions. Now, I'll announce the teams. Next is Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. That concludes the team assignments." "Irika-sensei, why haven't I been assigned to a team?" After the team assignments ended, Kaguya suddenly realized her name hadn't been called. Could she have been left out? That was impossible. "Oh, Kaguya, you'll be in a special team under the direct supervision of the third Hokage," Irika replied with a smile. "You can go see the Hokage now." "What?" Kaguya was confused by the sudden development. "A special team? What was that about? Nevertheless, Kaguya followed Irika's instructions and went to see the third Hokage. The Hokage's office was exceptionally spacious, probably over 100 square meters, with minimal furnishings, just simple tables and chairs. It was plain and unadorned, reflecting a straightforward style. "Hello, Lord Hokage," Kaguya said politely as she entered. "Kaguya, come in and sit," the third Hokage said, sitting by his desk. The third Hokage looked much like he did in the anime, wearing a red and white hat with the kanji for fire written on it. He appeared quite aged, with a face full of wrinkles, gray beard, and liver spots. His frame was slightly thin, making it hard to believe he was known as the ninja professor. "I have a question," Kaguya said as she sat down. "Is it about your team assignment?" The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, the smoke curling upwards. "Yes, why wasn't I assigned to a team?" Kaguya asked. "Because you are exceptionally talented, I think there's a place better suited for your development," the third Hokage replied, tapping his pipe leisurely. "Where is that?" "The ANBU." "The ANBU?" "Yes. The ANBU are responsible for protecting the Hokage, preventing foreign intrusions into the village, conducting reconnaissance, and performing assassinations. It presents greater challenges and opportunities for training. Do I have any other options?" "You do." "What are they?" "You can wait another year at the Ninja Academy and be reassigned to a Jonin next year." The third Hokage appeared kind and benevolent, but in reality, he was quite crafty. "Isn't this clearly setting me up? Waiting another year means the main events will have started while I'll still be stuck in the academy watching others. While staying in school is leisurely, it's also boring. Additionally, why does this feel like I'm being tricked into joining a pirate crew? But there's no choice. This old man is the Hokage of Konoha, so I have to comply." In the end, Kaguya found herself unexpectedly beginning her journey with the ANBU. "Hello everyone, I'm new here. My name is Kaguya. Please take care of me," Kaguya said, bowing slightly. "So beautiful. This is the Kaguya reputed to be Konoha's #1 beauty. She lives up to her name. If she's this pretty now, imagine when she grows up. What are you all doing? Have you finished your patrol duties? Act like seniors and don't scare her." A pleasant voice spoke up, and Kaguya turned to see a girl with long, flowing purple hair and a delicate yet spirited face. "Hello, my name is Yugao Yuzuki. You can call me Yugao-senpai," the girl said, tilting her head with a gentle smile. Chapter 9, Changing Clothes. "Here," Yugao handed the uniform and gear to Kaguya, "this will be your equipment from now on. Remember to use it properly and report immediately if you lose anything." "Yes." Kaguya unfolded the items and saw that they were pretty much as she had imagined, a black bodysuit, a white vest, and a mask. She wasn't fond of the outfit since it didn't look very good, but she was interested in the fox mask. "Why don't you try it on and see if it fits?" Yugao said with a smile, arms crossed over her chest. Yugao-senpai," Kaguya hesitated, "could you step outside for a moment? I'm not used to changing with someone here." "So shy," Yugao teased, pinching Kaguya's cheek with a smile. "All right, I'll step out." She walked out of the room. Kaguya picked up the uniform and compared it to her size, then placed it on the table and began to undress. As she removed her clothes, her skin, smooth and flawless like jade, was revealed. Her body was proportionate and perfect, showing the youthful charm of a girl with an already striking allure. Kaguya looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a bit dazed. She ran her hand gently over her body. She felt like crying. Why did such a perfect loli have to be her? It would be better if it were someone else. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. "Sorry, I need to grab something." Yugao walked in, and their eyes met. Yugao was momentarily stunned. She had always thought Kaguya was pretty, but now, without her clothes, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Kaguya quickly grabbed her clothes to cover herself, her face turning red as if it were boiling. She felt like dying from embarrassment at being caught in such a vulnerable moment. "Let me know when you're done," Yugao said, noticing Kaguya's discomfort. She tilted her head and winked at her before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Kaguya exhaled and hurriedly put on the uniform, fastening the buttons. She looked in the mirror and found that it fit perfectly, almost as if it had been tailored for her. The girl in the mirror was not only beautiful but also exuded a certain heroic aura, looking both sharp and elegant. The only issue was her long hair, which almost reached the ground and seemed impractical. Since she could use needle jizo, similar to Jiraiya's spiky hair technique, she figured she could alter her hair length too. Kaguya closed her eyes, channeled chakra into her hair, and tried to control it. To her surprise, it worked. Her long hair gradually shortened until it reached her waist. Kaguya opened her eyes and looked in the mirror. The long hair that nearly touched the ground was gone, replaced by hair that reached her waist, perfectly complementing her outfit. She picked up the fox mask from the table and put it on, adding an extra layer of mystery. Are you ready? Yes. You took so long, I thought. Yugao walked in and froze, staring at the stunning and valiant girl before her. How do I look? Is it all right? Kaguya asked, feeling a bit self-conscious as she adjusted her clothes. Absolutely perfect. Yugao exclaimed excitedly, pulling Kaguya into a hug. You're so adorable. She couldn't help but kiss Kaguya on the cheek. Yugao-senpai, I can't breathe. Oh, really? Sorry, Yugao quickly let go of Kaguya. Kaguya had almost been smothered by Yugao's embrace, but she had to admit that she hadn't realized how well endowed Yugao was under her clothes. If she hadn't almost been smothered, she wouldn't have minded staying in that embrace a bit longer. Satisfied with how she looked in the mirror, Kaguya nodded. It was acceptable. But when she turned around, she almost had a nosebleed. Yugao-senpai, why are you changing clothes here? This is a changing room, isn't it? With such a reasonable answer, Kaguya found herself unable to argue. Walking down the street. I never thought Kaguya-chan could blush, it's so adorable, Yugao teased, laughing as she put her arm around Kaguya's shoulder. Leave me alone, Yugao-senpai. This is embarrassing enough as it is. Ha ha. Yugao laughed heartily, unaffected by Kaguya's attitude. Alright, enough teasing. Let's talk about our mission. We're on patrol duty, which means we have to inspect the entire village. There are 36 observation points we need to check on schedule. It sounds simple, but it's quite tiring, Yugao said, patting Kaguya's shoulder. Today, I'll go with you to help you get familiar with it. In the evening. I'm home, Kaguya said, dragging her tired body into the house. She had expected the ANBU duties to be more exciting but found them quite tedious. She had spent the entire day patrolling back and forth, and her legs felt like they were about to fall off. Kaguya, are you back? A deep voice called from behind her. Yes, father, Kaguya replied respectfully, recognizing Hayashi Huga's voice as she turned around. How was today? Hayashi asked, walking over. It was all right, but patrolling was a bit monotonous, Kaguya answered honestly. Do not underestimate these tasks, Hayashi said sternly. They are crucial to the village's security. You must not be careless, understand? Yes, I understand, Kaguya said, adopting a listening posture. Good. Hayashi nodded and walked away without further questions. Kaguya exhaled deeply. This strict father of hers certainly had a formidable presence. Chapter 10, The Girl Worth 100 Million. As the sun set, Konoha village was bathed in the afterglow of twilight. The bustling activity of the day gradually faded, giving way to the peaceful embrace of night. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon, casting its cool, clear light across the land, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. This was Kaguya's chosen time for training. Despite her usual laziness, she never neglected her training because she knew that in this era of survival of the fittest, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, she would be at the mercy of others. With her hands clasped together and thumbs touching, she formed the hand seal for refining chakra. Kaguya noticed a difference in today's training. The flow and capacity of her chakra seemed significantly increased. If it was like a small stream before, now it felt like a small river. Could my chakra have increased? Byakugan, activate. Needle Jizo. The blood vessels around Kaguya's eyes bulged as her hair extended, cascading like a waterfall. It transformed into countless white needles, shooting towards a nearby tree. After a faint, almost inaudible sound, the tree was densely covered with hair strands. A gentle breeze blew, and the tree collapsed with a loud crash. The needle Jizo had completely destroyed the tree's internal structure, causing it to fall. Kaguya exhaled softly. Her chakra had indeed increased, it wasn't just her imagination. Using needle Jizo had felt strenuous before, but now it was effortless. At that moment, Kaguya's eyes flickered, and she noticed something through her Byakugan. She saw a scene a kilometer away. A few individuals were moving stealthily through Konoha's forest. Their attire was unfamiliar, and their headbands bore the symbol of the grass village. Get the intel and quickly send out the scroll. Yes. We'll continue to hide in Konoha and wait for an opportunity. Aren't we supposed to capture the girl with the Byakugan named Kaguya? Of course, but now isn't the time. We'll act when it's deep into the night. Understood. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out from afar. Are you talking about me? A masked Konoha ANBU ninja approached them from a distance. What? The three grass ninja were startled, quickly retreating a few steps and drawing their kunai. Had they been discovered by Konoha's ANBU? Their hearts sank. The ANBU ninja removed her fox mask, revealing a stunning face. It was Kaguya. The three grass ninja saw Kaguya, exchanged glances, and relaxed, bursting into laughter. What? We thought it was the ANBU. Turns out it's just a little girl. Stupid girl, walking right into our trap when you know we're after you. This little beauty is even prettier than in the intel. And she's from the Huga clan. She'd fetch a high price if sold. The grass ninja ogled Kaguya without restraint, as if she were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, their desires plainly visible in their eyes. Is that so? Name your price, Kaguya said with a faint smile. The three grass ninja were momentarily entranced by her smile, but quickly regained their senses. Now you're scared, huh? You could sell for at least 50 million Rio. If you can pay us 50 million Rio, we'll let you go. The three grass ninja exchanged lewd smiles, clearly having no intention of letting Kaguya go. Kaguya smiled, looking particularly enchanting under the cold moonlight, like a fairy of the night, mesmerizing anyone who saw her. When I mentioned naming a price, I meant yours, not mine. As soon as Kaguya finished speaking, she rushed forward. The grass ninja at the front didn't expect her to dare to attack them. In their minds, this little beauty should have been crying and begging for mercy. But reality was not as they imagined. The leading grass ninja, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen by Kaguya's palm and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Damn it. The other two grass ninja were furious and threw kunai at her like a rain of flowers. Rotation. Kaguya spun rapidly, forming a chakra shield that deflected the kunai. I told you, this won't work on me. Kaguya dashed forward and delivered a half punch. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A wave of chakra shot from her hand, aimed at the two grass ninja. The grass ninja weren't about to be outdone, quickly forming hand signs. Water style, wild water wave. 2 massive water columns surged forward, colliding with the chakra wave, creating a huge splash. The water columns then continued towards Kaguya. After all, the vacuum palm was just a single shock wave and lacked sustained power, whereas the wild water wave was a continuous stream. Kaguya had to leap into the air, her long hair flowing around her. Got you now. This was exactly what the grass ninja had hoped for. One of them pulled out a cylindrical device and, with a bang, shot a large net at Kaguya. With no foothold in the air, Kaguya couldn't change direction and was caught in the net, falling to the ground. Seeing Kaguya trapped, the three grass ninja walked over, laughing as they looked at her ensnared form. We're going to be rich. Sell her to the daimyo of various nations, and we'll make at least 50 million, maybe even 100 million Rio. This girl is just too beautiful. Hee hee, how about we have some fun first? The three grass ninja had lecherous grins on their faces as they reached out to touch the trapped Kaguya. Disgusting, a soft, pleasant voice came from behind them. The faces of the three grass ninja changed drastically, and they jumped back as if they had seen a ghost. But it was too late. Countless strands of white hair surged forward like a waterfall. Needle Jizo. The fine hair strands pierced into the grass ninjas' bodies, and they immediately froze. They tried to move but found their bodies unresponsive, as if they no longer belonged to them. Their meridians and chakra points were sealed, leaving them standing there helplessly. Kaguya walked over and kicked them one by one, knocking them to the ground. You disgusting bugs, she said, kicking them a few more times. Still unsatisfied, she picked up a stone, a wicked smile on her face. Didn't you want to have some fun? Let me help you with that. The three grass ninja shivered at the sight of Kaguya's smiling face. At that moment, Kaguya slammed the stone towards their lower bodies. Wait, aw. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, reverberating for a long time. Chapter 11, The Girl Forced to Wear a Mask. The grass ninja were taken away by the ANBU who arrived upon hearing the commotion. Kaguya wished those disgusting pests would be dissected for research and never come back. Worth 100 million, Yugao said, looking Kaguya up and down seriously. Definitely worth it. Hey, it's not funny to joke about me, Kaguya said, black lines forming on her forehead. No joke, Yugao said, tapping Kaguya's white forehead with a smile. It just shows how charming you are. Even foreign ninja want to capture you. Truly enviable. If possible, I'd rather not have it, Kaguya replied, spreading her hands in exasperation. Yugao suddenly grabbed Kaguya's cheeks, playfully pinching and squeezing her face. You're so ungrateful. It's really infuriating. Over the next month, something unexpected happened. Somehow, word got out, and the news of Kaguya's 100 million Rio value spread like wildfire. What was initially a joke made Kaguya famous almost overnight. Not only did everyone in Konoha know this beautiful girl, but neighboring countries also heard of her, and even the distant land of water across the sea knew her name. Kaguya's life changed. People came to see her from far and wide. Even while walking down the street, people asked for her autograph, which she found incredibly annoying. Originally, she only wore a mask during missions. Now, she wore it all the time to avoid these disturbances, significantly reducing her time outdoors. Kaguya regretted not killing the three grass ninja and burying them quietly, avoiding all this trouble. What made her even more conflicted was that someone actually placed a bounty of 100 million ryo on her in the black market, making her title official and attracting countless bounty hunters. It was ridiculous. Even Asuma's bounty was only 35 million ryo. Kaguya wondered if someone had a grudge against her and was deliberately making her life difficult. Fortunately, Konoha's defenses were strong enough to prevent any major incidents. Kaguya couldn't understand it. She thought her appearance as Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was slightly above average but not enough to cause such a commotion. It was absurd how many people were going to such lengths. Could it be that rumors and exaggerations had made her out to be the continent's most beautiful woman, fueling curiosity? Yugao-senpai, Kaguya said, bored as she played with her long hair, am I just going to stay here forever? I'm an ANBU member. Shouldn't I be going on missions? It would be best if you didn't cause us any trouble, Yugao replied, donning her ANBU gear and waving her hand dismissively. It's all because you blabbed, Kaguya pouted. After investigating, she discovered that Yugao was the one who had spread the rumor. Ahaha, Yugao laughed dryly, I just said it as a joke. I didn't expect them to believe it. That's why they say rumors can kill, Kaguya said weakly, lying on the table with her long hair spread out. Since that incident, the third Hokage had assigned her to manage the room where Jutsu scrolls were stored, not allowing her to go on patrol missions anymore. The reason was that several Jonin had infiltrated Konoha, and upon interrogation, it was discovered they were there to capture Kaguya for the bounty of 100 million ryo. I think you should stay here quietly, Yugao sighed, patting Kaguya's shoulder. If you go out, you might get caught by people desperate for money, and we won't be able to save you. Could there be anyone that dangerous? Kaguya suddenly froze, a cold sweat forming on her forehead as she thought of someone specific. There was indeed such a character obsessed with money. That would be Kakuzu, who was notoriously greedy. If he were to come after her, it would be a disaster. Kakuzu's strength was unquestionable, and even Kakashi and several other strong ninja couldn't defeat him. It took Naruto with his protagonist plot armor and the wind style, Rasen Shuriken to finally take him down. If Kakuzu showed up now, it would be terrible. That guy had lived for who knows how many years, while Naruto was still a novice who couldn't even perform the Rasengan. It seemed she would have to hide and wait for the rumors to die down. However, things got worse. For some unknown reason, more and more people were drawn to Kaguya. It was as if she had some strange ability that attracted attention. What was going on? Many teachers, including Genjutsu expert Kurenai, examined her. Even the third Hokage tried to figure it out, but they all concluded it might be some kind of mental influence. Mental influence. Kaguya suddenly remembered something. The original Kaguya had 3 types of ocular powers, the Akugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan. She herself had the Tenseigan gifted by the system. Could it be that the Tenseigan was gradually unsealing, causing this phenomenon? Moreover, in the TV anime, the original Kaguya also attracted the attention of the leader of the land of that, leading to a war with the land of ancestors. For the sake of one woman, the leader of the land of that even invaded the leader's residence during the war. This made Kaguya suspect that her current situation might be similar, possibly having a similar mental influence ability. Of course, this was just her guess. Another possibility was that her body had undergone some mutation when she crossed over, leading to this effect. The most direct impact was that people like Naruto and Lee frequently came to see her. Even the usually cold Niji showed unusual behavior, giving her goosebumps and making her want to bang her head against the wall. Finally, fed up with the constant disturbance, Kaguya kicked them all out without mercy the next time they came. Damn it, a bunch of horny animals. Get lost. Kaguya leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face. When would she be able to return to being a man? Chapter 12, Speculation on the Tenseigan. How long do I have to keep wearing this mask? Kaguya complained, tapping her fox mask with her hand. Blame it on your charm, Yugao said, wrapping her arm around Kaguya's shoulders and playfully pinching her cheek. I wish I had the same problem. Give me a break, Kaguya said, swatting away Yugao's mischievous hand. You see the dog eating meat, but you don't see the dog getting beaten. Are you the dog? Of course not. When can I go on a mission? Kaguya half reclined in her chair, resting her pale, delicate legs on the table. I'm going to go crazy staying here. Soon, I think, Yugao said, tapping her chin with her finger. You've been here for a few months now, haven't you? 2 months and 29 days, Kaguya said wearily. It's like being in prison. Poor thing, Yugao chuckled, tapping Kaguya's fox mask with her finger. Stop gloating, Kaguya said, annoyed. All right, I'll tell you some news, Yugao leaned in and whispered mysteriously in Kaguya's ear. In a week, the Chunin Exams will be held. People from many countries will come to Konoha. You might get to go out then. Really? Kaguya stood up excitedly. Of course, it's from higher-ups, Yugao said, pointing upwards. Suddenly, Kaguya seemed to remember something, and her smile froze. The Chunin Exams marked the beginning of the Konoha Crush plan. She remembered that in this battle, led by Orochimaru, the Kazekage and Hokage were killed, and many others were wounded or killed. This was a major event. What's wrong? Yugao asked, hands on her hips. What are you thinking about? Kaguya snapped out of her thoughts and quickly waved her hand. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. What were you thinking about? Yugao smirked, were you thinking about your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Kaguya's mouth twitched. I don't have a boyfriend, don't joke about that. It should be a girlfriend, really. You look so distracted, Yugao said regretfully. Well, you're right, who could match up to a princess like you? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Kaguya shot her a look and started changing clothes. Kaguya had been here for almost 3 months and felt like she was going crazy. She couldn't even leave the room, let alone go home. This was all arranged by the third Hokage, and Kaguya understood, but it seemed like an overreaction. After all, Konoha was quite safe. During this time, Kaguya had been training and made significant progress. Her chakra levels had improved dramatically, now approaching Jonin level. Unfortunately, she still couldn't use many of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's jutsus, as they required an enormous amount of chakra, almost unbelievable. Only someone with the chakra levels of a tailed beast could use them freely. Since she couldn't use those jutsus, she had been learning common jutsus from the library. Because of her assignment to guard the jutsu library, she had access to many jutsus. She learned a large number of C-rank and B-rank jutsus and could even use several A-rank jutsus effectively. S-rank jutsus were out of reach due to her chakra limitations, and they weren't available in the general library anyway. Kaguya walked out of the library and made her way to the Hokage's office. Halt, who goes there? The ANBU guarding the Hokage's office door asked. Please show your identification. I'm Kaguya, here to see the Hokage. Kaguya handed over her identification. You're Kaguya. Clearly, he had heard of her. Please remove your mask. Of course, I mean no offense, I just need to verify your identity. All right. Kaguya removed her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. The ANBU guard was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered and returned her identification. The Hokage is inside. Please go in. Thank you. Entering the room, she saw the third Hokage seated at his desk, which was piled with what looked like intelligence reports. Kaguya, is that you? The third Hokage asked, puffing on his pipe as usual. Have a seat. Yes. Kaguya bowed slightly and sat down in a chair. I've thoroughly investigated your condition, the third Hokage said, taking a puff of his pipe. Take a look at these documents. He handed a folder to Kaguya. Kaguya saw that it contained data about her body and abilities, along with some speculative conclusions. Hokage-sama, are you saying the problem lies with my eyes? Kaguya asked in surprise. Based on our current understanding, yes, the third Hokage nodded. Your Byakugan is different from others. It has abilities that other Byakugan do not possess, which may be related to your unique constitution. What abilities? Kaguya asked urgently, wondering if it was related to her Tenseigan. Fortunately, the third Hokage did not seem to recognize her Tenseigan. This wasn't surprising, given that the Tenseigan was an ancient power that few knew about. It appears to be similar to a hypnosis technique, a form of genjutsu that is more subtle and can influence people without their awareness, the third Hokage explained, tapping his fingers on the desk. This ability is unique but relatively harmless. It has little effect on those who are aware and can guard against it. So, can I take off my mask? Kaguya asked. Because of this strange ability, she had worn a mask for so long that she felt she might become a masked monster. No, the Hokage said firmly. Why? Kaguya asked, puzzled. If it's just the eyes, the mask shouldn't matter. It's not that simple. This genjutsu is constantly active. If you take off the mask, the third Hokage tapped his pipe, your appearance will naturally draw people's attention, subjecting them to your eyes' influence. Kaguya felt frustrated. Did this mean she had to wear a mask for the rest of her life? Don't worry, the third Hokage continued, the reason this happens is because you cannot fully control your eyes yet. Once you learn to master them, this problem should be resolved. How long will that take? Kaguya pressed. I can't give you a precise timeline, the third Hokage said, taking another puff of his pipe, but I don't think it will take too long. Chapter 13, Sand Ninja. So, the problem is with my eyes. Kaguya had thought about this before. She remembered that the Byakugan of the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was different from that of the Huga clan. Her Byakugan had more functions, such as making opponents collapse or die from a distance. She had caused soldiers from the land of ancestors to fall and had instantly killed soldiers from the land of that. More likely, it was related to the Tenseigan, which had the ability to control others' minds and actions. But in any case, this discovery gave Kaguya a glimmer of hope that she could escape her current predicament. She definitely didn't want a bunch of lustful beasts following her around. The very thought of it was terrifying and made her skin crawl. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Kaguya bowed in gratitude, surprised that the old man had taken the trouble to investigate so much about her condition. "I have one more thing to ask." "What is it?" "Speak," the third Hokage said calmly, taking a puff of his pipe. "I heard that the Chunin exams are happening next week," Kaguya said, staring at the third Hokage. "I want to participate." "Is that possible?" The third Hokage pondered for a moment and said, "You should know that participating in the Chunin exams requires a team of 3 to work together." "I can do it alone," Kaguya said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. "The Chunin exams test more than individual ability," the third Hokage said, tapping his pipe. "They also assess teamwork." "But I really want to participate," Kaguya said earnestly. "I'm not aiming for promotion to Chunin but to hone my skills. Please allow me to participate." The third Hokage thought for a while and then said, "All right, you can participate, but be prepared. This Chunin exam will include ninjas from other villages, and the competition will be intense." "Don't worry, I'm confident," Kaguya said with a slight smile. Finally, she could go home. Kaguya hummed a tune as she made her way back home. "My cute little Hinata," Kaguya thought, almost drooling. However, upon arriving home, Kaguya was disappointed to find that Hinata had been taken by her teacher, Kurenai, for special training and had not been home for many days. Niji was also gone, making the house feel empty. "Kaguya Wani-chan." A young voice called out. Turning around, she saw a little girl, much younger than Hinata, with long hair and a petite figure. Her face was full of childish innocence. It was Hinata's sister, Hanabi Huga. "Yes, what is it?" Kaguya asked curiously. "I just wanted to know where Sister Hinata went," Hanabi said weakly. "Oh, Hinata. She went for special training to prepare for the Chunin exams," Kaguya said, patting Hanabi's little head. "Oh, thank you, Sister Kaguya." Hanabi bowed and ran off. Kaguya watched Hanabi leave and couldn't shake the feeling that Hanabi was afraid of her. But she couldn't recall doing anything to scare her. Since there was no one at home, staying there felt pointless. She decided to take a walk down the streets of Konoha. Once she got to the streets, she wasn't sure what to do next. In the world of Naruto, Kaguya found that she didn't have many friends who treated her as an equal. She mostly spent her time with Hinata. Other people either avoided her because of her appearance or were drawn to her because of it, but none of them felt like true friends. Sigh, Kaguya let out a deep sigh. "Let him go." Just then, a shout caught Kaguya's attention. She followed the sound. Not far ahead, a boy with goggles and a long scarf was being held up by a man in black clothes. Behind the men was a blonde woman wearing white and carrying a large fan on her back. Kaguya recognized them instantly. It was Kankuro and Temari. They must have arrived early for the Chunin exams. The boy Kankuro was holding was Konohamaru, Naruto's little follower. Kankuro looked annoyed as he held Konohamaru by the collar and yelled, "Kid, didn't anyone tell you to watch where you're going? Stop it. Let him go." Naruto came running from a distance, shouting loudly, with Sakura following closely behind. "Don't do this, Kankuro," Temari said. "He's just a kid." Konohamaru kicked at Kankuro, but Kankuro didn't seem to care. "You little brat, you've got some spunk," Kankuro sneered, tightening his grip. Konohamaru was starting to struggle for breath. Just then, a kunai flew through the air, aiming for Kankuro's hand. Kankuro stepped back, avoiding the kunai, and Konohamaru fell to the ground. "Who's there?" Kankuro shouted, turning around. "Bullying kids isn't very nice," Kaguya said as she stepped around the corner with a smile. "Who are you?" Kankuro frowned. "Kaguya." Naruto shouted excitedly before Kaguya could respond. "Oh, so you're Kaguya," Temari said with interest. "I've heard you're very beautiful. Too bad you're wearing a mask. I'd love to see your face." "Sorry, but I can't comply with that request," Kaguya replied with a gentle smile. "I hear you're pretty strong. Before anyone troublesome shows up, why don't I play with you for a bit?" Kankuro said, setting down the puppet on his back. Kankuro was angry, especially since Kaguya had rescued Konohamaru from him, making him lose face. "What? Are you planning to use that?" Temari exclaimed in surprise. "No, you can't do that here." "Stop, Kankuro." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the tree, with red hair, dark circles under his eyes, and a large gourd on his back. Everyone except Kaguya was startled. They hadn't sensed his presence at all. Chapter 14, Test. Kaguya was not surprised. She had already noticed Gaara with her Byakugan. "Kankuro," Gaara said with a hint of tension, sweat forming on his forehead. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, glanced at Kaguya, and said to Kankuro, you're just embarrassing our village. Do you think we came all the way to Konoha to fool around? Let me explain, Gaara, Kankuro quickly said. They started it. Shut up, Gaara said coldly. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Understood, it's my fault, Kankuro said hurriedly. I apologize, really. Temari also quickly offered an apologetic gesture with her hands. Sorry, everyone, Gaara said, his face cold as he surveyed the group. He then turned to Kankuro and said, let's go. We're not here to play. Yes, understood, Kankuro agreed quickly, following Gaara as they left. Kaguya watched them leave with a slight smile. This Gaara certainly had a strong presence. Thank you, cool big sister, Konohamaru ran up to Kaguya, his face full of gratitude, then pouted. Boss, you were so lame. Ah, Naruto's face fell, looking defeated. It's nothing, I'll be going now, Kaguya said with a smile and started to leave. Halfway, she turned back and said, that Gaara is dangerous. Be careful if you run into him. Thanks, Kaguya-chan, Naruto said cheerfully, his earlier dejected expression gone. When you have time, I'd like to treat you to ramen. Maybe another time for ramen, Kaguya said, waving as she left. Yes, yes, Naruto nodded excitedly. That idiot probably took my offhand comment seriously. What's so special about her, just because she's a bit pretty, Sakura grumbled, feeling annoyed. In the following days, Kaguya stayed home, diligently training. Not only was she refining her chakra, but she was also practicing ninjutsu. Although Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's abilities were powerful, they required an enormous amount of chakra, which couldn't be increased overnight. At this time, relatively low-level ninjutsu became a better choice. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kaguya slightly parted her lips as chakra frantically circulated within her body. After forming the hand seals, a thin stream of fire shot from her mouth, transforming into a massive, scorching fireball. The fireball shot forward, hitting a large tree not far away. The explosion was violent, sending shockwaves and flames skyward. Kaguya sighed in relief as she watched the tree engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind her. Kaguya turned and jumped away just in time. Clang, clang, clang. 5 kunai embedded themselves in the ground where Kaguya had just stood. In the distance, a masked ninja wearing a hat and a raincoat appeared, holding a large umbrella. The ninja's headband had 4 slanted lines, indicating he was from the Hidden Mist village. Who are you? Kaguya asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm here to kill you, the Mist Ninja said gruffly. Prepare to die. The Mist Ninja took out his umbrella, gripping the handle tightly. With a twist, the umbrella began to spin, releasing countless black dots that shot towards Kaguya, shining kunai. Rotation. Kaguya's body began to spin, with concentrated chakra emanating from her acupoints. As she spun, a blue chakra shield formed around her. The barrage of kunai hit the chakra shield and were deflected away. Impressive, the Mist Ninja said gruffly. Let's see you handle this. He spun his umbrella again, launching even more kunai at her. Kaguya had stopped spinning and had to jump back. Rotation couldn't be used continuously for long, as the release of chakra would affect her meridians, potentially causing damage with repeated use. At that moment, the Mist Ninja shot a barrage of shuriken at Kaguya. Being in midair, she had no way to control her direction. You're dead now, the Mist Ninja sneered. Just as the shuriken were about to hit Kaguya, she flicked her left hand, throwing a kunai, and simultaneously formed hand seals with her right hand. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted, colliding with the incoming shuriken, deflecting them. What? Single-handed hand seals. The Mist Ninja was shocked. He dodged the kunai Kaguya threw, but his umbrella had to stop spinning. Got you, a voice suddenly came from behind him. 8 trigrams 32 palms. What? The Mist Ninja turned around, his expression changing drastically. Somehow, Kaguya was behind him. A shadow clone. A large 8 trigrams symbol appeared beneath Kaguya's feet, with the Mist Ninja at its center. Before he could react, Kaguya's chakra-infused palm struck him. Slap. Slap. The Mist Ninja was overwhelmed by Kaguya's relentless attacks. Finally, with a heavy thud, the Mist Ninja was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into a distant tree, leaving a large hole in its trunk. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, the Mist Ninja was completely incapacitated. How was that, Irika-sensei? Did I pass? Kaguya asked with a smile, pulling the Mist Ninja up from the ground. How did you know? With a puff of smoke, the Mist Ninja transformed back into Irika, looking rather battered, with blood at the corner of his mouth. I knew from the beginning, Kaguya said with a light smile. As for how I knew, that's a secret. I see, Irika smiled, but it aggravated his injuries, causing him to cough. Still, knowing it was me, you didn't hold back. I'm really sorry, Kaguya said, clasping her hands in apology. To make up for it, I'll treat you to ramen. Sure, Irika laughed, but not now. I have other students to test. Let's go after that. All right, Kaguya nodded lightly, not pushing further. Lastly, good luck on your exam, Irika said with a squinting smile, waving at Kaguya. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Irika's figure slowly receded, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Despite his average strength, he was undoubtedly a responsible teacher. Kaguya's lips curved into a slight smile as she turned and walked away. Chapter 15, The Secret of Hand Seals. Irika's figure gradually disappeared, and Kaguya knew she had to prepare well for the Chunin exams. Unlike others who had a three-man team, she was alone. Moreover, her goal wasn't just the Chunin exams but also to thwart Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. Not only was Orochimaru difficult to deal with, but his 4 curse-marked subordinates were also formidable. They were not to be underestimated. Kaguya took a few steps, intending to go inside, but suddenly stopped. She seemed to sense something. When she had performed the one-handed hand seals earlier, it had felt exceptionally smooth. The chakra within her flowed without any resistance, to the point where it felt as natural as moving her own arm. It even gave her the illusion that she could perform jutsu without hand seals. Was it really just an illusion? Kaguya decided to test it. Fire style, great fireball technique. Nothing happened, not even a spark. So, it was an illusion. Kaguya thought to herself. She was about to leave but then stopped again. She recalled the sensation from earlier, that feeling where it seemed she could release the jutsu just by thinking about it. Thinking. A flash of inspiration struck her. Right, when she had tried it earlier, she hadn't focused on the chakra pathways. Could that be the key? Kaguya stood in the courtyard, closed her eyes, and calmed her breathing. Her mind gradually became serene. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball appeared at her mouth out of thin air, shooting towards a distant tree. With a loud boom, the tree exploded, sending shockwaves and flames skyward. The surrounding temperature soared, making the air feel stiflingly hot. It really worked. Kaguya couldn't contain her excitement. She had recalled the chakra pathway from the hand seals and directed her chakra accordingly. It worked. She began to understand the significance of hand seals. They served to focus the mind and ensure that the chakra followed the correct pathways to release the jutsu. Without hand seals, the chakra flow would be chaotic and unable to form the jutsu. But if one's mental strength was sufficient and their control over chakra was precise, it might be possible to use jutsu without hand seals. Kaguya was thrilled. Using jutsu without hand seals would significantly enhance combat speed and fluidity. Sometimes, the fraction of a second saved by not forming hand seals could determine the outcome of a battle. Moreover, the ability to release jutsu without hand seals made them more secretive. Forming hand seals often revealed one's intentions, alerting the opponent to the incoming attack. Without hand seals, the opponent would be caught off guard, increasing the chances of a successful hit. In a few days, it was time for the Chunin exams. In the morning, the sun was bright, the breeze was gentle, and the sky was a clear blue with floating white clouds. The warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, shining on Kaguya's face. Kaguya, still asleep, felt the discomfort of the bright sunlight. She rubbed her eyes, pulled the blanket over her head, and went back to sleep. Suddenly, Kaguya woke up with a start, sitting up abruptly from her bed. Today is the day of the Chunin exam. Kaguya quickly checked the alarm clock. It was already past 7. She immediately got out of bed, put on her underwear, and hopped on one foot while putting on her socks as she headed to the bathroom. In no time, she finished washing up, got dressed, and ran out with a piece of bread in her mouth. Halfway out, she remembered something, turned back to grab the fox mask from her bed, and rushed out the door. She had been too careless. Last night, she had discovered that she could perform jutsu without hand seals, which excited her so much that she trained until midnight and overslept, not even waking up to the alarm. When Kaguya arrived at the exam venue, there was already a huge crowd outside. Thank goodness I made it, Kaguya panted heavily, supporting her knees as her chest rose and fell with her breaths. What's happening up ahead? There was a commotion in front, with a crowd gathered around. Kaguya walked over to see what was going on. Standing at the entrance were 2 Konoha ninjas, one with a blue headband and the other with 3 white lines on his face. Rock Lee was sitting on the ground, a red mark on his face indicating he had been hit. With Lee were Tenten and Niji. I think it's best if you all don't take the exam, the ninja with the blue headband said with a smile. You're all just a bunch of snot-nosed brats. Listen up, this is for your own good, said the ninja with 3 white lines on his face. The Chunin exams are very difficult. Some people give up being ninjas because of this exam, the blue headband ninja said. Some even get crippled. Even so, I still want to go in, said Sasuke, who was with Naruto and Sakura. Please dispel the genjutsu. The ninja with 3 white lines said. You've got some skill, but seeing through it isn't enough. With a wicked grin, he suddenly spun and kicked at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he kicked back. At that moment, Rock Lee flashed between them, catching both kicks with his hands. What? So fast? The crowd murmured in surprise at Lee's skill, which was a stark contrast to when he had been hit earlier. Unexpectedly blocking both attacks, Sasuke's expression became serious as he looked at Lee with newfound respect. Hey, this isn't what we agreed on, Neji said, walking over with a hint of annoyance. You said you didn't want to draw attention and would hide your strength. But, Lee blushed, turning to look at Kaguya in the crowd, clenching his fists. I see, Tenten said, covering her forehead with a pained expression. Chapter 16, Entrance. Lord Hokage, do you really want to let Kaguya participate in the Chunin exams? Irika asked, addressing the third Hokage sitting at the desk. You know she's all alone. What if something happens? Irika, the third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and glanced at Irika. That child isn't so fragile. She has strong abilities, but her experience isn't enough for her to act alone, Irika said with concern. Different people require different training methods, the third Hokage replied. The Chunin exams are the best training for her. Don't worry, Irika. I'll be keeping an eye on her. Only then did Irika relax a bit. At this time, Kaguya was unaware of the conversation between Irika and the third Hokage. She had arrived at the registration classroom. As she opened the door, she was greeted by a sea of people. They were ninjas from various villages, identifiable by their headbands, sand, stone, waterfall, and others. Their clothing varied widely. The only commonality was the murderous intent on their faces. It seemed many of them had already killed, and their killing intent was palpable in the air. The sound of the door drew their attention, and they turned to look at Kaguya with unfriendly eyes. Kaguya regarded these small fry with disdain. Most of them were merely cannon fodder, and she didn't pay them any mind as she walked further into the classroom. This masked guy seems quite arrogant. He actually ignored us. Heh. The murmurs made Kaguya frown, but she ignored them and continued into the classroom. Kaguya-chan. A familiar voice called out, making Kaguya's eyelids twitch. Could it be? She turned and saw Naruto waving enthusiastically at her, smiling broadly. Pretending not to see him, Kaguya decisively turned her head back. She didn't want to interact with Naruto, he was too clingy. In the distance, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were also present, talking to Naruto and his group. After a while, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba arrived too. Kaguya quietly walked over and suddenly hugged Hinata from behind, nuzzling against her. Little Hinata, it's been so long. I missed you, she cooed, relishing the feel of the adorable young girl. Kaguya-ne-chan, don't do that, Hinata stammered, startled and struggling, but she was no match for Kaguya. Kaguya, Kiba walked up and said. Yes. Kaguya finally released Hinata from her embrace and glanced at Kiba with her cool eyes. What is it? Nothing much, Kiba chuckled. I heard there's a bounty of 100 million on you. As soon as Kiba said this, there was a sudden silence around them. All eyes in the classroom focused on Kaguya. What? This is the woman worth 100 million. The one with the mask. Can't be. Too bad we can't see her face. She's rumored to be incredibly beautiful. 100 million, huh? Should we do something during the exam? Heh. The eyes of the ninjas in the classroom began to change, their gazes turning predatory, staring at Kaguya like hungry wolves eyeing prey. You idiot, how could you say that here? Shikamaru growled, pulling Kiba aside. Yeah, sorry, Kiba scratched his head, realizing his mistake, and apologized profusely. It's nothing, Kaguya said softly, a slight smile beneath her mask. They're just a bunch of rabble. Kaguya's casual remark was like a bomb, instantly igniting the anger of the ninjas who were watching her. The noise level in the classroom rose dramatically. Arrogant. Conceited little girl. She needs to be taught a lesson. Yes, let's show her what we're made of. Heh. At that moment, a white-haired boy with glasses walked over. Hey, you lot, you better quiet down. Aren't you the 9 newcomers, no, 10 newcomers who just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Yes, Kaguya turned her head, curiously examining him. What's up? Such a noisy bunch, the white-haired boy adjusted his glasses. This isn't a field trip, you know. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Ino scoffed. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, the white-haired boy said. And by the way, take a look around you. Kaguya pretended to look around and noticed that the surrounding ninjas were all glaring at them, their eyes full of killing intent, as if they wanted to devour her. She paid them no mind and focused on Kabuto, who was one of the most outstanding spies in the Naruto series. Looks like the show is about to start, Kaguya thought, a faint smile on her lips. These ninjas from various countries are not very patient. Don't provoke them. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again and smiled. It's understandable, you are all newcomers. As your senior, let me give you some information. He took out a deck of cards from his pocket and said, these are the information I've collected over the past 4 years. They're called Ninja Info Cards. They contain detailed information on the participants in this exam. Tell me who you want to know about, and I can give you information on them. Gaara from the Hidden Sand, and Rock Lee from the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke stepped forward, arms crossed. It seemed he had already met Gaara. Well, you even know their names, Kabuto chuckled. That makes it easier. Kabuto drew 2 cards from the deck. These 2. He placed the cards on the ground, then touched them with his index finger, slowly spinning it while forming hand signs. With a puff of smoke, the cards revealed the portraits and details of Rock Lee and Gaara. Let's start with Rock Lee, Kabuto said. He's a year older than you, has completed 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His mentor is Guy. Though his taijutsu has made significant progress this year, he's lacking in other areas. Next is Gaara. He's completed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Impressive, for a genin to complete a B-rank mission. Because he's from another village and is a newcomer, there's not much more information available. However, he's returned from all his missions unscathed. A genin completing a B-rank mission and returning unscathed. Shikamaru's expression grew serious. Any other information you'd like to know? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses. Kaguya, tell us about Kaguya, Naruto shouted loudly. Move aside, Kaguya remained calm, kicking Naruto away. But Naruto scratched his head, looking aggrieved. Seeing his expression made Kaguya shiver, goosebumps rising on her skin. Chapter 17, Initial Display of Strength. Without any suspense, since Kaguya is also a newly graduated genin who joined the ANBU and hasn't performed any missions, there naturally wouldn't be any information about her. Naruto sighed regretfully on the side, making Kaguya want to kick him again. She finally understood why Sakura was so harsh with Naruto. He was like a piece of clingy gum, impossible to deal with properly. At this moment, Kabuto Yakushi took out another card, placed it on the ground, and touched it with his finger, revealing a world map. This time, the participating villages include Konoha, Sand, Rain, Kusa, Taki, and Oto. Each village has sent many outstanding genin to take the exam. The Otogekure is a newly established small village, so there isn't much information. However, each one of them is very capable. What should we do? I'm starting to lose confidence, Hinata said weakly, her face full of worry. Not only Hinata, but the others around them also became more serious, no longer as relaxed as before. It's nothing, Kaguya smiled gently. Have confidence in yourself, and don't forget I'm here to help you. She squeezed Hinata's small hand as she spoke. Hinata seemed to be comforted by Kaguya's words, feeling much more at ease and less nervous than before. Meanwhile, from a distance. Did you hear that? An Otonin smirked. He said Otogekure is just a small village. How disappointing, another Otonin agreed, his head wrapped in bandages, exposing only one eye, bending his waist like a hunchback. Shall we play with them a bit? The female Otonin sneered. Indeed, the bandaged Otonin's eye widened, exuding a terrifying gleam. They think we're second-rate ninjas. Let's help him update his records. Otogekure's ninjas are known for their cruelty. The him referred to was Kabuto. As soon as the words fell, they charged at Kabuto like arrows. An Otonin leaped into the air, brandishing 2 kunai and hurling them at Kabuto. Kabuto quickly leaned back, the kunai clanging against the spot where he had been standing. Before Kabuto could catch his breath, the bandaged Otonin appeared in front of him, rolling up his sleeve to reveal an arm full of holes, and threw a powerful punch at Kabuto. Kabuto swiftly dodged to the side, sliding away from the forceful punch. Too slow. Just as a smile appeared on Kabuto's face, there was a sudden bang, and cracks appeared on his glasses, the lenses shattering and falling to the ground. So that's how it is, Kabuto smiled, taking off his broken glasses. It's this kind of attack. What happened? He clearly dodged, Sasuke said, walking over quickly. Why did his glasses? It must have brushed against his nose, Shikamaru said, arms crossed. No, Kaguya approached, smiling faintly. It's a sound wave attack. The holes in his arm create ultrasonic waves when they interact with the air, which can attack the body and cause dizziness. Before Kaguya could finish speaking, Kabuto's pupils shrank, and he fell to his knees, vomiting and showing a painful expression. Kaguya's mouth curled up. Kabuto's acting was really impressive, so realistic that he could probably win an award in her original world. These Otogekure ninjas are likely Orochimaru's subordinates, Zaku, Dosu, and Kin. The one using ultrasonic attacks should be Dosu, the female Otonin is Kin, and the remaining one is Zaku. Senpai, Naruto, and Sakura hurried over to support Kabuto. You're nothing special, even though you're a veteran who has participated in the exam for 4 consecutive years, Dosu sneered, then turned to Kaguya. I didn't expect you to know so much. It's not that I know a lot, it's that you are too weak, Kaguya smiled faintly. But I'm interested in your abilities. How about a spar? No, Sakura rushed over. You can't beat him. Don't worry, Kaguya waved her hand. He's just a small fry. You call a small fry? Dosu sneered, charging at Kaguya like a black shadow, faster than when he fought Kabuto. In an instant, he reached Kaguya and threw a punch at her chest. Kaguya seemed to be caught off guard, staring blankly ahead as Dosu's punch landed on her chest, sending her flying backward. Kaguya! Naruto shouted, running towards her. Before Naruto could reach her, Kaguya disappeared in a puff of white smoke. It was a clone. What? Dosu's eyes widened, sensing danger. Fire style, great fireball technique. A cold voice came from behind him. Dosu turned just in time to see a massive fireball hurtling toward him, too late to dodge. With a loud explosion, Dosu's position erupted, the noise deafening, and the shockwave knocking people over. When the smoke cleared, Dosu was revealed, half kneeling, supporting himself with one hand. His body was scorched, emitting a burnt smell. He coughed a few times, clearly injured. Amazing. No way, she can use fire style. Isn't that a C-rank jutsu? Aren't the Huga clan unable to use elemental jutsu? Not only that, didn't you see her use shadow clone jutsu earlier? She just graduated from the Ninja Academy. To have such skill right after graduating is incredible. Chapter 18, Written Exam. Dosu stood up, appearing not seriously injured. He had underestimated Kaguya, thinking she was just a pretty face, but had suffered because of it. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and let out a chilling laugh, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. It was clear Kaguya had angered him. Just as Dosu prepared to teach Kaguya a lesson. Boom. Quiet down, you bunch of trash. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke exploded at the front of the room, obscuring everyone's vision. As the smoke cleared, a bald head was revealed. Oh, correction, it was a bald head surrounded by a dozen Konoha ninjas standing in a row at the front of the room. Sorry to keep you waiting, said the scarred bald ninja. I am the proctor for the first stage of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. Ibiki scanned the ninjas in the room, his gaze falling on the corner where the Otonin stood, his expression unfriendly. You Otonin, you'd better behave before the exam starts. Do you want to be disqualified immediately? Sorry, Dosu turned and said, I'm just excited because it's my first time. Ibiki then turned to Kaguya, you too, got it. Kaguya shrugged nonchalantly. Now is a good time to clarify the rules, Ibiki said sternly. No fighting without the examiner's permission, and even with permission, you must not kill your opponent. Anyone who defies these rules will be immediately disqualified, understood? Now we will begin the first stage of the Chunin selection exam. Hand in your application forms and receive your number cards. Sit in the assigned seats according to your numbers. The test papers will be distributed next. The first stage was a written exam, just like in the original story. Kaguya received her number card and felt a bit annoyed. The number on her card was 38. Was this a joke on her? She went to her seat and sat down. Soon, the test papers were handed out. Kaguya picked up her paper and skimmed through it. As expected, it was difficult. Kaguya usually focused on practical training, neglecting theoretical study. She found theory less important, thinking that even Naruto, who had terrible grades, ended up as one of the strongest. But she couldn't ignore the exam. Knowing the plot, she didn't worry too much and started spinning her pen idly. At this time, Ibiki began explaining the rules from the front. People's reactions varied, but some had already noticed the hidden agenda. This exam wasn't just a test of knowledge, it was an exercise in information gathering, testing the ninja's abilities to cheat without getting caught. Begin. At Ibiki's command, everyone started their tests, though few began writing immediately. The questions were too difficult for most of the ninjas present. Over time, the ninjas began to understand the true nature of the exam and started using their cheating methods. Sasuke used his Sharingan, Neji used his Byakugan, and Kiba used his dog to view the questions. As for Kaguya, she simply lay down on her desk and fell asleep. Ibiki glanced at Kaguya, his eyes narrowing. This girl is completely unaffected by the commotion, remaining very calm. For a newcomer, this is quite impressive. As the exam progressed, people who were caught cheating 5 times were expelled from the exam room, and their 2 teammates also lost their qualification to continue. Now, I'll announce the 10th question, Ibiki said solemnly from the podium. Everyone's eyes focused on Ibiki. Especially Naruto, who clenched his fists and stared intensely at the front, because he hadn't answered any questions and was relying solely on the final question. First, I need you all, Ibiki began, to choose whether to answer the 10th question or not. Choose. Temari asked hurriedly. What happens if we choose not to answer the 10th question? If you choose not to answer, your score will become 0, Ibiki said, a smirk playing on his lips, which means you'll lose the right to continue the exam, and your teammates will also be disqualified. What does that mean? Of course we'll choose to answer. This is just too much. Additionally, there's another rule, Ibiki said solemnly, if you choose to answer but cannot correctly solve the question, you will lose the qualification to ever take the Chunin exam again. Kaguya woke up at this point, yawning as she looked at the anxious genin around her. Clearly, Ibiki was messing with them, but they all seemed to believe him. Now, begin. The atmosphere in the room became tense immediately. I choose to give up. Candidate 50 is disqualified, along with candidates 130 and 111. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure and chose to give up. After him, more people raised their hands and chose to give up. Kaguya rested her chin on one hand, spinning her pen with the other, looking quite bored. These foolish people, don't they realize that Chunin, Jonin, or even Kage are just titles? What truly determines their status is their own strength. If one's strength is great, even if they remain a genin forever, no one would look down on them. For example, Naruto remained a genin for a long time but eventually became Hokage. Sensing something, Ibiki glanced at Kaguya sitting at the back, his eyes narrowing. This girl had remained relaxed since the beginning of the exam and still showed no signs of pressure even at the final question. Was it because she was alone and thus felt no need to worry about dragging down teammates? Or had she seen through the true purpose of the exam? Ibiki furrowed his brow as he saw Kaguya turn her head and wave at him lightly. As expected. Chapter 19, the eve of the second exam. At this moment, Naruto suddenly raised his hand. Is this guy going to give up? Ibiki thought. But Kaguya knew that with Naruto's hot-blooded nature, there was no way he would give up. As expected, the ensuing events played out just like in the original story. Naruto did not give up, and his words even alleviated the anxiety of the other genin present. After that, no one else gave up. Seeing that waiting any longer would yield no different results, Ibiki announced the results of the exam. Thus, Kaguya passed the exam by doing nothing more than sleeping through it. Suddenly, a stone was thrown from outside, shattering the window, and a shadow rushed in. With a flash of her hand, 4 kunai were thrown into the 4 corners, from which a large banner hung down. On the podium stood a young woman with short hair tied in a ponytail, a delicate face, and a figure accentuated by a mesh outfit, particularly prominent in the chest area. This girl was none other than Anko Mitarashi. Now is not the time to celebrate, Anko shouted energetically. I'm the second examiner, Anko Mitarashi. The next exam is about to begin, so follow me. She raised her hand and made a cheering gesture. However, the examinees below seemed to be in a daze, staring blankly at the enthusiastic Anko on the podium. Who is this person? No idea. Did she enter the wrong room? Maybe. Trying hard to make an impression but getting no response can be quite awkward. Kaguya felt a second-hand embarrassment watching Anko. The next morning. The sky was blue with scattered clouds, the lake's surface was clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. A gentle breeze caused ripples, creating a unified texture of water and sky. The bright sunlight streamed down like threads, rustling the leaves, and wildflowers swayed in the wind. The surrounding sea of trees added to the serene atmosphere. The successful candidates from the first exam were now gathered outside the examination area, their numbers looking substantial. What is this place? An examinee couldn't help but ask. Before the examinees was an area cordoned off by a wire fence, the dilapidated state of the fence indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. A sign hung on it, reading, "No entry." Inside, it looked like a forest, with dense trees blocking out the sun, giving it a gloomy appearance. This is the venue for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi said with a smirk, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Kaguya yawned. The name sounded quite scary, but it was just a forest, mostly a battleground, clearly meant to increase tension. Do you have something to say? Even though Kaguya was wearing a mask, Anko could sense her disdain. Nothing, Kaguya quickly waved her hand. I just think this forest looks like a place I once visited. This was the truth. In her previous world, she was an avid traveler who often went camping and exploring vast forests. Is that so? Anko smiled slyly and suddenly flung a kunai from her sleeve towards Kaguya, simultaneously flashing behind her. But by the time Anko appeared behind Kaguya, she was shocked to see that Kaguya had caught the kunai and held it in her hand. The blade was pointed backward, precisely where Anko had appeared, as if Anko had run into it herself. "Sensei, don't throw things around carelessly. What if you hit the flowers and plants?" Kaguya handed the kunai back to Anko. "I hope you won't make such jokes again." "This girl." Anko gritted her teeth. Her speed was incredibly fast, not something an ordinary person could react to. Even seasoned Chunin would have a hard time with it. But this Kaguya had effortlessly caught her kunai and accurately predicted where she would appear. The first time Anko heard of Kaguya was with the nickname 100 Million Ryo Girl, and she had scoffed at it. No matter how pretty she was, she thought Kaguya was just a vase. Now she remembered that before being known as 100 Million Ryo Girl, Kaguya had another nickname, Konoha's Genius. Things were starting to get interesting. Anko smiled and took the kunai from Kaguya's hand. In a corner unnoticed by everyone, a long-haired man wearing a conical hat was staring intently at Kaguya, his eyes emitting a chilling light, as if he wanted to devour her. He extended his long tongue, licking his lips, and let out a creepy laugh. Chapter 20, Eliminating Bugs. The second exam officially began. Kaguya walked into the exam site, gazing upon the lush forest. Dense trees rose up, layers of leaves blocking the sunlight, with only occasional beams of light shining through gaps in the foliage, creating dazzling spots on the ground. The forest was silent, with only the sound of wind rustling the leaves and insects chirping. Kaguya walked slowly through the forest, looking more like she was on a leisurely stroll than taking an exam. She wasn't too worried about the test since there weren't many formidable opponents in this Chunin exam. The most threatening to her was probably Orochimaru. This guy was insidious, cunning, and extremely sly, always needing to be on guard against him. However, his target was Sasuke, so she should be safe. She just needed to find a lone team and snatch a scroll from them. Suddenly, 3 kunai were thrown from the shadows, targeting Kaguya as she walked through the forest. Kaguya didn't turn around. It was as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She lightly dodged, and the 3 kunai whizzed past her, embedding themselves in a nearby tree trunk. "I wondered how long you would hold out." Kaguya turned around, speaking to the distance. "Didn't expect you to lose patience so quickly. Such luck. Didn't expect to run into this chick. They say she's really pretty. Worth a 100 million Ryo, I really want to strip her and take a good look." Heh. In the distance, 3 ninjas appeared on the branches of a large tree. Judging by their headbands and masks, they were from the Hidden Rain village. They were leering at Kaguya, their faces full of lascivious smiles. "Running into 3 filthy, disgusting bugs that make me lose my appetite. What a downer." Kaguya shrugged helplessly. "What? Did she just call us bugs? Facing death, and she's still so arrogant. I'll teach her a lesson." The 3 rain ninjas leapt from the branches, shooting countless shuriken at Kaguya like a rain of petals, with a kunai hidden among them carrying an explosive tag. With a loud explosion, a massive blast occurred where Kaguya stood, thick smoke billowing and flames shooting up, the shockwave causing the leaves to rustle. As the dust settled, a figure lay face down on the ground, shuriken embedded in her, blood slowly seeping from her body. Her clothes were charred from the explosion, emitting a burnt smell. This figure was Kaguya. "I thought she would be stronger, but she's this weak. Made me worry for nothing. Too bad she's dead. Otherwise, we could have claimed the 100 million Ryo bounty. Who told you to hit so hard? How was I supposed to know she was so weak? All right, stop arguing. Dead is dead. Wait, let's see what she looks like. They say she's a great beauty. All right, let's take a look, hee. The 3 rain ninjas walked towards Kaguya, bending down and reaching out to remove the mask from her face. Bugs are just bugs, truly disgusting and revolting. At that moment, a familiar voice, sweet and slightly soft, suddenly sounded from behind them. The 3 rain ninjas were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost, and jumped away, warily looking in the direction of the voice. A graceful figure emerged from the bushes, wearing a fox mask. It was Kaguya from earlier. What? The 3 rain ninjas were astonished and quickly turned to look at the previous location. They found that the corpse on the ground had disappeared, replaced by a burning explosive tag. With a loud boom, the explosive tag detonated, the deafening sound accompanied by a burst of flames and thick smoke. The 3 rain ninjas, covered in burn marks, crawled out of the smoke. Since they had jumped away at the first moment, they were not fatally injured. Standing before them was a pair of ninja shoes revealing white, tender toes. Impossible. Even an idiot could now see that Kaguya was not to be trifled with. The rain ninjas hurriedly got up and fled, abandoning their weapons on the ground. "I didn't want to kill anyone," Kaguya said with a slight smile under her mask, twirling a kunai on her finger. "But bugs should be fine, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Kaguya's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared behind the 3 rain ninjas. Their eyes widened in shock, pupils contracted, and their necks turned stiffly, as if rusty, inch by inch. The last thing they saw was a lifelike fox mask. Ah! Their screams echoed abruptly through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 21, Battle against Orochimaru. These guys are too cowardly, Kaguya thought as she kicked the rain ninja at her feet. They lay motionless like dead dogs, having fainted from fear. And these people can take the Chunin exam. Kaguya raised an eyebrow, speechless. She had merely cut their throats with a kunai, causing a lot of blood but no fatal wounds. Yet, they fainted, and one even wet his pants. Disgusting, Kaguya muttered, removing her mask with a look of disdain, pinching her nose to fan away the stench. She rummaged through one of them and found a scroll. Heaven scroll, she noted with disappointment. She pulled out the scroll she had received from the teacher upon entering the exam, also a heaven scroll. To pass, she needed both a heaven scroll and an earth scroll, so having two heaven scrolls was pointless. Kaguya tossed the extra heaven scroll into the bushes. Keeping it was useless and took up space. Looks like I need to keep searching. Without a glance at the unconscious bugs on the ground, Kaguya continued toward the central tower. As she moved forward, she noticed more signs of human presence, footprints, food scraps, and pieces of cloth snagged on branches, indicating many people had passed through. The further she walked, the more evident the traces became. Battles were inevitable as competitors fought for scrolls, turning the forest into a battleground. They fought quite fiercely, Kaguya observed, crouching to examine the bloodstains and kunai embedded in the trees. As the sky darkened, the surroundings became pitch black. The dense forest, shrouded in darkness, felt even more eerie. Deciding to rest for the night and with her stomach growling from a day's hunger, Kaguya halted. Skillfully, she used a firestone to ignite some dry grass. She skewered some rations on sticks and placed them near the campfire, letting a fragrant aroma waft through the air. Removing her fox mask, Kaguya took a sip from a bamboo flask, wiped her mouth, and bit into the heated rations. It tasted good. Ordinarily, lighting a fire in such situations was unwise as it could easily reveal her location, bringing danger. But Kaguya wanted just that effect, to attract hidden enemies. This way, she wouldn't need to exhaust herself searching for targets. This was called fishing. Suddenly, a noise came from behind her. Finally, someone has come, Kaguya smiled slightly, turning her head, I thought. Kaguya froze, her eyes widening and pupils shrinking. A figure emerged from the bushes, illuminated by the campfire, revealing his features. He had long hair, pale skin, snake-like eyes, and a slender build. Through her Byakugan, Kaguya could see his immense chakra, far beyond that of an ordinary person. It was Orochimaru. What's wrong? Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and low, were you expecting me? She had intended to catch a small fish but had hooked a big shark. Meeting Orochimaru here was unexpected. Kaguya sprang up from the ground, swiftly donning her fox mask and gripping her kunai tightly. Her mind raced, already planning her escape route. Orochimaru was not someone to be trifled with. Even the Hokage might struggle against him, and she had no confidence in defeating one of the legendary Sannin. I have a gift for you, Kaguya suddenly said, pulling out a scroll from her bosom and tossing it to Orochimaru, catch. It was the Heaven Scroll. Oh. Orochimaru caught the Heaven Scroll and was about to speak. Boom. The Heaven Scroll exploded instantly, flames and thick smoke billowing up, blasting everything within several meters. Kaguya had attached an explosive tag to it beforehand. Kaguya didn't even look back, she turned and ran. She knew that this might work against others, but it was unlikely to even slightly injure Orochimaru. Why are you in such a hurry to run? Sure enough, Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kaguya, unscathed, his clothes barely damaged. Kaguya stopped abruptly, drawing her kunai, and watched Orochimaru warily. At this point, fighting was the only option, it seemed that escaping would not work. You seem to know me, Orochimaru said with a smirk, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. I don't, Kaguya replied casually, though her palm holding the kunai was slightly sweaty. Is that so? Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure flashed, rushing towards Kaguya with incredible speed, making it hard to track his movements with the naked eye, like a black arrow. Byakugan. The intricate blood vessels appeared around Kaguya's eyes, allowing her to see Orochimaru's movements clearly. Everyone thinks that the Sharingan can capture fast-moving targets, but the Byakugan can too. A swift wind attacked from behind. Here. Kaguya turned and struck, her palm colliding with Orochimaru's fist. With a bang, Orochimaru was forced back, sliding away, while Kaguya also took a few steps back. Orochimaru's strength was immense, Kaguya's palm felt slightly numb. You can see it, as expected, Orochimaru smiled slightly, that's quite a good eye. How about this? Orochimaru accelerated again, rushing straight at Kaguya, a punch carrying a strong wind. Kaguya didn't take it head-on, she tilted her body, dodging, and struck back with her palm towards Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's body bent at a bizarre angle, causing Kaguya's palm to miss, and he spun around to kick. But Orochimaru's kick also missed as Kaguya suddenly disappeared from where she should have been. Body flicker technique. What? Orochimaru was shocked, as he hadn't seen Kaguya form any hand signs. What he didn't know was that Kaguya didn't need to form hand signs to cast Jutsu. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, a crisp, tender voice called out from behind Orochimaru. Caught off guard, Orochimaru was struck in the back, followed by a flurry of attacks like a storm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Palm after palm, Kaguya's attacks were so fast that only the afterimages of her hands could be seen. Under the rapid assault, Orochimaru's body shook like a sieve, unable to resist. Finally, the last palm struck hard, sending Orochimaru flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge, scorching fireball shot from Kaguya's mouth, heading straight for the distant Orochimaru. Boom. Chapter 22, The Awakening of the Tenseigan. In the distance, it was a scene of chaos. The trees within a dozen meters were scorched, emitting blue smoke, and occasionally small flames flickered. Just now, Kaguya had used the body flicker technique to suddenly appear behind Orochimaru, catching him off guard because she didn't need to form hand signs. Kaguya didn't hesitate and turned to run. But as soon as she turned around, a hand grabbed her neck, and her pupils shrank. So fast. Not bad, you don't need to form hand signs, Orochimaru's pale face appeared before her. And you can use ninjutsu that the Huga clan cannot. Interesting. As he spoke, Orochimaru reached out and removed the fox mask from Kaguya's face, tossing it to the ground. Orochimaru's original target was only Sasuke, but Kaguya's performance in defeating Dosu in the classroom had piqued his interest slightly. It should be noted that Orochimaru had informants in the classroom. It was also Kaguya's bad luck that her route happened to intersect with Orochimaru's, leading to the current situation. With her neck grasped tightly by Orochimaru, Kaguya clutched his hand, kicking desperately, but Orochimaru was unfazed. You seem to know me, Orochimaru extended his crimson serpent tongue, aiming to lick Kaguya's face. Disgusting. Body replacement technique. Kaguya suddenly broke free from Orochimaru's grasp, leaving a piece of wood in his hand. She no longer held on to any illusions. If she didn't give it her all, she wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone defeat Orochimaru. Rabbit hair needle. Her snow-white, silky hair suddenly lengthened, flowing like a waterfall in the wind. Countless strands shot towards Orochimaru like needles. Orochimaru tried to leap away, but the hair, like fine rain, enveloped him completely. Phew. Kaguya exhaled lightly. Although she didn't believe she could defeat Orochimaru this way, at least it could restrict his movements. After all, it was one of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's signature techniques. Very interesting ability. The familiar voice sounded from behind her again. You can even seal chakra points. Kaguya's body froze. She turned her head, her pupils shrinking. She saw Orochimaru's body, covered in sticky fluid, crawl out from his previous body, smiling at her. The rabbit hair needle had sealed Orochimaru's chakra points, but Orochimaru's unique substitution technique rendered it ineffective. Kaguya felt a chill in her limbs, her entire body stiffening, her mind hazy. Images of herself covered in blood and being dissected on an operating table filled her vision, the red consuming her mind. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from her eyes, circulating throughout her body, melting away the chilling fear like snow under the sun. Kaguya snapped out of it. It was an illusion. Unexpected that you could break free from fear, Orochimaru grinned sinisterly, not bad, a fine specimen. His neck suddenly elongated, twisting like a snake, his mouth opening to bite Kaguya. At that moment, Kaguya's eyes began to throb painfully. She quickly covered her eyes, gasping in pain. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing them. Orochimaru's head was about to sink its fangs into her neck. Get lost, Kaguya managed to say through clenched teeth, cold sweat running down her face. What? Orochimaru's movements halted. I said, get lost. Kaguya suddenly lifted her head, her eyes a pale blue, glowing with an unusual light. Orochimaru's body was struck as if by an invisible force, sending him flying backward, crashing through 7 or 8 trees before he stopped. What is this? Orochimaru got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. That power just now. Kaguya's face was icy, like eternal ice. She extended her delicate hand, and a black sphere appeared in her palm, spinning rapidly, accelerating. What? Orochimaru showed a look of shock, his body going limp, collapsing to the ground involuntarily. My chakra, how? He felt his chakra steadily draining, pouring into the black sphere in Kaguya's hand like a vast black hole sucking it out of him. Orochimaru knew he couldn't continue like this. If he did, not only would his chakra be drained, but his very life might be in danger. Forming hand signs, he slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. In a puff of white smoke, a gigantic serpent appeared, just in time to block Orochimaru. Using this brief moment, Orochimaru leaped backward, escaping the range of the chakra absorption. The giant serpent, however, wasn't so fortunate. It was immediately drained of its chakra and collapsed to the ground. Its chakra reserves were far less than Orochimaru's, and it was quickly exhausted. What is this power? Orochimaru frowned. If he hadn't decisively escaped, he might have ended up like the collapsed giant serpent. But then he smiled. Fascinating, those eyes. Orochimaru looked at Kaguya's pale blue eyes, licking his lips with his long tongue. He turned and left without further delay. Kaguya felt dazed, her mind foggy as if she hadn't fully woken up. Her instinctive attack on Orochimaru seemed almost automatic, a reflexive action. Could this be the Tenseigan? Before she could feel any joy, the scene before her began to blur. She felt dizzy, lost her balance, and then everything went black as she fainted. When she woke up, it was already morning. The sky was clear, and warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, like threads of light. The forest was filled with a light mist, the moist air carrying a hint of chill. Kaguya instinctively clutched the blanket covering her. Blanket. Kaguya jolted awake, jumping up in surprise. Chapter 23, Meeting Again. Rest assured, we are not enemies. Kaguya turned her head and saw a few familiar figures standing not far away. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. Kaguya said in surprise. We saw you faint, so we saved you. Shikamaru had his hands behind his head, what a bother. Why did we have to save her? Seriously. Ino looked impatient. Got any food? Choji grabbed a handful of chips and shoved them into his mouth. Thank you all, Kaguya said with a soft smile, if it weren't for you, I might have been done for. Humph, I must have been out of my mind to save you. Ino huffed. By the way, where's my mask? Kaguya suddenly remembered her fox mask, did you see it? Is this it? Shikamaru reached into his bag and pulled out a fox mask, handing it to Kaguya, is this the one? Yes, that's it. Thank you. Kaguya put the fox mask back on her face, then reached into her cloak and pulled out a scroll. Here, to thank you for saving me, this heaven scroll is for you. The heaven scroll she had thrown during her fight with Orochimaru was actually a fake, an empty scroll. Really? Ino's impatience vanished, and she looked at Kaguya with delight. They had drawn an earth scroll and now needed a heaven scroll. Yes. Kaguya placed the scroll in Ino's hand, now I don't owe you anything. I'm leaving. She waved and prepared to leave. Do you want to come with us? Shikamaru suddenly called out to Kaguya, we can escort you to the finish line. Why bring her along? Ino glared at Kaguya. Kaguya's mouth twitched. This girl, after getting the scroll, immediately reverted to her true nature. What a greedy person. No need, Kaguya smiled, I'm used to being alone. Goodbye. She waved and walked away. Humph, Ino snorted, watching Kaguya's receding figure, she's just a little prettier, what's the big deal? Kaguya naturally couldn't hear Ino's envious words. She was now heading to the place she had started from, where she had discarded the heaven scroll. She wanted to retrieve it. As for Orochimaru, he probably wouldn't bother her for a while. After all, she now possessed the Tenseigan's power. Speaking of which, the Tenseigan's power was indeed formidable, with abilities similar to the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, and the ability to absorb others' chakra. The power to manipulate gravity and repulsion is indeed formidable, but extracting others' chakra requires immense mental strength. With her current mental strength, Kaguya could barely use it once before fainting, as she did in the battle with Orochimaru yesterday. Since awakening the Tenseigan, these abilities and their usage methods have appeared in her mind as if they were instinctive. As for other abilities, Kaguya vaguely knows how to use them, but due to the limited chakra in her body, she cannot use them yet. Returning to the previous location, Kaguya activated her Byakugan, now it should be called the Tenseigan, and found the heaven scroll hidden in the bushes. Kaguya let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she found it, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. With the Tenseigan activated, she no longer needed to make her blood vessels bulge when using her eyes. Now, she just needed an earth scroll. Once she obtained it, she could head to the central tower. Because she was delayed by Orochimaru for a day and then came back to retrieve the heaven scroll, the remaining time was running out. However, with the Tenseigan's ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion, she could float in the air and move at great speed, ensuring she wouldn't be disqualified for exceeding the time limit. The downside was the significant chakra consumption. With her current chakra capacity, she couldn't fly for too long. Moreover, she had to reserve enough chakra for combat. Kaguya had been traveling for most of the day and felt that her chakra was more than half depleted. She quickly stopped, landed on the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and panted slightly. It seemed best to use this ability sparingly due to the rapid chakra consumption. At that moment, she heard the sounds of battle in the distance. Just in time, Kaguya smiled slightly, thinking it was a perfect opportunity to swoop in and reap the benefits. However, when she used her clairvoyance to see what was happening, she raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect to run into them. Sand waterfall funeral. With a low shout, a dull sound echoed, and blood splattered in Kaguya's direction. Kaguya waved her hand. Boom. The blood was immediately deflected by an invisible force, and not only that, but the trees in front of her were also destroyed, creating a large trench several meters deep that extended into the distance. The area before her suddenly opened up, revealing the figures of a few people. The short-statured boy with short hair, smoky eyes, and a gourd on his back was Gaara. The blonde girl with a fan on her back was Temari, and the one in black robes with a puppet on his back was Kankuro. Sorry, Kaguya said, facing them and gently waving her hand. We meet again. Chapter 24, Warm-up Battle Before Getting Serious. Originally, Kaguya intended to use repulsion to deflect the blood droplets but ended up overdoing it, flattening everything in front of her. This was quite embarrassing. The Tenseigan's ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion is similar to the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, although the specific names are unclear. However, the essence remains the same. In fact, the Tenseigan's gravitational and repulsive ability seems stronger than the Rinnegan's, as evidenced by its ability to alter the moon's orbit. Kaguya Nechan. A petite figure ran over, and Kaguya quickly embraced her. With short hair and a cute appearance, it was Hinata. I missed you so much, Kaguya said, rubbing her face against Hinata's, though the fox mask prevented her from feeling the soft touch. Sister, don't do that. Hinata's face turned as red as an apple, her small hands weakly pushing against Kaguya. At this moment, two people approached, one wearing a windbreaker that covered their entire face and another with two fang-like marks on his face, holding a small dog, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. Kaguya, this guy is tough, Kiba said gravely as he walked over to Kaguya. Akamaru can sense the enemy's chakra and judge their strength, but I've never seen him this scared before. Akamaru trembled in Kiba's collar, clearly terrified. Really? Kaguya smiled slightly, not giving a direct answer. Do you know them? Kiba asked, recalling that Kaguya had greeted them earlier. We've met a few times, Kaguya replied, waving lightly at Gaara in the distance. Isn't that right, Gaara? Gaara remained silent, his head down, a powerful killing intent emanating from him. The surrounding people were startled and quickly stepped back, feeling the bone-chilling cold. Akamaru retreated further into Kiba's embrace, shivering uncontrollably. I still want to kill. Gaara suddenly raised his head, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Kaguya. That's enough, Gaara, Kankuro shouted. Are you scared, coward? Gaara said indifferently. Gaara, it may not matter to you, Kankuro said, walking towards Gaara, but it's too dangerous for us. We only need one set of scrolls. There's no need to continue. You have no right to command me, Gaara said coldly, extending his hand towards Kaguya. Enough. Kankuro grabbed Gaara's collar. Can't you listen to your big brother for once? I have never considered you my family, Gaara said coldly. If you dare to obstruct me, a red light flashed in Gaara's eyes, I'll kill you. Gaara shoved Kankuro's hand away. Gaara, please don't be like this, Temari pleaded, waving her hands with a forced smile. Don't be so heartless. Your sister is begging you, okay? Ignoring them, Gaara walked towards Kaguya, stopping in front of her. You are strong and qualified to be my opponent, Gaara said, crossing his arms over his chest. Kaguya, don't fight him, Kiba called out nervously from a distance. You can't beat him. Though Kaguya was considered a genius in the village, facing a monster like Gaara was a different story. Sorry, if you want to fight, find someone else, Kaguya said, not wanting to waste time on a meaningless battle. I don't have time right now. She dared to speak to Gaara like that. Everyone was shocked. Not only were Kiba and Hinata anxious, but even Kankuro and Temari began to sweat. If you don't fight me, Gaara extended his hand towards Hinata and the others, I'll kill them. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame broke out in a cold sweat. They had just witnessed Gaara's strength and brutal methods. Hinata shrank behind Kaguya. Kaguya pulled Hinata into her arms, smiling gently. Hinata is mine. You can have the other two. Ah. Kiba and Shino were instantly petrified. Everyone, Gaara's eyes fixated on Kaguya, must die. With that, Gaara extended his hand, and the ground surged up with a mass of sand, forming a large arm that attacked Kaguya. Sand-binding coffin. Kaguya leaped backward, evading the sand's attack. Simultaneously, she flashed her hand, sending 4 kunai toward Gaara. But the sand in front of Gaara seemed to have a mind of its own, forming a wall that blocked the kunai, leaving Gaara unharmed. Meanwhile, the sand continued to chase Kaguya, forming a relentless arm. Kaguya kept dodging, her speed keeping her ahead of the sand's grasp. She charged toward Gaara, assuming a gentle fist stance, and an 8 trigrams diagram appeared beneath her feet. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Her chakra-infused palms struck toward Gaara, but Gaara remained still, arms crossed, seemingly unconcerned. As her attack was about to hit, a large amount of sand emerged from Gaara's gourd, blocking her strikes. Despite her rapid assault, she couldn't penetrate Gaara's defense. What's going on? Kiba watched in shock. Physical attacks are useless against him. The sand automatically forms a shield to protect him without Gaara's control, Kankuro smirked, glancing at Gaara. No one has ever managed to harm Gaara. Hearing this, Hinata's anxiety increased, her fists clenched as she watched the battle. Seeing her attacks were ineffective, Kaguya leaped back. Gaara's sand shield is indeed formidable, Kaguya thought. Gaara, growing impatient, raised his other hand. With a grasping motion, the ground surged up, releasing a massive wave of sand that rushed toward Kaguya like a tidal wave. Kaguya dodged swiftly, but the sand surrounded her from all sides. She found herself trapped in a sea of sand, with even the sky obscured by the sand. The sand walls closed in, leaving her less and less room to maneuver. Kaguya continuously attacked the sand walls with her gentle fist, trying to create an opening. However, the sand's resilience was beyond her expectations. Her chakra-infused strikes dislodged large amounts of sand, but the walls quickly reformed, sealing any gaps. Finally, Kaguya was overwhelmed by the sand. Sister Kaguya. Hinata screamed, terrified, and rushed to help, but Kiba held her back. Don't go, Kiba gritted his teeth, staring at Gaara. You can't beat him. Sister. Hinata's chakra flared as she broke free from Kiba's grip, charging towards Kaguya. Don't go. Gaara clenched his extended hand. Sand waterfall funeral. Rotation. With a thunderous explosion, the sand burst apart, particles flying everywhere, filling the air with dust. As the dust settled, a graceful figure emerged. So, this is your strength. Chapter 25, Teaching Gaara a Lesson. What? Kankuro and Temari were shocked. They had never seen anyone survive being enveloped by Gaara's sand. Gaara frowned, surprised that his previous attack had no effect. Sister. Hinata ran over from a distance, throwing herself into Kaguya's arms, her eyes red. I'm fine, don't worry, Kaguya patted her head, smiling. Go stand over there. Okay, Hinata softly replied and obediently returned to stand beside Kiba and Shino. I thought you were stronger than this, Kaguya laughed lightly. Idiot, is she trying to provoke Gaara? Temari said angrily. Sure enough, Gaara's face darkened at Kaguya's words. He raised his arm lightly and then slammed it down onto the ground. Quicksand waterfall flow. With Gaara's low shout, the ground suddenly shattered, the rocks and soil instantly pulverized into sand. In no time, the solid ground turned into rolling quicksand, covering an area of hundreds of meters, creating a sea of sand. The sand sea not only surrounded Kaguya but also affected the others around. Gaara, stop. Kankuro shouted. Gaara ignored him, acting as if he didn't hear anything. Damn it, Temari grabbed Kankuro's hand with one hand and pulled out her fan with the other. She swung it with force, creating a gust of wind infused with chakra, using it to escape the range of the attack. Kiba and the others weren't as lucky. Their feet were already stuck in the quicksand, sinking deeper with each passing moment. The surrounding area had turned into a sea of sand, leaving them no place to escape. Kaguya wanted to save them, but a sand wall appeared in front of her. When she turned around, she saw a massive wave of quicksand, 20 to 30 meters high, rising behind her, rushing towards her like a tsunami. Just as the sand wave was about to engulf Kaguya, she extended her white arm towards the overwhelming wave. What is she doing? Is she an idiot? Temari, having pulled Kankuro out of the quicksand, looked back and saw Kaguya's strange hand gesture. She said angrily, does she think she can defeat Gaara? Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. Temari's eyes widened in shock. The tsunami-like sand wave instantly shattered, bursting apart, with sand scattering everywhere. In front of Kaguya, the sand had disappeared, revealing a deep trench in the ground, exposing the rock beneath. Even with the protection of his sand shield, Gaara was blown away by the immense repulsive force. The sand armor on his body cracked. What is this? Temari was stunned by the scene. She knew how powerful Gaara's move was, impossible for a human to resist. Yet, it seemed like Kaguya had dispersed the giant sand wave with a wave of her hand. They didn't know that this was Kaguya's Tenseigan repulsive force, no weaker than the Shinra Tensei of the Rinnegan. Kaguya let out a sigh of relief. The repulsive force of the Tenseigan didn't consume much chakra, but dealing with such a large object still required a significant amount. Gaara staggered to his feet, sand falling off his body. Although Kaguya's attack hadn't been aimed directly at him, he had still been affected, and his sand armor was shattered, leaving him injured. Gaara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his eyes bloodshot. An enormous aura burst forth from him. The right side of his face began to swell and take on the form of a tailed beast. Could it be? Kankuro's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Gaara, stop!" Gaara was showing signs of transforming into a tailed beast. The injury and the scent of blood had triggered the beast inside him. Once he transformed, the situation would spiral out of control, endangering not only the Chunin exam but also their lives. At that moment, a figure flashed toward Gaara like lightning. With a fox mask and silver hair fluttering in the wind, it was Kaguya. Sensing the threat, a large amount of sand surged up before Gaara, forming a tailed beast shape and spreading its arms to block her. It was the Shikaku shield, known as the strongest defense. Kaguya struck with her hand, and the repulsive force exploded, hitting the shield. The center of the Shikaku shield dented but didn't shatter. It truly was the strongest defense. Even the Tenseigan's repulsive force couldn't completely break it, but Kaguya's insufficient chakra was also a factor. Unable to break through Gaara's defense, Kaguya resorted to another technique. This technique was immensely powerful but also consumed a large amount of chakra. It was all-killing ash bones. A bone extended from Kaguya's palm, white and chilling, aimed at the Shikaku shield. The Shikaku shield, known as the strongest defense, seemed like butter as the long bone pierced through it. What? Kankuro was shocked. He had seen Gaara use this defense and knew how incredibly tough it was. Now, it crumbled like butter before Kaguya. What happened next shocked him even more. After being pierced, the Shikaku shield began to disintegrate, like weathered rock, crumbling into dust with the wind. What kind of jutsu was this? Meanwhile, Gaara's half-transformed body took on the form of a tailed beast, his aura surging. Chakra was pouring out of him. If not stopped, he would fully transform into a tailed beast. A white figure appeared in front of him, with a fox mask, long hair fluttering, and clothes billowing. It was Kaguya. Kaguya extended her left arm, palm together in a grasping motion. Gaara felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move. With her right palm, Kaguya extended another bone, aiming at the half-transformed Gaara below. Chapter 26, The Awakening Tenseigan. No. Temari's anxious shout echoed from a distance. She had witnessed Kaguya's technique earlier, and if this jutsu hit Gaara. But Kaguya didn't attack Gaara with the all-killing ash bones as Temari had imagined. Instead, she retracted the bone spike in her palm, and a blue sphere of light appeared in her hand. She struck Gaara's body with it. Gaara's eyes instantly lost focus, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This was the Tenseigan's ability to control a person's will and actions by inserting the light sphere into their body. Kaguya wasn't controlling Gaara but Shikaku inside him, sealing the tailed beast to prevent Gaara from going berserk. However, Kaguya had expended too much chakra earlier, and now she barely had enough to control the tailed beast. She wasn't sure how long the seal would hold. Gaara. Temari hurried over, cradling Gaara in her arms. She turned to Kaguya and shouted, "What did you do to him?" "Nothing much," Kaguya shrugged with a smile. "I just helped stabilize his mind. He should wake up in a few hours." "Don't worry." Kankuro approached as well, pulling out 2 scrolls from his pouch, 1 heaven scroll and 1 earth scroll. "We aren't your match," he said, handing the scrolls to Kaguya. "Please, let us go." Since Gaara couldn't defeat Kaguya, it was futile for them to try. Surrendering was the smarter choice. Kaguya accepted the earth scroll from Kankuro and handed back the heaven scroll, smiling softly. "I'll take this, but I already have a heaven scroll, so you can keep yours." "Thank you," Kankuro said, as he and Temari supported Gaara and prepared to leave. "We'll be going now." They turned and left. Kaguya let out a breath of relief. The battle had taken a significant toll on her chakra, and she felt utterly drained. The all-killing ash bones required an enormous amount of chakra, and with her current capacity, she could use it a maximum of 3 times. Controlling someone else's will consumed a lot of mental energy, leaving her feeling slightly disoriented. "Sister," Hinata ran over, looking worriedly at Kaguya, "are you hurt?" "Of course not," Kaguya hugged the petite Hinata, smiling. "We're saved," Kiba said, walking over and exhaling heavily. "Thank goodness you were here." "Yes," Shino said, quietly agreeing. "You're welcome," Kaguya waved her hand with a slight smile. "Gaara is so strong," Kiba said in amazement. I can't believe you managed to defeat that monster. It was just luck, Kaguya smiled, not wanting to dwell on the topic. By the way, have you gathered your scrolls? These, right. Shino pulled out 2 scrolls from his coat. Since you have your scrolls, I'm relieved, Kaguya smiled, I'll head off now. Be careful on your way. Wait, Kiba Inuzuka asked, why don't we go together? It would be good to have each other's support. Yes, sister, Hinata tugged at Kaguya's sleeve. Sorry, Kaguya patted Hinata's head, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I can't join you. Apologies. Alright then, Shino Aburame pushed up his sunglasses. Then I'll be going. Goodbye, Kaguya waved and turned to leave. There was a reason Kaguya preferred to travel alone. Her eyes were causing her intermittent pain. Initially, she thought it was due to overuse, but a look in the mirror revealed otherwise. She discovered her eyes were glowing faintly blue, and the edges of her pupils had a nebula-like pattern. This reminded her of the Naruto movie, where Tonari had a similar condition, which he called fetal movement, a sign of the Tenseigan's growth. Kaguya didn't want anyone to know about her condition. On her way to the central tower, she didn't encounter any other teams or engage in any battles, allowing her to rest and recover most of her strength. When Kaguya arrived at the central tower, she realized she was the first to arrive. The tower was empty, save for a few chairs. She decided to lie down, feeling mentally exhausted from the continuous battles despite her physical recovery. When she awoke, the surroundings were filled with people who had passed the second exam. Kaguya sat up, yawned, and looked around. Most of the 12 rookie genin had passed, except for Naruto's team. However, Kaguya wasn't worried. She knew they wouldn't be disqualified. Regardless of their abilities, Orochimaru wouldn't allow them to fail since he had an interest in Sasuke as a vessel and wanted to continue observing him. Unlike the original, the Heaven and Earth scrolls were not open together to summon a teacher to explain the words on the wall. Instead, a Chunin led the way to the third exam arena. This might be a special arrangement for Naruto's team. Since the participants returned at different times, the exam was scheduled for the day after the second test concluded. Meanwhile, Kaguya was assigned to a rest room. The room was well equipped with daily necessities and furniture such as tables, chairs, and lamps. The bed was neatly made, and Kaguya sniffed the sheets, which smelled fresh, indicating they had been newly changed. This reassured her. She didn't want to sleep in a bed used by others. In the following days, unlike other participants who either trained or went out to relax, Kaguya spent her time sleeping. Apart from eating and using the restroom, she stayed in her room. Kaguya felt extremely tired, especially mentally exhausted, and was constantly sleepy. She wasn't sure why, but it might be related to the awakening of the Tenseigan. Chapter 27, Super Spicy Curry. While Kaguya was sleeping soundly, she suddenly felt lighter as if her blanket had disappeared. Groggily, she extended her white arm, groping around the bed but couldn't find her blanket. When are you planning to wake up? A voice rang in her ear. Startled, Kaguya sat up quickly, looking warily at the person in front of her. When she recognized who it was, she sighed in relief. Anko-sensei, don't scare me like that, Kaguya complained. The woman with short ponytail hair, wearing a mesh shirt under a trench coat, could only be Anko Mitarashi. Do you even know what time it is? Anko said irritably, do you not want to participate in the Chunin exam? Huh. Kaguya looked at the alarm clock beside her bed. It was already past 8 in the morning. She suddenly remembered that today was the day of the third exam. Kaguya jumped out of bed, quickly changed out of her pajamas and into her underwear, not caring that Anko was still in the room. Anko, not waiting around, said, you have 10 minutes. If you don't get to the exam site within 10 minutes, you forfeit. With that, she left. Kaguya, even more hurried, clumsily put on her clothes, almost tripping over her stockings, then hopped into the bathroom to wash up. She threw on her coat and rushed to the exam site, forgetting her fox mask in her haste. Upon arriving at the exam site, she found barely anyone there, leaving her bewildered. Had the location changed? Hi, Kaguya-chan, good morning. A voice came from behind. Kaguya turned to see Rock Lee approaching, his bowl haircut and thick eyebrows unmistakable. Kaguya nodded. You passed the exam as expected, Lee said excitedly, I knew with your abilities, you would. Thanks, Kaguya replied, then asked, puzzled, where is everyone? Isn't the third exam supposed to start? It is, Lee answered, but it's not time yet, so no one is here. Not time yet. Kaguya felt something was off. What time does the exam start? At 10, Lee scratched his head, didn't you know, Kaguya-chan? Kaguya's face darkened, clenching her fist. That Anko had tricked her. In her groggy state just after waking up, she hadn't thought to question Anko's words. Now fully awake thanks to the ordeal, she relaxed, knowing she was early rather than late. Kaguya-chan, Lee's face reddened slightly. Did you, have breakfast? No, Kaguya's mouth twitched. After being rushed by Anko, there was no chance for breakfast. I have a lunchbox here. Lee pulled out a food container from his bag, if you don't mind. Is that okay? Kaguya asked. Besides, haven't you had breakfast yet? No, Lee waved his hands. I've already eaten. Why are you carrying a lunchbox if you've already eaten? Kaguya stared at Rock Lee. Ah. Lee's face turned even redder. Kaguya understood and didn't press further. She smiled and said, thank you. It's nothing, really, Lee said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Kaguya sat on a chair, opened the lunchbox, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Inside was rice with sauce, seemingly curry rice. She split the disposable chopsticks, picked up a bite, and put it in her mouth. Her face immediately stiffened. Kaguya put down her chopsticks and nonchalantly closed the lunchbox. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lee asked, concerned. It's nothing, Kaguya replied. It's delicious, but since the exam is about to start, I don't want it to affect my performance. I'll eat it later. I see, Lee nodded in understanding. But that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was that the curry rice was incredibly spicy. Kaguya had just taken one bite, and it felt like her mouth was on fire. Her tongue felt numb, her face was turning red, and she was starting to sweat. She never realized such spicy food existed. If not for maintaining her image, she might have rolled on the ground in pain. The burning sensation hit her brain in waves. She couldn't understand how Lee could eat such spicy food. Did he have no taste buds? Unable to endure it any longer, Kaguya grabbed her cup and went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. It was too painful. Entering the bathroom, she found a girl inside. A topless girl, no less. Kaguya froze. The girl had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, bangs covering half her face, and a well-developed figure. Though still youthful, she already exuded a budding charm. It was Ino. Seeing Kaguya, Ino snorted and turned away, ignoring her. She continued changing her underwear. To Ino, Kaguya was a top rival, even more threatening than Sakura. Unbeknownst to her, her top rival was staring at her body, nearly drooling. No, don't misunderstand, it was because of the spiciness. Unfortunately, Ino changed quickly. She finished, grabbed her clothes, and prepared to leave. Passing by Kaguya, she snorted, like a swan. Kaguya felt a smug satisfaction. Being Kaguya Ōtsutsuki wasn't without its perks. Wasn't this a kind of benefit? Having legitimate access to the women's bath, cough cough. Kaguya rinsed most of the spiciness from her mouth and exited the bathroom. Sitting outside for a while, she saw other participants arriving for the exam. The examinees who passed the second test lined up in sequence. The 12 Konoha rookies were all present, having all passed the second exam. The Sand Ninjas, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, had also passed. Gaara, despite being defeated by Kaguya, showed no signs of injury, as if nothing had happened. His gaze, however, was even colder than before. Chapter 28, Preliminaries. I didn't expect her to pass the second exam so smoothly. I thought it would be tough for her even if she managed to pass, but it seems she didn't get injured at all. Could this be luck? The third Hokage gazed at Kaguya standing in the lineup, lost in thought. Sasuke, standing behind Kaguya, stared at her back. He had struggled through the second exam, yet she seemed to have faced no difficulties at all, not even getting her clothes dirty. Is this the difference between us? Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Others were also surprised as they looked at Kaguya. From the start, they hadn't expected much from her. No matter how strong she was only one person. How could one person pass a test meant for a team of 3? Yet, Kaguya had indeed advanced without a scratch. No one could believe it was just luck. In the lineup behind the teachers, a person with vertical pupils stared unblinkingly at Kaguya, lightly licking his lips with a sinister smile. The third Hokage walked forward with his hands behind his back, cleared his throat while holding his pipe, and said, "Now we will hold the third exam. All of you must continue to work hard, as this concerns not only your honor but also the honor of your villages." At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the Hokage, kneeling down and saying, "Lord Hokage, please excuse my intrusion. I will hand over the proceedings to High-Eight Gecko, who will serve as the referee." The Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said, "Yes, I leave it to you." The pale-faced High-Eight Gecko turned around and addressed the candidates, "Nice to meet you all." He coughed a few times before continuing, "Before the third exam begins, I need you all to do something." He then started coughing again. Kaguya was exasperated. This guy looks like he has tuberculosis. High-Eight Gecko's sickly appearance, especially his dark eye circles, made her worry that he might collapse at any moment. We will hold a preliminary round to determine who qualifies for the third exam, Hayate Gecko slowly said. A preliminary round? What does that mean? Shikamaru, who hated trouble, shouted out upon hearing about the extra round. Teacher, what does a preliminary round mean? Sakura asked, confused. Why can't the remaining candidates go straight to the third exam? Because the first two exams were too easy, Hayate Gecko replied. So the number of remaining candidates is a bit high. According to the rules of the Chunin Exams, we must hold preliminaries to reduce the number of participants for the third exam. As the Hokage mentioned, many important guests will be present at the third exam, Hayate Gecko said calmly. So the exam can't be too long and will have time limits. Kaguya shrugged and sighed. This is like performing for an audience, isn't it? Therefore, if anyone feels unwell, Hayate Gecko started coughing again before he could finish. Kaguya couldn't help but think, you're the one who looks the most unwell. Sorry, Hayate Gecko cleared his throat. Or if you don't want to continue after hearing this explanation, you can now apply to withdraw because the preliminaries will start soon. They're starting right away. We just barely passed the second exam. What a hassle. Although everyone complained endlessly, having gone through countless hardships and even life and death trials to get here, there was no way they would give up easily. But just then, Kabuto Yakushi in the line raised his hand and, with an apologetic smile, said, I have decided to withdraw from the exam. The surrounding candidates looked surprised, especially Naruto, who didn't understand why the senior he looked up to, Kabuto, would quit. Only Kaguya had a slight smile, she knew why. Kabuto was worried that he might inadvertently reveal his true strength, so he chose to forfeit. After all, everyone here was no fool, and no matter how convincing his acting was, there was always a chance of a slip-up. You're Kabuto Yakushi from the Leaf Village, right? You can leave now. Yes. Kabuto stepped out of the line and walked away, waving to Sasuke with a smile before leaving. At the same time, Kaguya noticed Sasuke not far away, clutching his neck as if in pain. Kaguya's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Orochimaru had already planted the curse mark on him. Then, if no one else is withdrawing, Hayate Gecko coughed, let's begin the preliminaries. Kaguya, feeling drowsy, yawned. Finally, it was starting, she hoped it wouldn't be too boring. The upcoming preliminaries will be one-on-one battles, real combat. There are exactly 20 of you left, so there will be 10 rounds. The winners will move on to the third exam. Hayate Gecko said solemnly, there are no rules. The match ends when one side dies, collapses, or admits defeat. This was similar to the original story, with 20 participants. Kaguya felt something was off. By her count, there should have been 22 people, so after Kabuto left, there should have been 21. How did it become 20? Did someone else withdraw? If you don't want to die, surrender immediately. But if I see an obvious outcome, I'll step in to stop the match to reduce the number of corpses. Hayate Gecko coughed again. Kaguya smirked. Despite his gentle appearance, Hayate Gecko had a sharp tongue. Now, the fate deciding, Hayate Gecko said as the wall behind him split open to reveal a screen, this is it. The electronic bulletin board will randomly display the names of the 2 ninjas for each round. Kaguya couldn't help but want to complain about the world of Naruto. Despite being a ninja world, it had so many high-tech products, from televisions to computers, even wireless communication. Alright, let's begin, Hayate Gecko said, now announcing the participants for the first round. Everyone looked up, nervously watching the names flash on the electronic bulletin board. For a moment, the candidates' hearts were in their throats. Finally, the names on the bulletin board stopped. Yoroya vs Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 29, Kaguya vs Hinata. Sasuke's lips curled into a smile. He had come here to test his strength, and being in the first match was just what he wanted. Yoroya, on the other hand, snorted disdainfully. The match proceeded quickly, and unsurprisingly, Sasuke emerged victorious. Kaguya leaned against the railing upstairs, holding Hinata's hand in one hand and playing with the ends of her hair with the other. She sighed. She didn't know how long this preliminary would last, and her stomach was already growling. As for Lee's ultra-spicy curry, she would never touch it again. At this moment, Enko walked over and greeted Kaguya with a smile. Enko-sensei, why did you wake me up so early? Kaguya complained, were you playing a prank on me? Ah, sorry, Enko apologized with a smile. I originally wanted to tell you something, but I forgot because I was busy preparing for the match. You could forget something like that. Kaguya's eyelid twitched as she asked, what did you want to tell me, sensei? Recently, someone might be targeting you. You need to be careful, Enko said seriously. Who is it? Kaguya asked curiously. You don't need to know his name, Enko said seriously, just be careful. With that, she left. How irresponsible, telling her half the story without mentioning who the person was. How was she supposed to be careful? Kaguya was speechless. Meanwhile, the matches continued. Zaku Abumi vs Shino Aburame, Shino won. Sakura vs Ino, ended in a tie, both disqualified. Temari vs Tenten, Temari won. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi, Shikamaru won. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka, Naruto won. When will it be my turn? Kaguya yawned, rubbing her eyes, looking listless. Maybe soon, Hinata said nervously, holding Kaguya's hand. With more than half of the matches over, there were only a few contestants left, including Hinata. Don't worry, Kaguya patted Hinata's head with a gentle smile, I will protect you. Hinata nodded slightly. At this moment, the names on the electronic bulletin board stopped. Kaguya vs Hinata. Ah, Kaguya's drowsiness instantly vanished. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the electronic bulletin board again. Sure enough, it was a match between Hinata and her. What should I do? Hinata panicked. Kaguya was not only her respected elder sister but also her idol. Kaguya, on the other hand, felt relieved. Facing Hinata meant Hinata wouldn't have to deal with other opponents, like Gaara. If Hinata had to face Gaara, Kaguya would never let her compete. Let's go. Kaguya gently squeezed Hinata's hand, smiling at her with squinted eyes. Hinata responded softly. They arrived at the battleground, standing on opposite sides. Kaguya stood casually, while Hinata appeared nervous, her face slightly flushed. You should give up, Kaguya said with a slight smile. You can't possibly beat me. Hinata paused, her head lowered and body trembling slightly. Just as Kaguya thought she would give up. No, Hinata said softly. Kaguya looked at the petite girl before her in surprise. Why? Hinata was usually gentle and timid, easily swayed and rarely showed such determination. Because, Hinata lifted her head, biting her lip, I don't want to always be under your protection. Yes, you are strong, but I also want to help you when you're in danger instead of being powerless. Kaguya was taken aback. In the past, I've always been under your protection, Hinata's eyes showed a determined look, but now, I don't want to run away anymore. I want to help you too. This is my ninja way. Kaguya had always protected her, shielding her from Niji's bullying and even taking punishment for her in front of their father. To Hinata, Kaguya was irreplaceable. Kaguya didn't know that during the second test, when she was in danger, Hinata felt deep fear and helplessness. From that moment, Hinata resolved to train hard to protect her sister. Kaguya looked at the girl before her, different from the impression she had. Suddenly, she smiled. Maybe Hinata was never that weak but soft on the outside and strong on the inside. A girl who appeared gentle but was actually very resilient. All right, Kaguya smiled, but I won't hold back. Hinata nodded firmly, please guide me, sister. Kaguya felt a wave of emotions. Hinata's affection for her was so high. Was her plan of nurturing this little sister starting to pay off? As Hayate Gecko gave the signal, the battle began. Hinata took the gentle fist stance and rushed at Kaguya, her chakra-infused palms striking towards her. Kaguya sidestepped, dodging Hinata's attack while countering with a palm strike, which Hinata blocked midway. Hinata's palms seemed to move with a will of their own, constantly targeting Kaguya, creating an overwhelming pressure like a storm. Hinata is amazing, Naruto exclaimed. No, Sakura shook her head, Kaguya is holding back. Huh. Naruto looked puzzled, turning back to the arena. It looks like Hinata has the upper hand. Sakura was right. Although Hinata's attacks seemed fierce, they weren't enough to challenge Kaguya. Despite Hinata's determination and serious effort, her strength was ordinary, and Kaguya felt no pressure. It's time to end this. Chapter 30, Orochimaru's Plot. Kaguya lightly waved her hand, deflecting Hinata's incoming palm strike, and with a smooth motion, struck her chest. Hinata was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground. But she didn't give up. Slowly getting up, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and, with a determined cry, charged again, faster than before. Kaguya didn't hold back this time. She knew that if she always coddled Hinata, she wouldn't grow. Encouragement and setbacks were both necessary experiences. With a loud smack, Hinata was sent flying again, landing on the ground, gasping for air as her chest heaved, drenched in sweat. It's time to end this, Kaguya smiled gently. You've done well. Not yet, Hinata whispered, using her hand to support herself as she shakily stood up. This stubborn expression was something Kaguya had never seen before. With a shout, Hinata charged again, her chakra exploding in her palms, stronger than before. Kaguya didn't move her body, just swung her arm, creating a gust of wind. With a thud, Hinata fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Hinata once again shakily stood up, her expression dazed. Suddenly, she wobbled and fell to the side. But she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she collapsed into a warm, soft embrace. "That's enough," Kaguya said softly, stroking her hair. "Sister," Hinata looked up and smiled weakly at Kaguya before fainting. Kaguya sighed softly, watching as Hinata was carried away. Saying she wasn't moved would be a lie. This little girl really tugged at her heart. Winner of the 8th match, Kaguya. She's so strong. I didn't expect Kaguya to be this powerful. Isn't she about our age? It's really frustrating, such a big gap. We need to work hard, there's no other way. Even if you work hard, you won't be able to catch up. What did you say, you bastard? At this moment, Hayate Gecko's voice sounded again. 9th match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. As she watched the medical ninjas carry Hinata away, Kaguya felt a sudden unease, as if something bad was going to happen. After a while, she couldn't help it and started to walk out. Sure enough, not far away, she saw medical ninjas lying on the ground, surrounded by blood. Kaguya hurriedly ran over to check on them and found that they were already dead. Kaguya's heart tightened. Could something have happened to Hinata? At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded nearby. "If you want to save that girl, follow me." Kaguya turned sharply and saw a figure wrapped in bandages. It was Dosu, who should have participated in the exam but didn't. Kaguya had found it strange that there were 20 participants in the original story, and even with him, there were still 20, meaning someone didn't show up. She hadn't expected it to be Dosu. "Where is Hinata?" Kaguya asked coldly, her anxiety making her tone harsh. "You'll know when you get there," Dosu replied, not waiting for Kaguya as he ran off. Frowning, Kaguya followed closely behind him. The two figures dashed through the forest like shadows, their speed causing the leaves to rustle in the wind. After running for about 2 kilometers, Dosu stopped, turned around, and said, "We're here." "Where's Hinata?" Kaguya looked around but didn't see any sign of Hinata. "If you want to know, beat me first." As soon as Dosu finished speaking, he charged at Kaguya, extending his right arm equipped with the multi-hold gauntlet, throwing a punch that generated a piercing sound wave through the friction with the air. "Tell me where Hinata is." Kaguya stepped back, dodging the attack, her brows furrowed. "Defeat me, and you'll find out." Dosu pressed forward, his fists swinging relentlessly, creating fierce gusts of wind. Since acquiring the Tenseigan, Kaguya's perceptive abilities had significantly improved. She could now see through her opponent's attacks, predicting their next move from their subtle body movements. Just like now, Dosu's attack seemed fierce and relentless, but not a single one touched her. Not even the sound waves caused her harm, as she had already predicted their attack range. Kaguya's patience was wearing thin. She realized that continuing like this would be a waste of time, as Dosu clearly wasn't going to talk. She needed to defeat him first. With a leap, Kaguya distanced herself from Dosu's attack range. She extended her white, delicate arm and aimed at the advancing Dosu, activating her repulsive force. Dosu's eyes widened as an irresistible force struck him, sending him flying. Boom. Rocks flew, and dust filled the air. He crashed into a distant boulder, creating numerous cracks in the massive rock. Dosu spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed incessantly, clearly suffering serious internal injuries. Kaguya walked up to Dosu, squatted down, and smiled, "Now will you tell me?" A truly unique power, a raspy voice spoke from behind her. Kaguya's pupils contracted as she turned around, spotting a familiar figure not far away. Orochimaru, Kaguya's expression turned grim. Was this guy targeting her? "We meet again," Orochimaru smiled. "What do you want?" Kaguya asked sharply, her gaze fixed on Orochimaru. "Where is Hinata?" "Don't worry," Orochimaru's lips curled, "she's in a very safe place." "What do you want?" Kaguya's voice was tense. "Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." "You are one of the most talented individuals I've ever seen, even surpassing Sasuke," Orochimaru licked his lips. "Konoha can no longer teach you anything more. Join me, and I'll make you even stronger." "Sorry, I'm not interested," Kaguya's eyebrows raised as she flatly refused. She knew exactly what Orochimaru wanted, a more perfect vessel. "Really? Then, don't you care about your sister?" Orochimaru chuckled. "So, you say she's important, but it was just empty words, wasn't it? Don't you think it's despicable to threaten others like this?" Kaguya's brows knitted in anger. "Any means to achieve an end," Orochimaru smiled, "makes no difference to me." "Bastard." Kaguya wanted to punch Orochimaru, but with Hinata in his hands, she didn't dare to act rashly. "Since you're so reluctant," Orochimaru said, "I have another option for you." "What option?" Kaguya asked. "You don't have to leave Konoha, but," Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, "you will need to bear the cursed seal of heaven." Kaguya's face darkened. Chapter 31, A Close Call. "It seems you already know about the cursed seal of heaven," Orochimaru smiled, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. That's right, Sasuke has one too. Of course, Kaguya knew what the Cursed Seal of Heaven was. The Cursed Seal of Heaven was a forbidden technique developed by Orochimaru. Users of the Cursed Seal could gain immense power when using it, but the longer they used it, the more harm it did to them. The Cursed Seal had two stages. In Stage 1, black markings spread over the user's body, which were related to the user's chakra. In Stage 2, the markings covered the entire body, causing significant changes to the user's skin and appearance. Once marked with the Cursed Seal of Heaven, it was equivalent to being invaded by Orochimaru, who could use the seal to resurrect himself. The thought of being invaded by Orochimaru made Kaguya sick, but she had no other choice since Hinata was in his hands. Fine. Kaguya bit her lip, making up her mind. If it could save Hinata, this small matter was nothing. Excellent. Orochimaru's face showed a triumphant smile. Then let's begin. Orochimaru's neck extended, his mouth opening wide to reveal his fangs as he lunged towards Kaguya. Wait. A voice suddenly interrupted. Kaguya was startled and leaped back, causing Orochimaru's fangs to bite into thin air. Naruto, why are you here? Kaguya turned around to see a familiar blonde figure running towards her. It was Naruto. Kaguya, where did you go? Hinata wants to see you, Naruto panted, then noticed the familiar figure behind Kaguya and gritted his teeth. Bastard. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, Naruto angrily charged forward. But he had barely covered half the distance when Kaguya grabbed his collar and pulled him back. What did you say? Kaguya anxiously grabbed Naruto's collar, shaking him. What happened to Hinata? Naruto, dizzy from being shaken, quickly replied, Hinata is looking for you. You mean Hinata is safe? Kaguya asked, unable to believe it. Yeah, someone attacked the medical ninja, but Hinata wasn't there. She was taken away by Kurenai-sensei, Naruto explained, confused by Kaguya's agitation. What's going on? Kaguya patted her chest and exhaled a long breath of relief. Looks like I've been found out, Orochimaru's lips curled up. What a pity. Realizing that Hinata was indeed safe, Kaguya's body relaxed. Her concern had made her almost believe Orochimaru's lies. Kaguya, Orochimaru's gaze locked onto her like a predator eyeing its prey, I'll continue to observe you. Don't disappoint me. With that, Orochimaru's body began to sink into the ground. And the previously injured Dosu also vanished without a trace. Bastard, don't run. Naruto yelled, gritting his teeth, ready to give chase. Kaguya grabbed Naruto and forcefully pulled him back. Don't be reckless, you're no match for him. But Naruto's face was filled with frustration. A hard flick on Naruto's forehead silenced him. Stupid, when will you become a bit smarter? Kaguya said with a blank expression. Naruto held his head, his face flushing as he looked at Kaguya standing so close. He didn't know why, but Kaguya seemed especially beautiful right now. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Oh. When Kaguya and Naruto returned to the exam arena, the match had already ended. Walking to the area, Kaguya's foot slipped on something. She looked down and picked up a food container. Due to her stepping on it, the curry and rice inside had been squeezed out. Kaguya seemed to remember something and quickly looked around, not seeing any sign of Rock Lee or Gai-sensei. Kakashi-sensei, where did Rock Lee go? Kaguya asked Kakashi. Rock Lee, Kakashi sighed, he's been sent to the hospital. He really pushed himself too hard. Rock Lee was very strong in the early stages but became less remarkable later. Besides the fact that more powerful characters appeared, a significant reason was the aftereffects left from his fight with Gaara. Is history truly unchangeable? Thus, the preliminaries for the third stage of the Chunin Exams ended. The winners were Kaguya, Gaara, Neji, Naruto, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Temari. As for Sasuke, he disappeared after the preliminaries, likely to deal with the Cursed Seal of Heaven on his neck. The matchups were also announced. Gaara vs Sasuke. Neji vs Naruto. Shino Aburame vs Kankuro. As for the remaining match, Kaguya would fight Shikamaru, and the winner would go on to fight Temari. Meanwhile, in Kikyo Castle, two people were conversing. They were Orochimaru and Kabuto. I will now leave Uchiha Sasuke to you, Orochimaru said in his hoarse voice. The curse mark I placed on him seems to have been sealed by Kakashi. Although it doesn't make much difference, I want you to bring him here while the darkness in his heart hasn't dissipated. You seem to be in a hurry, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Because something unexpected happened, Orochimaru leaned against a pillar. I discovered an even better candidate, but unfortunately. Are you referring to Kaguya? Unfortunately, she's part of the ANBU, Kabuto smiled. She won't betray Konoha. It's just not the right time yet, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. One day she will leave Konoha, because someone has already taken notice of her. Orochimaru paused, not continuing, but a gleam flashed in his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 32, The Konoha Crush Plan. The third preliminary round of the Chunin Exams concluded, and the main competition would be held a month later. During this time, candidates would have the opportunity to prepare and undergo targeted training. More importantly, it was necessary to notify the daimyo and ninja leaders from various countries, informing them that the preliminaries were over and they could come to watch the final selection. Kaguya used this period to intensify her training, focusing not on conventional ninjutsu and tactics but on refining her chakra and increasing her body's chakra capacity. Chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu. Without chakra, ninjutsu is like water without a source or a tree without roots, unable to flourish. Kaguya was different from others. While others needed to refine chakra and train in ninjutsu simultaneously, she had no such concerns. With the Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's physique and the Tenseigan, she only needed to enhance her chakra, and the skills would naturally unlock. This was her unique advantage. During this period, many things happened. As the chief examiner, Hayate Gecko was killed, and the murderer was not found. Only Kaguya knew what had happened, but she couldn't reveal it now, and even if she did, no one would believe her. What worried her now was Yugao Yuzuki. In the original story, she was Hayate Gecko's fiancé. When Kaguya went to find Yugao, she discovered there was no engagement, they weren't even close friends, just colleagues in the ANBU. Kaguya didn't know if this was the butterfly effect caused by her presence, but it did make her feel relieved. Kaguya sat cross-legged on her bed, fists pressed together, thumbs tightly locked, as chakra continuously gathered from within her body. Suddenly, she stretched her arms and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Refining chakra was much easier than practicing ninjutsu, but also much more tedious. Spending the entire day on the bed felt very boring. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt her chakra had increased again, seemingly more than before. After training for so many days, it was time to relax. After all, balancing work and rest was important. Kaguya found a reason for herself. She got out of bed, went to the bathroom to freshen up, changed out of her pajamas, and put on casual clothes, ready to make something to eat. To facilitate her training, Kaguya had moved out of the Huga household and rented her own place. This wasn't the only reason, another reason was that her Tenseigan was gradually awakening, occasionally causing strange occurrences that were easily noticeable. Living on her own was comfortable and free. She could do whatever she wanted, eat whatever she liked, and not have to see her father's face every day. The Huga family's strict discipline was also a secondary reason for moving out. What should I cook today? Kaguya opened the fridge and found it empty. She remembered that she hadn't gone grocery shopping for a long time. After buying the things, Kaguya returned home. She opened the door, changed into slippers, and while walking, she took off her clothes and threw them onto the sofa. Picking up a towel, she decided to take a shower first. It was June, and the weather was getting hotter, making the ninja outfit feel stifling. After being outside all day, she had sweated quite a bit. Entering the bathroom, she took off her underwear and placed it in the basket nearby. She turned on the water, and the cool stream cascaded over her fair skin, instantly washing away the heat. Kaguya let out a soft moan, feeling utterly refreshed. Suddenly, Kaguya's eyes widened as a sharp pain struck them, far more intense than any she had felt before. It felt as if her eyeballs were being torn apart. Clutching her eyes, she bit down hard on her lip to stifle a scream. Her lip began to bleed, and drops of blood fell to the floor, forming small red splashes. Eventually, the pain became unbearable, and Kaguya lost consciousness. When Kaguya woke up, it was already morning. She struggled to get up from the floor and turned off the shower. Lying on the wet floor all night had left her feeling weak and feverish, and she sneezed. Her head throbbed painfully, and standing felt like stepping on cotton. Damn it, this Tenseigan. Of all times to act up, it had to choose while she was bathing. It was really troublesome. What time is it now? Kaguya, still naked, staggered out of the bathroom, almost falling. She felt her forehead, which was burning hot. She reached her bedroom and grabbed her alarm clock. It was already 11 o'clock. She hadn't expected to be unconscious for so long, and this time was. Just then, the distant sound of explosions reached her ears. Kaguya trembled. The Konoha crush plan had begun. Ignoring her weak body, Kaguya quickly put on her underwear and socks, grabbing her pants and putting them on while rushing to the door. She hastily donned her ninja outfit, put on her ninja shoes, and burst out the door. She needed to get there before it was too late. Chapter 33, The Plan officially begins. Kaguya hurried towards the arena, even forgetting to bring her fox mask. Explosions continued to sound from ahead, and several places in the distance were billowing with thick smoke, indicating battles were already underway. What worried her the most was the square purple beam above the arena roof, shooting straight into the sky. She recognized it as the Four Violet Flames formation, the barrier that had trapped the third Hokage. Kaguya panted heavily, her chest heaving, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. But she didn't stop, instead speeding up. Finally, she got closer to her target and could vaguely see the figures inside the Four Violet Flames formation. At that moment, several shadows appeared in front of her, rushing towards her and throwing kunai. Kaguya didn't have the leisure to play with them. She extended her fair hand, and a powerful repulsive force burst from her hand. The ninjas in front of her were struck as if hit by a heavy blow, spitting blood and flying backward, crashing to the ground silently. Kaguya stopped, bending over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily, sweat pouring down. The fever was getting worse, and she could feel the heat emanating from her body. This illness had come at a terrible time. But there was no time to complain. Kaguya straightened up and accelerated, rushing towards the distance. Meanwhile, the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru had reached a critical point. Inside the Four Violet Flames formation, Orochimaru had used the impure world reincarnation to revive the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The third Hokage had summoned Enma, the Monkey King, but he was old, and his physical condition was far from what it used to be. Fighting against the first and second Hokages was a struggle, even though the two Hokages were not at their full power. With style, nativity of a sea of trees. Trees sprouted from beneath the rooftop tiles, growing rapidly in the wind, filling the entire barrier. The third Hokage dodged swiftly, but there were too many trees, and the space inside the barrier was too small. He was struck in the chest by a tree and thrown back. Blood trickled from the third Hokage's mouth, and he panted heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Age had taken its toll, and he was no longer as strong as he used to be. If he were in his prime, Orochimaru might not have been a match for him. Do I have to use that jutsu, the third Hokage thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a silver-haired girl leapt onto the rooftop. Her long hair flowed like smoke and waterfalls, her skin was fair and smooth, her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes were like autumn waters. Her delicate nose and moist lips exuded charm. She was Kaguya, who had rushed over. One had to admit, Kaguya was becoming more beautiful. It wasn't noticeable without a comparison, but if compared to the true form of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, she was clearly much more attractive. Whether this was caused by crossing over or her Tenseigan, it was unknown. I finally made it, Kaguya said, wiping the sweat from her face and lightly touching her chest, panting slightly. Who are you? Said an ANBU ninja outside the Four Violet Flames formation. Are you Kaguya? Due to the earlier 100 million Rio bounty incident, her name had spread widely in the village. By now, probably no one didn't know Kaguya, especially with her distinctive silver hair. How is it? Kaguya anxiously looked towards the barrier, searching for the old man's figure. It's not good, Orochimaru has summoned the first and second Hokages, the ANBU ninja said. If this continues. And you guys are just standing here doing nothing. Kaguya raised an eyebrow. We tried to rescue the Hokage, but we were blocked by the Four Violet Flames formation, the ANBU ninja explained. Then go help elsewhere in the village, I'll handle this, Kaguya said as she walked towards the Four Violet Flames formation. But. Go now. Kaguya turned her head sharply, her eyes flashing with a pale blue light. The ANBU ninja was startled, involuntarily taking a step back. The powerful aura that erupted from this young girl was something they had only ever felt from the Hokage. Could it have been an illusion, given how young she was? Kaguya didn't pay them any more attention and continued towards the Four Violet Flames formation. The ANBU ninjas exchanged glances, then disappeared in a flash, leaving the area. It seems someone else is trying to rescue you, Orochimaru glanced at Kaguya, then smiled at the third Hokage. Sensei. What? The third Hokage was shocked, quickly turning around. He saw Kaguya had already approached the Four Violet Flames formation. Fool, the third Hokage shouted at Kaguya, this barrier can't be broken from the outside. Before he could finish his sentence, the first Hokage landed a punch on his face, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Kaguya gently tapped her chin with her finger, pondering a method. The Four Violet Flames formation was a barrier created by Sakan and Yukon, Tayuya, Kidomaru, and Jirobo, the four individuals currently inside the barrier. They positioned themselves at the north, south, east, and west points to form the barrier, creating a flaming wall that prevented outsiders from entering. Anyone who touched the barrier would be burned. In her memory, there didn't seem to be an effective way to break this barrier. The only method that might work now was that one. The third Hokage was already exhausted, covered in wounds, and looked like he wouldn't last much longer. Kaguya didn't hesitate any longer and began forming hand seals. The technique she was about to use required an enormous amount of chakra, and in her current weakened state, it was difficult to concentrate. Chapter 34, The Power of the Tenseigan. A pale blue chakra surged from within Kaguya, enveloping her entire body in a pale blue light, like flickering flames dancing around her. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst forth. What is this? Not only were the Sound Four stunned, but even Orochimaru and the third Hokage inside the four violet flames formation were taken aback, turning their heads to look at the young girl in the distance. What kind of power is this? It seemed to solidify the very air around them. At this moment, Kaguya floated quietly in the air with her eyes closed, her pale blue hair fluttering, and her beautiful face expressionless, exuding an intense coldness like eternal ice. So, this is the power of the Tenseigan. Kaguya carefully felt this immense power, which filled her body, roaring and raging, making her feel as if she could destroy the entire Konoha village with a mere gesture. The discomfort caused by her cold and fever had completely vanished, and her face had returned to its usual fair complexion. Her mind was incredibly calm, like a serene lake. Originally, Kaguya couldn't wield such powerful strength, but after the intense activation of the Tenseigan last night, she seemed to have unlocked a new ability, the Tenseigan chakra mode. Unfortunately, this wasn't a complete awakening, she couldn't use too much of it, and her chakra wouldn't last long. Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, the pale blue irises shining with a bright light. She turned to look at Orochimaru. What is this? Just a glance from that girl made Orochimaru feel a stabbing pain. Kaguya gently raised her arm, and black orbs appeared around her palm, quietly floating in the air. They were truth-seeking balls. Silver will reincarnation explosion. With a delicate shout, the truth-seeking ball spun wildly in her palm, forming a massive tornado around her hand, roaring and rampaging like a giant dragon, crashing fiercely towards the four violet flames formation. The Sound Four were shocked, their eyes widening and pupils contracting. Boom. The explosion on the roof of the venue was deafening, sending tiles flying and dust billowing. The shockwave created a massive gust, ravaging everything around. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, obstructing people's vision. When the dust settled, the scene that emerged was shocking. Not only had the four violet flames formation been completely destroyed, but the Sound Four were also lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Even the tall building of the examination hall had collapsed, leaving the surroundings in ruins with smoking remnants of broken walls. Cough, cough, the third Hokage struggled to crawl out from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he forced a smile. You little girl, were you trying to kill me too? Kaguya's lips curved slightly, not answering the old man's question. She turned her head to look at the heap of debris in the distance and said, Orochimaru, stop pretending. I know you're not dead. Cough, cough, Orochimaru emerged from the rubble, holding his mouth with his hand as blood seeped through his fingers. He looked at Kaguya with a grave expression. What kind of monster are you? This power shouldn't belong to a human. You yourself are no longer human, are you? Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered as she lightly touched the ground with her toes, landing softly. And you call others monsters? Watch out. A sudden gust of wind rushed from behind. Kaguya shifted her body to the right, dodging a fierce punch. Simultaneously, she tapped her foot, her figure flickering as she leaped back, avoiding the kunai that came shooting from the air. It was the first and second Hokage. It seemed they hadn't sustained too much damage from the previous attack, but they looked quite battered, with multiple wounds that hadn't healed. This was because Kaguya possessed the power of yin-yang release, rendering the regenerative abilities of the Edo Tensei ineffective. Seeing the first and second Hokage attack again, Kaguya's beautiful face showed a hint of impatience. She extended her fair arm and softly uttered one word. Flies. With a boom, the bodies of the first and second Hokage suddenly exploded, disintegrated by the sudden burst of repulsive force. The dirt that made up their bodies scattered into the air, raising a cloud of dust, which was then blown away by a gentle breeze, leaving nothing behind. What? Orochimaru's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that the first and second Hokage he resurrected would not regenerate as usual but instead disappear completely. What kind of power is this? Orochimaru's eyes focused on Kaguya. For some reason, he felt an intense sense of threat emanating from this girl. Chapter 35, Repelling Orochimaru. Suddenly, the light blue glow around Kaguya flickered a few times and disappeared. Kaguya seemed to have been drained of all her strength and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, her face showing an abnormal flush. With Kaguya's current abilities, she couldn't maintain this state for long because it consumed too much chakra. Oh, Orochimaru was startled but then smiled and walked over. It seems you can't use this power for too long. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips. Orochimaru walked over to Kaguya and stared at her intently, like a predator eyeing its prey. However, you have exceeded my expectations. Orochimaru reached out and grabbed Kaguya's hair, lifting her off the ground and suspending her in midair. Now, you belong to me. Is that so? Kaguya suddenly lifted her head, her light blue eyes emitting a strange glow. All killing ash bones. A bone spike suddenly extended from her hand. Orochimaru quickly released Kaguya's hair and jumped back. But it was too late, the bone spike had already pierced his arm as he leaped away. Blood splattered. The utterly exhausted Kaguya could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, her entire body drenched in sweat. She panted heavily, feeling worse than she ever had before. The intense pain made her head feel like it was going to explode. I didn't expect you to have any strength left. The Shikatsumiyaku, huh? Orochimaru looked at the wound on his arm and smirked, but unfortunately, it won't do much to me. Is that so? Kaguya's lips curved slightly. What? Orochimaru suddenly noticed something wrong. There seemed to be a strange force in his wound, wreaking havoc on his flesh. In no time, his arm began to crumble, disintegrating like sand. Moreover, this force was rapidly spreading and was about to reach his torso. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth, grabbed a kunai with his left hand, and slashed hard. Blood splattered. He had actually cut off his own arm. The severed right arm continued to disintegrate, turning to dust before it even hit the ground. Orochimaru panted heavily, his heart filled with shock. What kind of jutsu is this? It's terrifying. If he hadn't decisively severed his right arm, his entire body might have been destroyed. Additionally, Orochimaru realized that the force was inhibiting his regenerative abilities. If it had contaminated him, the consequences would have been dire. I was careless, Orochimaru said with a twisted smile, his eyes gleaming with fervor. But to think there's such a powerful jutsu. This is excellent. Your body, I will take it. At this moment, 3 shuriken flew towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru retreated to avoid the incoming shuriken and sneered, I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly. Several figures landed in front of Kaguya and Orochimaru, a white-haired masked man, a bowl-cut man with thick eyebrows, and a man with a goatee. They were Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma. Stop, Orochimaru. You are not our match, Kakashi said in a deep voice. Humph, it seems you're lucky this time. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, glancing at the fallen Kaguya. He licked his tongue, Kaguya, I will come for you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru sank into the ground. The Sound Four had also disappeared, possibly having fled during the chaos. Kakashi and the others were about to give chase. Don't go, the third Hokage struggled to get up from the ground, coughing a few times. Be careful, it might be a trap. Although Orochimaru had lost his right arm, he was cunning and deceitful. It couldn't be ruled out that this was a ploy to lure them away and then capture Kaguya. Lord Hokage, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma gathered around him, anxiously asking, are you all right? I'm fine, the third Hokage coughed a few more times while covering his mouth. More importantly, take this child to the hospital first. Understood. At this moment, Kurenai arrived, gently lifting the unconscious Kaguya and carrying her on her back, heading towards the hospital. This child. Lord Hokage, an ANBU ninja appeared before him, saying, Lord Danzo has requested that this girl be handed over to him for handling. Humph, the third Hokage snorted. Tell him that this is none of his concern. I will handle it myself. Let him take care of the aftermath of this incident. Yes. The ANBU ninja disappeared with a swoosh. Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, seeing the white ceiling. She touched her forehead, realizing it was no longer hot, and the intense pain had subsided, though her head still felt a bit fuzzy and dizzy. Kaguya felt weak all over, like a pile of cotton. She sat up, holding her head, realizing she was in a hospital. Kaguya, you're finally awake. A familiar voice called out, and before Kaguya could see clearly, her cheeks were grabbed and squeezed repeatedly. Chapter 36, You are being watched. Yugao sister, can you please stop doing this? Kaguya rubbed her cheeks with a sullen expression, feeling like they were about to turn red. I'm not a child anymore. Such a cute and beautiful face, it would be a pity not to pinch it, Yugao squinted her eyes and smiled. Besides, to me, you're still a child. You're seriously talking nonsense, Kaguya glared at her. Oh my, are you angry? That's even cuter, Yugao laughed, holding her face. Kaguya was speechless. From Yugao, Kaguya learned that it had been 3 days since the Konoha crush plan, meaning she had been unconscious in the hospital for 3 days. In these 3 days, many things had happened. Orochimaru, along with the Sound Four, had retreated. The battle between Konoha and the Sand Village was also coming to an end, and Gaara, Temari, and other sand ninjas had already left. In the following days, it was discovered by the Sand Village that the 4th Kazekage had been killed by Orochimaru, and the Kazekage afterward had always been Orochimaru in disguise, aiming to attack Konoha in the so-called Konoha crush plan. They had all been deceived. Subsequently, the Sand Village officially submitted a surrender document to Konoha, acknowledging their mistake and promising to compensate Konoha for some of their losses. Konoha did not pursue the matter further, and peace was restored between the two nations. With Kaguya's help, the third Hokage did not die as in the original storyline, but the village of Konoha still suffered massive damage, with countless casualties and numerous buildings reduced to ruins. Thus, under the leadership of the third Hokage, Konoha began its reconstruction and cleanup efforts. It's said that you saved the Hokage and repelled Orochimaru, is that true? Yugao asked curiously. How is that possible? Kaguya waved her hand dismissively. There's no way I'm that powerful. I just helped a bit. The rumors outside are exaggerated. That makes sense, Yugao nodded in agreement. I was wondering how such a powerful person could be defeated by you. Kaguya's mouth twitched. Why did that sound so unpleasant? Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Noticing Kaguya's displeased expression, Yugao awkwardly smiled and handed her a peeled apple. Here, have an apple. Kaguya took a bite and nearly had her teeth sour. By the way, Yugao suddenly whispered, recently, some ANBU have been investigating you. Investigating me? Kaguya asked curiously, why would they investigate me? They're not asking me to pay for public property damage, are they? Don't joke about it, Yugao rarely showed a serious expression, these ANBU are not from our department. They're from Root. Root. Kaguya was stunned and then thought of someone, Danzo. I didn't expect you to know about Danzo-sama, Yugao said. Be careful with everything, Danzo is a rather shady person. Shady is an understatement, that old guy is as cunning as they come. Although his methods were for the protection of Konoha, Kaguya could never agree with his unscrupulous ways. And now, this old man investigating her was likely due to the power she had displayed, causing him to become wary and suspicious. This was troublesome. While she wasn't afraid of Danzo, his penchant for underhanded tactics made her uneasy. Just thinking about having such a person watching her back made Kaguya feel like a thorn was in her side. Originally, Yugao and the doctors didn't agree to discharge Kaguya, but she insisted and eventually left the hospital. Her condition wasn't due to injuries but rather her body's own issues, and staying in the hospital was just a waste of time. Kaguya's main problem was overusing her chakra and the Tenseigan, and even after 3 days of rest, her body hadn't fully recovered. The aftermath of using the technique was significant, possibly because she had forced it with insufficient strength. The village of Konoha, having been attacked, was now in the midst of recovery, with many tasks to be done. The ANBU had to strengthen patrols, inspect suspicious individuals, and enforce strict security. However, Kaguya was temporarily excused from duty, thanks to Yugao, allowing her to rest properly for a while. Walking down the street, Kaguya felt very hungry, perhaps from being in the hospital for so long without proper food, and particularly craved some rice dumplings. So she headed to the dumpling shop. On both sides of the road, people were busy repairing their houses, most of which had been damaged during the battle a few days ago. Wooden boards, bricks, and paint were piled up everywhere. It was only by experiencing it firsthand that one could understand how fierce the battle had been. However, compared to the destruction of Konoha by Nagato years later, this was just a minor incident. At that time, almost the entire Konoha was destroyed. If Nagato hadn't used the Rinne rebirth technique to revive the dead, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Boss, 3 skewers of dumplings, red bean, no natto, Kaguya called out to the boss. Even after being here for so long, she still couldn't get used to the taste of natto. Got it, just a moment, came the boss's voice from the kitchen. Kaguya found a seat and sat down. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. She noticed 2 people sitting across from her, both wearing black cloaks with red clouds and conical hats, obscuring their faces. But their appearance wasn't important. What mattered was that anyone wearing a black cloak with red clouds could only be from one organization, the Akatsuki. And at this time, the ones visiting Konoha could only be Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Your dumplings, enjoy, the shop owner placed the dumplings and a dish of sauce in front of her. Thank you, boss, Kaguya replied, casually picking up a dumpling, dipping it in the sauce, and putting it in her mouth. She wasn't overly worried, not because she was confident she could defeat them, but because she knew they wouldn't make a move here. Their purpose, more specifically Uchiha Itachi's purpose, was to warn Danzo not to have any nefarious intentions towards Sasuke. This originally happened after the third Hokage's death, when Uchiha Itachi came to ensure that the promise not to harm Sasuke would be upheld. But now that the third Hokage was alive, why were they here? Perhaps they thought the third Hokage was as good as dead. Chapter 37, Mangekyo Sharingan vs Tenseigan. Kaguya placed the dumpling in her mouth, gently chewing it. The dumpling was sweet, fragrant, and soft, paired with the slightly grainy texture of the red bean paste, making for a perfect match. Initially, Kaguya preferred savory foods and didn't particularly like sweets, but ever since she transmigrated here, her taste suddenly changed, and she developed a strong liking for desserts. Could it be due to her changed constitution? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame stood up and left the dumpling shop, leaving their unfinished dumplings on the table. Kaguya pondered for a moment, then decided to follow them. Boss, the bill, please. Got it. When Kaguya walked out of the dumpling shop, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame had already disappeared. She frowned and followed the direction they had taken. Where did they go? Kaguya continued down the path, which became more and more desolate. The population thinned out, and the forest grew denser. Before long, she would be outside the borders of Konoha village. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from afar. Kaguya's spirits lifted, and she dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. When she arrived, she found two groups facing off. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame stood on the right, while Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi stood on the left. The Konoha side was in a sorry state. Asuma had several wounds, especially on his left arm, which was bleeding profusely, staining his clothes red. Kurenai was panting heavily, looking exhausted. Kakashi had a serious expression as he faced Uchiha Itachi, sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame stood there calmly, not even breaking a sweat, looking very relaxed. Kaguya concealed herself in the nearby bushes, secretly observing the scene. This was the legendary Uchiha Itachi. She often saw people on forums calling him Itachi God, praising Uchiha Itachi's prowess. While she wasn't entirely convinced, she was very curious. Close your eyes, don't open them no matter what. If you look, it's over, Kakashi shouted, sweat already forming on his forehead. Only the Sharingan can counter this technique. Indeed, having the Sharingan can somewhat counter this technique, Uchiha Itachi said expressionlessly, but it cannot break it. To defeat me, you need someone with the same bloodline and the Sharingan. Who is it? Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly roared, come out. After speaking, Hoshigaki Kisame leapt forward, gripping his sword Samehada, and swung it fiercely towards Kaguya's direction. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere. A figure somersaulted gracefully in the air, landing lightly, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. It was Kaguya. Oh, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing sharp teeth, it's the little girl from the dumpling shop. Ah, I just wanted to watch a good show, Kaguya smiled faintly. Kaguya, get out of here. You're no match for him, Kakashi shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I'm leaving now. You guys continue your fight, bye-bye. Kaguya shamelessly waved and turned to run. Leaving. Hoshigaki Kisame, holding Samehada in one hand, dashed to Kaguya's side, raising his hand to strike down. It's too late. Is that so? Kaguya snorted, extending her fair hand, and a burst of repulsive force erupted. With a muffled boom, Hoshigaki Kisame was sent flying, landing heavily like a kite with a broken string. The force was so strong that even the river behind him was cut off. What? Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai stared in shock at the beautiful girl before them. Wasn't she the one who just graduated from the ninja academy? How could she possess such powerful abilities? Asuma, having experienced Hoshigaki Kisame's immense strength, was particularly astonished. A very unique ability. Hoshigaki Kisame got up from the ground. I underestimated you. Kisame's body was indeed robust, no wonder he was so powerful. The repulsive force seemed to have caused little harm to him. Could it be due to my insufficient chakra? Kaguya furrowed her brows slightly, feeling cold sweat starting to form. Still weakened by the aftereffects of using the Tenseigan, she felt exhausted after using the repulsive force. Watch out, someone shouted behind her. Kaguya turned to see 4 shurikens flying toward her. She dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding them. A clang sounded behind her, startling her. She quickly turned around, but with a rip, the shurikens had cut her clothing, exposing a large area of her fair skin. Uchiha Itachi's 4 shurikens had collided mid-air, altering their trajectory. Reflecting sunlight, they drew a white arc and flew toward Kaguya again. Her heart tightened, and she swiftly dodged the shurikens once more. What she had once considered a cool technique, she now realized was highly unpredictable and easy to fall prey to if caught off guard. Water style, water fang bullet. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi launched his jutsu, and 4 water columns rose from the surface, resembling 4 water dragons biting at Kaguya. So fast. Kaguya's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't even seen him form the seals. Water style, water wall. At the critical moment, a water wall surged up around Kaguya, colliding with the water columns and splashing water everywhere. The barrier held, highlighting the advantage of not needing to form seals. As Kaguya tried to catch her breath, her pupils contracted. She suddenly noticed that Uchiha Itachi had somehow appeared in front of her. He was so close that she could see the 3-petaled Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. Tsukuyumi. A powerful mental force erupted from Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Kaguya's expression went blank, her eyes losing focus as her body stiffened, motionless like a statue. What others present didn't notice was the nebula-like beauty in her eyes, emitting a faint glow. Chapter 38, No More Recklessness. No one has ever escaped Itachi's Tsukimi. Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. He then turned to Itachi and said, but Itachi, using the technique too often is dangerous even for you. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi clutched his eyes, retreating a few steps, his face showing a pained expression. You didn't fall into my Tsukimi. Kaguya hadn't fallen into the genjutsu, causing Itachi to suffer a backlash. The intense pain in his eyes made cold sweat appear on his forehead. What? Kisame's face showed surprise, and even Kakashi, who was about to rush to save Kaguya, was stunned. Tsukimi isn't that impressive after all. Although Kaguya appeared nonchalant, she had been scared to death earlier. Just imagining being stabbed for 3 days in a genjutsu like Kakashi was terrifying. Let's go, Itachi said in a low voice, clutching his eyes, and quickly leapt away. Understanding the severity of the situation, Kisame didn't hesitate, grabbed Samehada, and followed Itachi. Don't chase them, be wary of traps, Kakashi quickly shouted, stopping Asuma and Kurenai from pursuing. Kaguya patted her chest and sighed in relief. That was close. Without her Tenseigan, she would have been in deep trouble, likely ending up in pieces. She decided not to act recklessly again, curiosity could be dangerous. What are you doing here? Kakashi walked up to Kaguya and asked. I saw 2 strange people, so I followed them to see what they were up to, Kaguya said, fabricating a story with a serious expression. Don't do that again. Your body hasn't fully recovered, and... Kakashi said sternly, those 2 are not ordinary enemies. If something happens, report it to the ANBU first. Don't act rashly. Yes, Kaguya replied, deciding to avoid unnecessary risks in the future. It was foolish to confront enemies she couldn't defeat. Kaguya noticed Kurenai staring at her. You're quite skilled, able to repel the enemy. That's impressive, Kurenai said, smiling at Kaguya. Kurenai was indeed a beauty, with a particularly good figure, tall and curvaceous. Her large red eyes added a touch of cuteness. Someone your age with such abilities is rare, Asuma added. But Kaguya was focused on Kurenai and completely ignored Asuma. Even his thumbs up went unnoticed, leaving Asuma awkwardly scratching his head. Due to Itachi and Kisame's arrival, there were several changes in the village. For instance, Sasuke was now under the protection of Kakashi and other teachers, while Naruto went to train with Jeriah. But none of this concerned Kaguya anymore. She knew Itachi's main purpose was to see his brother Sasuke and stimulate him. As for rumors about the 4th Hokage's legacy, that wasn't his primary goal. Returning home, Kaguya took out her key, opened the door, took off her shoes, put on her plush slippers from the shoe cabinet, and walked while undressing. She threw her coat aside, then jumped onto her soft bed. Indeed, there's no place like home. Recent events have left her feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. Whether it's the Chunin Exams, the Konoha crush plan, or the appearance of the Akatsuki, there's always something to worry about. Every time she thought about these things, she felt a wave of annoyance. Kaguya, still weak from the aftereffects, was utterly exhausted. She just wanted to lie in bed and sleep until morning, without thinking about anything. Just as she was drifting off, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Kaguya felt a wave of irritation and buried her head under the blanket, not wanting to answer the door. But the knocking didn't stop. It continued persistently. Finally, Kaguya got up from bed and walked to the door. If it turned out to be something unimportant, she decided she would beat the person up, regardless of who it was. Kaguya flung the door open and before she could say anything, her cheeks were pinched. What are you doing, Yugao? Kaguya mumbled, struggling to free her cheeks from Yugao's grip. I don't know why, but seeing your annoyed face makes you look especially cute, Yugao smiled with squinted eyes. You must be a sadist, Kaguya retorted, rolling her eyes. What's a sadist? Yugao asked curiously. Never mind, Kaguya said, pouring a glass of water from the dispenser and placing it in front of Yugao. Why are you here? Can't I come without a reason? Yugao smiled mischievously. But I do have something to tell you. What is it? Kaguya asked, grabbing a bag of chips from the fridge and tearing it open. Hokage-sama wants to see you tomorrow morning, Yugao said, snatching the chip from Kaguya's hand and popping it into her mouth. Why? Kaguya asked in surprise. And why can't you just take your own from the bag? Because the ones you grabbed taste better, Yugao smiled. I'm not sure what it's about, just be careful, Yugao continued. Got it, Kaguya nodded, grabbing another chip. And I had no idea you were this strong, Yugao said, looking at Kaguya as if seeing her for the first time. Were you hiding it on purpose? Of course not, Kaguya replied, rolling her eyes. What good would that do me? Then how did you get so strong? Yugao asked. I don't remember you being this powerful before. Who knows? Maybe I'm just naturally gifted, Kaguya said, dismissively. Seeing your smug face, Yugao pinched Kaguya's cheeks again, it's really annoying. It took a while to finally send Yugao away. Looking at the table covered with empty snack wrappers, Kaguya couldn't help but feel speechless. Was she just here to mooch snacks? Chapter 39, Trap. The next morning, it was already late when Kaguya finally woke up from her sleep. She sat up, drew back the curtains, and let the soft sunlight stream through the window. Kaguya yawned lightly, feeling she hadn't slept this comfortably in a long time, and her whole body felt much more relaxed. She lifted the quilt, got out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, dressed, and grabbed a quick bite to eat before heading out. Kaguya remembered that the Hokage had something to discuss with her. After pausing on the street for a moment, she headed towards the Hokage's office. As she entered the building, an ANBU ninja wearing a mask approached her. "The Hokage is waiting for you. Please follow me," the ANBU ninja said, gesturing for her to follow. "Okay," Kaguya nodded. Following the ANBU ninja, Kaguya felt increasingly uneasy the further they went. "This isn't the way to the Hokage's office," Kaguya suddenly stopped and said. "The Hokage is not in the office but in another location," the ANBU ninja replied. "Please follow me." "Okay," Kaguya nodded but suddenly produced 3 shuriken and threw them at lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken were deflected and struck the wall. "Discovered, huh?" the ANBU ninja chuckled. "Who exactly are you?" Kaguya asked coldly. "You'll find out when we get there," the ANBU ninja said, drawing a long sword and charging at Kaguya. Kaguya flicked her hand, producing 4 shuriken, which she hurled at the ANBU ninja. "Stop resisting. With your current strength, you are no match for me," the ANBU ninja said, deflecting the shuriken with ease and laughing wickedly as he charged at Kaguya again. Kaguya drew a kunai, holding it in front of her chest and slashing upwards, creating sparks as it clashed with the long sword. Kaguya frowned, thinking that Yugao hadn't lied to her, the Hokage really did want to see her. But it seemed Danzo had taken advantage of this to have her intercepted. Of all times, why now? Danzo must have gathered a lot of information about Kaguya, enough to know she hadn't fully recovered. The ANBU ninja swordsmanship was fierce and skillful, but Kaguya's taijutsu was not weak either. The two exchanged blows, sparks flying, and the clashing of metal resounded in a rapid series of crisp sounds. Bang. Kaguya was kicked into the wall and slid down, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Give up. Danzo only wants to meet you, he won't harm you," the ANBU ninja said. "Fine," Kaguya coughed a few times. "I'm injured now. Help me up." "That's a wise choice, sparing yourself more pain," the ANBU ninja said, walking over with a cold smile. Thunk. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. "What?" The ANBU ninja turned his head with difficulty, his pupils constricted, realizing that Kaguya had appeared behind him. "Shadow clone technique." "Yes," Kaguya said coldly, pushing the kunai deeper into his heart. The other shadow clone by the wall dissipated with a poof into white smoke. She knew this was not a place to linger, Danzo would definitely send more people, making it increasingly dangerous to stay. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from behind her. "Not bad." An elderly voice echoed from behind Kaguya, causing her pupils to contract as she turned around sharply. Standing behind her was a man with half of his body wrapped in bandages, his eyes and arm covered by thick bandages, his gaze sinister, with 2 intersecting scars on his chin. Kaguya's heart sank. If she guessed correctly, this man was Danzo. "What do you want from me?" Kaguya asked coldly. "I don't recall having any dealings with you, Danzo." "Oh, you know my name," Danzo's half-closed eyes opened slightly. "As a member of the ANBU, don't you think what you're doing is disgraceful?" Kaguya raised an eyebrow. "Disgraceful?" Danzo said expressionlessly. "I am merely eliminating unstable elements for Konoha." "Unstable elements?" Kaguya sneered. 6 years ago, you suddenly appeared in Konoha, then were considered an orphan of the Huga clan and adopted by them, Danzo said slowly. "During this time, you have always shown yourself to be different from others, and now you have acquired strange powers. It's hard to believe you're not a spy planted by an enemy nation. A 5 or 6-year-old spy." Kaguya scoffed. "Whatever you say is useless," Danzo said indifferently. "Keeping someone like you in Konoha is just a threat." "Nice words. Isn't Orochimaru a threat to Konoha?" Kaguya sneered. "He just attacked Konoha not long ago, and yet you collude with him." "Discovered, huh?" A pale-faced man with snake-like eyes walked out from the shadows. It was Orochimaru. "I desire you more and more." He licked his lips. But his smile did not last long as pain contorted his face. He clutched his right arm tightly, and Kaguya noticed that the arm he had severed earlier had not regenerated. Noticing Kaguya's gaze, Orochimaru said darkly, "Your jutsu is interesting, it can even stop my regeneration." He then smiled again. "But this is only temporary. You will become my next vessel." "Dream on." Kaguya raised her arm, and a powerful repulsive force burst out. The thought of becoming Orochimaru's vessel was nauseating. Boom. Sand and stones flew, and dust filled the air. Chapter 40, Mother. Wind style, vacuum wave, a low shout came from behind. Kaguya's back was struck, sending her flying as if hit by a heavy hammer. With a poof, she disappeared. It was a shadow clone. The real Kaguya had already moved behind Danzo, slashing at his neck with a kunai, but Danzo raised his right hand. With a ding, sparks flew. Danzo's right hand had a metal seal, which he used to block the attack. Using the rebound force, Kaguya leaped away, pulling a handful of shuriken from her pocket and throwing them. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Flames from Kaguya's mouth intertwined with the shuriken, attacking Danzo. He sidestepped, his footwork agile, dodging the attack. You're still too inexperienced, Danzo sneered, forming seals with his hands. At that moment, a ding sounded from behind. Danzo was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Poof, poof, 2 shuriken hit Danzo, blood splattering. Kaguya had used the technique she observed from Itachi Uchiha, hiding the shuriken within the flames, making them harder to detect. It wasn't over yet. As Danzo dodged, Kaguya quickly reached him, placing her hand on his back, activating her repulsive force. With a boom, Danzo was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Hidden shadow snake hands, Orochimaru attacked as well. Several venomous snakes with sharp fangs lunged at Kaguya's back, biting down. With a poof, the bitten Kaguya turned into a stone. It was a substitution jutsu. At this moment, the injured Danzo reappeared where Kaguya had been, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Countless air bullets shot from his mouth, hurtling towards Kaguya at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Sand and stones scattered, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Kaguya's figure emerged. She was lightly panting, her clothes torn in several places, exposing her fair skin, but fortunately, she was not injured. Be gentle, don't damage this body, Orochimaru walked over, dissatisfied. Don't forget our agreement, Danzo snorted. Don't worry, the first Hokage cell experiment is complete, it will be even more perfect than before, Orochimaru smiled. Danzo remained silent, forming seals with his hands to attack again. Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes focused, preparing to activate her Tenseigan chakra mode for the final battle. Suddenly, the wall exploded, stones flew, dust rose, and a shockwave rolled out. Who? Danzo shouted. Lord Danzo, long time no see. A figure stepped out from the shadows, wearing a black cloak with red clouds, lifting the brim of his hat to reveal a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan eyes. You are Uchiha Itachi, Danzo was taken aback, then gritted his teeth. He still remembered the day he was threatened by Uchiha Itachi, a memory that was a humiliation to him. Orochimaru beside him was clearly also shocked, his expression darkening. He had fought Uchiha Itachi before and knew he was no match for him. What are you here for? Orochimaru asked in a deep voice. I'm here to take someone, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kaguya not far away. You cannot take her, Danzo shouted. Why not? A figure emerged from the shadows. He had a face, skin, and sharp teeth resembling a shark. He was also wearing a black cloak with red clouds and holding a large sword. It was Kisame Hoshigaki. Orochimaru and Danzo's expressions turned grim. If it were only Uchiha Itachi, they might still stand a chance, but with Kisame Hoshigaki as well, their odds of winning were slim. I only want one person. Once I have her, I will leave and won't interfere with your plans, Uchiha Itachi said quietly. Orochimaru snorted and turned to leave. His intentions were clear, he had no plans to fight Uchiha Itachi here, especially after losing an arm. Moreover, Orochimaru was concerned that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki might be here to hunt him down for betraying the Akatsuki organization. Since they seemed not to be looking for trouble with him, he didn't want to stir up more trouble. As Danzo was about to leave, Uchiha Itachi spoke, Lord Danzo, I hope you still remember our agreement. The coldness in his words was unmistakable. Danzo's body stiffened. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the shadows. What do you want with me? Kaguya asked, her eyes narrowing. She didn't feel relieved at all, instead, she felt even heavier because she didn't know why they wanted her. Don't misunderstand, we won't harm you, Uchiha Itachi said. There is someone who wants to see you. Isn't this the little girl we encountered a few days ago? Kisame Hoshigaki laughed. Is she the one you're looking for? Yes, Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Then let's go, Kisame Hoshigaki walked up to Kaguya, reaching out to grab her. Kaguya slapped his hand away, saying sternly, I can walk myself. Quite the character, Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Don't be rude, Uchiha Itachi said from the side. Is this girl of some significance? Kisame Hoshigaki asked curiously. It wasn't often Uchiha Itachi treated someone like this. Uchiha Itachi nodded but didn't say anything. Kaguya wanted to fight, but she refrained because fighting them would be pointless. Even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, allowing Danzo and Orochimaru, who were lurking in the shadows, to reap the benefits. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi's attitude didn't seem too hostile, at least not as bad as Orochimaru or Danzo. Having her chakra points sealed, Kaguya followed Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki for days until they arrived at a dark cave. Inside, they found a vast space larger than a football field. They walked to a room, and Uchiha Itachi said to Kaguya, "This is your room. Go in and don't try to escape, there's a barrier in place." Kaguya didn't speak. She entered the room and found it spacious. The room was well furnished with tables, chairs, a bed, and bedding. It was very clean with no strange odors. It seemed no one had lived there before, which reassured her. She didn't like using things others had used. Just as Kaguya was about to sit on the bed, a voice came from behind her, causing her body to freeze. "Long time no see, my dear mother." Chapter 41, Meeting After 10,000 Years. Kaguya trembled and slowly turned around. A figure stood not far away, wearing a cloak with red clouds and wrapped in leaves. If she wasn't mistaken, it was Black Zetsu. "Zetsu, is that you?" Kaguya asked, turning her head. "Yes, mother, I didn't expect you to return." Black Zetsu's raspy voice carried a hint of excitement. "But how did you?" "The one sealed was the tentails and my body," Kaguya said slowly. "What you see now is a fragment of my escaped consciousness." "But your power seems different from before," Black Zetsu said, puzzled. "I was too careless before and underestimated their power," Kaguya replied coldly. "Now, I have new strength." "I see," Black Zetsu said. "It's all because of your daughter who was so ruthless to seal you." "I remember having only 2 sons, Hagoromo and Hamura." "I don't recall having a daughter," Kaguya glanced at Zetsu. "Oh, my mistake," Black Zetsu said, patting his head. "Are you questioning me?" Kaguya's eyes flashed with cold light, her gaze icy and intense. Black Zetsu trembled, his heartbeat quickening as he was overwhelmed by her aura, his body stiffening. "I'm sorry, mother," Black Zetsu quickly lowered his head. "I was just so excited that I couldn't believe it." "I shouldn't have been angry with you," Kaguya said, walking over and patting Black Zetsu's head gently. "You've worked hard." Black Zetsu stared blankly at Kaguya, his eyes gradually moistening. Wiping his eyes, he said, "I'm so glad to see you again. And now we are finally together again, aren't we?" Kaguya's face softened with a rare gentle expression. Black Zetsu nodded lightly, his eyes narrowing in delight like a child. "Before we proceed, let me help you," Black Zetsu said, extending his hand, which transformed into threads that reached toward Kaguya. Watching the black threads approach, Kaguya maintained her composure, though she felt a trace of nervousness. Although she was a fragment of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, sharing her constitution, there might be differences. At that moment, a surge of chakra flowed through the threads into her body, the energy vast and replenishing her depleted reserves. Not only that, but Kaguya also felt her chakra capacity increase significantly. "I have restored some of your chakra," Black Zetsu said, retracting the threads. "If you don't mind, I hope you can stay with the Akatsuki to recover your strength." Having regained her strength, Kaguya initially thought of attacking Black Zetsu to defeat him while he was off guard. However, she dismissed the idea. Apart from Black Zetsu likely being powerful, she now had a new plan. Rather than staying in Konoha passively taking blows, it might be more advantageous to infiltrate the enemy, the Akatsuki. This way, she could gather information more easily. Moreover, Black Zetsu didn't seem suspicious of her, and she might use the mother persona to influence him in her favor. Playing the role of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki wouldn't be easy, but so far, she hadn't revealed any flaws. "The organization you are with now is called the Akatsuki?" Kaguya asked suddenly. "Yes," Black Zetsu nodded. "That is part of my plan." "All right," Kaguya said, not asking further. The Akatsuki had many bases, and the nearest one was within the borders of the Land of Wind, which was also the closest meeting point. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki had already departed ahead, leaving Kaguya to travel with Black Zetsu. During their journey, Kaguya gradually became accustomed to being called mother by Black Zetsu, or at least grew numb to it. It felt strange to have a towering creature address her, a little girl, as mother, but thankfully, he only did so in private. Perhaps because Kaguya and the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki were almost indistinguishable, Black Zetsu completely trusted Kaguya and was utterly defenseless around her. He even revealed his entire plan to her, like a child showing off his accomplishments to his mother. Amidst her surprise, Kaguya also felt a bit of affection for Black Zetsu. No matter what, his feelings for his mother were genuine and unwavering. From Black Zetsu's perspective, it was a touching story of a son painstakingly rescuing his imprisoned mother. In his eyes, everyone else were just antagonists obstructing his mission to revive his mother. As Kaguya walked deeper into the cave that served as the Akatsuki's base, she found that others were already present. The orange-haired man was likely Nagato, the purple-haired woman with a paper flower in her hair was Conan, the tall masked figure was Kakuzu, and the shorter masked individual was probably Sasori. She had already met Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki earlier. Daidara and Haiden were not present, they had likely not joined the Akatsuki yet. Uchiha Obito, disguised as Tobi, was also absent. "Welcome, newcomer," Nagato said. From Nagato's demeanor, it seemed that Black Zetsu had already arranged for Kaguya to join the Akatsuki. How he managed it was unclear. Is it really this person? She looks so fragile. Not suitable material for a puppet. Kaguya glanced at them but remained silent, observing them coldly. She seems to be the girl with the 100 million bounty, Kakuzu said, pulling out a poster with Kaguya's portrait and bounty amount. Should we consider killing her? It could fund our organization significantly. You can try, Kaguya said, casting a cold glance at Kakuzu, her eyes emitting a faint starry glow. Oh, really? Kakuzu reached into his cloak, looking eager to fight. Stop, Nagato said coldly. She is a new member, not an enemy. Kakuzu grunted but reluctantly withdrew his hand. Lucky for you, you didn't make a move, Kisame said with a grin, addressing Kakuzu. Or you might have been taken down. Kakuzu scoffed but started taking Kaguya more seriously, knowing that Kisame never spoke lightly. Here are your clothes and ring, Nagato said, handing over the items to Kaguya. Kaguya took them. The clothes were nothing special, but she examined the ring. It was silver with a black character for Knight inscribed on it. From now on, Kaguya is an official member of the Akatsuki, Nagato announced calmly. Kaguya will partner with Sasori for missions. Let's hope this little girl isn't too weak and doesn't drag us down, Sasori said coldly. Kaguya remained silent, not even glancing at Sasori. Since there are no objections, it is decided, Nagato declared. Kakuzu snorted and started to leave, with Kaguya following. As they exited the cave, Kakuzu suddenly turned around, and countless black tendrils emerged from his arm, rushing towards Kaguya. Chapter 42, First Mission. Kaguya remained calm and composed, seemingly unbothered by the attacking tendrils. She lightly raised her arm, and a burst of repulsive force scattered the tendrils. Kakuzu was struck as if by a heavy blow, his chest denting inward as he was flung like a cannonball toward a distant hill. Boom. Kakuzu crashed into the hill with a deafening sound, sending dust flying into the sky. As the dust settled, Kakuzu's figure was revealed, kneeling on the ground and spitting out blood. The hill behind him had a large crater with cracks radiating outwards, and the rocks slowly crumbled. I don't want to kill you, Kaguya said coldly as she walked over, looking down at Kakuzu from above. But don't provoke me. With that, she turned and walked back towards the base. Kakuzu stood up from the ground, seemingly not too badly hurt. But only he knew that one of the masks on his back had been destroyed. With just a casual wave of her hand, she had severely injured him. The seemingly harmless, delicate girl possessed such formidable strength. And that moment of pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on him, suffocating, reminiscent of his battle with Hashirama Senju. No wonder the 100 million Ryo bounty seemed simple, yet no one had claimed it until now. Kaguya was also surprised by this outcome. She realized that ever since Black Zetsu had transferred chakra into her, her strength had significantly increased, especially her chakra capacity. She suspected that this was related to Black Zetsu being a creation of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, meaning Black Zetsu was essentially part of her. And as a manifestation of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, she naturally benefited greatly. He dared to be rude to you, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice cold. Shall I kill him, mother? No need, Kaguya lightly waved her hand. He's just a minor character, no need to draw unnecessary attention. Understood, Black Zetsu said respectfully and slowly sank back into the ground. Kaguya returned to her room, sitting on the bed, her fingers lightly caressing the ring. She felt its smooth, cold surface while contemplating her next move. Joining Akatsuki was only the first step, influencing Akatsuki's actions was the key. Akatsuki's initial goal was to gather a large amount of money in preparation for future plans. The second phase was to establish a mercenary organization independent of any country, to instigate small wars, monopolize war commissions in small nations with low prices, expand the scale of wars, and then dismantle the ninja system of the major countries, destroying their economies and monopolizing all wars. The third phase was to conquer the world and create a new peaceful world. But after thinking it over, she didn't have a better plan. She could only delay their progress, slow down their actions, and strengthen her own power. Once she had the strength, these problems would naturally be solved. Speaking of increasing her strength, she thought of a technique, Sage Mode. Sage Mode was very powerful, not only mastered by Jeriah, the fourth Hokage, and Naruto, but also learned by Otsutsuki Himura from the Great Toad Sage to defeat Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. However, if she wanted to learn Sage Mode, she had to go to Mount Myaboku. Being under Nagato's surveillance, if she left Akatsuki right after joining, it would likely arouse suspicion. It was better to find a way to go there later. Kaguya stopped thinking about it, sitting cross-legged on the bed with her fists pressed together and thumbs clasped. What she needed most now was chakra. Her ninjutsu was already strong enough, and the best way to improve her strength now was to increase her chakra. A night passed. In the morning, Kaguya woke up from her sleep. The base was built inside a cave, with only sparse firelight illuminating the interior while the rest remained dark. However, to her Tenseigan, it was as bright as day. In such an environment, Kaguya felt somewhat uncomfortable, finding it cold and damp inside. Kaguya got up and walked out, heading to the main hall where she found the other members of Akatsuki already gathered. Itachi and Kisame, head to Kusagakure, Nagato was assigning missions. Itachi and Kisame nodded in acknowledgement. What about my partner? Kakuzu asked. We still need to wait, Nagato said calmly. Nagato turned to Kaguya and said, your mission with Sasori is next. Understood, Kaguya replied softly as she slowly walked over. Your mission is to hunt down the traitor of our organization, Orochimaru, Nagato said gravely. Finally, some action, Sasori chuckled darkly. Orochimaru was recently in Konoha. Beyond that, we don't know much, Conan added, turning to Kaguya. You must have seen him before. That's all we need to know, Sasori said, heading towards the exit. Let's go. Kaguya remained silent, following Sasori out of the base. They stepped into the vast desert, heading towards Konoha. After traveling for 6 days, Kaguya and Sasori arrived at the border of Konoha. The once desolate landscape had transformed into a lush, green scenery, filled with dense grass and verdant trees, with the occasional chirping of birds. Freed from the oppressive feeling of the barren desert, Kaguya's mood improved considerably. I've already ordered Kabuto to relay information to me using certain methods, Sasori said in a low voice as they arrived at a stone statue within the forest. If he's in Konoha, then he's here. Sasori pressed his 2 fingers into the eyes of the statue. With a dull sound, the statue slowly moved back, revealing a recess beneath it. Sasori retrieved a brown scroll from the recess and unrolled it. Interesting, it seems Orochimaru is seeking Tsunade, one of the Sannin, to heal his right arm. Sasori turned to Kaguya. The injury you left him with, right? Yes, Kaguya nodded lightly. Since we know his location, let's go. Don't you hate waiting? With that, Kaguya started walking towards a nearby town she had seen with her Tenseigan. Indeed, Sasori said in his low voice. Kaguya was dressed in the Akatsuki signature black cloak with red clouds and a hat. Sasori wore the same outfit but was much more conspicuous due to his short stature and hunched posture, looking like a hunchbacked dwarf. As they walked through the bustling streets, people frequently glanced curiously at the strange duo. Passing by a dango shop, Kaguya stopped and said, I'm going to eat dango. Do as you please. The food at the Akatsuki base was notoriously bad, merely meant to provide sustenance and hardly palatable, which was unbearable for a food lover like Kaguya. Now that she was outside, she naturally wanted to treat herself. Such arrogance from a brat. I hate waiting for others, Sasori grumbled, but he followed Kaguya into the shop. Hello, what would you like to order? The waiter asked, bowing. 3 skewers of dango, red bean filling, and a cup of green bean soup, Kaguya said, pointing at the items on the menu with familiarity. All right, the waiter smiled. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside. Chapter 43, Chasing Orochimaru. Perverted hermit, how could you do this? Kids aren't allowed in that place. By the way, do you have any money? I have a little left. Give it all to me. Ah, my wallet. It's as lively as always, Kaguya said softly. Do you know them? Sasori asked, turning his head. No, Kaguya replied, taking a bite of a dango. Red bean dango and green bean soup are the best. Humph, it's just unnecessary stuff, wasting time, Sasori said in a low voice. You wouldn't understand the joy of being a foodie, Kaguya smiled slightly. Without food, half the joy in life is gone. Sasori snorted disdainfully. Let's go, Kaguya said, finishing the last dango, getting up and placing the money on the table before heading out. It's time to settle things with Orochimaru. In the distance, Naruto watched the strange pair, feeling a sense of familiarity. He scratched his head. Maybe it's just my imagination. Is Orochimaru really here? Kaguya turned to Sasori, we haven't seen him in a long time. Before Sasori could reply, a figure ran over. White hair, round-framed glasses, it was Kabuto. Why are you only here now? Sasori said in a low voice. You know I hate waiting. Sorry, Lord Sasori, something happened, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Where is Orochimaru? Sasori said impatiently. Orochimaru has left. I can't confirm his exact location, Kabuto said softly. How could you not know where he is? Kaguya stepped forward, staring at him. Kabuto was visibly shocked when he saw Kaguya's face under the hat. You're the defector, Kaguya. Oh. Kaguya's lips curled up. Is that what Danzo told you? Exactly. He said you killed the third Hokage and then defected, Kabuto said, looking at Kaguya. The third Hokage is dead. Kaguya was stunned. How did he die? Rumor has it you killed the third Hokage, Kabuto said, but in reality, Danzo conspired with Orochimaru to assassinate him. Danzo could actually do something like this, Kaguya said in surprise. In her impression, although Danzo was sinister, deceitful, despicable, ruthless, and unscrupulous, he shouldn't be plotting against the third Hokage, who was his comrade. But it was also possible that in the original story, he had such thoughts but couldn't act because the third Hokage was alive. Now, the third Hokage was injured during the Konoha crush plan and hadn't recovered, so Danzo might have other ideas. Kabuto-senpai, I didn't expect you to act so well, Kaguya said with a slight smile. Not at all, Kabuto quickly waved his hand. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but in that moment, he felt a huge threat, and he started to sweat. Careful as he was, Kabuto noticed that not only was Kaguya wearing the Akatsuki's attire, but she also had the ring that only recognized Akatsuki members wore. He didn't expect Kaguya to join Akatsuki. Go ahead, senpai, Kaguya smiled. Where is Orochimaru? Orochimaru had plotted against her several times, which had made Kaguya quite angry. She now just wanted to teach him a hard lesson. I don't know his exact location, Kabuto saw the cold gleam in Kaguya's eyes and quickly added, but Lord Orochimaru will return to the base. He then told them the location of the base. Then we'll come back in 3 days, Kaguya said as she started to leave. Suddenly, she turned her head, her eyes sparkling. You wouldn't deceive us, right? No, Kabuto quickly waved his hand and smiled. How could I? Good, then, Kaguya said nothing more and turned to leave. Kabuto watched them leave, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He sensed that the current Kaguya was no longer the same as before. Now, Kaguya had an aura that chilled his heart and pressured his nerves. So this is where Orochimaru is hiding. Kaguya approached, observing, as expected of a snake, always liking caves. In the distance, there was a large cave hidden among lush trees, easy to overlook if not observed carefully. That damn snake, always like this, Sasori said in a low voice. You seem to have a grudge against Orochimaru, Kaguya said, turning to Sasori. Sasori snorted but said nothing more, piquing Kaguya's curiosity. At that moment, Sasori's mouth suddenly opened, revealing a syringe. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous needles shot out, hitting the ground. The ground twisted and revealed the corpse of a snake. We've been exposed, Sasori said in a low voice. Let's go. Kaguya nodded and followed Sasori. When they reached the cave entrance, Orochimaru was already waiting for them. I thought it would be Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru smirked. You two must be sent by Akatsuki to kill me. I will kill you without mercy, traitor, Sasori said coldly. Oh, can you really do that? Orochimaru sneered. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he laughed. I didn't expect you to join Akatsuki too, little girl. When did Akatsuki become so desperate as to accept a teenager? Chapter 44, Masters Always Strike Last. Orochimaru, it seems you don't want your other hand either, Kaguya said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Orochimaru, her gaze sharpening. Oh, your hand is healed. Did you switch to a new vessel? I was just a bit careless before, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Do you think you can still harm me? Now isn't the time for small talk, Sasori stepped forward and said to Kaguya, you stay behind and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Since there was someone to do the fighting, Kaguya was happy to relax. She took a few steps back, channeled her chakra, and floated up into the air. I didn't expect you to have such a unique ability, little girl, Sasori glanced at Kaguya in the air and said. Let me know if you need support, Kaguya waved down at him with a slight smile. Although this place isn't very advantageous for me, it's more than enough to deal with you, Sasori said coldly, taking out a scroll from his sleeve and opening it, activating the seal inside. A gust of wind rose from the scroll, blowing the surrounding grass and trees wildly. When the wind died down, a puppet wearing a brown robe appeared. It was the third Kazekage. I couldn't capture you last time. This time, you won't escape, Sasori moved his fingers to control the chakra strings and said coldly. The previous technique had flaws. This one is more perfect, Orochimaru smirked and said. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, and the ground trembled slightly. Amidst the swirling dust, a large coffin emerged from the ground. With a creaking sound, the coffin lid fell, revealing a figure inside. Third Kazekage, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. This time, you won't escape. He then took out a kunai with a talisman attached and inserted it into the third Kazekage's head. White smoke emanated from the third Kazekage's body, swirling around him. When the smoke cleared, the third Kazekage's dirt body looked as if it were alive, indicating that the Edo Tensei, reanimation, had been completed. Attack, third Kazekage, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. The third Kazekage flew into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Iron sand drizzle. Countless metallic particles rose from the ground, forming bullets that whizzed towards Sasori, creating a piercing sound as they cut through the air. The iron rain covered even Kaguya in the sky. Sasori waved his hand, controlling his puppet to block the attack. The puppet opened its mouth and spewed out a metallic flow, forming a protective shield that kept the iron rain at bay. In the sky, Kaguya frowned slightly and waved her hand, releasing a burst of repulsive force that scattered the iron rain. When the iron rain ended, Sasori's puppet rushed forward, extending numerous fists from its body to smash the third Kazekage to pieces. However, the third Kazekage, being reanimated, quickly regenerated. Edo Tensei is an eternal life form, never to die, Orochimaru sneered. After you die, I will revive you this way too. Suddenly, a large amount of iron sand emerged from the body of the third Kazekage, slowly condensing in the air and gradually compressing. When it was fully formed, it became a huge triangular pyramid. Sasori snorted and flicked his fingers, which were connected by chakra strings. His puppet also produced a large amount of iron sand, which condensed in the air into a massive cylinder. With a wave of their hands, the two enormous iron constructs flew at each other in an instant. With a deafening crash, they collided and shattered, sending a rain of iron sand scattering everywhere. One side was a puppet, the other an Edo Tensei reanimation. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. The surrounding forest was battered by the impacts of their jutsus, trees snapping at their trunks, debris flying, and the ground becoming a wasteland. Kaguya shook her head slightly, watching the battle from above. She couldn't stand it any longer. At this rate, who knew how long it would take to end? Hey, Sasori, Kaguya called down, can you handle this or do you need my help? I can handle it myself, Sasori huffed, don't get in my way. Confidence is a good thing, Orochimaru said with a smirk, but arrogance is dangerous. Humph. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, cracking open as countless sands and stones rose. These were mineral-rich ores. The iron ore in the air gradually turned into powder, forming a huge iron sand curtain. The iron sand condensed bit by bit, ultimately forming two giant iron spears on either side. Although one was an Edo Tensei reanimation and the other a puppet, both possessed the same jutsu as the third Kazekage. Ha! With a roar, the two massive iron spears clashed violently, generating a shockwave that swept out like a hurricane, uprooting nearby trees and filling the air with dust. Did I succeed? Sasori muttered. As the dust settled, the Edo Tensei reanimation of the third Kazekage lay on the ground, its body disintegrating and turning into ash that dispersed in the wind. Something's wrong. Sasori turned and looked up at the sky, eyes narrowing. In the sky, Kaguya had just lowered her hand, the black spheres around her gradually disappearing. What is this? Sasori's eyes widened, he could feel an overwhelming, terrifying energy emanating from it, making him shudder. Damn it, Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why his Edo Tensei reanimation was so easily destroyed, but it was undoubtedly related to this girl. The last time, she had also destroyed his reanimations of the first and second Hokage. He initially thought it was a flaw in the jutsu, but it seemed it was due to her having a strange ability that could counter Edo Tensei. Very impressive. You intrigue me more and more, Orochimaru said, looking up at Kaguya in the sky and licking his lips. Chapter 45, Star Ninja Village. It should end now, Kaguya said, her water-clear eyes showing a faint glow. A large amount of chakra surged from Kaguya's body, swirling around her like a whirlwind, dyeing her entire body a light blue. This was the chakra mode of her Tenseigan. Is this? Sasori's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the girl in the sky. He had never seen Kaguya's chakra mode before, but he could feel the terrifying power emanating from it. Orochimaru, seeing Kaguya's form, had his pupils contract. He was reminded of the events during the Konoha crush plan and knew the power of this technique. Without hesitation, Orochimaru turned and ran into the cave. Kaguya raised her hand, and the truth-seeking ball floated around her palm, spinning rapidly and generating a powerful storm that struck toward the cave where Orochimaru was. Boom. A massive explosion ensued, with a giant mushroom cloud rising. The forest was left in ruins, and an area of several hundred meters had been leveled, revealing scorched earth. The trees were reduced to charcoal, and the remnants of Orochimaru's base were completely obliterated. In the darkness, around a stone platform, shadows appeared, faint and indistinct, representing their spiritual images rather than their actual bodies. I searched through the rubble but couldn't find Orochimaru's body, Sasori said solemnly. I can't guarantee he's dead. Keep an eye on Orochimaru's actions in the future. As long as he's alive, he'll certainly make a move, Nagato said, turning to look at Kaguya. Additionally, I have another mission for you. A few hundred years ago, a meteorite fell in a village. This meteorite is said to have strange powers. The village is now known as Hoshigakure. Your mission is to investigate Hoshigakure and bring back the meteorite. Understood, Kaguya nodded lightly. Moving on, we have other tasks. Coming out of the spiritual connection, Kaguya stood up, brushing leaves and dust from her body. She had initially planned to go to Hoshigakure, and it was a coincidence that this mission aligned with her plans. She walked over to Sasori, smiling, I can handle this mission alone. I don't need your assistance. Akatsuki's rule is that every mission must be carried out by a two-person team, Sasori said coldly. What's your purpose in acting alone? Rules are dead, but people are alive. This investigation requires secrecy, Kaguya glanced at Sasori. Your current appearance is too conspicuous. Even if you have some strength, but... Suddenly, Sasori's eyes widened. He felt his body losing control. No matter how much he tried to manipulate it with his mind, there was no response. A rare sense of tension appeared in Sasori's usually calm heart. Is this enough? Kaguya's lips curled into a smile. This was the Tenseigan's ability to control puppets. Since Sasori's entire body had been transformed into a puppet, Kaguya's power was perfectly suited to counter him. Sasori looked at Kaguya with the only part of his body he could control, his eyes, and felt a storm of emotions inside. He had never considered the girl before him to be of any significance. To him, Kaguya was just a pretty face, an inexplicable addition to Akatsuki. Now it was clear that anyone who could join Akatsuki was no ordinary person, even this seemingly harmless girl. Suddenly, Sasori felt his body relax as control returned to him, bringing him a small sense of relief. However, he no longer dared to underestimate the beautiful girl in front of him. All right, Sasori said in a deep voice, but I will report this to the organization. Yes, that is expected. Kaguya nodded, completely unbothered. The organization still had Black Zetsu, who surely knew the true purpose of Kaguya's mission. After parting ways with Sasori, Kaguya set out alone. She removed her Akatsuki attire and changed into casual clothes. Akatsuki was becoming increasingly well-known, and she wanted to avoid drawing attention. Hoshigakure was in the north, adjacent to the land of Earth, a rather remote area. As she traveled further north, the forest grew denser, and the population thinned out. She stopped in her tracks upon seeing a massive gorge ahead, shrouded in a peculiar purple mist. She approached it. Just then, a bird flew into the mist, and within seconds, it stiffened and fell from the sky. Using her Tenseigan, Kaguya saw many animal skeletons at the bottom of the gorge, and even human remains, densely piled up. The thick fog seemed to be highly toxic. As Kaguya contemplated investigating, a masked individual suddenly emerged from the bushes, shouting, "Stop! Who are you?" "I am a Konoha ninja here on a mission," Kaguya said, taking out her forehead protector. The person removed their mask, revealing a boy about Kaguya's age. He walked over, and upon seeing Kaguya up close, his eyes widened in disbelief at her beauty. "Is that enough?" Kaguya asked, blinking her eyes. "Why yes," the boy stammered, blushing. "What's your name?" "I'm Kaguya." "What's yours?" Kaguya asked with a smile. "My name is Sumaru," the boy named Sumaru replied, scratching his head. "Please, follow me." They crossed a wooden bridge over the gorge into the village. The village seemed small and sparsely populated, with low houses and simple structures, much smaller than Konoha. They arrived at a large house. Though not luxurious, it was well built compared to the other village houses. "This is it," Sumaru gestured, smiling. "Please, go ahead." "All right." Kaguya nodded slightly. Walking inside, Kaguya found the room spacious and simply decorated, with a certain elegance. Seated in the center was a thin middle-aged man. "Hello, are you the ninja from Konoha?" the man asked with a smile. "I am Hoshikige's acting leader, Akahoshi." Chapter 46, The Meteorite Called Star. "Hello, I am Kaguya from Konoha," Kaguya said with a smile. "I am here on a mission." "Are you alone?" Akahoshi asked in surprise, glancing behind her to see no one else. "No," Kaguya shook her head slightly, "I have two companions, but they encountered some trouble on the way and will arrive later. I ask for your understanding." "I see," Akahoshi smiled, standing up and looking Kaguya up and down. "But I am curious about your... You want to know about my capabilities?" Kaguya's eyes sparkled. "If you have any doubts, I can demonstrate." "That's not necessary," Akahoshi quickly waved his hand, laughing. Any ninja sent by Konoha must be quite capable, so there's no need for a demonstration. Thank you for your trust, Hoshikage. Kaguya nodded. Hearing Kaguya address him as Hoshikage, Akahoshi's eyes lit up with apparent delight. He turned to Sumeru and said, "Please arrange a room for our guest." "Yes," Sumeru responded respectfully. "There's no need," Kaguya shook her head. "Since I am here, I would like to see where the star is first to prepare for the mission." Ah, such dedication, as expected of a Konoha elite. Akahoshi's face showed a friendly smile. "In that case, Sumeru, please show her to the star. Yes. Following Sumeru, Kaguya entered a dense forest. The forest was lush, with abundant vegetation and occasional bird calls. Sumeru couldn't help but steal glances at Kaguya's face as they walked. "What is it?" Kaguya stopped and turned, her eyes blinking. "Is there something on my face?" No. Sumeru quickly turned back, his face turning red, and he waved his hands nervously. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. "Oh." Kaguya turned back, saying nothing more. Sumeru patted his chest and quietly sighed in relief. "Up ahead is where the star is," Sumeru said, pointing to a large crater in front of them. Kaguya looked ahead and saw a place resembling a meteorite crater, where no grass grew, and broken rocks and charred trees were scattered around. It seemed the impact of the meteorite had caused this, and some power lingered here, preventing the trees from weathering over the years. At this moment, Kaguya dashed forward like lightning, sensing the presence of Tentail's chakra in the area. The star people referred to was actually a meteorite containing Tentail's power that fell here hundreds of years ago, leading to the establishment of Hoshigakure. "Wait, outsiders are not allowed." Sumeru shouted from behind, chasing after Kaguya, but he was too slow to catch up. Kaguya reached a wooden hut in the center of the crater, sensing residual energy inside. She opened the door and found the central platform empty, with several people lying unconscious around it. The residual energy on the platform confirmed that the meteorite had indeed been there but seemed to have been taken by someone else. Kaguya frowned, realizing that others had also targeted the meteorite. "Kaguya, you can't go in there." Sumeru panted, catching up. He froze upon seeing the scene before him. "What is this?" "It was stolen," Kaguya said, frowning and rubbing her chin. "I think you stole it," a scar-faced star ninja burst in from outside and shouted at Kaguya. "You're the only one here, so who else could it be?" "It wasn't me," Kaguya coldly glanced at the star ninja. The star ninja felt a chill down his spine under Kaguya's gaze. He couldn't understand how a girl of only a dozen years could have such an intimidating look. Was it just an illusion? "Then who do you think took it?" The star ninja steadied his nerves and asked. "How could it be?" Sumeru looked back and forth between Kaguya and the star ninja, unsure of whom to believe. Kaguya snorted and ignored him, walking straight outside. "Don't think you can run." Kaguya suddenly turned around and fixed the star ninja with a cold stare. His words got stuck in his throat, and his body stiffened, as if he had lost control, unable to move even a finger. Kaguya gave him a final glance and then turned and left. The star ninja's body relaxed, returning to normal. He stared at Kaguya's departing figure, feeling a mix of uncertainty and humiliation. He had just been intimidated. He gritted his teeth, vowing to teach this girl a lesson in the future. "The star, you didn't take it, did you?" Sumeru caught up, looking uneasy and hesitant. "If you believed me, you wouldn't need to ask. If you didn't believe me, why ask at all?" Kaguya stopped and turned, saying, "You're just looking for an excuse for yourself." Kaguya ignored Sumeru and continued walking forward. She could faintly sense the power of the Tentails, but perhaps because the meteorite had been there so long, its energy had soaked into the surrounding soil, making it harder to detect. Sumeru's face turned red with embarrassment. He didn't know what to say. "I didn't take it," Kaguya said suddenly, her back still to Sumeru. "Okay." Sumeru felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and nodded heavily. As the sun set and evening fell, the last rays of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. They returned to the village, and Sumeru led her to a house, opening the door and walking inside. "This is my home. It's a bit simple, so please don't mind," Sumeru said awkwardly. "It's fine, it's nice," Kaguya said, looking around. Sumeru then led her to a room that was very tidy and decorated with some small ornaments. "This was my mother's room," Sumeru said, a bit embarrassed. "I clean it every day, so please make yourself comfortable." Kaguya nodded, seeming satisfied. "Oh, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Sumeru slapped his forehead. "I'll prepare some food, please wait a moment." "Okay." Chapter 47, Plot Twist. I have to say, Sumeru's cooking was quite good. The dishes were colorful, fragrant, and delicious, leaving a lingering taste that could rival that of a restaurant chef. "Not sure if it suits your taste," Sumeru said, scratching his head. "It's nice, very good," Kaguya replied, holding a cup with both hands and taking a sip of tea. "That's good," Sumaru said, smiling with his eyes squinting in joy. At that moment, the noise outside grew louder, a commotion that disturbed the peace. Kaguya and Sumaru went outside and found a large crowd gathered at the door, holding torches and surrounding them. "Sumaru, come with us," a burly man with a beard said grimly. "What do you want with me?" Sumaru asked in surprise. "Someone saw you attacking others and stealing the star," another man with a headband said. "That's impossible," Sumaru said, shocked. "I didn't steal anything, and I was with Kaguya the whole time. How could I have stolen the star?" "Of course, you wouldn't steal it while you were with Kaguya. But if you had stolen it before meeting her and then used her as an alibi, that's a different story," the bearded man said. "I didn't steal it. How could I steal the star?" Sumaru said angrily. At that moment, Akahoshi walked out from the crowd and said to Sumaru, "Sumaru, I believe you." Sumaru looked touched. However, Akahoshi continued, "Please come with us to investigate. It will help clear your name." Sumaru bit his lip and said resolutely, "Okay, I'll go. I definitely didn't steal the star." Akahoshi smiled and then turned to Kaguya, saying, "I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier and for any inconvenience this has caused." Kaguya remained expressionless. Sumaru said earnestly, "I will prove my innocence." Akahoshi and the others took Sumaru away, and Kaguya watched their departing figures thoughtfully. This matter seemed suspicious and far from simple. The next day, Kaguya arrived at the place where Sumaru was being held. It was a remote location, surrounded by dense forest with lush trees blocking the sky. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. "I want to see Sumaru," Kaguya said to the two guards at the gate. "Sorry," the Akahoshi said, "no one is allowed without his permission." The guards' eyes grew vacant, and they fell to the ground before finishing their sentence. This was Kaguya's power of manipulating consciousness with the Tenseigan. However, since her Tenseigan had not fully awakened, she could only control those who were relatively weak. Kaguya opened the door and went inside, finding Sumaru there. Seeing her, his eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and ran over. "Why are you here?" Sumaru asked excitedly. "I came to see you," Kaguya said. "How are you doing?" "They just questioned me and then locked me up," Sumaru said, feeling a bit down. "But I really didn't steal the star." "I believe you," Kaguya said softly. "Really? Do you really believe me?" Sumaru said excitedly. Suddenly, Kaguya sensed something and leaped backward, evading an attack from behind. In front of her stood a person wearing a gas mask, with chakra transforming into a peacock's tail behind him. "Mysterious peacock method," Sumaru shouted, "It's you, you're the one who stole the star, aren't you?" The masked person did not answer. The chakra behind him transformed into 4 tentacles, sweeping towards Kaguya. Kaguya shifted her feet, leaning her body to the side, stepping on the wall to dodge the attacking chakra tentacles. The wall behind her was shattered. She stepped on the wall and used the rebound force to charge towards the masked person. The masked person made hand seals, and the chakra tentacles transformed into a bear, roaring as it lunged at Kaguya. Just as the bear was about to bite Kaguya, she suddenly disappeared in front of him. What? When he realized what had happened, it was too late. Kaguya had used the body flicker technique to appear behind him, raising her arm and placing her palm on his back. Repulsion force burst forth. Boom. The masked person was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he had chakra protecting him, otherwise, this blow would have killed him. "You finally showed up." At this moment, Akahoshi emerged from behind the house, smiling. He said, "Thanks to the Konoha ninja, we were able to catch her." "You can't get the star even if you catch me," the masked person said in a muffled voice. "Really? Do you not care about your son's life?" Akahoshi walked over and removed the gas mask, revealing Natsuhi. "What?" Sumaru was shocked and asked in disbelief, "This is my mother. My mother is supposed to be dead." Akahoshi grabbed Sumaru and held a kunai to his throat, sneering, "Hand over the star, or he dies." Natsuhi glared at the captured Sumaru, biting her lip and clenching her fists. She said, "Despicable man, you harmed the 3rd Hoshikage, and now you're doing this." "Despicable means are justified as long as they achieve the goal," Akahoshi mocked, "and it's for the sake of the entire village. The side effects of practicing with the star have killed many people. How many more do you want to die?" Natsuhi said angrily. "I took the star to prevent it from harming the villagers any further. As long as we have power, any number of deaths is worth it," Akahoshi said coldly. "Hand over the star now, or I'll kill him." As he spoke, he lightly cut Sumaru's neck, drawing a line of blood. Natsuhi's expression turned grim, hesitating. "It seems you don't care about your son. Then let him die." Akahoshi raised his kunai, aiming to stab Sumaru's heart. "Stop." Natsuhi gritted her teeth, stood up, and took out the meteorite from her pocket, throwing it to Akahoshi. Good, Akahoshi caught the meteorite with his hand and sneered, now that I have what I want, this boy is useless. Die. Akahoshi then thrust the kunai towards Sumaru's heart. No. Natsuhi screamed desperately. Before the kunai could strike, it stopped midway. A silver-haired girl had appeared in front of Akahoshi without him noticing. It was Kaguya from earlier. Chapter 48, The Meteorite in Hand. What are you doing? Akahoshi shouted, gritting his teeth, I'm your employer. Are you trying to ruin Konoha's reputation and violate the rules? Sorry, Kaguya smiled slightly, I'm no longer considered part of Konoha. With that, Kaguya's palm emitted a burst of repulsive force, hitting Akahoshi with such impact that his chest caved in, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed through several walls before slamming into a distant hill. Everyone around was stunned. They couldn't believe that this seemingly delicate and beautiful girl was so powerful, taking down Akahoshi with a single blow. Sumaru stood there, dumbfounded, feeling like he was in a dream. The scene fell silent. The ninja's red star brought looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Their strongest person had been severely injured in an instant, they had no chance. What are you doing here? Kaguya said coldly, do you want to fight too? The crowd snapped back to reality and ran away, some even dropping their weapons in their haste to escape. Damn it, why are you interfering? Akahoshi struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and gripped the meteorite tightly, then stabbed it into his own chest. I'll kill you all. As the meteorite pierced his chest, an enormous amount of chakra burst forth from Akahoshi, forming a purple dragon in the air. I'll kill you all. Akahoshi roared, and the dragon charged at Kaguya under his command. Watch out. Sumaru shouted. Kaguya snorted, extended her arm, and aimed her palm at Akahoshi. A powerful repulsive force erupted. With a loud boom, the dragon shattered into countless pieces of purple light. Akahoshi spewed blood and was sent flying. The difference in power was too great, even with the meteorite containing 10 tails chakra, Akahoshi was no match. Kaguya grabbed the meteorite with her palm. With a pull, the meteorite flew into her hand due to her gravitational power. She examined it, noting the strong chakra it contained, confirming it was indeed from the 10 tails. These people simply didn't know how to use it properly, which was a waste. Kaguya absorbed the chakra from the meteorite, drawing it into her body. No, you'll die doing that. Natsuhi struggled to reach her, trying to stop her, but it was too late. Kaguya had already absorbed all the chakra from the meteorite. Sumaru rushed over, asking anxiously, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Kaguya smiled, but first, shouldn't you greet your mother? Sumaru hesitated, biting his lip and turning away without speaking. Natsuhi walked up and reached out to hug Sumaru, but he slapped her hand away. Go away. Sumaru shouted, I don't want to see you. I don't have a mother. My mother is already dead. Natsuhi's expression darkened, and she withdrew her hand. I'm sorry, Why are you only coming back now? Where were you before? Sumaru shouted, I don't have a mother like you. Tears glimmered in the corners of his eyes. Smack. Sumaru's face was suddenly slapped hard, and he staggered, a bright red mark appearing on his cheek. He was stunned, looking at Kaguya in shock. Your mother did this to protect you, to protect the village, Kaguya said sternly. If it weren't for your mother, you would have died a long time ago. Her absence doesn't mean she didn't want to come back, she just couldn't. She risked her life to come save you today, doesn't that prove anything? Sumaru trembled all over, pursing his lips and falling silent. Natsuhi was also at a loss, unsure of what to do. She wanted to hug Sumaru but was afraid of being pushed away. Kaguya sighed. Are all kids this prideful nowadays? Clearly, he missed his mother, but when she finally came, he said things to ruin the moment. Kaguya quietly walked behind Sumaru and gave him a push. He stumbled and fell into Natsuhi's arms. Smelling the familiar scent, Sumaru froze. This time, he didn't push Summer Star away. Instead, he hugged her tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. The next morning. The sun was bright, the weather clear, and the breeze gentle, bringing a refreshing coolness. The air was fresh and invigorating. Do you really have to go? Sumaru asked regretfully. Can't you stay a few more days? No, Kaguya replied, I have other things to do. I can't stay long. Here, take this bento for the road. My cooking isn't great, but I hope you don't mind, Natsuhi said with a smile, handing Kaguya a lunchbox. Not at all, thank you, Auntie, Kaguya said, taking the lunchbox. Well, I'm off. Goodbye. Kaguya smiled gently, waved, and turned to leave. As they watched her figure gradually recede, Natsuhi lightly tapped Sumaru and smiled, didn't you say you wanted to confess? Sumeru shook his head slightly, a smile appearing on his face. Such a perfect girl, I don't deserve her yet. But I'll work twice as hard and, when I become the greatest star shadow, I'll go find her. He clenched his fists as he spoke. Chapter 49, Daidara. The chakra contained within the meteorite was immense compared to ordinary people, but for Kaguya, it was still quite lacking. After all, at the end of the day, it was just a rock containing chakra. How much chakra could it really have? However, even a small amount is better than nothing. And this meteorite wasn't just a small piece, at least it was more like a drumstick, a decent dish to go with a meal. Stop. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, chasing after her. Kaguya did not stop walking, nor did she look back. Instead, she quickened her pace, moving through the forest like a flash of lightning. 4 ninjas, wearing Leaf Village headbands, were chasing after her. They were Naruto, Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. They had come to the Star Village to perform the mission of guarding the star. Wait, Kaguya. Naruto and the others kept chasing her, not giving up at all. Kaguya raised an eyebrow, tapped her toes lightly, and activated her repulsive force, controlling gravity to fly into the sky, heading towards the horizon. The 4 on the ground couldn't possibly match Kaguya's speed in the sky. Gradually, Kaguya's figure became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Damn it, Naruto said, hands on his knees, bending over and panting heavily. Was that Kaguya just now? Tenten asked curiously. Could we have seen wrong? No mistake, Neji said softly, looking towards the horizon. Why did she run away? Rock Lee asked, sitting on the ground. As a rogue ninja of the Konoha village, who also killed the 3rd Hokage, of course she would run away, Tenten said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. That's not true. Naruto suddenly stood up straight and shouted, Kaguya-chan couldn't possibly have killed the 3rd Hokage. She's not that kind of person. Are you still so stubborn? Neji sighed. I don't believe Kaguya is that kind of person either, Rock Lee added. I think you're all just bewitched by her, Tenten said, unable to contain her sarcasm. A pretty girl isn't necessarily a good person. No, Kaguya-chan is different, Naruto said, a bit dazed, as he recalled her image and voice. Kaguya didn't want to see them, at least not now. It wasn't the right time to meet them. No doubt, Danzo had already labeled her a rogue ninja and blamed her for the 3rd Hokage's death. Meeting them would just lead to useless arguments and waste time. And now that Kaguya was part of the Akatsuki, there was no way to explain clearly. It would only get more complicated. So rather than explaining, which wouldn't help anyway, it was better to not explain at all. At that moment, a mental wave reached Kaguya's mind. It was a signal from the Akatsuki. Kaguya closed her eyes and immersed herself in the experience. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a black cave. In front of her were many black shadows, indistinct and vague, mere projections rather than physical entities. It was much like a video conference in her original world. Kaguya, why did you act alone? Nagato asked calmly. You know the rules of the Akatsuki, missions must be undertaken by teams of 2. Sorry, Kaguya replied calmly, I just thought it would be more convenient to complete the mission this way. And did you complete the mission? Nagato asked. No, Kaguya shrugged, the meteorite was destroyed by Hoshikage. Is that so? Nagato glanced at Kaguya. Well, there's another mission for you now. All right. Kaguya nodded. You're near Iwagakure, and there is a young man in their explosion team with impressive abilities. You are to capture him, Nagato said. His name is Daidara. Daidara. Isn't he that comical guy? Kaguya was a bit taken aback. Is there a problem? Nagato stared at Kaguya. No, Kaguya shook her head. If that's the case, then set off immediately, Nagato said flatly. This is also to make up for your previous mission failure. I hope you won't fail again. Kaguya opened her eyes, suddenly realizing that Nagato hadn't assigned her a partner. This suited her just fine, as having someone around always made her feel uncomfortable. Daidara was the apprentice of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. At the age of 9, he had to leave the village because he frequently caused terror incidents. Now, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, had taken an interest in his abilities and wanted to recruit him into the organization. In the original story, Daidara was recruited into the Akatsuki shortly after Uchiha Itachi joined. But now it seemed there was a deviation. Daidara had not yet joined the Akatsuki and was still in the Land of Earth. Kaguya's current mission was to find this guy. The Land of Earth was located in the northwest of the continent, mostly barren rock walls. The country's rocks seemed to form along the national border, thus hindering the Land of Earth's traffic with other countries. Additionally, the wind blowing from the north crosses the mountains and brings fine rock particles into other countries, a well-known natural phenomenon called rock rain. If the land of wind was an endless desert, the land of earth was more like a land of piled rocks. However, both countries shared a common feature: they were desolate, with almost no vegetation and few tall trees. The land of wind experienced constant gales, and the land of earth was similarly windy, with the wind whistling through layers of rock walls. Kaguya reached into her bosom and took out a scroll, opening it to take a look. This scroll recorded information about Daidara and his possible locations. After putting away the scroll and preparing to go to the next location, she suddenly heard a violent explosion in the distance, with faintly visible flames shooting into the sky. Kaguya smiled slightly. She had found him. Chapter 50, Joining the Group. Boom. The violent explosion was deafening, with flames shooting into the sky, stones scattering, dust filling the air, and turbulent shockwaves sweeping everything in their path. Art is an explosion. A blonde-haired boy was waving his arms and dancing, shouting loudly in excitement. Not bad, quite beautiful. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from behind him. Daidara was startled and quickly turned around to see a girl walking towards him. When he saw the girl, he was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before, with long silver-white hair, snow-white skin, sparkling eyes, trembling eyelashes, and rosy lips. Is that so? The blonde boy scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. No one had ever praised him like this before. Are you Daidara? Kaguya sized up the boy in front of her. Yes, that's me, Daidara asked curiously. Who are you? Do you need something from me? Have you heard of the Akatsuki? Kaguya squinted and smiled. The Akatsuki. Daidara scratched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, never heard of it. What is it? It's a place where you can blow things up without any consequences. Kaguya walked over and said, do you want to join? Really? Daidara tilted his head and said, that sounds tempting, but it can't be that simple, Indeed, joining the Akatsuki also means taking on some missions, Kaguya said. But during these missions, you can pursue your art to your heart's content. That sounds pretty good, Daidara said, scratching his chin and thinking. But I'm still skeptical about your organization's strength. Even though you're pretty, it's not enough to make me join just like that, That's understandable, Kaguya nodded with a smile. Then let's have a little match. Hey, Daidara quickly said, I won't hold back, Bring it on, Kaguya's lips curved slightly. As soon as Kaguya finished speaking, she stepped forward and rushed out. With a flick of her hand, 4 shuriken appeared, which she threw with force. The shuriken spun towards Daidara. Daidara tilted his body, dodging the shuriken's attack. He reached into his clay pouch and began kneading the clay with his hands. When he brought his hand out, he already had 7 or 8 clay birds in his palm. Daidara made hand seals, and with a poof, the birds grew larger, turning into large white birds that flew towards Kaguya like arrows. Kaguya raised her arm, and with a burst of repulsion from her palm, an invisible wave of gravitational force shot out, sending the birds flying. At that moment, countless clay spiders fell from the sky, landing around her. Daidara made hand seals and shouted, explode. With a loud boom, a violent explosion occurred where Kaguya was, flames shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing, stones scattering, and dust flying everywhere. Did I overdo it? Daidara looked at the smoke with some concern. Thanks for your concern, but I won't be defeated that easily. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Daidara's ear. Daidara was shocked and quickly turned around, only to find that Kaguya had somehow gotten behind him. She gave him a hard push, and caught off guard, Daidara fell over. Be careful, Kaguya said with a light smile. Daidara looked at Kaguya's smile, a bit dazed. What's the matter? Kaguya asked curiously. Not going to fight anymore, she said, extending her hand. Daidara couldn't help but grab her hand, finding it delicate and smooth, like silk. Fight. Of course, we'll fight, Daidara said, flustered as he pulled himself up with Kaguya's hand. I won't lose to you. Faced with such a beautiful girl, Daidara's male pride was stirred. Okay, Kaguya nodded lightly. But be careful, don't push yourself too hard. My techniques are very powerful, Daidara cautioned, which was rare for him. Okay. The two drew their distance, and the battle resumed. Daidara grabbed a handful of clay and began chewing it. When he spat it out, he made hand seals. C2 Dragon. A giant dragon appeared, crafted from clay but lifelike in its detail. It roared with its head raised, and Daidara stood atop the dragon's head, looking down at Kaguya. Kaguya used her control over gravity to fly into the air, shooting towards Daidara like an arrow. The dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing out a mass of white clay aimed at Kaguya. Unfazed, Kaguya raised her hand and with a flick, repulsive force sent the clay flying. Boom. The clay exploded in midair, the shockwave causing Kaguya to momentarily halt. At that moment, countless birds flew out from a cloud of white smoke, rushing towards Kaguya. Kaguya extended her arms, grasping at the air. The bird suddenly froze as if caught in an invisible web, unable to move. Boom. The birds exploded, the resulting gusts of wind forced Kaguya to close her eyes reflexively. During this time, numerous tiny birds, resembling hummingbirds and hard to notice, surrounded her. Now. At Daidara's shout, the small birds exploded with a deafening noise. Thick smoke and bright flames filled the air, and the enormous wind from the explosion made even Daidara, standing on the dragon, struggle to maintain his balance. Before the smoke could clear, the dragon charged into it. With vision obscured by the dust, it was the perfect opportunity. As the smoke dispersed, Kaguya was seen tightly bound by the clay dragon. Daidara had already jumped onto a large bird and was about to make the hand seals to trigger the explosion but hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. Thanks for holding back. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Daidara was shocked and quickly turned around. Somehow, Kaguya had appeared behind him, a kunai pressed against his neck. Looking back at the dragon, he saw the Kaguya it held dissolve into white smoke with a poof. During the explosion, Kaguya had created a shadow clone and moved behind Daidara. I lost, Daidara sighed. Kaguya removed the kunai from his neck and smiled lightly. You didn't lose. You let me win. A loss is a loss, Daidara grunted, turning his head to hide the blush on his face. Kaguya smiled slightly, finding Daidara quite cute. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance, quickly arriving in front of them. Chapter 51, Growing Up. A girl appeared, with black hair cut short at ear length, exuding a certain heroic spirit. Despite her young age, she had an indescribable charm about her. Big brother, are you blowing things up again? Master will scold you if he finds out, the black-haired girl sighed, looking helpless. It's not blowing things up, it's art. Art, you understand. Daidara shouted loudly. Fine, it's art, the black-haired girl turned to look at Kaguya, stunned by her beauty. Big brother, who is she? She is. Could she be your girlfriend? Before Daidara could finish, the black-haired girl shouted as if she had discovered something exciting. Nonsense, she's my friend, just my friend. Daidara hastily explained, his face turning red. Got it, the black-haired girl smiled at Daidara. Hello, I'm Kaguya. What's your name? Kaguya smiled faintly, ignoring the earlier teasing. I'm Kuratsuchi, the black-haired girl smiled, then asked in surprise, how is your skin so good? What kind of moisturizer do you use? She even squeezed Kaguya's hand a few times. Ahem, I don't use any. Kaguya calmly withdrew her hand, intending to tease Kuratsuchi but ended up being teased herself. So your name is Kuratsuchi? Kaguya suddenly realized, if she is Kuratsuchi, then she must be the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. Yes, is there a problem? Kuratsuchi asked, puzzled. No, I was just curious. Kaguya quickly waved her hand. Kuratsuchi sighed and complained, I knew it. What a name they gave me. A girl named Black Earth. It's so lame. Although Kaguya wanted to comfort her and say the name was nice, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The name was indeed quite unfortunate, especially for a pretty girl. I'm going away for a while. Tell the old man I won't be coming back, Daidara said. Where are you going? Kuratsuchi looked at Daidara, then at Kaguya. He's going to join Akatsuki, a mercenary organization, Kaguya smiled. You can train and earn a good commission. Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi scratched her head in confusion. I think I've heard that name somewhere. It's just a small organization. It's normal if you don't remember, Kaguya smiled faintly. Okay, I'll tell the old man. Kuratsuchi walked to Daidara, whispered in his ear, good luck. Don't cause any trouble. You hear me? Daidara shouted, his face turning red. Watching Kaguya and Daidara's figures gradually disappear over the horizon, Kuratsuchi turned and left. Akatsuki. Where have I heard that name before? Kuratsuchi pondered, thinking about the organization Kaguya had mentioned earlier. I just can't remember. Thus, Kaguya successfully convinced Daidara to join Akatsuki. At that time, she was 13 years old. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, and Conan had recruited Haiden into the Akatsuki organization. Like Daidara, Haiden's appearance seemed to have been delayed, perhaps a butterfly effect caused by Kaguya. By this time, the main members of Akatsuki had all been assembled. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. At the dumpling shop in Konoha, a beautiful young girl had come in. Her silver hair cascaded like mist or a waterfall, her skin fair, her eyebrows like willow leaves, and her eyes like pools of autumn water. Her long eyelashes were like smoke or mist, her nose straight, and her lips rosy. Unfortunately, she wore a trench coat, a baseball cap, and large sunglasses, obscuring most of her face. This person was none other than Kaguya. She had always thought that the world of Naruto was similar to a medieval setting, but it turned out to be quite advanced in terms of technology. She had easily bought this outfit, making her wonder if she had returned to her original world. Kaguya bit into a dumpling. The delicate and soft texture melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance, especially a hint of bamboo leaves. Over the years, she had tasted dumplings from many places, but Konoha's were still the best. This time, Kaguya had snuck into Konoha and discovered that much had changed. Her peers were now prominent ninja, many having become Chunin, like Shikamaru, and some even Jonin, like Niji. "Boss, check please." "Sure, take care." After Kaguya left, the boss stared at her back for a long time, mumbling, "What a beautiful girl, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Where could it be?" Kaguya walked down the bustling street. The streets were crowded with people, carriages flowed like water, and children ran around playing, creating a scene of prosperity. Following her memory, Kaguya arrived at a tall building, just as she remembered it. With a light leap, she entered the courtyard. She opened the door and walked into her old room, finding it exactly as she remembered, with everything in its original place. Kaguya walked to the desk and opened a book titled Ika Paradise. It seemed someone had been cleaning the room, as the furniture and bookshelves were spotless, the windows clear, and the bedding freshly washed, emitting a faint fragrance. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a young girl walked in, freezing in her tracks. The cup in her hand slipped and shattered on the floor with a crisp sound. "Sister." Chapter 52, Settling Accounts. Kaguya turned around, a faint smile on her lips as she quietly observed the now grown and beautiful young woman. She softly spoke, "It's been a long time, little sister. Is it really you?" Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Kaguya. "What's wrong? Can't recognize me?" Kaguya's lips curled into a slight smile. "Let me remind you then." Kaguya moved gracefully and pulled Hinata into her embrace with her flawless arm, gently lowered her head, and kissed her on the lips. Hinata's eyes widened, then gradually became dreamy, tears welling up in her eyes as she tightly hugged Kaguya with her arms. This was a kissing game they used to play when they were children. "Sister, where have you been all these years?" Hinata wiped her eyes, murmuring, "I thought I'd never see you again." "How could that be?" Kaguya gently stroked her hair, smiling, "I wouldn't abandon anyone, especially not my sister." She then pinched Hinata's cheek. "I've heard many rumors against you," Hinata hesitated. "They say you. That I'm a traitor, that I betrayed Konoha, right?" Kaguya said, blinking. "Yes," Hinata hurriedly said, "but I don't believe that, All right, I know what you want to say." Kaguya patted Hinata's head, smiling, "I'm glad you think that way. You've finally come back." A deep voice rang out. Kaguya slowly turned around, smiling lightly, "Father. You still remember you have a father?" Hayashi Huga crossed his arms, frowning. "Or that you have this family?" "I had no choice," Kaguya said softly, "it wasn't what I wanted." "Was plotting against the third Hokage also not your choice?" Hayashi said sternly. "Do you really believe a girl barely over 10 could kill the Hokage?" Kaguya raised her eyebrows. "But with Orochimaru's help, it's possible," Hayashi snorted. "If I really wanted to kill the third, why did I save him during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha?" Kaguya gently held Hinata's hand, easing her anxiety. "These are all claims made by the fifth Hokage, Lord Danzo. Do you have any other excuses?" Hayashi said sternly. Kaguya was taken aback but quickly understood the meaning behind his words. She smiled faintly and said, "Father, you actually believe me, don't you?" "Whether I believe you or not is not important," Hayashi Huga said solemnly. "What's important is making the villagers believe." "That seems a bit difficult," Kaguya shook her head lightly, her silver-white hair swaying. "I'm sure Danzo has already portrayed me as an unforgivable traitor." "None of that matters," Hayashi said, crossing his arms and shaking his head slightly. "What's more important is what you think." Kaguya paused, then laughed, saying, "I understand what you mean, father." Leaving the Huga clan's house, Kaguya felt a bit lighter. It seemed that Danzo had not gained universal approval during his tenure, and even the Huga clan, which had once firmly supported him, now harbored discontent. She wondered where Tsunade, who should have become the fifth Hokage, was now. Perhaps the village would be better governed under her leadership. As for clearing her name, Kaguya hadn't even considered it. People would believe what they wanted to believe. Those who didn't trust her wouldn't change their minds, and those who did wouldn't be swayed by one incident. But before all that, she intended to teach certain people a lesson. Inside the grand and imposing Hokage building. "Who are you? Outsiders are not allowed here." Kaguya retracted her extended arm, her steps light as she continued walking inside. Behind her, the ANBU guards lay sprawled on the ground. "Has Kaguya's file arrived yet?" Danzo, sitting in his chair, asked sternly. "Where is she now?" She's reportedly in Konoha, possibly at the Huga house, the ANBU ninja replied respectfully. The Huga clan, Danzo snorted. The Huga clan has become unreliable. They've developed disloyalty. Keep a close watch, and report any movements immediately. You may go. Yes, the ANBU ninja responded. Danzo's face darkened as he stood up from his chair. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. One day, I'll eliminate those disobedient Huga clan members. Danzo-sama still exudes such authority. A voice came from the darkness, melodic but like thunder in Danzo's ears. Who's there? Danzo turned sharply, seeing a shadowy figure standing in the dim light. The figure slowly stepped forward, the light gradually revealing her face. Silver white hair, a beautiful face, unforgettable watery eyes. Although she had changed significantly over the years, becoming even more breathtakingly beautiful, Danzo could still recognize her. What? Don't recognize me. Kaguya smiled faintly, a glint flashing in her eyes. Chapter 53, Beating Up Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened as he clearly saw Kaguya's cloak adorned with red clouds and the ring on her hand, symbols exclusive to the members of Akatsuki. Thanks to you, Kaguya smirked, I joined Akatsuki. So you were a spy planted in Konoha, Danzo said grimly, what more excuses do you have now? Kaguya sighed and spread her hands, your ability to distort the truth is as strong as ever, but words alone won't defeat me. Arrogant, Danzo roared, just you wait. Danzo formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and his chest swelled. Wind style, vacuum bullets. From Danzo's mouth shot countless semi-transparent air bullets, their friction with the air producing a sharp sound as they hurtled towards Kaguya. Kaguya kicked off, jumping onto the wall, running vertically along it to dodge the incoming bullets. Behind her, the wall was continuously shattered, debris flying everywhere. As she closed the distance between them, Kaguya pushed off the wall, launching herself at Danzo like an arrow. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Several sharp wind blades shot from Danzo's mouth, forming a semicircle as they slashed forward. Kaguya twisted in midair to evade, the wind blades narrowly missing her and slicing into the distant wall, cutting it cleanly in two, showcasing their sharpness. Body flicker technique. What? In an instant, Kaguya appeared behind Danzo, her palm pressing against his back, releasing a burst of force. With a loud boom, Danzo was sent flying, blood spraying in the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Is that all you've got? Kaguya walked over, kicking him hard in the stomach, for framing me. Too naive, a deep voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Kaguya's body tensed as she attempted to turn, only to be struck on the back by a hand. Curse tongue eradication seal. Immediately, Kaguya found herself immobilized, black lines creeping across her body, covering her completely. You can release jutsu without hand seals, Danzo said as he emerged from behind Kaguya, an intriguing ability. Izanagi, Kaguya said expressionlessly. I didn't expect you to know this technique, Danzo walked over, a gleam flashing in his eyes. It seems you know quite a lot. Got it from the corpses of the Uchiha clan, didn't you? Kaguya frowned, her eyes showing a look of disgust. That's truly disgusting. Disgusting. Danzo's lips curled into a smirk. You won't find it disgusting for long, because soon you'll be a corpse too. With that, he gripped a kunai and lunged at Kaguya. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Kaguya's body, pale blue chakra surged from within her, enveloping her in a faint emerald glow. Azure flames danced on her body, and black tomo appeared on her clothes. This was Kaguya's Tenseigan chakra mode. What? Danzo's kunai halted halfway, as if it had struck an iron plate, unable to penetrate further. Realizing the danger, Danzo jumped back, trying to escape, but a fist was already upon him. With a dull thud, a snow-white fist smashed into Danzo's face, distorting his features. Before he could recover, another punch slammed into his stomach, making him spew a mixture of blood and saliva. A barrage of rapid punches rained down on Danzo's body, causing it to convulse under the assault, with blood splattering intermittently. Finally, Danzo was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a broken kite, his body slowly becoming transparent and gradually disappearing. Kaguya clenched her fist, a smirk playing on her lips. She didn't kill Danzo outright, wanting to thoroughly beat him instead. After all, with Izanagi, he couldn't be killed, even if killed, he would revive. So why not just give him a good thrashing? Exhausting his Sharingan was also worthwhile. He only had 10 Sharingan, each lasting 60 seconds, which meant after 10 minutes, they would be depleted. This limitation was due to Danzo's non-Uchiha physiology. If it were a Bito, each eye could last 3 minutes. Danzo reappeared in the distance, biting his finger, forming hand seals, and slamming his hand onto the ground. Summoning technique, Baku. In a puff of smoke, a bizarre creature appeared, with tiger claws, a cat-like body, an elephant's trunk, and bandages wrapped around its head. It looked like a creature assembled through surgery rather than a natural being. Baku opened its enormous mouth, releasing a powerful suction force that whipped up a storm, drawing everything towards its maw. Kaguya, too, was affected, her feet firmly planted on the ground, leaning back to resist the pull. Just then, Danzo appeared behind Kaguya, taking a deep breath and forming hand seals. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Numerous wind blades shot from Danzo's mouth, crisscrossing in the air. Amplified by Baku's suction, the wind blades accelerated and grew sharper, slicing towards Kaguya's back like lightning. Struggling against the gale, Kaguya raised her hand, chakra infusing her palm, and unleashed a burst of repulsive force, shattering the incoming wind blades. However, the repulsive force caused her to slip, and she was pulled towards Baku's gaping maw. At the critical moment, Kaguya twisted in midair, chakra surging wildly as she inhaled deeply, then exhaled a thin line of fire. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fire line expanded into a massive, searing fireball, which, caught in Baku's suction, grew larger and burned fiercer, being swallowed whole. Baku let out an earth-shattering howl of agony, shaking its head violently, and finally vanished with a puff of smoke, taking its suction with it. Chapter 54, Curtain Falls. As Kaguya repelled the Baku, Danzo appeared behind her, launching a fierce kick with a howling wind towards Kaguya. Kaguya raised her hand but was kicked away by Danzo. Seeing her exposed, Danzo followed up with a powerful punch, and Kaguya struck back with a palm. With a loud bang, the two separated after the impact, creating a strong gust of wind. Danzo was sent flying, and Kaguya also took a few steps back. Kaguya pulled out a shuriken, and with a spin, it shot towards Danzo like lightning. Danzo dodged, but it wasn't over. Substitution technique. Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Danzo. What? Danzo was shocked, not expecting Kaguya to switch places with the shuriken in an instant. All-killing ash bones. Kaguya extended her flawless arm, shooting a bone spike from her palm that instantly pierced Danzo in midair, disintegrating his body. However, Kaguya knew Danzo was not dead, as his Anaji had not yet ended. Sure enough, a shuriken suddenly shot towards Kaguya. Her eyes narrowed, this wasn't an ordinary shuriken. A wind blade surrounded the shuriken, creating a hissing sound as it cut through the air. If she only focused on the shuriken, she would fall into the trap. Kaguya twisted to dodge and, in a split second, caught the shuriken by its ring with her finger. Another wind blade shuriken shot towards her. Kaguya swung her hand, and the wind blade shuriken in her hand collided with the incoming one, deflecting it. Kaguya's Tenseigan emitted a faint green light, and in an instant, she located Danzo. She raised her arm, and 4 black truth-seeking balls appeared, shooting towards Danzo's position. She could have activated the Tenseigan chakra mode, but it consumed a lot of chakra. If she didn't finish the fight quickly and it turned into a prolonged battle, it would be disadvantageous. Moreover, she wasn't sure if the truth-seeking balls could counter Izanagi, so she chose a more cautious approach. With a deafening boom, Danzo was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Watching Danzo struggle to his feet in the distance, Kaguya smirked and said, "What's wrong?" "Out of time." Danzo snorted coldly and forced himself up. "You're speaking too soon," he said, tearing off the bandages around his head to reveal a blood-red eye. "Oh," Kaguya raised an eyebrow, "you have another Sharingan." Without replying, Danzo kicked off the ground, accelerating straight towards Kaguya like an arrow. Kaguya raised her hand, aiming at the charging Danzo. Still resisting at this point, she sneered. She unleashed a burst of repulsive force, sending Danzo flying, crashing to the ground. Something's wrong. Kaguya suddenly noticed that the one she sent flying wasn't the real Danzo. At her feet, numerous explosive tags appeared, planted by Danzo at some point. With a thunderous boom, the explosion erupted, the shockwave and flames engulfing everything. Kaguya, caught off guard, used repulsive force to block the impact but was blasted away by the recoil. Just then, a raspy voice sounded behind her. "For Konoha, I cannot let you live." Danzo had somehow appeared behind her, stripping off his upper garment to reveal black sealing marks on his chest, the reverse 4 symbol seal. Kaguya snorted, having anticipated this move. As Danzo stripped, she had already used a substitution jutsu to switch places with a distant tree and then used the body flicker technique to escape the sealing range. From the surging ink, Danzo exploded violently, and a giant semi-transparent black sphere emerged from his body, enveloping the surrounding area. Everything within the black sphere vanished without a trace. Looking at the semi-transparent light sphere, Kaguya felt a sense of shock. She could sense the threat it posed. This technique, which even made Obito flee, indeed had formidable power. If she were caught in this move, she wouldn't fare well either. Danzo was finally dead. He could be considered a hero, or rather, half a hero. Cunning and adept at scheming, he was devoted to Konoha. Unfortunately, his methods were hard to agree with, making his death a deserved consequence. Kaguya sighed, stood up, and dusted herself off. Suddenly, she turned her head towards a large tree in the distance and said, "Come out, I know you're there." "Oh, you could sense me," said a man stepping out from behind the tree. He had white, spiky hair, a forehead protector with the word oil, a tall build, wore brightly colored clothes, and wooden sandals. "You're Jeriah, one of the 3 Sannin," Kaguya's beautiful eyes assessed the men from afar. "That's right," Jeriah smiled, "the once little girl has grown into a beautiful young lady." "You've been watching for a while, haven't you?" Kaguya blinked. "Not too long," Jeriah replied, walking towards Kaguya. "I arrived when you said disgusting." "Oh," Kaguya raised an eyebrow, "you and he are both from Konoha. Why didn't you help him?" "You are also from Konoha," Jeriah said seriously. "I used to be," Kaguya said flatly. "No, you still are," Jeriah walked up to Kaguya. "I know about your situation. It's not your fault, and it has nothing to do with you. I am the one who killed the 3rd Hokage," Kaguya chuckled, "and I remember you were his student. Are you still trying to smear yourself?" Jeriah said sternly, "The 3rd Hokage was not killed by you. What difference does it make if I killed him or not?" Kaguya lightly played with her silver hair. Jeriah sighed and said, "I understand how you feel, being wronged for no reason. But I don't want you to go astray out of anger." "Thank you," Kaguya smiled brightly, "everyone has a different path, just like some people like natto dumplings, while others prefer red bean dumplings." "All right," Jeriah sighed, "since you've decided, I won't insist. But many people are thinking about you, hoping you'll come back. Maybe someday." Kaguya smiled and waved, "I'll be going now." She then turned and left. In the forest, Black Zetsu spoke, "Mother, Nagato's plan to capture the tailed beasts is underway. Your resurrection is near at hand." Kaguya nodded. "Let's go." Kaguya turned, her silver hair fluttering as she walked into the distance. Chapter 55, Meteorite. The Land of Water is one of the 5 great nations, located at the easternmost end of the continent, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The islands are scattered around it, dotted with numerous peaks and unique topography. Kaguya's destination this time is the Land of Water, to investigate the 3 tails and 6 tails beasts, and if possible, capture them. She had changed out of her Akatsuki outfit and put on ordinary clothes, disguising herself as a regular girl. Of course, the ordinary here referred to her clothes, as her appearance was impossible to conceal. She had not appeared in public for several years, mostly wrapped in a cloak that covered her entirely. Over these years, her appearance had changed significantly, and few would recognize her as the girl once known as the 100 million girl. However, she seemed to have forgotten that Akatsuki members all had the curse of stripping. As long as an Akatsuki member took off their clothes, it generally meant they were close to meeting their end. She boarded a ship heading to the Land of Water, which took almost 2 months to reach its destination. Upon arrival, she noticed many differences between the Land of Water and other countries, particularly the strict inspections. If there were any suspicions, individuals would be immediately detained. This regulation was a remnant of the cruel Village of the Bloody Mist era. Although the situation had improved significantly since the 5th Mizukage took office, some regulations, like the stringent entry and exit inspections, remained. On this ship alone, many people were taken away for failing to provide proper identification or explanations. Their desperate cries suggested they would face severe interrogations. "Hey, it's your turn, show your proof," a mist ninja conducting inspections on the dock approached Kaguya and said. "Sorry, I don't have any proof. I'm here to seek refuge with my relatives," Kaguya put on a pitiful expression. The mist ninja was momentarily stunned by Kaguya's beauty. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. After a few seconds, he snapped out of it, feeling slightly embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, it's the rule that everyone entering the Land of Water must be inspected. But my hometown was ravaged by war, my parents are dead, and I escaped with no proof." Kaguya's eyes welled up with tears, which were actually from yawning earlier. "I'm really sorry, this is beyond my control." The mist ninja scratched his head but remained firm. At this moment, a tall, scar-faced, fierce-looking mist ninja approached, shouting, "What's going on here? Why the commotion?" "Sorry, Lord Kirishima," the mist ninja quickly said, "this young girl has no valid identification, but she claims to be seeking refuge with relatives, so she has no way to prove it." "What?" The man called Kirishima glanced at Kaguya, his eyes widening with a lecherous gleam, almost drooling. He shouted, "Idiot, this is no girl, she's obviously a spy. Arrest her now." "But sir," the mist ninja hesitated, "this girl looks so weak, she doesn't seem like a spy." Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Kirishima slapped the mist ninja hard, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his cheek visibly swelling. "Idiot," Kirishima glared fiercely, "are you defying my orders? Arrest her and bring her to my interrogation room. I will personally interrogate her thoroughly." Kirishima laughed sinisterly, a lascivious smile on his face. The other mist ninjas, intimidated by Kirishima's power, surrounded Kaguya, sighing inwardly. Such a beautiful girl, it seemed she wouldn't escape the captain's clutches. Many girls had been captured by him under various pretexts, and few had survived. It looked like this one would meet the same fate. Kaguya frowned, her face showing a look of disgust. This hormone-filled pig was truly revolting, just looking at him made her nauseous. Kaguya clenched her fist, ready to teach this pig a lesson. Stop. At that moment, a magnetic female voice sounded, causing Kaguya to pause and disperse the chakra in her hand. Not far away, a seductive woman appeared, with long auburn hair and bangs that partially covered her face. Her figure was voluptuous, exuding mature female charm. What's going on? The beautiful woman asked, her voice lazy yet very pleasant. Report to the Mizukage. Kirishima quickly straightened up and said seriously, this person tried to infiltrate the land of water and is likely a spy. I was about to take her in for interrogation. It seemed that this beautiful woman was the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the only one who could exude such a seductive charm. Mei Terumi walked over and stood in front of Kaguya, lightly examining her, even leaning in to sniff her. You said she's a spy. Mei Terumi turned around, batting her beautiful eyes at Kirishima. Yes. Under Mei Terumi's gaze, beads of sweat started to form on Kirishima's forehead. Do you have any evidence? Mei Terumi smiled slightly. Kirishima looked at Mei Terumi's smile, and for some reason, a chill ran down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. Not yet, Kirishima hastily said, but once we interrogate her, we will know. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I've heard that you often use inspection as a pretext to detain 15 girls, most of whom died under mysterious circumstances. Mei Terumi smiled slightly. Is that true? No, no, Kirishima's face showed a look of terror as he waved his hands frantically. Guards, arrest this scum. Mei Terumi's face turned cold. Mizukage, I am loyal to you. Before Kirishima could say more, he was overpowered by the nearby mist ninjas, who quickly gagged him and dragged him away. Chapter 56, Messy Misunderstanding. I'm sorry, it was my negligence that scared you. Mei Terumi smiled warmly at Kaguya, unexpectedly kind without a hint of arrogance. No, no, it's nothing. Kaguya quickly waved her hands, her eyes showing a grateful expression. Thank you so much. It's what I should do. To compensate for your trouble, we would like to help you find your relatives. Mei Terumi smiled. No need, thank you. Kaguya shook her head and waved her hand. I'll find them myself. It would be too much trouble for you. It's no trouble at all, Mei Terumi smiled. I'm quite familiar with this place and I'm sure I can help you find them. Because Mei Terumi was quite tall, she bent down slightly to speak to Kaguya. Actually, Kaguya bit her lip, her face showing hesitation, and finally said, I don't have any relatives here. Oh, Mei Terumi looked at Kaguya in surprise. The surrounding mist ninjas immediately surrounded them, alert and wary, as if fearing Kaguya might harm the Mizukage. Stand down, Mei Terumi waved her hand at the mist ninjas, dismissing them. Then why are you here? Actually, Kaguya's eyes filled with tears, my family was killed in the war, and I'm the only one left. On the way, I encountered human traffickers who tried to capture me. I hid everywhere and finally stowed away on a ship to escape their pursuit. I see, Mei Terumi looked at Kaguya's face and understood, thinking that she herself would want to take Kaguya in, let alone anyone else. Mei Terumi walked over, gently stroked Kaguya's hair, and hugged her. Since you have no place to go, why not stay with me? Okay, Kaguya nodded slightly. Mei Terumi happily embraced her, smiling, I have a new little follower. In a place where others couldn't see, Kaguya's eyes glowed faintly, as beautiful as a nebula. Kaguya couldn't hear anything else, her mind was filled with one thought, so voluptuous, too voluptuous. That evening, Kaguya was invited to dinner at Mei Terumi's house, along with Chojuro and Ao. Chojuro was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and one of Mei Terumi's most trusted subordinates. He had white hair, wore glasses, and carried 2 large swords on his back. Chojuro seemed very shy, especially after seeing Kaguya. His face turned red, and he didn't know where to put his hands, looking like an embarrassed young boy. Ao, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man with an eye patch over his right eye and a serious expression. He seemed somewhat suspicious of Kaguya, often using his Byakugan to observe her. But Kaguya didn't mind, her unique physiology made it hard for a typical Byakugan to see through her. With her exceptional acting skills and the ability to control people's minds with her Tenseigan, Kaguya earned Mei Terumi's goodwill. However, this was the limit since Mei Terumi was no pushover and couldn't be easily controlled. Kaguya became a secretary by Mei Terumi's side, responsible for organizing documents and books, as well as handling various miscellaneous tasks. Mei Terumi was unexpectedly easy to get along with and seemed to like Kaguya, often keeping her close. In private moments, she would occasionally pinch Kaguya's cheek, which left Kaguya feeling helpless. She never thought she would one day be teased. Kaguya resolved to get back at Mei Terumi when she had the chance. What Kaguya enjoyed was that Meiterumi often stayed with her, like today. The sound of splashing water came from the bathroom, and the frosted glass revealed a tall, graceful figure. Kaguya felt her face flush with heat. "Kaguya, aren't you coming to wash?" Meiterumi's voice came from the bathroom. "No," Kaguya swallowed, "I'm good." "Come and join me," Meiterumi's head poked out from the bathroom. "Why so shy?" "We're both women, nothing to be embarrassed about." "I'd rather not." "Please stop tempting me," Kaguya screamed internally. "All right then," Meiterumi said with a hint of disappointment, suddenly remembering something. "Oh, could you bring me the body wash from the table?" "Is it this white bottle?" Kaguya waved a small white bottle in her hand. "Yes, that's the one." "Bring it here." Meiterumi beckoned. Kaguya walked over and extended the bottle. Unexpectedly, Meiterumi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the bathroom. Suddenly, Kaguya was engulfed in a scene of white, soft curves. Not only that, but her head was buried in something soft and warm, and she could feel 2 small points. She felt dizzy, her nose warming up. "Kaguya, come on, help me scrub my back." Kaguya felt utterly embarrassed. Instead of taking advantage of Meiterumi, she had been the one taken advantage of. Her resolve was clearly lacking. However, she couldn't help but verify that Meiterumi's body was indeed as perfect as it seemed. That part, and even that part. This incident made Meiterumi tease her for a long time until Kaguya genuinely started to get angry. "Let's go eat," Meiterumi said with a smile. "You like dango, right? A new dango shop opened recently, and it's delicious. Let's go." "Mizuki-sama, it's not time to leave work yet," Chojuro said helplessly. "So what?" "There's nothing urgent to do," Meiterumi waved dismissively. "Dango shop." Ayo suddenly spoke up. "Isn't that the shop you mentioned the other day, the one you had built to improve the villagers' diet?" Meiterumi appeared behind Ayo without warning, whispering in his ear, "Say that again, and I might just kill you." Ayo froze, feeling a chill down his spine, nearly breaking into a sweat. "All right, let's go," Meiterumi said, grabbing Kaguya's hand and heading out. Kaguya quickly stopped and said, "Mizuki-sama, I'm sorry, but I haven't had much of an appetite lately." "I told you to stop calling me Mizuki-sama, just call me sister," Meiterumi said disapprovingly. "You love dango, is something wrong with your health?" "Yes," Kaguya nodded slightly, feeling embarrassed. "I'm not feeling well." "What's wrong?" Meiterumi suddenly seemed to realize something, clapping her hands. "Oh, I see. In that case, take a few days off and rest at home." "Huh?" Kaguya was puzzled. She hadn't said anything specific, but it seemed Meiterumi already knew. Kaguya suddenly thought of something and felt a bit flustered. She seemed to have misunderstood. Chapter 57, Conflict. These past few days, Kaguya stayed in the room Meiterumi had arranged for her. Meiterumi would occasionally check on her. Reluctantly, Kaguya had to pretend to be a girl experiencing her period. She felt like she was going to explode from embarrassment and regretted taking the time off. However, at night, Kaguya secretly snuck into the Mizuki's office, rummaging through documents and information to find any leads on the tailed beasts. The land of water was simply too vast. Even though the tailed beasts were once part of Kaguya, allowing her a slight sense of their presence, finding them in an area spanning tens of thousands of kilometers was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The information held by the land of water was the simplest and most convenient method. Finally, beneath a stack of documents, she found information about the Three Tails. The Three Tails seemed to be located near the border of the land of water. Kaguya initially wanted to leave immediately, but it was already late. Patrols and surveillance were doubled at night. Moreover, engaging the Three Tails in battle would produce significant noise, making it much more noticeable at night. She decided it would be better to wait until daylight to scout the area. However, an unexpected event occurred. "Mizuki-sama, there's an emergency." A mist ninja rushed into the office, his face full of urgency, indicating something serious had happened. "What is it? Why the panic?" Meiterumi frowned. "The wreckage from the Hidden Cloud village is leading over 10 ninjas towards our border, accusing us of kidnapping their people and demanding we hand them over." "The wreckage?" Meiterumi raised an eyebrow. "Notify the border guards to ensure they do not cross into our territory. We will head there immediately." "Yes, Mizuki-sama," the mist ninja responded. Meiterumi stood up, ruffling Kaguya's hair with a smile. "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon, and I'll bring you some dango." "Okay." Kaguya's watery eyes stared at Meiterumi. "But can I come along?" "No, it might turn into a battle, and I might not be able to protect you," Meiterumi said seriously. "It's okay. I'll just watch from a distance." Kaguya clasped her hands together, pleading. "No," Meiterumi said firmly. Sensing she had been too stern, she softened her tone. "It's really dangerous there. Please be good and stay here." Realizing Mei Terumi wouldn't relent, Kaguya nodded reluctantly. Mei Terumi tilted her head and smiled, ruffling Kaguya's hair again before leaving with Chojuro and Ao. Since they wouldn't take her, Kaguya decided to go on her own. She smiled slightly, turned around, and disappeared. Hand over Killer Bee. At the border of the Land of Water, a blond man stood opposite Mei Terumi. He had yellow hair, slanted eyebrows, and a muscular build. His biceps were as thick as an adult's thigh, exuding explosive power. This man was the fourth Raikage. It seems there's been a misunderstanding, Raikage-sama, Ao said seriously. We haven't invaded the Land of Lightning, nor have we captured Killer Bee. Who are you? Get out of the way. This isn't your place to speak, the Raikage snorted. Bring out your Mizukage. Ao clenched his teeth, his face turning white with anger as he balled his fists. Ao, step back. Mei Terumi stepped forward. We truly haven't captured Killer Bee. Why are you so certain it was our hidden mist village? Isn't it obvious? The Raikage said, displeased. Our people saw it was mist ninjas, and we found a mist headband at the scene. He held up a headband with the hidden mist village's symbol. That doesn't prove anything. It could have been someone posing as us. Mei Terumi folded her arms, and with Killer Bee's strength, it wouldn't be easy to capture him. No matter how much you argue, it won't change anything, the Raikage said, pointing a finger at her. You must hand over Killer Bee today. Sorry, but we really don't have him. Mei Terumi raised an eyebrow. Then don't blame me, the Raikage snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of chakra erupted from the Raikage's body. Lightning chakra crackled around him, and with a leap, he charged towards Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi jumped back and quickly formed hand signs. Water style, water pillar. A massive column of water shot out from her mouth, directly towards the Raikage. The Raikage collided with the water column, causing a huge splash. Water droplets scattered, and mist filled the air. The Raikage's advance was momentarily halted, but he then swung his arm, cutting the water column in half with a single chop. Seeing the Raikage closing in, Mei Terumi leaped back to dodge. Several strands of hair fell, drifting in the wind. The fierce wind from the Raikage's charge had grazed her hair. Mei Terumi's face darkened as she formed more hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet. 2 pillars of water rose from the surface, forming into 2 giant dragons. They roared in the air and then dove towards the Raikage. The Raikage roared, and the lightning around him surged. He stepped forward and delivered an elbow strike to the water dragon. With a crash, the water dragon shattered into a spray of water. For the Raikage, such an attack was child's play, but this was not Mei Terumi's true aim. She had already completed her hand signs, her eyes focused. Lava style, melting apparition technique. From Mei Terumi's mouth shot a stream of yellow liquid, hitting the charging Raikage directly. A white mist immediately rose. What is this? The Raikage frowned. He could feel his protective chakra rapidly depleting. The liquid seemed corrosive, eating away at his defenses. This was Mei Terumi's bloodline limit, lava style, capable of melting even Susanoo. The Raikage clenched his fists and roared, his chakra exploding outward. Lightning and chakra covered his body like armor, blasting the liquid away. Suddenly, the Raikage vanished from sight. Mei Terumi's heart raced as she looked around but couldn't find him. Above. Ao shouted. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. The Raikage had used his lightning-quick movement to leap into the air. He now dove down, his hand forming a blade charged with lightning chakra, slashing towards Mei Terumi. The Raikage's speed was immense, like a white lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mei Terumi, too fast for her to dodge. Chapter 58, Kaguya vs. Raikage. With a loud boom, a violent sound erupted, the ground trembled slightly, debris scattered, and dust flew everywhere. Lady Mizukage. Chojuro and Ao shouted, trying to run over. Stay back. Mei Terumi's voice came from the dust. Chojuro and Ao immediately stopped, nervously watching the battle scene ahead. As the dust cleared, the Raikage's muscular figure appeared, while Mei Terumi stood some distance away, panting lightly, sweat beading on her forehead. Just in time, Mei Terumi had used a burst of chakra to leap away, evading the Raikage's strike. However, the exertion had significantly depleted her chakra, and her leg muscles were slightly strained. In contrast, the Raikage seemed hardly affected. The Raikage's strength was clearly superior. Although Mei Terumi had 2 bloodline limit, breaking through the Raikage's high defense and thick skin, coupled with his chakra armor, was proving difficult. Hand over Killer Bee, and I'll let you go, the Raikage demanded, pointing at Mei Terumi. I told you, we didn't capture Killer Bee, Mei Terumi replied coldly, calming her breath. Stubborn fool. With a stomp, the ground caved in, and using the momentum, the Raikage shot forward like an arrow. In the clash with the Raikage, Mei Terumi was clearly at a disadvantage. The Raikage's exceptional defense made it hard for her to find an opening. The best strategy was to slowly deplete his chakra. When the Raikage chakra was nearly exhausted, it would be his defeat. However, the Raikage speed was overwhelming, and his attacks were swift and precise, giving Meiteorumi no time to delay. Moreover, the forced chakra use had already injured her leg, reducing her speed. Meiteorumi's eyes remained fixed on the Raikage, her hands forming seals rapidly. Boil release, skilled mist technique. From Meiteorumi's mouth, a boiling mist was released, stronger than the previous lava release. The mist hit the Raikage, covering his body, and his speed slowed down as the mist corroded his lightning chakra armor. Eventually, the outer layer of his chakra armor dissolved, and the mist reached his skin, causing it to start to erode. Previously, the lava release had already partially dissolved the Raikage chakra armor, leaving only a thin layer. Now, hit by the boil release, it disappeared completely. The Raikage used his arms to shield himself from the boil release, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. However, his body was already severely burned, with large patches of skin charred, exposing the red muscle underneath. You think this can defeat me? Before Meiteorumi could catch her breath, the Raikage roared. His chakra surged, lightning crackled around him, forming a sphere of lightning, his presence even more intimidating than before. With a stomp, the ground shattered, sending debris flying. The Raikage's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Meiteorumi, his fist swinging down heavily. Lightning release, lariat. So fast, Meiteorumi's pupils contracted. She leaped back, her hands forming seals rapidly. Water release, water wall. A large volume of water surged up in front of Meiteorumi, forming a wall to block the Raikage. Just then, water splashed wildly on the lake behind Meiteorumi. A massive creature emerged from the water, its back covered in a shell, resembling a turtle but with 3 tails, 3 tails. Coincidentally, the place where the Raikage and Meiteorumi were fighting was the very location of the 3 tails. Perhaps the intense battle had awakened it, making it feel threatened. The 3 tails roared, its mouth opening slightly as chakra gathered inside, then a powerful stream of water shot out. The water stream struck the trees along its path, slicing them in half as if cut by a sharp blade. This was no ordinary water stream but a high-pressure jet infused with tremendous power, capable of slicing through steel like tofu. With the Raikage in front and the 3 tails behind, Meiteorumi found herself in a dire situation. Her earlier evasive moves had left her legs sore, making it impossible to dodge again. She was trapped with no way out. Meiteorumi's pupils contracted. Boom. An explosion erupted where Meiteorumi stood, sending water splashing everywhere and filling the air with mist. For tens of meters around, there was nothing but a white expanse. When the mist cleared, Meiteorumi was nowhere to be seen. Only the Raikage remained, covered in wounds. The 3 tails water stream could be deadly to others, but for someone with such strong defense and a robust physique, it was not enough to be fatal. Where did she go? The Raikage looked around but did not see Meiteorumi. Up there. Everyone looked up to see a silver-haired, beautiful girl floating in the air, holding Meiteorumi in her arms. What are you? Meiteorumi hadn't recovered from her surprise and stared at Kaguya as if seeing her for the first time. Sorry, I deceived you, Kaguya said with an apologetic smile. She lightly tapped her toes and descended, setting Meiteorumi down. I'll explain everything later. Meiteorumi looked at her, expressionless, clearly angry. And you must be the Raikage, Kaguya said with a slight smile. I suggest you stop wasting time here and look elsewhere. He might be performing a concert somewhere. Who are you? Move aside, the Raikage shouted, swinging his large hand. If I don't find Killer Bee today, I'll tear you all apart. What if we don't? Kaguya raised an eyebrow. Then I'll crush you too, the Raikage said, his eyes filled with menace. Then let's do this, Kaguya said, her lips curving into a smile as she walked forward. Meiteorumi grabbed Kaguya's hand, her face serious. You can't defeat him, don't go. Sorry, I'm Kaguya, the wanted rogue ninja, Kaguya said with a smile. You mean you're the... Meiteorumi was stunned. The name had always seemed familiar, but she hadn't connected it. Now she realized this was Kaguya, the one who had repelled Orochimaru and defeated both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Actually, her guard Ao had mentioned it before, but under the influence of the Tenseigan, she hadn't noticed. As Meiteorumi was lost in thought, Kaguya had already engaged the Raikage. Meiteorumi gritted her teeth, wanting to help. Stay back, Kaguya suddenly turned and said, winking. Or I'll be distracted. You arrogant little girl. With a roar from behind, the Raikage, surrounded by lightning, charged like a cannonball. Kaguya activated her repulsive force, accelerating to dodge the Raikage's attack. The Raikage continued his charge, smashing a distant rock into powder with a single punch. His immense physical strength and power were truly terrifying. Even without using ninjutsu, his prowess was formidable. In his chakra mode, the Raikage's speed was astonishing, like the lightning on his body, making it seem as if he was using space-time ninjutsu. Kaguya continued to dodge, using her highly perceptive Tenseigan to observe the Rakige's every move. Even the slightest muscle twitch was visible, allowing her to anticipate his actions and evade using her gravitational abilities. Suddenly, the Rakige's lightning flared, and he vanished, using lightning instantaneous. Kaguya's Tenseigan immediately detected his presence behind her. Guillotine drop. The Rakige leapt high, powerful chakra gathering in his leg, which he then brought down with a heavy chop towards Kaguya. Kaguya turned, raising her hand. Amidst her flowing hair, she activated her repulsive force. Boom. Chapter 59, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The surging airwaves formed a massive storm, sweeping across the surroundings and clearing away the white mist. Kaguya was pushed back by the immense recoil, sliding more than 10 meters before stabilizing herself. Force is dual-sided. When you exert force on someone, they exert an equal and opposite force on you. If the other person's strength is greater, you might end up being the one who gets blown away. Kaguya. Meteorite called out, her face filled with concern. Although she was furious at Kaguya for deceiving her, she still had a good impression of this beautiful girl. Don't worry, Kaguya said lightly, waving her hand. I'll be fine. Little girl, don't you know you shouldn't get distracted during a fight? At that moment, a deep voice echoed in Kaguya's ear. Turning her head, she saw the Rakige's fist already close to her face, almost touching her nose. But Kaguya remained calm, a slight smile appearing on her lips. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The Rakige and Kaguya collided like two comets crashing into each other, resulting in a deafening boom. The successive loud noises were like beans being fried. Countless afterimages flashed in the air, and the shockwaves from their collisions were as turbulent as a tsunami. The massive wind swept everything around like a hurricane. The clouds in the sky were blown away, revealing a clear blue sky. With a loud crash, the Rakige was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant hill. The impact created a large hole in the hill, causing the rocks to crack and eventually collapse into a pile of rubble. In the air, Kaguya retracted her flawless, radiant hand, the glowing aura around her slowly fading. The Rakige stood up from the rubble, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He coughed a few times, his eyes blazing with anger. He had never suffered such a defeat, especially not at the hands of a young girl, which he considered an insult. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists and roared, his chakra surging out like a blue flame, with lightning crackling around his body. He stomped the ground, causing it to shatter and explode. Using the rebound force, the Rakige transformed into a white lightning bolt, closing the distance to Kaguya in the blink of an eye. With a roar, he swung his massive fist at Kaguya, the lightning on his fist dancing wildly like silver snakes, emitting a terrifying aura. This was his strongest attack. Boom. The intense shockwave made everyone around instinctively close their eyes, their ears momentarily deafened. It took a few seconds for their hearing to return. When they opened their eyes, they were stunned by the sight before them. Several circular craters, each with a diameter of over 100 meters and a depth of several tens of meters, had appeared in the ground. All the surrounding trees and rocks had disappeared, leaving a scene of complete devastation. The marks on the ground indicated the immense energy generated by the two combatants' clash. Kaguya floated silently in the air, her body spotless and unscathed, while the Rakige was nowhere to be seen. She actually defeated the Rakige in hand-to-hand combat. Everyone around, whether the cloud ninjas on the Rakige side or Meteorite, were stunned by what they saw. The Rakige's strength was well known, he possessed immense chakra and a robust body. His focus on taijutsu made him even more formidable. He was a man who could stand as a Kage without relying on ninjutsu, making it incredibly difficult for anyone, except Might Guy with his 8 gates and previous Rakiges, to surpass him in taijutsu. But now, he had been defeated by a young girl, and was thoroughly outmatched. What kind of taijutsu could have such power? The spectators found it hard to even see the two fighters' movements, let alone their afterimages. Even though the Rakige had an intense battle with Meteorite beforehand, consuming much of his stamina and sustaining injuries, he was still exceptionally powerful and not someone easily defeated. The Rakige climbed out from the pile of rocks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The lightning surrounding him had completely vanished, leaving only small handprint marks on his body. What kind of taijutsu is this? The Rakige asked, looking up at the girl floating in the sky, his fists clenched in frustration. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, Kaguya replied with a faint smile. Kaguya was surprised by the impressive power of this move, which even managed to defeat the Rakige. She had reached the level where she could use this technique, but had never had the chance to do so. In her memory, the original Kaguya Ōtsutsuki used the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack against Naruto, which was quite spectacular but didn't seem very powerful, as it only sent Naruto flying without causing serious injury. However, she hadn't realized that at that time, Naruto had already activated his 6-path Sage mode, enhancing his body's abilities and defense to their peak. Despite the Rakige's strong physique and defense, he couldn't compare to the protagonist Naruto with his plot armor. Nonetheless, the Rakige's recovery ability was impressive, as his injuries were healing visibly fast. "Let's go," the Rakige said, giving Kaguya a deep look before turning to leave. "Yes, sir," the Cloud Ninjas responded, following behind him as they left. This matter was finally resolved, but the Three Tails had long since escaped. However, Kaguya had more pressing matters to face ahead. Chapter 60, Confession. Ao stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and sternly questioned Kaguya, "What is your purpose in coming to the land of water?" "Indeed, I have a purpose," Kaguya replied softly, raising her head. "I came to investigate the Three Tails." "So, you were deceiving me all along," Meteorite said expressionlessly. "I'm sorry," Kaguya's eyelashes trembled as she spoke softly, "I had no intention of harming you." "Leave," Meteorite turned away, her voice cold. "From now on, you are an enemy of the land of water." Kaguya sighed, knowing that what she did was indeed wrong and would anger anyone. "Then I'll go," Kaguya sighed again, her expression downcast. Meteorite's body trembled imperceptibly, but she did not turn around or speak. She clenched her fists lightly. As Kaguya's footsteps grew distant, Meteorite couldn't help but turn around, only to find Kaguya's figure had already disappeared. She sighed softly. The reason she was so fond of Kaguya from the first meeting was that she reminded her of an old childhood friend, especially her scent. This friend had always followed her, calling her sister, sister, but had died in the war. Meteorite sighed again, realizing it was just a dream of hers, a desire to recapture the past, and now it was time to wake up. When she turned back around, she saw a familiar pretty face smiling at her and waving. "Aren't you supposed to be gone?" Meteorite's eyes widened, then she huffed and turned her head. "I can't leave without earning your forgiveness," Kaguya said cheerfully, grabbing Meteorite's hand. Meteorite tried to pull away but eventually let her hold it. "Don't be mad." Meteorite huffed, turning her head away and ignoring her. "I'll let you pinch my face," Kaguya said, scrunching her face. She hated when people pinched her cheeks. Every time Meteorite did it, she dodged until she got angry and Meteorite finally stopped. But since then, Meteorite hadn't pinched her face again. "Really?" Meteorite turned around, expressionless. "Really?" Before Kaguya could finish speaking, Meteorite had already grabbed her cheeks. Hey, it hurts. Don't use so much force." As if venting her earlier frustration, Meteorite pulled Kaguya into her arms and roughly pinched her soft, flawless cheeks. Kaguya resisted firmly, but Meteorite's tall stature made it impossible for her to escape. After a long while, Meteorite finally let go of Kaguya, releasing her from her embrace. Despite the playful struggle, the atmosphere had lightened considerably. "Are you really here to capture the Three Tails?" Meteorite asked seriously afterward. "Yes." Kaguya gently rubbed her reddened cheeks. "Why do you need to capture a tailed beast? What's your purpose?" Meteorite seemed less angry than before. "Do you know about the Akatsuki?" Kaguya twirled a lock of her hair around her fingers. "The Akatsuki, the organization causing wars across the continent?" Meteorite asked, her hand supporting her chin in thought. "Yes, I didn't expect the land of water to know about it," Kaguya said sheepishly, scratching her cheek. "I'm part of that organization." "What?" Meteorite's eyes widened as she stood up from her chair. "You're actually..." "Don't be nervous," Kaguya said with a playful wave of her hand. "Is it that surprising? But I'm just a small fry in the organization." "Are you the silver-haired witch of the Akatsuki?" Meteorite asked seriously. "Silver-haired witch?" Kaguya, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out, wiping her lips with a napkin. "What kind of name is that? It's so awful." Kaguya thought that the name should at least sound pleasant. "If possible, I hope you can leave that organization." "I have a feeling it's not that simple," Meteorite said with a serious expression. "If I leave the organization, they'll hunt me down," Kaguya said, waving a lock of her hair in front of her. "Really?" Meteorite fell silent for a moment, then seemed to make a decision. "Come to me. I will protect you," she said earnestly, looking at Kaguya. She had already lost one sister, she did not want, nor could she afford, to lose another person who gave her the same feeling. No, it's okay," Kaguya quickly waved her hand, her expression relaxed. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm quite strong now, and if I can't win, I can always run away." Kaguya's tone was matter-of-fact, without any sense of shame. "What is shame anyway? Can it be eaten?" Meteorite exhaled deeply. She knew it was impossible to persuade Kaguya. "Well, it's time for me to go," Kaguya said, standing up from the chair with a shallow smile. "I'll come back when I have time." "Won't you stay a bit longer?" Meteorite said hastily. "Even if it's for a year or half a year, it wouldn't be a problem, right?" "I can't, I have other tasks to complete," Kaguya replied seriously, putting away her smile. Sister Mei Terumi, if anyone from the Akatsuki comes, I hope you won't get involved. The Akatsuki members are very powerful, far beyond the realm of ordinary people. Even I might not be able to defeat them. As the Mizukage of Kirigakure, I have a responsibility to protect the village, Mei Terumi said softly, her expression resolute. It's something I must do. Don't be foolish, Kaguya grabbed Mei Terumi's shoulder and said softly. You can't beat them. If you go, you'll just be throwing your life away. How will I know if I don't try? Mei Terumi insisted. Then promise me, Kaguya's eyes were firm, that if you find you can't win, you'll run immediately, okay? Mei Terumi was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Well, I have to go now, Kaguya's eyelashes trembled as she spoke softly. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. To be honest, Kaguya really didn't want to leave. Although they hadn't been together for long, she really liked this mature and elegant woman with a hint of allure. She was the perfect lover. Kaguya couldn't understand why Mei Terumi wasn't married yet. How could such a perfect woman not find a husband? Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Kaguya's face. Taking advantage of Mei Terumi's distraction, she stood behind her and extended her hands from her armpits, grabbing her chest. The soft sensation made her squeeze twice. Before Mei Terumi could react, Kaguya quickly fled, shouting, I'm leaving. I'll come back, don't miss me too much. She waved and disappeared into the sky with a few jumps. Mei Terumi frowned, then relaxed, watching Kaguya leave. She gently touched her chest and smiled slightly. Walking through the endless forest, Kaguya reached out her hand, reminiscing the soft feeling with a mischievous smile. After being pinched so many times, she thought it was fair to take some interest back. Indeed, older women had a better feel. She wondered how Hinata was developing now. Having completed her mission in the Land of Water, it was time to report back. In the darkness, several figures gathered around a campfire, their shadows flickering in and out. They were spirit projections, not physical bodies. This was an Akatsuki meeting. I found the three tails, Kaguya said softly. But it's no longer within the Land of Water. It's moving north. Understood, I'll send someone to retrieve it, Nagato said in a deep voice. As for you, head to the Land of Earth and wait for further instructions. Chapter 61, Meeting Sasuke Again. Kaguya was leisurely strolling through the lush forest, looking as if she was enjoying the scenery rather than hurrying on a journey. It had been more than 10 days since she left the Land of Water, and she hadn't encountered any enemies or faced any difficulties along the way. Mother, Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground and respectfully said, the plan to capture the tailed beasts has begun. I believe it won't be long before you can be resurrected. Yes, Kaguya nodded with a slight smile, you've done well. Reviving you, Mother, is my greatest wish, Black Zetsu said, visibly pleased by the praise. Keep monitoring them closely, and inform me if anything happens, Kaguya instructed gently. Yes, Mother. The them Kaguya referred to were the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, especially Obito. Despite being quite strategic and orchestrating many events, Obito was driven by hatred and thus manipulated by Uchiha Madara. However, he remained a troublesome character, and discovering Kaguya's secret could trigger a series of problems. Suddenly, Kaguya's ears twitched, and she looked towards the distant forest, saying, someone is coming. You should go now. Yes. Black Zetsu slowly sank back into the ground. From the forest emerged a group of people, led by a man wearing an open white robe, black shorts, and a thick rope belt around his waist. His eyes were cold and indifferent, but Kaguya recognized him immediately. It was Sasuke. Following him were several others, the white-haired Suigetsu in purple attire, the burly orange-haired Yugao, and the red-haired Karen. They were Team Taka. Sasuke, with a cold expression, seemed to be merely passing by. However, when he glanced at Kaguya, his eyes widened, and his pupils contracted, revealing a glint of coldness. He walked towards her. I didn't expect to see you again, Sasuke said coldly as he approached Kaguya. Yes, it's been a few years, Kaguya shrugged slightly, smiling. Who is she? Suigetsu whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. How would I know? Yugao replied. Suigetsu intended to ask Karen, but seeing her clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, he decided against it. I thought you had been hiding all these years, too afraid to show your face, Sasuke's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Now that we meet, let's settle this once and for all. No thanks, Kaguya waved her hand, I have no interest in fighting someone I've already defeated. What? Suigetsu exclaimed in surprise, she beat Sasuke. I wouldn't have guessed that such a pretty girl could. As soon as Suigetsu finished speaking, Karen punched him hard in the stomach, making him spit out a mouthful of water. What are you doing, Karen? You idiot. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean you can talk to Sasuke so intimately. How is this intimate? Are you trying to avoid this? Sasuke sneered, a hint of a cold smile appearing on his lips. Escape if you must, it doesn't matter what you say. Kaguya turned around, her eyes staring at Sasuke as she said, I'm leaving, I don't want to waste time on such meaningless things. A fierce wind suddenly attacked from behind, but Kaguya swiftly dodged it, raising her eyebrows and saying, don't you know that ambushing is a very despicable act? As long as it makes you fight, anything goes, Sasuke replied, brandishing his long sword and charging at Kaguya once again. Kaguya tilted her body, dodging the oncoming blade. But it didn't end there, the long sword continued to swing at her, flashing brilliantly and cutting with razor-sharp precision. When the sword struck a rock, it instantly split in two, the cut smooth and clean. Although there weren't many swordsmen in the world of Naruto, it didn't mean those who used swords weren't powerful. One such example was Mifune, a master swordsman who had once defeated the reanimated Hanzo of the Salamander. Sasuke clearly had honed his skills in swordsmanship as well. His attacks were fierce, relentless, and overwhelming, like a storm, making it hard for an ordinary person to catch their breath. Of course, this was only true for ordinary people. For Kaguya, Sasuke was still lacking. Her Tenseigan could see the subtle movements of Sasuke's muscles, allowing her to predict his next move. She had already seen through his techniques completely. Suddenly, Kaguya struck with her palm, piercing through the layers of sword shadows, and hit Sasuke squarely in the chest. Bang! Sasuke was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Kaguya stood up straight, dusted off her hands, and laughed, after all these years, you're still the same. Damn it, Sasuke used his long sword to support himself as he stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the girl before him. The fact that she had easily sent Sasuke flying, and seemingly without much effort, left the surrounding people stunned. They had never seen Sasuke so at a disadvantage. This beautiful girl didn't look like someone with such immense strength, she appeared more like a pampered young lady, or rather, a princess. I think you should go home and practice more, Kaguya smiled at Sasuke, right now, you're no match for me. Sasuke gripped his sword tightly, clenching his teeth, and glared at Kaguya. Suddenly, he threw his long sword at her, sending it flying towards her. Kaguya lightly tilted her body to avoid it, smiling, reckless as always, she suddenly froze. A chaotic bird-like chirping sound filled the air, and Kaguya saw that following the long sword was Sasuke's Chidori. Sasuke had used the sword to mask his approach, simultaneously substituting himself for the sword as it neared Kaguya. Electricity danced on Sasuke's hand, flashing white and emitting sounds reminiscent of birds chirping. The electricity wasn't just in his hand, it flowed all over his body. Kaguya's pupils contracted. With her Tenseigan's insight, Sasuke's movements seemed to slow down. She stepped down hard and leaped into the air, flipping gracefully to dodge Sasuke's Chidori. In that brief moment in the air, Kaguya's palm struck out, hitting Sasuke squarely on the back with chakra-infused force. Sasuke's back concaved under the impact, a ripple spreading from where he was hit. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. Sasuke! Stay back! Sasuke shouted, propping himself up and glaring at his approaching comrades. No one is to interfere. Chapter 62, The Fall of the Hawk. Sasuke, you should give up, Kaguya smiled wryly. Do you have a masochistic tendency? Sasuke ignored her, pulling his long sword from the ground. With a powerful step, he shot towards Kaguya like an arrow. Lightning crackled along his blade, making it glow with a dangerous light. Not only did his sword now possess the attributes of lightning, but his speed had also doubled, making it much harder for Kaguya to handle. She leapt back, avoiding Sasuke's strike. But then, the electric currents on Sasuke's blade surged, and he swung his sword, sending out countless sharp senbon needles like lasers towards Kaguya. Chidori senbon. This attack came swiftly, with no warning. As the senbon were about to pierce Kaguya, Sasuke smirked. Using his Sharingan, he had precisely aimed at her acupuncture points. Even if only a few senbon hit, her meridians would be damaged, limiting her movements. Kaguya extended her pale arm, a slight smile on her lips. She released a burst of repulsive force, scattering the senbon into the air. What? Sasuke's eyes widened. His lightning-fast attack had been effortlessly neutralized. While Sasuke was still in shock, Kaguya swiftly closed the distance, a faint smile on her face. I can't always be on the defensive, can I? Sasuke, startled, leapt back, quickly forming hand seals. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. A giant dragon made of flames erupted from his mouth, its intense heat evaporating the surrounding moisture. The flaming dragon roared, engulfing Kaguya in a sea of fire. Just as Sasuke began to relax, he saw Kaguya emerging from the flames, and scathed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a smile playing at her lips. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, his Sharingan glowing red as a surge of invisible mental energy burst forth. In midair, Kaguya's body suddenly went limp, crashing to the ground beside Sasuke, motionless. Pain seared through Sasuke's eyes as he clutched them, gasping for breath. This was Sasuke's Sharingan Genjutsu. Finally, I defeated her, Sasuke thought, breathing heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Really? A familiar voice spoke from behind him. Sasuke's body trembled as he turned his stiff neck, seeing Kaguya's smiling face. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The Kaguya he had defeated was just a shadow clone. Genjutsu doesn't work on me, Kaguya said with a beautiful smile. Sasuke's body shook as he tried to attack, but a pale hand grew larger in his vision, striking his chest and sending him flying. Before he could recover, another palm struck him down. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang bang bang. The muffled sounds of strikes hitting a body, reminiscent of popping corn, continued without end. Sasuke, subjected to continuous attacks, was dazed, his body completely out of control, like a broken rag doll being mercilessly pummeled. Finally, Sasuke was sent flying by the last powerful strike, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Blood oozed from his mouth and nose, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. I told you, you can't defeat me, Kaguya said, pulling the long sword from the ground and holding it in her hand as she walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke. Suigetsu, Karin, and Yugao were horrified, rushing madly towards Sasuke. However, they were still some distance away, too far to save him in time. Kaguya stood before Sasuke, holding the sharp blade, pointing it at his chest. Sasuke's meridians and acupuncture points were sealed, leaving him utterly defenseless. He could only watch helplessly as Kaguya approached, a hint of panic finally showing in his eyes. Am I really going to die here? Damn it, I haven't killed that man yet. At that moment, Kaguya's lips curled into a smile. With a flick of her wrist, the sword shot like a lightning bolt towards the approaching trio. Suigetsu was impaled through the chest, his body turning into a splash of water. Yugao let out a loud cry, leaping up, his fist enlarging like a massive boulder, aiming to smash Kaguya. Without even looking, Kaguya swung her arm, and Yugo's entire body shuddered. He felt a tremendous force hitting him, sending him flying, the rock-like armor on his body shattering upon impact. HAAA. Karin's punch, which seemed formidable, was to Kaguya like a baby's swing, harmless. Kaguya extended her arm, her pale hand easily catching Karin's wrist. Karin felt as if her wrist was caught in a vice, no matter how she struggled, it was futile. She swung her other fist towards Kaguya, but an invisible force stopped her midway, preventing any further movement. Not bad looking, but your chest is too small, Kaguya said, rubbing her chin. And too many scars on your body. Not impressive. With that, Kaguya flung her arm, and Karin was sent flying by a great force, crashing to the ground. Hiya! Suddenly, Suigetsu, wielding the executioner's blade, appeared behind Kaguya, swinging it down with great force. Kaguya turned around, her dreamy eyes locking onto Suigetsu. What, you want to get beaten too? Seeing her starry eyes, Suigetsu froze, as if stuck in quicksand, unable to move a finger. Kaguya snorted softly, swung her pale arm, and Suigetsu felt a powerful blow to his chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. And so, Team Taka was utterly defeated. Chapter 63, Fire Temple. What terrifying power. The people present looked at the beautiful girl standing calmly, a deep chill rising in their hearts, Sasuke included. They hadn't expected that this seemingly delicate girl would possess such strength. During their recent battle, she had looked relaxed and at ease, as if playing a game with children. No matter how hard they tried, they seemed unable to escape her grasp. She had completely seen through them, rendering all their moves ineffective. Could the gap really be this wide? Sasuke had thought that, after years of rigorous training and rapid progress, he was no longer someone to be easily manipulated. But now, he began to doubt himself. Alright, it's time for me to go, Kaguya stretched lazily and yawned, I'm done playing with you. Goodbye. She turned around and waved her hand. Why you're not going to kill us? Suigetsu asked dumbfounded. Karin punched Suigetsu in the face angrily, idiot. Are you reminding her to kill us? Oh. Kaguya turned around, a smile playing on her lips, what? Do you want to die? I can grant you that wish. The four of them stiffened, a chill running through them as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Just kidding, Kaguya laughed, her smile radiant, when did I ever say I was going to kill you? The tension in the air dissipated slightly, replaced by a hint of anger. Did this girl not take them seriously at all? Alright, I really am leaving. Kaguya waved cheerfully and turned to leave. They watched as Kaguya's figure disappeared into the forest, collectively exhaling a breath of relief. This girl was terrifying. In the lush, verdant forest, towering trees rose from the ground, countless flowers and plants creating a serene scene. The occasional chirping of birds added to the elegance, making the stroll through the forest refreshing and soothing. As Kaguya walked, she suddenly turned her head and said, "Come out. You were there just now, and now you're still following me. What do you want, Uchiha Itachi?" From behind a large tree emerged a man wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds and a Konoha forehead protector. His handsome face was cold and indifferent. It was Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. "What is it?" Kaguya walked over, a smile playing on her lips. "Are you worried I'll kill Sasuke?" "Why would I care if he lives or dies?" Itachi replied coolly. "He's your younger brother," Kaguya said, pacing in front of him. "Besides, don't you care about him?" "Why would I care about that foolish little brother?" Itachi's expression remained unchanged. "Why were you hiding behind the tree?" Kaguya circled Uchiha Itachi, pinching her chin thoughtfully. "If I'm not mistaken, if I had really intended to kill Uchiha Sasuke, you would have intervened, right?" Uchiha Itachi snorted, not answering, and turned to walk into the forest. "You really are a good brother, protecting Sasuke like that," Kaguya said casually. Itachi's body stiffened for a moment before he slowly turned back, his scarlet eyes flashing with cold light. "Don't worry, I don't know anything," Kaguya laughed playfully. "Since you dislike Sasuke so much, the next time we meet, I'll just kill him." "If you want to kill him," Itachi turned away, "then go ahead." Watching Itachi's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Kaguya's smile faded, and she frowned. She sensed a hint of threat from him. He already knew I had no intention of killing Sasuke, so he left. True brotherly love, Kaguya thought with a smile. But are they really not lovers? After this brief interlude, Kaguya continued her journey northwest. Most of the path was through forests, sparsely populated with no signs of buildings. The long trek became monotonous. Kaguya suddenly missed her original world where cars made travel convenient, eliminating the need to walk. Suddenly, Kaguya's eyes lit up as she spotted a tall structure deep in the mountains, resembling a temple. At least it meant some signs of human presence. Her food supplies were running low, and she could replenish them there, even if it meant eating vegetarian meals. Though it seemed close, the rugged mountain paths consumed much of her time. She considered flying directly but decided against it to avoid attracting attention. After a long walk, she finally reached the temple. It was grand, with the main gate over 10 meters high and a plaque above it bearing the red characters, Fire Temple. Flanking the entrance stood two imposing, grotesque stone statues with wings and giant claws, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. Kaguya mentally criticized the temple's appearance, thinking it looked more like a place of evil worship. As she approached, the thick scent of blood filled her nostrils. Climbing the steps and entering through the gate, she found numerous monks lying haphazardly, their blood staining the stone ground a dark red, indicating the carnage had happened some time ago. The place was in ruins. From the size of the collapsed beams and columns, it was evident this had once been a magnificent structure, now reduced to rubble and dust. Sighing in disappointment, Kaguya realized her plan to seek refuge with the monks was doomed. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. Moving closer to the collapsed hall, she found a red symbol on the ground, an outer circle with an inner triangle. Kaguya's brows furrowed. "Isn't this the symbol of that fool Haiden? Damn it, Haiden ruined everything. If I see him, I'll give him a good beating." Chapter 64, Scapegoat. Kaguya looked around and found nothing but ruins here. It seemed that the kitchen and other facilities were also buried under the debris. It looked like she would have to hunt for some wild game tonight. Despite what many TV shows depict, eating roasted meat while out hunting is far from enjoyable. Without seasonings, the meat tastes awful, with a heavy gamey flavor that's hard to stomach. Kaguya used to dislike scallions, ginger, and spices like star anise, but now she understood their purpose, to mask the gamey taste. Just as Kaguya was about to leave, she heard light footsteps from outside. After a few rustling sounds, 6 or 7 ninjas appeared. Judging by the headbands, they were Konoha ninjas. One of them, she recognized as the leader of Team 10, Sarutobi Asuma. "She's the one dressed like this who killed Master Chiriku," a bald monk pointed at Kaguya and shouted. Unfortunately for Kaguya, today was one of the rare days she decided to wear her Akatsuki cloak. "Did you do all this?" Asuma stared at Kaguya and asked sternly. "You might not believe this, but I'm just passing through," Kaguya replied helplessly, feeling like an innocent cat blamed for a fishy smell. "Stop lying. Even if it wasn't you, it was one of your accomplices," the bald monk shouted. "Accusing the innocent will send you to hell where you'll have your tongue pulled out." Kaguya glanced at the monk hiding behind the ninjas and said. The monk trembled violently when Kaguya's crystalline eyes glanced at him. His eyes widened in terror, and he shook like a leaf. It wasn't until one of the ninjas patted him that he was freed from the terrifying illusion. The monk's eyes were wide, cold sweat dripping down his face, and he shivered, clutching his mouth, even sticking his fingers inside to check. "Genjutsu," Asuma said gravely. "That's right. I just showed him the consequences of falsely accusing someone." Kaguya smiled lightly. Asuma stared at Kaguya, then suddenly paused, taking a closer look at the beautiful silver-haired girl before him. "You're Kaguya," he said. "Oh, someone still recognizes me." Kaguya's lips curled into a smile, and she waved at him. "Long time no see, Asuma-sensei. Why did you join Akatsuki?" Asuma asked seriously. "Did you kill Danzo a while ago?" "Yes, I did kill him," Kaguya nodded. "I had a grudge against him, and I sought revenge." "Isn't that normal? These monks had no grudge against you. Why did you kill them?" Asuma asked sternly. "You can't just say anything. I've never killed these monks. It has nothing to do with me. I was just passing by, looking for a meal." Kaguya raised her eyebrows. "Do you think we'll believe that?" a Konoha ninja shouted from the side. "Whether I say it or not is my business. Whether you believe it or not is yours." Kaguya shrugged. "Sorry, but until this is cleared up, we have to detain you," Asuma said sternly, drawing his chakra blades and assuming a fighting stance. Kaguya sighed helplessly. She felt like she was taking the blame for something she didn't do. No good fortune came her way, but trouble always found her. "Sorry," Kaguya's pretty face wrinkled in exasperation, "but I'm hungry now. Let's discuss this later." As soon as she finished speaking, chakra surged from her body, and she floated lightly into the air like a feather, turning and flying into the sky. "Stop." Asuma stomped heavily on the ground and leaped into the air, swinging his chakra blade forcefully. Sharp chakra wind blades shot towards Kaguya. The ninjas on the ground also launched shurikens and kunai at her, creating a dense barrage that filled the sky like a swarm of locusts. Kaguya snorted lightly, raised her smooth arm, and aimed below, releasing her repulsive force. The incoming projectiles seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly ricocheting back as if it were raining iron. Ah! Judging by the screams from below, several people got hit. Whether anyone died was uncertain, but since they attacked her first, their fate was deserved. Kaguya paid them no further attention, flying through the clouds and heading off into the distance. After about half an hour of flight, Kaguya descended from the sky. While the view above was beautiful, with clouds, blue sky, and sunlight, it was also extremely cold, and the strong air currents required her to wrap herself in a chakra shield, which consumed considerable energy. Moreover, flying in the open sky made her an easy target, likely to be shot down sooner or later. Grumble. Kaguya's stomach was already rumbling. She had lost count of how many days she'd been eating rice balls, utterly tired of them. They were bland, lacking vegetables or seasoning, and tasted like wax. A rustling sound came from the grass. Suddenly, a girl emerged and locked eyes with Kaguya. Both were momentarily stunned. Ino. Kaguya. Indeed, the girl in front of her had blonde hair tied in a ponytail, with long bangs covering part of her face, wearing a purple crop top. She was Yamanaka Ino. "You Konoha traitor." Ino's eyes narrowed as she aimed a kunai at Kaguya, her tone cold. "I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here," Kaguya remarked, "the world is small." "What are you doing here?" Ino suddenly paused. "Did you have something to do with the incident at Fire Temple?" "What do you think?" Kaguya smiled slightly, wanting to tease her. "It really was you." Ino took 2 steps back, watching Kaguya warily. Kaguya was speechless. Did she really look like someone who committed such acts? Chapter 65, Ritual. Ino stared intently at Kaguya, clutching a kunai tightly in her hand, her body lowering slightly as she assumed a combat stance. Just when Kaguya thought Ino was about to attack, Ino threw a shuriken and then turned to flee. A black line appeared on Kaguya's forehead as she tilted her body, allowing the shuriken to whiz past her, clinking against the trees. In the few years they hadn't seen each other, Ino hadn't improved much in other areas, but she had certainly become more adept at running away. Her figure had also improved significantly. Of course, Kaguya didn't know how much trauma she had caused Ino in their childhood. Now that Kaguya was infamous, known as the silver-haired witch who killed without batting an eye, Ino was naturally even more terrified. She was never a particularly brave girl to begin with. This was also partly due to the rumors. In fact, Kaguya hadn't killed many people over the past few years, mostly only those who were thoroughly evil. She rarely took on assassination bounties. However, due to her striking appearance and her joining of Akatsuki, she was naturally demonized. Kaguya sighed, realizing she wanted to ask Ino if she had any food. She was utterly tired of rice balls. No other choice now. She glanced at the rice ball in her hand and reluctantly pulled out a small bottle from her clothes, sprinkling the powder onto the rice ball. Yes, it was salt. If only she had military rations from her original world, or even just a pack of compressed biscuits. The sun set in the west, the sky darkened, and the twilight gradually faded, leaving only the stars faintly visible in the sky. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon, casting its cold light on Kaguya's flawless white face, making it hard to tell whether the moonlight or her face was more beautiful. The next morning, Kaguya woke up. Spending the night in the forest was indeed a poor choice. The hard tree trunk underneath had left her whole body aching. She wondered how those camping ninjas managed. Kaguya stood up, stretched out her white arm, and brushed the dust off her clothes. With her ability to manipulate gravity, a gentle swipe was enough to shake off the dust. This required precise control of mental energy, otherwise, she might accidentally tear her clothes, which would be very embarrassing. Continuing her journey, she soon came across a main road that seemed to lead to a town. Kaguya was overjoyed at the prospect of no longer having to eat those tasteless rice balls. She quickened her pace, and soon, she could see a small town in the distance. Kaguya felt her mouth watering and decided she would have a feast. One benefit of joining Akatsuki was the high salary, several times what she earned in Konoha. Just then, she heard the faint sounds of fighting in the distance. Kaguya paused, puzzled that such a small town would have a fight, especially in peaceful times. Initially, Kaguya didn't want to get involved, thinking the fight had nothing to do with her and she might get caught up in it. However, a casual glance with her Tenseigan revealed that she knew these people. After some thought, Kaguya decided to head towards the source of the fighting. What she saw were Kakuzu and Haiden on one side, and Asuma, Shikamaru, Izumo Kamizuki, Kotetsu Hagane, and Ino on the other. Asuma's team was clearly at a disadvantage. Haiden had already drawn his ritual circle and turned black, indicating he had obtained their blood and was about to perform his ritual. Izumo and Kotetsu were being held by Kakuzu, while Shikamaru and Ino lay on the ground, apparently injured. "Asuma, watch out!" Shikamaru shouted as his pupils contracted. A gust of wind swept towards the back of Asuma's head. Hearing Shikamaru's warning, Asuma quickly turned, narrowly dodging Haiden's scythe at the last moment. With a splattering sound, blood sprayed everywhere. Asuma lay on the ground, panting heavily. When he looked up, he saw the scythe he had dodged now stuck in Haiden's abdomen, the blood gradually staining Haiden's clothes crimson. "The same trick won't work on me again," Asuma said half-heartedly, then suddenly froze, his pupils contracting. A wicked smile appeared on Haiden's face, and he began to laugh maniacally. "Same trick? Yeah, right, fool." Asuma's eyes widened as he clutched his abdomen, pain etched across his face. He fell to the ground, blood seeping from his clothes and dripping onto the ground, forming a gruesome crimson pool. "Finally, I can savor this pain again," Haiden said, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. He twisted the scythe a few times with force. Asuma let out a muffled groan of pain, clutching his abdomen tightly and coughing up blood. "The pain of killing you," Haiden said, pulling out a black rod. He gave it a powerful flick, revealing a sharp tip, and aimed it at his heart. He looked at Asuma and laughed maniacally. "It's over," Kakuzu said from a distance, his voice deep and resonant. Haiden suddenly plunged the black rod into his own heart. "Captain." "Asuma." "Teacher." "Stop it." Shikamaru, Ino, Izumo, and Kotetsu shouted, their faces showing expressions of despair. Ino couldn't bear to look and covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to witness what was coming next. "Am I really going to die?" Asuma muttered, his vision becoming blurry. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of them. What? The person who appeared before them was a beautiful silver-haired girl. Her mist-like silver hair swayed in the wind, her flawless skin was delicate and smooth, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her white eyes were clear and bright. Below that was a petite nose and red lips that were enchanting. She was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Everyone present recognized this girl. She was none other than Kaguya. Chapter 66, It's thrilling to flee after showing off. She grasped Haiden's arm as if it were caught in a vice, preventing him from moving it further. "What are you doing?" Haiden shouted angrily, "Don't interfere with me, Me." Kaguya's clear eyes coldly glanced at Haiden, making him feel as if he was frozen from head to toe. "It seems I was too lenient with you before." No. Haiden stammered, shivering at the memory of something. "This isn't appropriate," Kakuzu said in a deep voice from afar, "We're on a mission, and we don't want you interfering." "Kakuzu, did I give you permission to speak?" Kaguya's beautiful eyes glared, and Kakuzu's body felt an invisible force slam into him, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. "You." Kakuzu stood up, uncertain and wary, clenching his fists but refraining from attacking. Kaguya sneered and shot Kakuzu a disdainful glance. Seeing that he had no intention of attacking, she turned away. She had hoped to provoke Kakuzu into attacking so she could give him a good beating. When Kaguya first joined Akatsuki, there had been tensions between them. Kakuzu had always eyed Kaguya's head for the bounty of 100 million ryo, and Kaguya had never liked him. They fought frequently. In the beginning, Kaguya had not yet awakened her full power and was evenly matched with Kakuzu. But after several years of growth, Kaguya's strength had increased significantly, and Kakuzu was no longer her equal. However, Kaguya was very vengeful and often found excuses to beat Kakuzu up. If it weren't for them being in the same organization, she might have killed him already. As for Haiden, he deserved what he got. After joining Akatsuki, he had been roped in by Kakuzu and foolishly tried to ambush Kaguya. As a result, Kaguya had given him a severe beating, using gravity to crush him into pulp and burying him in the back mountain. If not for Nagato rescuing him, he would have rotted away by now. Though Haiden was immortal, it was conditional. He needed to consume nutrients, without them, he would die. Haiden could never forget the sensation of his body slowly rotting underground, a memory that still sent chills down his spine. Kaguya yanked Haiden out of his ritual circle and kicked him in the stomach. Haiden flew like a cannonball and crashed into a wall, causing it to crack and shatter. Why did you save Asuma? By this time, Shikamaru, Ino, and the others had arrived and were lifting Asuma from the ground. Ino was using healing jutsu on him. Although Asuma's abdomen had been pierced, it had not hit any vital organs, and he had managed to survive. Well, let me think. Kaguya crossed her arms and pinched her chin, maybe because I'm also on the bounty list, and I think I'm the top one. Top one. Shikamaru suddenly remembered that Kaguya was the highest bounty on the list, worth 100 million ryo, and now it seemed it had increased to over 300 million. For capturing her alive, the bounty was 1 billion ryo, an amount that could fund a small ninja village for years. Ino, who was treating Asuma, was staring at Kaguya with a dazed look, as if seeing her for the first time. She had always believed that Kaguya was a heinous traitor, a target that needed to be hunted down. But now, Kaguya's actions surprised her. If it weren't for her intervention, Asuma-sensei might. Maybe she wasn't that bad after all. Why are you protecting Konoha's ninja? Kakuzu walked over, his voice deep. Are you planning to betray the organization? Betray the organization? Kaguya smiled slightly. Who do you think you are, to meddle in my affairs? I just don't like you, that's all. Kakuzu was choked by Kaguya's words, his face showing anger, eyes almost spitting fire. He clenched his fists, ready to explode at any moment. Kaguya stood there quietly, arms crossed, looking at him with a cold smile. She thought that if he dared to make a move, she'd beat him up again. Finally, Kakuzu snorted coldly, didn't say a word, and turned to leave. Haiden followed behind him, no longer as arrogant as before. He was truly scared of Kaguya. No matter what, Shikamaru walked up to Kaguya, wiping his eyes, bowed deeply, and shouted, "Thank you, really, thank you so much." His teacher and friend, Asuma, had almost died. That feeling of despair was something Shikamaru would never forget. He also wouldn't forget the glimpse of hope that appeared when he was in despair. He was now filled with gratitude, the feeling of surviving a disaster made him want to cry. Ino's eyes were also welling up with tears at this moment. She sniffled and murmured, "That's great, it's really great." All right, there's no need to thank me," Kaguya huffed. "I only did it to spite Kakuzu. Don't get the wrong idea. You'd better get Asuma to a hospital quickly. He's seriously injured and won't last long, or else Kurenai will become a widow." Kaguya turned and waved her hand, leaving behind the image of a silver-haired girl in their eyes. Asuma was one of her favorite characters in the anime. He was a very warm and considerate teacher, very generous and caring towards his students, easygoing, and more like a friend than a teacher. "I didn't expect Kaguya to be a good person," Ino said in surprise. But what did she mean by Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei having a relationship? Aren't Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei siblings? How could they get married? Shikamaru scratched his head. That Kaguya is really hard to understand. Chapter 67, Kaguya's Plan. As Ino was preparing to take Asuma to the hospital, she glanced around and noticed a silver-haired girl approaching her. It was Kaguya, who had left earlier. Ino looked curiously at the girl who had come up to her, wondering what she wanted. Kaguya said, looking a bit embarrassed, "Can I borrow some money?" "I didn't bring any." Ino was taken aback, then reached into her pocket, pulled out a delicate wallet, took out a few bills, and said to Kaguya, "Is 1,000 enough?" To her surprise, Kaguya grabbed Ino's wallet, taking all the money inside, not even leaving a coin. With a look of disdain, she said, "Is this all you have? How stingy. I'll take it all." Ah. Ino was shocked and snatched her wallet back, but it was already empty. She cried, "How can you do this? This is my food money for several months." "Oh, really?" Kaguya took one bill from the stack of money and put it in Ino's hand, saying earnestly, "Save your money. 100 yen won't do anything." Ino wanted to throw the money at Kaguya, reaching to grab the rest back. "This is too much." Kaguya grabbed her wrist, pulling Ino into her arms. She pinched Ino's chin and mischievously said, "You're such a pretty girl. As thanks, let me give you a kiss." Feeling the softness on her lips, Ino froze, her body stiffening as if struck by lightning, her eyes vacant. She had only one thought, "I've been forcibly kissed again." If it were a handsome guy, she might have been thrilled, but since it was another girl. Ino felt like steam was coming out of her head. Kaguya smacked her lips, muttering, "Not bad." Ino's face turned beet red, feeling like her face was on fire. "Well, thank you," Kaguya said, waving the money and smiling. "I'll repay you later." "Ah." A deafening scream erupted shortly after Kaguya left. In the dense forest. "Mother," Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground. "I don't quite understand why you saved those people. I told you before, my true self has been affected by the God Tree. I'm not who I used to be, I'm just a monster obsessed with taking chakra," Kaguya said softly, gazing into the distance. "Yes, exactly," Black Zetsu nodded, but then a look of confusion crossed his face. He scratched his head and asked, "But what does this have to do with those people?" "Idiot," Kaguya tapped Black Zetsu's forehead with her slender finger. "If we gather all the tailed beasts and revive my true form, it will inevitably lead to a great war. At that time, they will be useful. Understand?" This was not a baseless assumption by Kaguya. In the original story, after Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was revived, she displayed an extreme obsession with chakra, almost losing her sanity. This easily led to the speculation that Kaguya might have been influenced by the God Tree after merging with it. Before consuming the fruit of the God Tree, Kaguya's personality was normal and not so extreme. If Kaguya gathered chakra merely to defend against future threats like Momoshiki and Kinshiki, it would seem far-fetched, as anyone who has seen the movie knows that Momoshiki and Kinshiki are weaker than Kaguya. Of course, if someone even stronger than Momoshiki and Kinshiki were to come to Earth, that would be another matter. "I see," Black Zetsu suddenly understood. "I never thought Mother would plan so far ahead. You will help me in the future, right?" Kaguya patted Black Zetsu's head, her eyes curving into a crescent as she smiled. "I will always stand by your side," Black Zetsu said, looking at Kaguya with admiration. "Mother." Kaguya nodded appreciatively, a small smile playing on her lips. The two stood together, exuding a sense of motherly affection and filial piety. But no one knew that at that moment, Kaguya felt a shiver run down her spine, and goosebumps started to rise. Kaguya's current strategy involved increasing her own power while letting Madara Uchiha gather the tailed beasts to release the true form of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Simultaneously, she planned to utilize the ninja from various nations to weaken Kaguya, allowing her to reap the benefits from the sidelines. This plan best served her interests. However, maintaining balance was crucial. She couldn't let Madara's side become too strong, which would significantly weaken the ninjas from various nations, thus reducing their capability to fight Kaguya's true form. On the other hand, she couldn't allow the ninjas from various nations to become too strong, preventing Madara from gathering all the tailed beasts. And she definitely couldn't collect the tailed beasts herself. If her actions were exposed, she would become a target for everyone. Not only would she face attacks from Madara's side, but also from the ninjas of various nations, which would be disastrous. Kaguya continued along the road, but to her disappointment, she found that this was merely a transit point, not a proper town. Frustrated, she continued on her journey. After 7 days, she finally came across a small town. As she walked into the town, she found it to be quite large, with rows of houses neatly lined up. The streets were filled with various shops, and many small vendors were selling fresh fruits and vegetables. The fruits were similar to those in her original world, not much different. Kaguya bought an apple and held it in her hand, biting into it unceremoniously as she strolled through the streets, her eyes scanning for a target. Finally, at the corner of a street, her eyes lit up as she found what she was looking for. Chapter 68, Mission with Conan. In front of Kaguya was a simply yet elegantly decorated dango shop. "Boss, 2 skewers of red bean dango, and a bowl of mung bean soup." "Coming right up." In no time, the dango and mung bean soup were brought over. Feeling her mouth water, Kaguya was about to dig in when she noticed someone beside her. With light bluish-purple hair, a delicate face, and light orange eyes, wearing a light purple paper flower on the right side of her head, it was none other than Conan from the Akatsuki. "Didn't expect to see you here," Kaguya put down her dango and stood up, gazing deeply at Conan. "Is this fate? In that case, let's have a sweet hug." With that, Kaguya extended her arms and hugged Conan, leaning in to kiss her on the cheek with her eyes closed. Slap. "Ouch, ouch," Kaguya crouched down, holding her head and sucking in a breath. "That was too hard." "Who told you to talk nonsense all the time?" Conan said with a smile. "I knew I'd find you at a dango shop. That's called a heart-to-heart connection." Kaguya wagged her right index finger. Enough fooling around, Conan took Kaguya's hand and whispered. "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Kaguya picked up another dango, dipped it in sauce, and took a bite, her face filled with happiness. "Why did you do that this time?" Conan asked, her eyes fixed on Kaguya. "What did I do?" Kaguya tilted her head and put down the dango, using her finger to scratch her cheek in confusion. I don't think I did anything. Have you forgotten about the Konoha ninja from a few days ago? Conan whispered. Sarutobi Asuma. Oh, that, Kaguya realized. I thought it was something major. Actually, I had my reasons. Kaguya cleared her throat and continued, Sarutobi Asuma is insignificant to us. Killing him doesn't benefit us at all. 35 million Ryo may seem like a lot, but it's actually not that much. Plus, it would alert Konoha. Right now, Konoha doesn't know about our plans. If we rashly kill their people, it might attract their attention. By stopping Haiden and Kakuzu, it makes them think we're not targeting them, making it easier for us to act later. Conan listened quietly to Kaguya's long explanation, not showing any reaction, just staring intently at Kaguya. Kaguya knew her reasoning was flimsy and unconvincing. She sighed and waved her hand, saying, all right, the main reason is that I find Kakuzu annoying. Conan nodded lightly at this reason. Everyone in the Akatsuki knew that Kaguya and Kakuzu were archenemies, constantly fighting. If not for Nagato, they might have fought to the death. This reason made Conan more convinced. But your recent behavior has been very poor. Nagato is a bit unhappy, Conan said softly. Let him be unhappy, Kaguya said indifferently. It's not my problem. Kaguya, Conan frowned. Don't be so reckless. All right, I got it. Don't mention that guy, Kaguya waved dismissively, then her face changed, smiling sweetly at Conan. But, Conan. No respect for your elders. You should call me Sister Conan, Conan said, giving Kaguya a light knock on the head. Kaguya quickly held her head, grinning at Conan. Sister Conan, have you considered what I asked you before? What thing? Conan looked confused and puzzled at Kaguya. You didn't forget, did you? Kaguya said with a displeased face. I mean you agreeing to be my girlfriend. Oh, you mean that, Conan suddenly realized. No, that won't do. This matter started a few years ago. When Kaguya first joined Akatsuki, she was all alone and couldn't completely trust anyone. While other members eyed her warily, it was Conan who stepped in to help her, sparing her a lot of trouble. One major problem was Kakuzu, who never gave up on ambushing Kaguya, always aiming for the 100 million Ryo bounty on her head. This was also why Kaguya disliked Kakuzu so much. At that time, Nagato was conveniently absent, and Kaguya's Tenseigan was in its nascent stage, unable to fully unleash its power. Just as Kaguya was about to face a life-and-death battle with Kakuzu, Conan intervened, warning him off and helping Kaguya through her most difficult period. Conan, like a gentle, kind, and beautiful elder sister, naturally attracted affection, and Kaguya developed feelings for the caring Conan. Kaguya then began to pursue Conan, but with her current behavior, it was impossible to succeed. Tired of the harassment, Conan casually dismissed Kaguya's advances, not expecting Kaguya to take it seriously. You clearly agreed, Kaguya protested. I only said I would consider it, Conan smiled, tapping Kaguya's forehead with her finger. Fine, just keep brushing me off, Kaguya sighed, placing her hands behind her head. She knew that with her current appearance as a girl, it was a bit difficult. After all, we're both women, so how could that be possible? Conan laughed, patting Kaguya's head. So you're saying that if I were a man, it would be okay? Kaguya suddenly turned and asked. I'd consider it. Again with the considering, no sincerity at all. Leaving the dango shop and following behind Conan along the road, Kaguya curiously looked around and asked, where are we going? To the land of Earth, Conan replied, turning to Kaguya. Your recent behavior has made Nagato unhappy, so I'm here to accompany you on a mission. Really? Kaguya secretly thanked Nagato. Yes, our mission this time is to the land of Earth, Conan explained. The 1 tail, 2 tails, and 3 tails have already been sealed. Next is the 4 tails. I heard that Sasori died, Kaguya asked curiously. Yes, he died fighting Chiyo and a rookie, Conan said seriously. You must also be careful. Although your strength is good, never be careless. Being from Konoha, you should know that there are a few notable figures in Konoha. Understood, Kaguya nodded, though she didn't fully agree. If Sasori hadn't held back at the end, an elderly Chiyo and an inexperienced Sakura wouldn't have stood a chance. All right, we should get going, Conan said. We need to strike before they become alert. If discovered, the mission will be much harder. Okay. The land of Earth is located in the northwest of the continent, covered with rocks and deserts. The landscape is barren, with only rocks in sight. Due to the lack of vegetation, the surface is exposed to the wind, causing severe erosion. When the wind blows, it stirs up a sandstorm. Kaguya had been to this place a few years ago to recruit Daidara. Now, returning, she found it hadn't changed much, still as desolate as ever. Chapter 69, Unexpected Battle. Hey, stop. Several figures landed in front of Kaguya and Conan. Judging by the headbands, they were Iwagakure ninjas. Who are you, and what are you doing here? One IWA nin held a kunai, aiming it at Kaguya, cautiously watching the two suspicious girls. Kaguya stepped forward, slightly lowering the collar of her cloak to reveal her delicate face. She smiled and said, "We are here to hunt. Please grant us passage." The IWA nin's eyes widened, seemingly mesmerized by such a beautiful girl. His pupils dilated, and his gaze became unfocused before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The IWA nin had fallen victim to Kaguya's genjutsu. A feature of Kaguya's Tenseigan is its subtlety. If not carefully observed, it appears no different from normal eyes, unlike the Sharingan, which turns bright red with tomo, alerting others. The Tenseigan's genjutsu is hard to defend against, but it's not particularly powerful in terms of genjutsu. However, it still has the ability to control others' minds and spirits. Kaguya approached and placed her hand on the IWA nin's head, reading his thoughts and memories entirely. She removed her hand, took out a white handkerchief to wipe her hands, casually tossed it aside, and took Conan's hand. "Let's go. I have the general location now. You don't look like you're from Iwagakure. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" A man emerged from behind a rock. He wore a peculiar hat, had red hair and beard, and his face bore a mountain-shaped tattoo. He wore purple clothing. "You must be Rashi," Conan said, stepping forward. "That's right. What is your purpose here?" Rashi, sensing ill intentions from the two girls, assumed a fighting stance. "Sorry, we need to borrow the tailed beast inside you," Kaguya said with a smile. The battle was imminent. Boom. 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 After a fierce battle, the land was ravaged, with molten lava flowing everywhere, emitting a sulfuric smell. The few plants and shrubs in the land of earth had turned to ash, leaving the ground unrecognizable. Conan and Kaguya leaned on their knees, breathing heavily. Their clothes were burnt in many places, revealing their unblemished skin beneath, with a faint burnt smell lingering. Rashi lay not far away, covered in wounds and unconscious. Originally, Kaguya had underestimated Rashi, thinking he wouldn't be much of a challenge since he was easily defeated by Kisame Hoshigaki in the original series. However, Rashi's lava release far exceeded her expectations, with powerful and wide-ranging attacks like volcanic ash and magma-infused flames, making it extremely difficult to defend against. Conan's paper release was countered by lava release, with her paper burning to ash before reaching Rashi. Even explosive tags ignited prematurely, nearly backfiring on her. In the original series, Kisame's powerful water release likely countered Rashi's lava release, allowing him to capture Rashi easily. Though Kaguya could use water release, her abilities were far inferior to Kisame's. Kisame could summon an entire lake's worth of water, while Kaguya couldn't even manage a fifth of that. Rashi's power increased dramatically after transforming into his tailed beast form. If she hadn't worried about killing him, she might have used her all-killing ash bones. Ultimately, Kaguya subdued him using her Tenseigan chakra mode's silver will reincarnation explosion. This move, however, drained her significantly, leaving her still trying to recover. "Let's go," Conan said, catching her breath. "We've caused too much commotion here. The IWA nin will arrive soon." "Wait," Kaguya panted, holding her chest. "Just a moment longer, I still need to catch my breath." Seeing Kaguya's genuine exhaustion, Conan knelt down and turned her head. "Get on. I'll carry you. Can you do it?" Kaguya's face lit up with surprise. "Stop talking and get on." Conan tapped Kaguya's forehead. "Big sister, don't you think your words have some ambiguous meanings?" Kaguya didn't hesitate anymore and climbed onto Conan's back, wrapping her arms around her neck. Two large wings made of paper appeared on Conan's back. With a few powerful flaps, they lifted into the air. As for poor Rashi, a rope was tied around his ankle, dragging him upside down behind them. Leaning against Conan, Kaguya realized that despite Conan's slim build, her body was soft and pliable, not at all feeling bony. Smelling Conan's fresh scent, Kaguya's face showed a look of intoxication. Unable to resist, she stretched out her hand, sneaking it under Conan's arm to grope her chest. The soft, tender sensation was surprising, even under the clothes, it was quite ample. However, before Kaguya could grasp for more than a second, her hand was smacked away by Conan, who said irritably, "You're so big already, how can you still be so naughty? If you keep messing around, I'll throw you off." When Kaguya first joined Akatsuki, she was young, and Conan naturally had no guard against a lovable little girl. This gave Kaguya opportunities to bathe together and tease Conan often. Conan merely saw it as childish playfulness and didn't mind. However, as Kaguya grew older, these chances became fewer. Seeing the serious tone in Conan's voice, Kaguya quickly stopped taking advantage and behaved, knowing that being thrown off would be a real loss. Suddenly, a few small black dots appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. Kaguya looked closely and saw two people, a short, white-haired, red-nosed old man and a pretty young girl. If Kaguya wasn't mistaken, the old man was the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the black-haired girl should be his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. They had just been through a battle, and Conan was carrying 3 people, making her slightly strained and slower. Anoki, flying with Earth release in the sky, had no such burden and was much faster, quickly closing the distance between them. At this rate, they would soon catch up, and Kaguya and Conan didn't stand much chance. At that moment, Kaguya jumped off Conan. "Kaguya, what are you doing?" Conan shouted. "They're about to catch up. I'll stay behind and hold them off. You take the foretails and go ahead. I'll catch up later," Kaguya said nonchalantly. "No, you just fought. Your stamina hasn't recovered," Conan said. "I'm fine," Kaguya interrupted. "I've recovered most of my strength. Besides, I'm not trying to fight them to the death. If I can't beat them, I'll just run. Don't worry." "But..." Conan hesitated. "Go." Kaguya turned and charged towards the third Tsuchikage, then looked back and smiled, "Prepare some dango for me when I get back." Conan gave Kaguya a deep look, then turned and flew towards the horizon, gritting her teeth. In no time, the third Tsuchikage reached Kaguya. Chapter 70, Old Tsuchikage. "Who are you, and what is your purpose in Iwagakure? Why did you attack Iwagakure?" The third Tsuchikage flew in front of Kaguya and asked in a deep voice. "You ask so many questions, how can I answer all at once?" Kaguya sighed and wagged her index finger. "Can you ask them one at a time?" At this moment, the girl behind the third Tsuchikage also caught up, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling. "You, aren't you?" Kuratsuchi looked at Kaguya, her eyes widening as if she remembered something. "Aren't you that girl from a few years ago?" "Oh, it's Kuratsuchi," Kaguya smiled and waved at her. "I didn't expect you to remember me. Who is she?" The third Tsuchikage turned to Kuratsuchi and asked. "Old man, I told you a long time ago, you should retire already. You even forgot what I told you before." Kuratsuchi said, exasperated, holding her forehead. "Is this the early stage of senility?" "Shut up, you brat," the third Tsuchikage said angrily. "Hurry and tell me, who is she?" "She's the one who took Daidara away. I heard she's from some organization called Akatsuki," Kuratsuchi said, folding her arms and holding her chin. "So it's you," the third Tsuchikage said deeply. "I didn't expect Akatsuki to target this place. Aren't you going to ask how Daidara is now?" Kaguya asked curiously. "Don't mention that brat to me," the third Tsuchikage scoffed disdainfully. "That punk, he can die for all I care. That's not what your heart says. Who was it that was constantly trying to get information about him?" Kuratsuchi mercilessly exposed him. "Shut up. I was just concerned for the village," the third Tsuchikage retorted loudly. "Is that so?" Kuratsuchi didn't mind the third Tsuchikage's temper, instead watching him like a spectator. The third Tsuchikage snorted coldly, turning back to Kaguya. "Since you've come to the land of Earth, don't think you can leave. Capture her, interrogate her for the whereabouts of her comrades and the foretails. Hey, old man, it's just the 2 of us here. Who are you asking to capture her?" "Surely not me." Kuratsuchi couldn't help but retort, arms folded. "Humph." The third Tsuchikage snorted coldly. "Then I'll do it myself. Little girl, I advise you to surrender. You won't be able to escape." "Who said I was trying to escape?" Kaguya raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on her face. "Arrogant." The third Tsuchikage shouted, forming seals with his hands. Earth style, added weight rock technique. Kaguya suddenly felt her body grow heavy, a massive force pressing down on her, causing her to descend from the sky. Earth style, moving earth core. The ground shook violently, and a massive rock pillar rose from beneath Kaguya, lifting her into the air. Earth style, fist rock technique. The third Tsuchikage flashed above Kaguya, fiercely punching down. With the rock pillar below and the third Tsuchikage above, Kaguya was like the filling of a sandwich. Boom. The rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. As expected of the third Tsuchikage, in just a few seconds, he executed 3 ninjutsu techniques consecutively, forming a seamless combo that left no room for evasion. "Hey, old man, take it easy. What if you kill her? How are we going to extract information?" Kuratsuchi retorted from a distance. "She won't die so easily, this is just a probe." The third Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. Sure enough, a figure shot out from the thick smoke like an arrow, charging at the third Tsuchikage. The third Tsuchikage snorted coldly and formed a hand seal. Earth style, ultra added weight rock technique. The figure's body suddenly sank, and its speed slowed down. The third Tsuchikage had already rushed over, delivering a punch that sent the figure flying. "You're still too green," the third Tsuchikage scoffed, then clutched his waist dramatically, crying out loudly, "Oh, my waist. Is that so?" A voice suddenly sounded in the third Tsuchikage's ear. His pupils shrank as he tried to turn around, but a snow-white hand was already pressed against his back. Shinra Tensei. With a dull thud, the third Tsuchikage was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. It turned out that the figure he had struck earlier was Kaguya's shadow clone. Kaguya walked slowly to the third Tsuchikage, arms crossed, looking down at him with her chin resting on her hand. "You can use gravity techniques, and so can I. But it's time to give this move a name, it always feels awkward without one. Forget it, I'll just call it Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin. You talk too much, little girl." The third Tsuchikage at Kaguya's feet gradually turned into a lump of mud, while the real third Tsuchikage appeared in the distance, floating in the air, his robes fluttering. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. A mass of white energy formed in the third Tsuchikage's hands, shaping into a cone, aiming at Kaguya. A white beam of light burst forth. The power of the beam was undeniable, anything in its path was disintegrated into molecular particles. Suddenly, the third Tsuchikage's expression changed, and he turned around. Here. At some point, Kaguya had appeared behind him, with the distant Kaguya being just another shadow clone. Perhaps having used the same trick before, the third Tsuchikage was already on guard and saw through it this time. Seeing the beam shooting toward her, Kaguya knew her clone had been seen through. Without hesitation, she formed hand seals, releasing a massive amount of chakra. The blue chakra flared around her like flames, and black tomo appeared on her clothes, emitting a powerful aura. This is... The third Tsuchikage was shocked, he had never seen such a technique before. Kaguya extended her snow-white arm, aiming at the third Tsuchikage. Black truth-seeking balls swirled around her hand, creating a massive storm that met the third Tsuchikage's particle style head-on. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 71, Kuratsuchi. With a deafening roar, the explosion shook the earth and mountains, sweeping everything around with a massive blast wave, sending dust flying. As the dust cleared, 3 figures became visible. The third Tsuchikage was kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, panting heavily. His clothes were torn in several places, and he looked disheveled. In front of him stood a tall stone wall, which had evidently protected him from the brunt of the blast. Moments before, as the third Tsuchikage's particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu collided with Kaguya's Silver Will Reincarnation explosion, he had a premonition of danger. Realizing that his technique couldn't withstand the attack, he abandoned it and quickly created a massive stone wall with earth release, which had saved him from severe damage. Now, surveying the devastated ground, it was clear that his decision was the right one. Kaguya hovered in the air, looking imposing, with Kuratsuchi, who had been watching from the sidelines, now under her control. Kuratsuchi's eyes were vacant, her gaze unfocused, completely under Kaguya's control. During the explosion, Kaguya had taken the opportunity to strike at Kuratsuchi. Although Kuratsuchi attempted to retaliate with her lava-style, quicklime congealing technique, it was ineffective against Kaguya. The cement projectiles Kuratsuchi spat out were easily repelled by Kaguya's repulsive force, not even getting close to her. "Let her go, you bastard," the third Tsuchikage shouted, clenching his fists in anger. "Let her go." Kaguya smirked, gripping Kuratsuchi's chin. "Sure, but you must stay away from me. Once you're out of my sight, I'll release her." "How can I trust you'll let her go?" the third Tsuchikage demanded, eyes locked on Kaguya. "You have no choice," Kaguya replied with a faint smile. "Or I could kill her right now." She produced a kunai and pressed it against Kuratsuchi's neck. "Wait," the Tsuchikage shouted anxiously. "All right, I won't pursue you, but you must promise to release her. Otherwise, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." "Threats won't work on me," Kaguya scoffed. "All right, I'm leaving now." With that, Kaguya lightly tapped her toes, lifting off the ground with Kuratsuchi and swiftly flying away, disappearing into the distance. After crossing the border out of the land of earth, Kaguya descended, panting lightly and wiping sweat from her forehead. Having just fought the Four Tails and then the third Tsuchikage, even she felt exhausted. Moreover, her Tenseigan had detected figures approaching from afar, likely reinforcements. Prolonging the fight would have led to encirclement, which, while manageable, was unnecessary. "Hey, wake up," Kaguya gently patted Kuratsuchi's cheek. "Where am I?" Kuratsuchi's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. When she saw Kaguya, her pupils gradually focused. "All right, you can go now," Kaguya waved her hand dismissively, yawning. She always felt sleepy after intense battles, though she wasn't sure why. "You defeated the old man." Kuratsuchi sat up, staring at Kaguya in amazement. "Not really," Kaguya leaned weakly against a tree, half closing her eyes. "You should go. Your grandfather is waiting for you. You really beat the old man." Kuratsuchi's face lit up with excitement. "Hey, he's your grandfather, are you sure about this?" Kaguya said, exasperated. He's so old already, yet he still clings to his position, Kuratsuchi sighed. I worry about his future. Maybe if he faces a setback now, he'll finally consider retiring. Kaguya thought to herself that Kuratsuchi was overthinking it. That stubborn old man would still be around during the Fourth Great Ninja War and only retired long after the war ended. By the way, Kuratsuchi suddenly remembered something interesting, her face lighting up with gossip. How are things going between you and Daidara? What do you mean, how are things going? Kaguya was confused. Aren't you his girlfriend? Kuratsuchi asked curiously. Who told you I'm his girlfriend? Kaguya's mouth twitched, she felt like she was about to explode with frustration. Just the thought of it was disgusting. Aren't you? Kuratsuchi scratched her cheek with a finger. Of course not. I'm a normal person, Kaguya said seriously. Besides, I only like women, not men. That's the most abnormal thing. Kuratsuchi was speechless. Don't believe me? Kaguya asked, blinking her eyes. No, I don't. Kuratsuchi shook her head. Then let me make you believe. Kaguya reached out, wrapped an arm around Kuratsuchi's waist, and gazed at her intently. She leaned in, her head slowly moving closer to Kuratsuchi. Just as their lips were about to meet, Kuratsuchi suddenly snapped out of it, her eyes widening. She pushed Kaguya away, clutching her chest and breathing heavily, her face turning slightly red. Now you believe me. Kaguya shrugged. Kuratsuchi didn't hear Kaguya's words clearly. Her mind was still in chaos, and she felt dazed. Just before Kaguya was about to kiss her, her heart had inexplicably started pounding, and there seemed to be a hint of some other feeling. What was going on? What's wrong with you? Seeing Kuratsuchi's dazed look, Kaguya wondered if she had scared her. Hey, are you okay? Kaguya walked over and patted her shoulder. No, nothing, Kuratsuchi snapped out of it, forcing a smile and waving her hand. I'm fine. I'll be going now. Bye. Watching Kuratsuchi leave in a hurry, Kaguya sighed. Why is wooing girls so difficult? Kaguya felt her eyelids growing heavier, her sleepiness increasing. Finally, she leaned her head back against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Chapter 72, Meddling. A summer morning might be the most comfortable time of the day. The sun had just risen, emitting gentle rays that evaporated the dew on the flowers and leaves. The sky was clear blue with clouds drifting leisurely, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Kaguya slowly woke up, rubbing her eyes before suddenly standing up, alarmed. She furrowed her brows slightly. This was not a good sign. Falling asleep in a completely defenseless state could easily lead to an ambush. She decided to thoroughly investigate what was happening once she got back. Mother, came the voice of Black Zetsu, emerging from a distortion in the ground. Is something the matter? Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered as she asked curiously. She wondered why Black Zetsu would come at this time. Haiden and Kakuzu were attacked by Konoha ninjas and have been killed, Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Oh, Kaguya was not surprised. Haiden and Kakuzu's abilities were quite unique, so it was normal for them to secure victories when their opponents lacked sufficient information. However, once their abilities were known, failure was only a matter of time, especially with a high IQ opponent like Shikamaru involved. Anything else? Another piece of news, Black Zetsu said respectfully. Jeriah has infiltrated a Megakure. Jeriah. Kaguya pondered for a moment, remembering that Jeriah indeed went to a Megakure and fought with Nagato, ultimately dying there. It seemed that history hadn't changed much. You've done well, Kaguya said gently, patting Black Zetsu's head, keep up the good work next time. Kaguya suddenly found this scene familiar and realized it reminded her of how her mother praised her in elementary school when she got her first perfect score. Black Zetsu grinned shyly, looking as happy as a child receiving praise. Someone's coming, Black Zetsu suddenly noticed, turning to look into the distance. I must go. Please take care, mother. Kaguya nodded, go on. Footsteps sounded from afar, growing closer. As Kaguya was about to leave, the bushes parted, revealing several people. They were familiar faces. Leading them was the blonde, whiskered Naruto, followed by Kiba with his dog, and a man wearing a strange mask that covered his face. Kaguya recognized him as Yamato. The last was the eternally masked Kakashi. Seeing the beautiful girl before them, they were momentarily stunned. Are you Kaguya-chan? Naruto asked loudly, pointing at her with an exaggerated expression. So noisy. I'm not an old person, you don't need to shout, Kaguya replied, annoyed, and used her finger to clean her ear. Long time no see, Kaguya, Kakashi said, approaching. I suppose so, Kaguya replied nonchalantly, twirling a lock of her hair, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait, Naruto ran over, scratching his head with some embarrassment, I misunderstood you before, thinking you were responsible for killing the third Hokage. I'm sorry. Ah, it's nothing. Kaguya waved her hand indifferently. I don't care what others say about me. But why did you join Akatsuki? Naruto asked, clenching his fists and looking a bit agitated. Come back to Konoha. Everyone's waiting for you. Kaguya's face fell, knowing that Naruto was about to start his lecture. She impatiently said, kids don't understand, go away. I don't understand, but I know you're not a bad person, Naruto said seriously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved Asuma-sensei. Kaguya, although I don't know why you made such a choice, Kakashi said softly as he walked over, I still hope you can seriously reconsider. After all, Akatsuki is not a good organization, and you will face danger there. What danger? I faced danger in Konoha too, almost got killed, Kaguya said with a grim face. No, this time it won't happen. We'll protect you, Naruto hurriedly said. You can't even beat me, and you talk about protecting me. Kaguya turned her head, snorting disdainfully. I know my strength may not be enough, Naruto said, clenching his fists, but I will use my life to protect you. Kaguya felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. If you were a beautiful woman, of course, I'd agree wholeheartedly, but if you're a big man, no thanks. Don't worry, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we'll defeat them, Kiba said confidently. Woof, Akamaru barked beside him. Although I don't know you, Yamato walked over, Naruto never lies. We all hope you can come back. Kaguya lowered her head without speaking, making it hard to see her expression. Just when everyone thought Kaguya's attitude might change, she suddenly looked up with a disdainful expression and said, Are you guys sick? Everyone was stunned. What I want to do is my business, not yours, Kaguya said, putting her hands on her hips. Besides, I don't need you to take care of me. But, Naruto wanted to say more. No buts, Kaguya waved her small hand, cutting off Naruto's words impatiently. Forget it, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. If you bother me again, I'll beat you up. When Kaguya was about to leave, everyone suddenly surrounded her, blocking her way. What are you doing? Kaguya's face darkened, her tone unfriendly. I can't watch you go astray, Naruto said seriously. Even if it means hurting you, I won't let you go back. Sorry, Kaguya, I hope you understand. Kakashi drew a kunai from his waist pack and held it in his hand. Busybody, Kaguya said angrily. You guys are really sick. Since you want a beating, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Kaguya rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms. Chapter 73, Stubborn. I know you'll be angry, Naruto said softly, his eyelids drooping. Then he lifted his head, his face showing a determined expression. Even if you end up hating me, I won't let you be in danger again. Watch out. Kaguya's figure flashed, disappearing from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already behind Naruto, her snow-white hand aimed at his back. Naruto was startled and tried to turn around, but it was too late. Earth Style Wall. In the midst of the crisis, Kakashi used Earth Style. The repulsive force hit the earth wall, causing a loud bang, and the wall shattered into pieces. Two figures were sent flying. It was Naruto and Kakashi. In the nick of time, Kakashi used Earth Style to save Naruto. Why did you strike so hard? Weren't we once comrades? Kiba shouted loudly from the side. We were never comrades, don't flatter yourselves, Kaguya said disdainfully, waving her hand. Don't block my way. I won't let you leave again, Naruto gritted his teeth and charged forward, forming seals with his hands. Kaguya's eyelid twitched a few times. This line was really awful, it sounded like something out of a cheesy soap opera, giving her goosebumps. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a series of white puffs of smoke, countless figures appeared, surrounding them. It was Naruto's shadow clones. Typical Naruto, Kaguya thought. Next up. Raise-non. Sure enough, in Kaguya's memory, Naruto's two most famous moves were Shadow Clone Jutsu and Raise-non. Especially Raise-non. In the movies, if one Raise-non couldn't solve the problem, he'd just make a bigger one. But this meant nothing to Kaguya. She snorted, raising her arm and aiming at Naruto's shadow clones, unleashing a repulsive force from her palm. With a series of puff 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 sounds, the attacked shadow clones exploded into clouds of white smoke. Yeah. At this moment, a figure emerged from behind Kaguya, trying to attack her. Kaguya turned like lightning, kicking the person away, sending them crashing to the ground. It was Naruto, attempting to use his shadow clones as cover to attack from behind. But Kaguya knew his tactics too well, this diversion had been used countless times. Fong passing Fong. Just as Kaguya kicked Naruto away, two figures wrapped in massive whirlwinds charged at her. Kaguya raised an eyebrow, preparing to strike them. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong and leapt back, flipping away. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. Sharp rock pillars, glistening with a cold light, suddenly emerged from where Kaguya had been standing. This was Yamato's earth-style, earth-flow spears. As Kaguya leaped into the air, she heard the crackling sound of electricity behind her. Chidori. At some point, Kakashi had moved like a shadow behind her, aiming at her back. It seemed Kaguya was completely off guard. Watch out. Naruto couldn't help but shout loudly. With a bang, Kaguya's body was pierced by Kakashi's Chidori from behind, with Kakashi's arm protruding from her chest. But no blood flowed from the wound. Instead of being gravely injured, Kaguya turned her head and smiled at Kakashi. Her body gradually melted into a pile of mud. Earth clone. Kakashi realized something was wrong, his Sharingan widening in alarm. He tried to turn around, but the sensation on his back sent a shiver down his spine. Before Kakashi could react, an overwhelming force hit his back. With a bang, Kakashi was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and sliding a considerable distance before coming to a stop. That was the body flicker technique, so fast. Kakashi struggled to his feet, coughing up blood that seeped through his mask. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, rushing over to help Kakashi up. I'm fine, Kakashi said, coughing a few more times. He looked at Naruto seriously and said, in this battle, you have to be prepared to kill Kaguya. That's the only way we might stand a chance. She's incredibly strong. Kakashi had witnessed Kaguya's battles and researched her extensively. He knew just how powerful she was. Whether it was killing Danzo, defeating the Raikage, or taking down formidable foes like Kakuzu and Haiden, Kaguya had proven her strength time and time again. Is she really that strong? Naruto was deeply shaken, glancing at the beautiful girl in the distance. Fong passing Fong. At that moment, Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two whirlwinds, charging at Kaguya again. A look of disdain appeared on Kaguya's face. She raised her arm, channeling chakra into her palm. Yamato, seeing this, shouted urgently. Be careful, don't go. Wood style, wood locking wall. With a boom, Kiba and Akamaru were sent flying and crashed to the ground. Yamato's wood style managed to block Kaguya's repulsive force just in time. I said, stop wasting your efforts, Kaguya said, walking towards them with an annoyed look. I don't want to fight you. Just leave me alone, isn't that better? No, Naruto said, staring into Kaguya's eyes. Because we are comrades. Why are you after me? Kaguya played with her hair, feeling exasperated. Aren't you supposed to be chasing Sasuke? Why chase me? I will bring Sasuke back, and you too, Naruto said with determination. I'm really crazy, Kaguya sighed, rubbing her forehead. Trying to out-talk you. I'm leaving, no more talking, bye. Kaguya said, lightly tapping her toes and flying into the sky. But just as she was midair, she felt something pulling her down. She looked down and was infuriated. Naruto had used his shadow clones to form a human chain, grabbing onto her ankle. Are you crazy? Kaguya fumed, kicking Naruto in the face. But Naruto refused to let go. Even if I'm crazy, I'll stop you, Naruto shouted. You idiot. Kaguya felt her anger boiling, stomping on Naruto's face repeatedly until it was bruised and swollen. I'll make sure you won't leave, Naruto mumbled through his swollen face. Leave it to your grandpa. Kaguya twisted her body, her silver hair flying as she spun, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to Naruto's face, sending him flying. Chapter 74, You Can Try and See. Kaguya let out a deep sigh of relief, being entangled with someone as persistent as Naruto was truly unpleasant. Although she somewhat understood Naruto's feelings and was somewhat moved, the problem was that Naruto had no idea what was going on. His actions would only disrupt her plans. Wood style, silent strangle jutsu. The trees in the forest began to grow rapidly, vines sprouting from the branches to form a large net, attempting to ensnare Kaguya in midair. On the ground, Kakashi and Naruto, with the help of Naruto's shadow clones, launched themselves into the air. On one side was Kakashi's lightning cutter, and on the other was Naruto's Raiznan, both aimed at Kaguya. Rabbit hair needle. Kaguya's moist eyes were as cold as moonlight. Her silver hair suddenly lengthened, transforming into silver needles that shot toward the two in the air, densely covering them like a storm, about to pierce them through. Kakashi closed his left eye, then suddenly opened it, revealing the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. An invisible force of will instantly erupted. Kamui. The space in front of him twisted, and the silver needle seemed to be swallowed by the distorted space, disappearing without a trace. During this time, Naruto and Kakashi quickly closed in, almost reaching Kaguya. Kaguya, feeling troubled, frowned and decided not to continue tangling with them. She raised her arm, and the chakra gathered in her palm burst out, forming countless powerful fists that rained down like a phantom, covering the ground below. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Boom. A continuous series of deafening explosions erupted, like popping beans, one after another. The resulting shockwave swept through everything around, causing the air to roll and the dust to swirl. When the dust settled, the ground was a scene of devastation, filled with pits and craters. The once lush forest had been leveled, and the ground was full of enormous holes and trenches. Naruto, Kakashi, and the others were lying on the ground, injured and unable to move. Kaguya hadn't intended to kill them, so their chakra pathways were merely sealed, temporarily preventing them from using chakra again. Had Kaguya intended to kill them, they would have been either dead or severely injured. Done, Kaguya clapped her hands, glancing at the two lying on the ground. In an hour, you'll regain your mobility. Don't bother me again, or next time I might kill you. Though Kaguya's words were light and pleasant, they sent chills down the spines of those lying on the ground. They couldn't shake the feeling that this beautiful girl might actually follow through on her threat. Yamato, stop pretending. I know you're fine. Kaguya turned her head, looking at Yamato, who was secretly hiding behind a rock. Yamato shivered, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He jumped out, holding a kunai and staring at Kaguya intently. Don't be nervous, Kaguya said, walking towards Yamato with light steps. I won't hit you. Seeing the beautiful girl before him, Yamato felt awkward. He was technically Kaguya's senior and older than her, but her terrifying strength made him and his team no match for her. It was truly frustrating. What saddened him even more was that when the girl said she wouldn't hit him, he felt a sense of relief. You, make sure to watch over these fools. Don't let someone else take advantage of them. I don't want to be blamed for it, understand? Kaguya said, gesturing with her finger. Got it, Yamato responded with a sweaty smile. Oh, by the way, Kaguya said, stopping mid-walk and turning back, Jeriah went to Omega Kure. He will be in great danger. If you go to save him now, you might still make it. Feeling that Kaguya truly had no malicious intent, Yamato finally relaxed. However, his eyes held a look of regret, as if lamenting that such a talented and beautiful person would take the path of a rogue. This made Kaguya very unhappy. She resisted the urge to punch him and turned away to leave. Kaguya. A hoarse voice sounded from behind, as mournful and lingering as a cuckoo's cry. It was unmistakably Naruto's voice, just like when he called out to Sasuke. Kaguya shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her body. Overcome with a wave of disgust, she quickly ran away like a rabbit, disappearing from sight. After running for over 10 kilometers, Kaguya finally stopped, hands on her knees, panting lightly. She couldn't stand Naruto's sappy gaze and wondered how Sasuke could tolerate it. Who's there? Kaguya suddenly called out to an empty spot nearby. Come out, no need to hide. Your perception is as sharp as ever. The space twisted and distorted, revealing a man wearing an orange spiral mask. Obito, what are you doing here? Kaguya's delicate eyebrows arched slightly. Years ago, Kaguya had detected the true identity of the masked man pretending to be Tobi, calling him out inadvertently. They had a fierce battle, resulting in a draw, and eventually reached an agreement not to interfere with each other. If I didn't come, how would I discover your problem? Obito said in a deep voice. Kaguya. What problem? Kaguya had a sense of what he was getting at. I didn't expect you still held fantasies about Konoha. Obito snorted coldly. What do you mean? Kaguya turned her head, her gaze sharp and piercing. You could have killed them all just now, Obito said gravely. Why did you let them go? Foolish, Kaguya played with a lock of her hair with her alabaster fingers. If I killed them now, it would surely alert Konoha. Not just Konoha, but even the surrounding nations would be on guard, which would be detrimental to our plan. Really? Obito replied skeptically, his eyes flashing with amusement. You can choose to believe or not, Kaguya said, letting go of her hair and looking at Obito. The result will be the same. Or, do you want to test my current strength? Kaguya coldly stared at Obito, her eyes as beautiful as a starry nebula. Chapter 75, Angel Lady. Humph, Obito snorted and said in a deep voice, don't be too arrogant. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence, Kaguya smiled slightly, extending her index finger and waving it. Obito's crimson Sharingan glanced at Kaguya, and he said no more. The space around his eyes gradually distorted, and his body began to disappear into thin air. In another dimension, Obito fell into deep thought. His instincts told him that there was something strange about this girl, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. But as long as she hindered his plans, he would mercilessly eliminate her. In the face of his perfect new world, any person or thing was insignificant. A cold glint flashed in Obito's eyes. Kaguya frowned as she watched Obito disappear. Obito's constant distrust and shadowing were very annoying. But for now, she couldn't kill him, or rather, she didn't yet have the ability to kill him. His space-time abilities were particularly troublesome, and he had another Sharingan to use as an Aji, giving him 3 minutes to escape. Once Kaguya awakened her own spacetime abilities or gained the Rinnegan, Obito would have nowhere to run. Kaguya. As Kaguya was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind her. Kaguya turned quickly, her face lighting up with joy, and she rushed forward to hug the girl in front of her. Conan nay. The girl in front of her was none other than Conan, whom she had parted ways with recently. Don't be silly, Conan lightly flicked Kaguya's forehead, pushing her away and holding her by the shoulders, looking her up and down. You're not hurt, are you? I'm hurt, Kaguya said, wrinkling her delicate little face. What happened? Conan asked anxiously. Where are you hurt? Could it be? My heart is hurt, Kaguya grinned, extending her mischievous hand to Conan's chest. Only kisses and hugs can heal it. Stop being silly, Conan smacked Kaguya's hand away. Really, nothing happened. No, nothing happened, Kaguya pouted. Just an old man. Don't be careless, Conan said seriously. Being careless will eventually get you into trouble. Got it, Kaguya said helplessly. I'm not a child anymore, so stop lecturing me. I have to remind you constantly so you remember. You're different from others. You have great power, but you're too proud. That's very dangerous, Conan gently stroked Kaguya's silver hair. Kaguya didn't argue, feeling a bit moved. Only someone who truly cared would bother to nag. Just then, a deafening explosion sounded in the distance. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its dazzling light outshining even the sun. 10 seconds later, the shockwave and air blast rolled in, instantly destroying tall trees, scattering wood chips, and filling the air with dust. Kaguya jumped in front of Conan, raised her hand, and formed a gravitational shield in her palm, blocking the incoming blast. Conan gazed at the distant mushroom cloud thoughtfully. Kaguya seemed to realize something. Only Daidara could cause such a massive explosion. Given the power of the blast, it must have been his self-destruction. Whoever forced Daidara to self-destruct must have been a formidable opponent, but it was unclear who it was. Regardless, Daidara was now likely reduced to dust. Let's go, Conan took Kaguya's hand. Kaguya nodded gently. The two walked away together. The Land of Rain is situated in the central part of the continent, bordered by the lands of Earth, Fire, and Wind. Historically, it has been a battleground for many wars. Most of the major ninja world wars have been fought there. Fortunately, there are some smaller countries around the Land of Rain, serving as a buffer zone to prevent direct confrontations. The Land of Rain experiences rain throughout the year, with rare dry spells, making it perpetually damp and cold. The sky is usually covered with dark clouds, and it is seldom possible to see blue skies and sunlight. Upon entering the Land of Rain, the scenery changed abruptly. The sky was overcast, and rain drizzled down, splashing on the ground and creating small puddles. A gentle breeze carried droplets of water, bringing a chill to the air. Perhaps due to the peculiar climate, Kaguya's mood grew somber with the rain, inexplicably sinking into a melancholic state. Stop, please show your identification. Two rain ninja guarding the entrance approached, holding kunai, ready for battle. Given the central location of the country and its numerous enemies, fights were frequent, and vigilance was crucial. It's me, Conan removed the hood of her raincoat, revealing her elegant face. Kaguya followed suit, removing her hood as well. This was a rule in the Land of Rain, meant to enhance security. No one was exempt, not even Conan. Failure to reveal one's identity could allow enemies to exploit this loophole to infiltrate the country. As a war-torn nation, such vigilance was essential to avoid sudden attacks. It's the Angel. Welcome back, Angel. Conan nodded to the guards, and she and Kaguya passed through the checkpoint, walking into the Land of Rain. Did you see? It's the Angel, and there are two of them. I'm not blind, of course I saw. It's so exciting to see the Angel up close. Thanks to the Angel, we have peace here. Yes, I will pray to the gods at home to protect the angels. Are you stupid? The Angel is the god. That's true. Not far from the checkpoint, a figure hid in the bushes, peering through the leaves at the two girls' backs, muttering to himself, the Angel, huh? Chapter 76, Nagato. You're back. A person emerged from the shadows, wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds. With orange hair, many black rods inserted into his face, and eyes with purple rings, he was none other than Nagato's Deva Path. Yes, Conan nodded lightly. I'm tired. I'll go rest first, Kaguya yawned, covering her mouth, and turned to head to her room. You spoil her too much, Deva Path said, staring at Kaguya's departing figure with a deep voice. It's normal for girls to be a bit willful, Conan said calmly. She makes me uneasy, Deva Path said in a low tone. She's no longer a child. I will watch over her carefully. Conan turned and stared at Deva Path, but before that, I hope you won't disturb her. Conan, you're still too soft-hearted, Deva Path said gravely. She makes me feel alive. Conan lowered her eyelids, showing a forlorn expression. But we are already dead. Devapath approached Conan and said softly, this world is dead too. And we are the harbingers of a new era. As such, we must endure this pain. After speaking, Devapath did not look at Conan again and turned to leave. Conan lowered her head and sighed softly, a hint of weariness in her voice. Kaguya was lying quietly on her bed, staring at the ceiling. To be honest, she didn't like this place. It was too gloomy and uncomfortable. She preferred sunny places over the eerie darkness here. Knock, 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 a knocking sound came. Come in. The door opened, and a graceful girl walked in. It was Conan. Sister Conan, is there something? Kaguya sat up, blinking curiously at Conan. Conan hesitated, then swallowed her words, saying, nothing, I just came to call you for dinner. That's not it. Kaguya could almost guess from her expression, that guy must have said something again. Conan sighed, Nagato is already displeased with you, especially regarding how you handled the situation with Konoha. Let him be displeased. Kaguya raised her eyebrows, snorted, and grabbed Conan's hand. I don't need him to tell me what to do. I know, Conan said, but I still hope you'll listen to him. He has sacrificed too much for this plan. And if you go too far, he won't always forgive you. Got it, Kaguya said somewhat reluctantly. She couldn't argue since Conan was genuinely concerned for her. At that moment, a distant explosion sounded. Kaguya paused, her eyes darting towards the direction of the noise, peering through the walls to see what was happening. When she saw who it was, her eyelid twitched, and her face fell. She recognized those people, Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato. She instantly regretted telling them about Jeriah sneaking into the hidden rain village. She knew they would come to rescue Jeriah, but she had forgotten that Naruto was an idiot. Naruto had actually brought just 2 people to launch an attack. Why didn't he bring more people? And why was he attacking so openly? Kaguya pressed her forehead in frustration, feeling like she wanted to curse. She stood up, intending to go out and see what was happening. Although she didn't care about the lives of those people, Azura's reincarnation might be useful in the final battle. If he died now, it would be a waste. Where are you going? Conan grabbed her hand. I'm going out to take a look. Kaguya's black and white eyes sparkled as she smiled playfully. Besides, with so many people coming, I'm afraid Nagato won't be able to handle them alone. After speaking, Kaguya tried to walk around Conan to leave. No, they can't possibly defeat the 6 paths of pain. Conan stood in her way and said seriously, I know what you're thinking. I hope you don't go. If you do, Nagato won't let you off. Don't worry, I won't help them. Kaguya clasped her hands together, her watery eyes blinking with a hint of pleading. I'll just go and look, I won't do anything, okay? No. While Kaguya and Conan were at an impasse, Nagato had already encountered Naruto and his group. Where's Master Jeriah? Hand him over. Naruto shouted at Nagato, clenching his fists. Naruto, don't be rash. Kakashi grabbed Naruto, feeling that the member of Akatsuki before them was not an easy opponent. From Nagato, he sensed a powerful force, especially those purple eyes, which made Kakashi shudder. Master Jeriah. Nagato's purple-ringed Rinnegan observed Naruto and said, I didn't expect he had taken another disciple. He calls Master Jeriah, teacher. Naruto was stunned, looking confused. I also learned ninjutsu from Jeriah, Nagato said calmly, Jeriah was once my teacher too. In a way, I am your senior. Don't joke around. Naruto shouted, tell me where Master Jeriah is. Jeriah did come to the hidden rain village, Nagato said expressionlessly, but he is not here with me. However, since you've come, I won't be polite. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, he flashed and charged at Naruto. So fast. Naruto was shocked, his pupils contracting. In the blink of an eye, Nagato had reached Naruto and extended his hand towards him. Shinra Tensei. A huge force burst from Nagato's hand. Naruto, caught off guard, was about to be hit. Earth-style wall. Kakashi quickly formed seals. 3 dog-head carved earth walls rose from the ground, blocking in front of Naruto. With a loud boom, dust and debris flew everywhere. As the dust settled, a few figures emerged. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. His earth wall had cracks all over, almost collapsing. Although it was only a B-rank jutsu, its defensive power was not weak, capable of withstanding most attacks. But Nagato's technique was so powerful it caused this much damage. Could this be the legendary power of the Rinnegan? Kakashi's forehead was beaded with sweat. Chapter 77, Unexpected Person. Naruto, Yamato quickly ran over to help Naruto up. Fortunately, Kakashi's earth-style wall had partially blocked the attack, so although Naruto was injured, it was just from the shockwave and not serious. I'm fine, Naruto said, standing up with Yamato's support. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Nagato. This guy is strong. Be careful, Kakashi said, his face serious. Yeah, Naruto and Yamato both nodded. They already knew the man before them was no ordinary foe. Surrender quietly, Nagato said expressionlessly, you cannot defeat me. Are you kidding? Naruto shouted, gritting his teeth. He formed a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a series of puffs of white smoke, countless Naruto clones filled the surroundings. They paired up, each duo forming a light blue sphere in their hands. Raise-non. Naruto's clones kicked off the ground, shooting towards Nagato arrows, each holding a raise-non. Nagato stood still, his expression unchanged. He coldly watched the approaching Narutos and raised his arm. Shinra Tensei. A massive force erupted from Nagato's palm. The overwhelming power made it feel irresistible. Under the attack, Naruto's clones were sent flying, dissipating into white smoke with a series of puffs. Earth-style, earth-flow spears. Off to the side, Yamato had already formed hand signs. The ground trembled, and numerous sharp stone spears shot up from the earth, glinting coldly as they rose skyward. Nagato stepped off the ground, leaping into the air to avoid the stone spears. But just then, a figure appeared behind him. Chidori. A hand crackling with lightning struck Nagato's back hard, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Yes. Naruto cheered, raising a clenched fist, but his smile didn't last long. It's not over yet, Kakashi said gravely. He felt that his Chidori hadn't penetrated the opponent's body, meaning it hadn't dealt a fatal blow. Good teamwork. Sure enough, Nagato slowly stood up from the ground. His clothes were slightly torn, with a hole revealing a wound that, although bloody, wasn't deep. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared on the ground around Naruto and his team, as if something was blocking the light. Watch out. Kakashi shouted, looking up sharply. Wood style, wood locking wall. With a deafening boom, the ground shook slightly, stones and dust flew, and waves of air rolled. In the critical moment, Yamato had decisively used wood style to defend against the attack. But the wood locking wall creaked and cracked, with fissures spreading across it, barely holding up. Get out of here. Yamato yelled, sweating profusely. The three of them jumped, quickly escaping as the wood locking wall collapsed with a crash. The three who had escaped looked up to see a giant bird, which had appeared at some point, screeching with its beak wide open and pressing down on the fragments of the wooden wall. It was this bird that had attacked them earlier. What is this? Naruto's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The white mist dispersed, revealing two figures with orange hair in front of them. One had a ponytail, and the other had a square face. Both emitted a dangerous aura. The group became serious. Just dealing with one Nagato had been tough, and now there were two more. At this moment, Nagato's expression changed. He raised his arm and aimed at a small hill in the distance. Shinra Tensei. With a deafening roar, the distant rocks were pulverized, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the air. A figure leapt out of the dust, landing in front of Naruto and his group. This man had spiky hair, wore a forehead protector with the word oil on it, and was dressed in red and green. It was none other than the Toad Sage Jeriah. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto shouted excitedly, while Kakashi and Yamato also breathed a sigh of relief. With one of the legendary Sannin, Jeriah, the battle would surely be much easier. Long time no see, Nagato said in a low voice. Jiraiya-sensei. Who are you? Jeriah looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're Yahiko. Yahiko, Nagato said slowly, is dead. What happened? Jeriah frowned. I've been looking for you all these years, but I couldn't find you. I heard you were dead. How did you end up like this and become a member of the Akatsuki? Those things are in the past, Nagato said in a low voice. Why have you come here? I have no special reason, Jeriah said seriously. I heard you were dead. I never expected this. If you had done as Orochimaru suggested and killed us back then, wouldn't you have thought that was the right choice? Nagato said expressionlessly. Do you regret it now? I never thought about killing you, Jeriah said, his eyes fixed on Nagato. He sighed softly. I taught you how to survive in a chaotic world. You were my disciples. No matter how hard your lives are, attacking me without a word is too heartbreaking. You don't understand what we went through afterward, Nagato said in a low voice. I don't, Jeriah admitted, then his eyes sharpened. But does that justify becoming part of the Akatsuki? What the Akatsuki does is wrong. It's not us who are wrong, Jiraiya-sensei, but you, Nagato said expressionlessly. After all, you're just a mortal. It's no surprise you can't understand me. I never thought you'd become this obsessed, Jeriah said, his eyes fixed on Nagato. Outside, the continuous sound of explosions was heard. Even from this distance, it was clear. The ground shook slightly, causing the room to tremble as well. Dust fell from the ceiling, filling the air. In her room, Kaguya was restless, constantly thinking about what was happening outside. The truth was, with the current abilities of Jeriah and Naruto's team, they were no match for Nagato. Even after Naruto learned Sage Mode, he still wasn't a match for Nagato until Hinata got injured, causing Naruto to go berserk and unleash the power of the Nine Tails, which finally defeated Nagato. As for Jeriah, even though he was one of the legendary Sannin, he stood little chance against Nagato. Even with 3 helpers, he might end up the same way he did in the original story. And right now, Kaguya didn't want Jeriah to die. Chapter 78, Nine Tails. The land ravaged by the battle was a mess, with craters everywhere and a faint smell of burning. Many of the drainage pipes from the buildings had been destroyed, the broken ends jagged as if forcibly severed. Water trickled from the pipes, filling the craters on the ground, soon forming pools. "Teacher, it seems everything is coming to an end," said Nagato, standing on a rock and looking down at the prostrate Jeriah. Around him stood the other 5 Pains, their bodies covered in wounds, indicating that the battle had not been easy. Not yet, Jeriah gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. His body was in tatters, covered in wounds, and blood flowed profusely, staining his clothes red and creating a crimson pool at his feet. Naruto, Kakashi, and the others lay on the ground, each pierced by 4 or 5 black rods, pinning them firmly to the ground, unable to move. "Damn it," Naruto growled through gritted teeth, his eyes red with rage as he struggled to break free from the black rods. But these rods, products of yin-yang release, contained the outer path's power of the Rinnegan, sealing acupoints and disrupting the chakra flow within the body, making it extremely difficult to break free. "Teacher, you're too stubborn," Nagato said softly, his eyes fixed on the fallen Jeriah. "You no longer belong in this world." As soon as Nagato finished speaking, Azura Path stepped forward, extending his arm. The outer shell opened, revealing a small missile inside. With a whoosh, the missile was launched, spewing flames as it flew towards Jeriah. Jeriah, severely injured, blood dripping from his mouth, eyes bloodshot, and his expression dazed, was barely holding on. In an instant, the missile reached Jeriah. "Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto's eyes widened in horror, unable to stop himself from shouting. Kakashi and Yamato, beside him, closed their eyes instinctively. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed, flames shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing, and a shockwave mixed with black smoke erupted outward. As the smoke cleared, a striking figure appeared before everyone. It was a beautiful silver-haired girl, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her flawless skin as delicate as porcelain, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her clear eyes sparkling. Below them was a delicate nose and full, rosy lips. Her sudden appearance stunned everyone. "Kaguya, what are you doing?" Nagato turned to the girl, his voice heavy. "Are you trying to save them?" Pinned to the ground, Naruto and the others looked at the girl in surprise. Hearing Nagato's words, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. "No, I'm not," Kaguya blinked her moist eyes and smiled lightly as she walked over. "I'm not here to save them." "If you're not here to save them, why are you stopping me?" Nagato's eyes bore into Kaguya. "I think you've misunderstood," Kaguya said, standing beside Jeriah, her eyes narrowing into charming crescents. "I'm here to kill them." With those words, Kaguya's kunai flashed, stabbing into Jeriah's left chest. Jeriah's body shuddered, blood gushing from his mouth and splattering onto Kaguya's shoulder, forming a shocking crimson stain. His body slowly slid to the ground. Everyone stared in astonishment at the smiling Kaguya, unable to believe her ruthlessness and decisiveness. "Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto was stunned, his pupils contracting, his eyes unfocused, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Suddenly, a massive amount of red chakra erupted from Naruto, bubbling like boiling water. The boiling chakra enveloped Naruto, forming a huge red sphere around him. The black rods embedded in Naruto instantly turned to ash. He slowly rose from the ground, his body twisting and transforming, red chakra raging around him, turning his entire form crimson. The chakra continuously erupted from within him, radiating an intimidating aura. "Is this the power of the Nine Tails?" Nagato murmured from a distance. Naruto's body gradually transformed into the shape of the Nine Tails, with 4 tails extending behind him, swaying in the air. At this point, it might be more accurate to call him the Nine Tails. Naruto clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground. With a deafening roar, the ground shattered, sending massive rocks flying into the air. Amidst a ferocious roar, the red chakra from Naruto's body formed a giant fist that smashed into one of the boulders, sending it hurtling towards Kaguya. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand, releasing a burst of repulsive force from her palm. In that split second, Kaguya felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This power was immense, even surpassing that of the Raikage she had once fought. Rocks, like cannonballs, repeatedly bombarded her gravitational barrier, the immense force knocking her backward. Meanwhile, the red chakra around Naruto transformed into two giant arms, grabbing the rocks on the ground and hurling them at Kaguya with tremendous force. Kaguya, suspended in midair with nowhere to leverage, was struck by the rocks and sent crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, she used her repulsive force to shield herself upon landing, preventing any serious injury. Climbing to her feet, Kaguya's eyes sharpened. The Nine-Tails chakra was indeed formidable, far exceeding her expectations. It was practically a concentrated mass of chakra. At that moment, Naruto's body twisted violently, and the chakra around him began to form white bones, resembling the skeletal structure of the Nine-Tails. These bones, along with the Nine-Tails cloak, covered his body, and a fifth tail appeared behind him. Suddenly, Naruto let out a roar and charged at Kaguya. The red chakra extended into multiple whips, which lashed towards Kaguya with a fierce wind. Kaguya's figure flickered as she continuously shifted left and right, dodging Naruto's attacks. The chakra whips frequently grazed past her. Boom. 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 Seeing that he couldn't hit her, the Nine-Tails formed Naruto suddenly halted. He opened his mouth wide, gathering chakra wildly to form a red sphere, which then exploded. Tailed Beast Ball. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, and she extended her hand, gathering chakra in her palm, which burst forth, forming countless shadowy fists that met the crimson beam head-on. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Boom. 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 Chapter 79, Deceiving. A series of explosions erupted between the tailed beast ball and the barrage of punches. A brilliant light flared up, with shockwaves rolling and dust filling the air. Amidst the dust, a red figure was sent flying and crashed heavily into a distant hill, smashing it to pieces. It was the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto, who had just been struck by Kaguya's 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Kaguya's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she panted gently. The Nine-Tails was indeed formidable, far surpassing the other tailed beasts she had encountered. Even though the Nine-Tails was not yet in its complete form, it already possessed power comparable to the other tailed beasts. But to Kaguya, it still wasn't enough. In the distance, a mass of red chakra erupted from the pile of rocks, shooting skyward and pulverizing the surrounding stones. The Nine-Tails transformed Naruto climbed out of the rubble, the chakra around him even more intense than before. Just then, a surge of blue chakra emanated from Naruto's body, wrapping around him like ropes. This was the necklace he wore, a gift from Tsunade containing the chakra of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, capable of suppressing the Nine-Tails. However, before the necklace could fully take effect, the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto broke free of the blue chakra ropes, ripping the necklace from his chest. With a powerful grip, he crushed it into pieces. The blue ropes gradually faded into the air, and without the necklace's restraint, the red chakra around Naruto erupted once more, his tails increasing to 6. With a roar, the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto dropped to all fours and charged at Kaguya like a whirlwind. So fast! The Nine-Tails transformed Naruto moved with incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. Without her Tenseigan, Kaguya would have had a hard time tracking his movements. The sheer speed generated massive waves, like a tsunami surging towards Kaguya. But she wasn't focused on the waves, instead, she turned her attention to the right. Here. As Kaguya extended her arm, the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto was already upon her. She unleashed a burst of repulsive force from her palm, shattering the surrounding water. Surprisingly, the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto was not blown away. Instead, he inched closer to Kaguya, extending his crimson claws towards her. Kaguya had no choice but to abandon her repulsive force and leap backward, narrowly avoiding the fierce attack. She finally understood why the big bosses with the Rinnegan rarely used the Shinra Tensei technique in later stages. It was practically ineffective. It couldn't inflict significant damage on opponents and, at best, could only push them away. Against stronger foes, it might even backfire and send the user flying. Just when everyone thought Kaguya would engage in a prolonged battle with the Nine-Tails, she suddenly leapt away, distancing herself from the fight. She scratched her head and, with an apologetic smile towards Nagato, who was watching from the side, said, "Sorry, it seems I can't win. I'll leave it to you, boss. I trust you." With those words, the space in front of Kaguya distorted and twisted, tearing open a dark rift. Waving goodbye, she jumped into the void, which then closed behind her, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to understand what had just happened. Kaguya had actually run away. As soon as Kaguya disappeared, the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto roared and locked eyes with Nagato. Meanwhile, Kaguya was in a different dimension, covering her mouth and giggling. Yes, she did it on purpose, stabbing Jeriah to make Naruto go berserk. She didn't want the Nine-Tails and Jeriah to fall into Nagato's hands, as that would make Nagato's side too strong and significantly weaken the power of the various ninja villages. This wouldn't fit Kaguya's balance plan. However, she couldn't openly turn against Nagato, so she used this method, though her acting was quite poor. As for this space, it was an ability of the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan also had the ability to manipulate space, but since her Tenseigan wasn't fully awakened, this technique consumed a lot of chakra and created a very small space, about the size of her room. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for evading enemy attacks. After a long wait in the space, Kaguya sensed that the battle outside should be almost over. She reached out and slashed the air, creating a space rift, and stepped out. The moment she emerged, Kaguya was stunned by the scene before her. It looked like the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. The ground was ravaged, filled with massive craters, as if it had been plowed over, with over a meter of earth stripped away. The once tall buildings were now rubble, with only some smoldering ruins left. Nearby, a rock was pushed aside, revealing wooden structures underneath. It appeared to be Yamato's wood-style, wood-locking wall. From the pile of rocks emerged two people, Kakashi and Yamato, struggling to carry an unconscious Jeriah. Sensing Kaguya's gaze, Yamato abruptly turned around, holding a kunai towards her, looking serious. "There's no need." Kakashi walked up from behind and pressed down Yamato's arm holding the kunai, saying to Kaguya, "You didn't intend to kill Jeriah, did you?" "Ah," Yamato looked at Kakashi in surprise, not understanding what he meant. "You attacked a spot slightly off from Jiraiya's heart," Kakashi said, his eyes fixed on Kaguya. "With your ability, such an error is impossible, right?" With his Sharingan, Kakashi could naturally detect the oddity. "Maybe," Kaguya said noncommittally, taking a few steps forward and looking around. "Where's Nagato? And where did Naruto go?" "Naruto went to find Nagato's real body. We're staying here to watch over Jeriah," Kakashi sighed. "If we went, we'd probably just be burdens." "You mean he's conscious?" Kaguya's eyes widened in surprise. "He broke free from the Nine-Tails transformation." "Yes," Yamato nodded. "I don't know what happened. He was about to be devoured by the Nine-Tails, but at the crucial moment, he suddenly broke free from the transformation." Being able to break free from the Nine-Tails' control at the last moment couldn't just be luck. Kaguya's expression changed, and she thought of someone, revealing a look of realization, that person being Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 80, The Death of Nagato Uzumaki. Naruto had temporarily escaped being consumed by the Nine-Tails, but Kaguya immediately thought of another serious problem. Naruto had not yet learned Sage Mode. If he went over there now, he would just be sending himself to his death. If this guy died, she would lose a powerful ally in the future. Which direction did they go? Kaguya walked over and hurriedly asked. Tendo Pain, also known as Nagato Uzumaki, possibly didn't fully trust her, so she didn't know the exact location of Nagato's real body. They went to that tall tower over there. Kakashi pointed to a tall black tower in the distance. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Kaguya was already rushing towards the tower like a whirlwind. She felt that she might have overplayed her hand. After all, Naruto was still weak and hadn't learned Sage Mode. Moreover, Nagato hadn't used his Super Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha yet, so his body was still in relatively good condition. Even if Naruto's small universe exploded, he would not be a match for Nagato Uzumaki. But when Kaguya arrived at the tower and saw the situation before her, she was stunned. "I am your senior. Since we share the same master, we should understand each other. I once said those words as a joke. You are truly an incredible guy, reminding me of my former self," Nagato said in a deep voice. "Nagato," Conan muttered, staring at him. "I did not believe in what Jeriah believed in." "No, I didn't even believe in myself," Nagato sighed. "However, I have a premonition that you will walk a different path than mine. I'll try to believe in you." Oh my god, it seems Nagato was actually persuaded by Naruto's talk no jutsu. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, techniques like Chibaka Tensei and Super Shinra Tensei are weak compared to Naruto's talk no jutsu. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Next to Nagato, Conan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the space behind Nagato suddenly distorted, and an iron rod shot out from the darkness, piercing towards Nagato's heart like lightning. No. Kaguya, hiding in the distance, was shocked. She dashed towards Nagato like an arrow. Nagato's pupils contracted, he had sensed the danger. He turned around quickly and raised his arm. Shinra Tensei. A strong repulsive force erupted from his palm, aiming at the figure behind him. But the figure's form twisted, seemingly unaffected. What? Blood splattered. In the spray of blood, Nagato's chest was pierced by the iron rod. The tip of the rod protruded from his chest, stained red, with blood dripping down. Nagato coughed a few times, blood seeping through his fingers. He turned back with difficulty and said, "It's you." The attacker was a man wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds and an orange spiral mask. This person was Tobi, or more precisely, Obito Uchiha. Nagato's Shinra Tensei hadn't hit Obito because the earlier battle with Naruto had consumed a lot of his chakra, and his body was already damaged. Additionally, his real body being confined to the device slowed his actions. What he hadn't anticipated was that Tobi would attack him. Paper Shuriken. Conan shouted, launching numerous paper sheets from her hands, which folded into arrow shapes in the air, attacking the masked men. The flying paper shuriken didn't hit Obito but passed through his body, clattering onto the ground. "Don't waste your efforts," Obito said in a deep voice, "you can't defeat me." Before Obito could finish his sentence, a delicate white fist slammed into his face, instantly shattering his mask and sending blood flying. He tumbled through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant wall, causing it to crack and shatter. How is this possible? Obito staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't understand how Kaguya had managed to hit him. What he didn't know was that Kaguya had begun to develop her ability to manipulate space. She had concentrated spatial power in her fist, preventing Obito from entering his dimensional space. However, Kaguya didn't pursue him further. Instead, she ran straight to Nagato, pressing her hand against his wound. Blood instantly stained her pristine hand a bright red. "Nagato." Conan also hurried over, calling out anxiously. "Why are you doing this?" Naruto shouted at Obito in anger, "Aren't you comrades?" "A comrade? He's just a deceived traitor," Obito said coldly. "Someone like him has no right to live in this world." "Bastard!" Naruto roared, clenching his fists as he charged towards Obito. "Kaguya, I will be waiting for you," Obito said, looking meaningfully at Kaguya. The space around him suddenly twisted, and his body gradually disappeared into the air. Kaguya ignored him, standing by Nagato, pressing her hand against his chest wound with a serious expression. Nagato's heart had been completely pierced, and blood kept flowing out. Even if Tsunade were here. "Don't waste your efforts," Nagato coughed, blood dripping from between his fingers. Conan's face was filled with sorrow, and Kaguya felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although she didn't like Nagato, after spending so much time together, she had developed a bit of camaraderie. Besides, in her plans, she never intended for Nagato to die. "Damn it," Naruto said, walking over with clenched fists. He got away. When he saw Kaguya, he hesitated, a complex expression on his face. He seemed unsure of how to deal with Kaguya, the person who had killed his teacher. Naruto, Nagato, lying on the ground, said weakly, "Don't blame Kaguya. She didn't kill Jeriah." "What?" Naruto was stunned, looking confusedly at Kaguya. "It was just a trick," Nagato said with a faint smile. "I've always treated her like a little sister. How could I not know her little tricks?" He coughed a few more times. Not only was Naruto dumbfounded, but Kaguya was also taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Nagato knew about your actions all along," Conan said softly, holding Kaguya's hand, "but he never blamed you." Kaguya's pupils contracted, and she looked at Nagato, the person she had once hated, with mixed emotions. "You." Kaguya's lips trembled, her nose tingling. "Don't die." Perhaps because she had defined him as an enemy, she had intentionally ignored Nagato's care and concern. Now that she thought about it, Nagato had never blamed her, never sent her on dangerous missions, and had secretly protected her during conflicts within the Akatsuki, even though it had caused dissatisfaction among other members. The person she had seen as an enemy had, in reality, been like a big brother, protecting her as his little sister. This painful realization felt like an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, making it hard to breathe. Hearing her words, Nagato was momentarily stunned. He looked at Kaguya and, for the first time in a long while, smiled faintly before slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 81, Former S-Rank Rogue Ninja. Nagato Uzumaki died, and he had wanted to see his teacher Jeriah one last time and say some words to him, but he never got the chance. His and Yuhiko's bodies were wrapped by Conan using her paper jutsu and placed in a secret chamber deep within a mountain. During this period, Kaguya remained expressionless and did not say a word, often standing silently in the rain, staring at the falling raindrops in a daze. Due to his serious injuries, Jeriah was sent back to Konoha by Kakashi, Yamato, and the others ahead of time. It seemed he would not be in any mortal danger. As for Naruto, he had been looking for an opportunity to apologize to Kaguya because after she had injured Jeriah, he thought Kaguya had killed Jeriah and thus attacked her frantically. Later, he discovered that Kaguya hadn't killed Jeriah, which was just a misunderstanding, making him feel very guilty. However, at that moment, Kaguya was still immersed in the sorrow of Nagato's death and was very annoyed by Naruto's interruptions. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and gave Naruto a severe beating, leaving him with a bruised face. Seeing that Kaguya was really angry, Naruto sensibly stopped bothering her and returned to Konoha with Kakashi and the others. As for Conan, after much persuasion from Kaguya, she finally agreed to go to Konoha with her. Kaguya knew that Obito would not give up easily and would come after Conan for Nagato's Rinnegan. In the original story, Conan indeed died at Obito's hands. Now that Nagato was dead, Kaguya didn't want Conan to face any unexpected dangers. With Conan by her side, Kaguya felt more at ease. She had let Obito escape last time, this time, she wouldn't let him go. The red cloud cloak she had worn for years was finally taken off. Nagato Uzumaki's death marked the true demise of the Akatsuki organization. Although Uchiha Obito still existed, it was meaningless as the Akatsuki had already collapsed. For Kaguya, it was more significant that Conan finally revealed her curvaceous figure. In the oversized cloak, it was difficult to see her appearance, let alone her figure. Only Kaguya, who had bathed with her, knew that Conan's tall figure was really impressive. Morning came, and the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds made the summer morning perhaps the most comfortable time of the day. The sun had just risen, casting soft rays that evaporated the dew on the flowers and leaves. The blue sky and drifting white clouds, along with the gentle breeze, brought a touch of coolness. Compared to the oppressive rain in the land of rain, this place undoubtedly fit Kaguya's ideal environment better. After walking a bit more, we should reach Konoha, Kaguya said, stretching lazily with her arms straight. When we get there, I'll treat you to dango. They might be the best dango in the world. Also, the ramen isn't bad either. All you think about is food. Be careful, or you'll turn into a pig someday, Conan said, poking Kaguya's forehead with her finger. Nagato's death had a great impact on Conan since all her childhood companions were gone. However, under Kaguya's light-hearted banter, Conan gradually emerged from her sorrow. Moreover, she felt much more relaxed, perhaps because she had let go of a heavy burden. After walking for a while, they could see the gates of Konoha in the distance. The gates were quite tall, about 30 meters high, made of thick solid wood and very sturdy. Its hardness was comparable to steel, probably enhanced by some ninjutsu. As they reached the gates, several Konoha ninja approached, cautiously asking, "Take off your hat." "Don't be so tense, I'm not a bad person." Kaguya smiled, taking off her wide-brimmed hat. When Kaguya removed her hat, the surrounding ninjas were momentarily stunned. Her silver hair flowed like a waterfall, her flawless skin looked like it was carved from ivory, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her white eyes were clear and bright. Below were a delicate nose and rosy lips, all creating a mesmerizing sight. "All right, can we go in now?" Kaguya said nonchalantly, used to such reactions. If anyone was indifferent to her, they were probably either eunuchs or homosexuals. To her surprise, the Konoha ninjas didn't disperse, instead, they surrounded her. "Capture them, no, hold them off. Quickly call the Jonin." "We'll do our best to stall them," shouted a thin Konoha ninja. "What?" Kaguya was dumbfounded. What was going on? "It seems your village isn't as welcoming as you said," Conan laughed, covering her mouth. Hey, take a good look, it's me, Kaguya." Kaguya felt very embarrassed being treated like this, especially in front of Conan. "Kaguya, so it's you." Another chubby Konoha ninja shouted through gritted teeth, an S-rank rogue ninja. He pulled out 3 shurikens from his ninja pouch, gripping them tightly while keeping a vigilant eye on her. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Kaguya felt completely baffled. Hey, don't move, or I'll beat you up." At that moment, a figure swiftly landed in front of them like a shadow. "Hokage-sama." The surrounding Konoha ninjas respectfully called out upon seeing the newcomer. With long blonde hair and a curvaceous figure, especially the impressive peaks of her chest, it was none other than Tsunade, whom Kaguya had met once before. "What's going on?" Tsunade asked sternly. Reporting, "Hokage-sama, we've discovered an S-rank rogue ninja and we're preparing to apprehend her." The thin Konoha ninja pointed at Kaguya and said. "She's no longer an S-rank wanted criminal. The notice will be sent out soon." Tsunade smiled, then turned to Kaguya and said, "Sorry to have disturbed you." "It's nothing," Kaguya waved her hand generously. "This must be Jeriah's disciple, Conan," Tsunade said, glancing at Conan. "Yes, hello," Conan smiled gently. "Jeriah often mentioned you," Tsunade smiled, "if possible, I hope you can visit him. He talks about you often." "Okay," Conan nodded lightly. Despite the minor annoyance, the situation was resolved. Being mistaken for a wanted criminal in Konoha would have been embarrassing, especially after boasting to Conan about how well received she was in the village. Led by Hokage Tsunade, they finally entered the village. The village had changed quite a bit, almost to the point where Kaguya didn't recognize it. While Kaguya was looking around, Tsunade, who was beside her, suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Thank you for what you did for Jeriah." Kaguya was slightly taken aback. It seemed Tsunade already knew, and as a master of medical ninjutsu, she could naturally sense Jeriah's injuries. Kaguya's clear, moist eyes blinked, and she showed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 82, Encountering an Old Friend Again. Kaguya returned to the place she used to live, and to her surprise, the house hadn't been demolished, considering she used to be an S-rank wanted criminal. The exterior of the house appeared slightly old and gray. The walls were mottled and covered with climbing ivy, with much of the wall paint peeling off. The wooden windows were somewhat decayed, and some of the glass panes were broken, even completely shattered in some places. "It's really nostalgic," Kaguya sighed. Inside, the place was a mess, with clutter everywhere. It looked like it had been ransacked. The wardrobe and such had been rummaged through, with even her underwear thrown on the floor. Is this where you used to live? Conan looked around the room, seemingly very curious about Kaguya's former dwelling. Yes, I didn't want to live at home, so I bought a house outside. Kaguya's eyelashes trembled slightly as she recalled the past. This house cost me a lot of money. I remember doing missions desperately for half a year to pay off the mortgage. That's nice, Conan smiled slightly. Although Kaguya seemed to be complaining, it was a kind of happiness, right? During her time, there weren't such good conditions. They were orphans, living in a cave, relying on stealing to survive until Jeriah came. But this place is really old and full of dust. Kaguya pinched her nose and waved at the dust in the air. Why don't we buy a new house? No, Conan smiled. Actually, I think this place is quite nice. Besides, this was where Kaguya used to live, giving her a sense of home. However, she didn't say this out loud. Is that so? Kaguya opened the windows to let some air in. Yes, I like it here, Conan said, touching a small mirror. All right then, Kaguya didn't insist. Actually she liked it here too. After all, it used to be her home. I'll go buy some cleaning supplies and daily necessities. Okay. Walking on the street, Kaguya noticed that Konoha village had changed a lot over the years. Many of the once low houses had disappeared, replaced by several-story buildings. The roads had been renovated, becoming very spacious, with shops on both sides selling a variety of goods, the merchandise dazzling and overwhelming. What attracted her most was a dango shop on the corner, a place she often visited. Surprisingly, it was still open. Judging by the aroma in the air, not much had changed. Perhaps the only change was the shop itself. It was no longer the small shop it used to be, now it was twice the original size and beautifully decorated. Kaguya stood in front of the dango shop, struggling with her thoughts. She wanted to buy dango but also needed to go to the supermarket for daily necessities. If she took the dango to go, the taste would be significantly different. Kaguya was very conflicted. Is that you? A familiar voice came from behind her. Kaguya turned around and was stunned. Not far away stood a familiar woman with long purple hair, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate face with a hint of heroism, and a tall, curvaceous figure. Yugao. Kaguya rushed over and hugged Yugao, rubbing her face against Yugao's chest. Ow, ow. How disrespectful, call me sister Yugao. Yugao pinched Kaguya's cheeks without hesitation, her eyes gradually turning red. You finally know to come back, and you didn't even come to find me. It's because I was wanted, Kaguya said with an embarrassed smile. You still have the nerve to say that. Why did you run away back then? Yugao wiped the corners of her eyes. I was worried about you for so long. There were some things I didn't want to do either, but there was no choice, Kaguya sighed helplessly. By the way, Yugao suddenly realized, you're still a wanted criminal. Did you sneak in? Come with me. She grabbed Kaguya's hand and started to leave. Don't worry, Kaguya said, holding Yugao's hand with a smile, I've been cleared of charges this time. I'm no longer a wanted criminal. Really? Yugao smiled and pinched Kaguya's cheek. Then I'm relieved. But, by the way, you're getting prettier and prettier, I just can't help but want to pinch you. Is my purpose in being pretty just to be pinched? Kaguya's head filled with black lines. Yes. Eventually, Kaguya couldn't resist the temptation of the dango and walked into the dango shop. Kaguya reached out and picked up a skewer of tricolor dango, dipped it in the sauce, put it in her mouth, and savored the delicate and soft texture, resting her face in her hand with a happy smile. I can't believe after all these years, you still love dango so much. Yugao laughed and placed the skewer of dango from her own plate onto Kaguya's plate. Some things never change, Kaguya mumbled with her mouth full. So, what are your plans now? Yugao propped her face in her hand, staring at Kaguya. Plans? My plan is to... At this moment, the door was pushed open, and 3 people walked in, a long-haired boy with clear, transparent white eyes, another boy with a bowl haircut and thick eyebrows, and a girl with a fresh and pretty appearance, her hair styled in double buns. Although they had changed a bit, Kaguya still recognized them as Niji, Lee, and Tenten. You are. Lee pointed at Kaguya sitting by the window, a look of disbelief on his face. Kaguya, I didn't expect to see you here. Niji walked up to Kaguya. It's you, Kaguya said, still dealing with her dango, speaking indistinctly, is there something you need? No, Niji replied, but Uncle and Hinata miss you a lot. If possible, they hope you can visit them. I was planning to go anyway. Kaguya swallowed the dango in her mouth and wiped her mouth with a napkin. By the way, do you know about Jeriah? How is he? When Jeriah-senpai was brought in, his condition was very critical, but after Lady Tsunade's treatment, he's out of danger, Niji said with a smile. He's reportedly recovering well now. Chapter 83, Visit. Watching Kaguya's departing figure, Tenten couldn't help but ask Lee, you used to like Kaguya a lot, didn't you? Why didn't you say a word today? I'm still not strong enough. I'm still far behind her, Lee said, his thick eyebrows drooping and a look of dejection on his face. Then, clenching his fist, he said firmly, but I will work hard to catch up with her. I think it's better if you give up, Tenten sighed, spreading her hands, she's just too far out of reach for us. But seeing Lee's passionate expression, it was clear he hadn't listened. In the bustling street, the two walked hand in hand, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Some young boys, just beginning to understand love, stared blankly at the two beautiful girls, which made Kaguya feel a bit uncomfortable. She quickly put on a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, which made things better. Yugao sister, what are you giggling about? Kaguya's watery eyes looked at her in confusion, noticing that she had been smiling since earlier. It's nothing, Yugao laughed and pinched Kaguya's cheek, it just reminds me of when you were little. You were always so charming, and now your allure has only grown. Look at how those boys are staring at you. Thank you for the compliment, Kaguya said expressionlessly, I'd be happier if you left out that last sentence. You still have that aloof look, just like before, Yugao smiled and tapped Kaguya's forehead. Hey, don't keep tapping my head. I'm not a kid anymore, Kaguya said unhappily. Yes, you've grown up now, Yugao said softly, her face showing a gentle expression, I used to think I'd never see you again. I'm so happy we can meet again. Kaguya was slightly taken aback, then she reached out and held Yugao's hand, saying softly, me too. Kaguya felt quite guilty. Over the years she had been away, she was always preoccupied with her own matters and plans, seldom thinking of Yugao. Even the last time she infiltrated Konoha, she didn't visit her. Sensing Kaguya's mood, Yugao squeezed her small face and said with a smile, if you dare forget me, you're dead meat, understand? Ouch, I get it. The two went to a supermarket, walked around, and bought a bunch of miscellaneous daily necessities, including cleaning tools, vegetables, fruits, tissues, and even new underwear. Over time, most of the things at home had become unusable, either decayed or broken. As for underwear, it certainly couldn't be worn anymore since Kaguya was no longer flat-chested. By the time they finished shopping, it was almost noon. Carrying large bags, they leisurely walked back home. When they reached the door, Yugao suddenly said, I'm not going in. I have other things to do. What's up? Is it an ANBU matter? Kaguya asked, puzzled, then shrugged. But whatever, let the ANBU bosses handle it. You can take a day off, Konoha won't fall apart. What are you saying? Yugao put down the bags and lightly patted Kaguya's head. Do you really want Konoha to fall apart? Besides, I'm the ANBU boss you mentioned. What? Kaguya was dumbfounded, almost dropping her bags. No way, when did you become the ANBU captain? Why? Are you looking down on me? Yugao pretended to be angry. You've been working hard outside all these years, but I haven't been slacking off. No, it's just a bit unbelievable, Kaguya said, a light bulb going off in her head. Were those Konoha ninja following me a few years ago your orders? Knowing that you knocked them all out, Yugao playfully tapped Kaguya on the forehead. I thought it was Danzo who sent them, Kaguya smiled softly, her eyelids drooping slightly. Thank you. Ouch. Don't make that face. Is this the carefree Kaguya I know? Yugao's fingers pinched Kaguya's cheek. What? I was genuinely touched for a moment. Kaguya glared at her. All right, I really have to go, Yugao said with a gentle smile, waving her hand. See you later. Okay, see you. I'll visit you someday, Kaguya smiled and waved back. After Yugao's figure disappeared into the street, Kaguya came back to her senses. What should she do with all these things on the ground? Kaguya gathered the large bags and packages into her arms, resembling a small mountain, wobbling precariously. She couldn't help but grumble about Yugao not helping her carry the stuff home before leaving. Finally, laden with a mountain of items, Kaguya returned home, opened the door, and walked inside. Her eyes widened in surprise. The room was much tidier than before. Not only were the overturned chairs and tables set upright, but they had also been carefully wiped clean. The dust on the walls had been swept away, revealing the white base color, and the cobwebs in the corners were gone. The trash on the floor was neatly packed and placed in the corner. You're back, Conan said, emerging from the interior. Kaguya was taken aback by Conan's appearance. Conan wore a paper hat on her head, an apron around her waist, and held a feather duster in her hand. Kaguya couldn't help but associate her with a housewife. Perhaps the stark contrast to Kaguya's image of Conan was too much, she couldn't help but want to laugh. After working together diligently, they finally finished cleaning the house by evening. Kaguya had never felt so exhausted. If given the choice, she would rather fight someone than clean. However, looking at the refreshed room, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Knock, knock, knock. A clear knocking sound came from outside the door. Kaguya had just returned not long ago, so who could it be? Hinata. Kaguya exclaimed in surprise when she opened the door to see a gentle and beautiful girl standing there. It was Hinata. Sister. Hinata didn't finish her sentence before Kaguya pulled her into a tight hug, rubbing her cheek against hers. Teacher is here too. Only then did Kaguya notice the other person standing outside. With long black hair and red eyes exuding a charm unique to her, it was Kurenai Yui, whom Kaguya hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 84, Girls Gathering. Hello, Ms. Kurenai, Kaguya said, letting go of Hinata and smiling. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Kurenai said with a slight smile. Not at all, Kaguya gestured with her arm, smiling as she blinked. Please come in. The three of them moved to the living room, where Conan had already prepared tea and placed the cups in front of them. Thank you, Kurenai said, accepting the cup from Conan. May I ask who you are? This is my sister from afar, Conan, Kaguya said with a smile. She had already decided that Conan's true identity must remain hidden. The mere fact of her being a former member of the Akatsuki would attract unnecessary trouble, so it was better to give her a new identity. I see, Kurenai gave Conan a careful look but didn't say anything further. It was unclear whether she had seen through Conan's true identity. Sister, Hinata said softly, tugging at Kaguya's hand, when will you come home? Huh. Kaguya was taken aback. After a moment, she realized what Hinata meant by home and patted her head, smiling. I'll go back after I'm done with some things in the next few days. Will you stay with us? Hinata asked, looking up at Kaguya with hopeful eyes. Kaguya hesitated, not for now. It's not very convenient at home. I see, Hinata's face showed a hint of disappointment. But it's okay. You can come and stay with me, Kaguya said, smiling. Even if you don't stay, we can still see each other often. Really? Hinata's eyes lit up, and she looked much happier. Yes, Kaguya smiled with narrowed eyes, thinking it would be wonderful to share a space with such a sweet girl. About my brother, Asuma, Kurenai said softly, thank you. Brother. Kaguya was puzzled. Asuma is your brother? Yes, he's my older brother. Is there a problem? Kurenai blinked her red eyes, looking confused. No, no problem, Kaguya forced a smile and waved her hand, her face not betraying her inner turmoil. It seemed like the butterfly effect had been quite strong. Despite Kaguya's attempts to keep them, Kurenai insisted on leaving to take care of Asuma, who hadn't fully recovered yet. Hinata also had to leave to report to her father, her tearful departure tugging at Kaguya's heart. Now, only Kaguya and Conan were left in the room. That's nice, Conan said softly, holding a rag. What? Kaguya, who was clearing the table, turned around and asked. Nothing, Conan said, turning to the table to help Kaguya clean up. It seems like you have a lot of friends and good relationships. Not really, Kaguya said, maybe I'm just lucky. Is that so? Conan seemed lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing. Suddenly, she felt her hand being held. Turning, she saw it was Kaguya. Don't worry, Kaguya smiled slightly, I'll always be by your side. Yes, Conan nodded gently. Suddenly, Kaguya's chopsticks shot towards the corner, emitting a strange hissing sound. Kaguya walked over and found a venomous snake with the chopsticks embedded in its body, blood trickling down. It seems someone is still not giving up, Kaguya's lips curled into a cold smile. It wasn't just Orochimaru who liked using snakes, another person, a former subordinate of Orochimaru who also liked playing with snakes, was Kabuto. This snake was clearly being controlled, as Kaguya could sense faint chakra emanating from it, which ordinary snakes wouldn't possess. What happened? Conan walked over and asked. Nothing much, Kaguya turned and smiled. Maybe the house has been vacant for too long, so some small animals have moved in. In a place shrouded in darkness, the lights flickered. Under the dim light, two figures could be vaguely seen. Discovered already. A man with round glasses and a robe whispered. I told you not to act rashly, said another man with an orange spiral mask in a deep voice. That girl is very alert and not easy to deal with. These two were Kabuto and Uchiha Obito. No matter how strong she is, she's just a little girl, Kabuto smirked. Once my technique is ready. How much longer do you need? Obito said in a deep voice. We don't have much time left. Don't worry, it won't be long, Kabuto's eyes flashed with a cold smile. For several days, Konoha remained peaceful, with no signs of the expected attack. The snake from that night seemed like a mere interlude. The enemies in the shadows seemed to have vanished without a trace, and there was no unusual information from other countries. Though everything seemed calm, Kaguya did not let her guard down. She had a sense that a storm was brewing. The current silence might be the prelude to a more intense explosion. In addition to her daily training, Kaguya remained vigilant, constantly observing her surroundings and looking for clues. Unfortunately, she found nothing of value. Just then, a fresh, lovely girl with double buns approached Kaguya, interrupting her thoughts. Tenten, Kaguya looked at the girl in surprise. Is something wrong? We're having a get-together for girls our age at noon to relax a bit, Tenten said with a smile. You should join us at the barbecue restaurant. Kaguya thought for a moment, then nodded and smiled. All right, I'll be there. She had been tense and on edge lately, so some relaxation would do her good. Balance is key to maintaining strength. Great, Tenten said excitedly. What is it? Kaguya blinked, puzzled. You're quite the celebrity. We're thrilled to have you join us, Tenten giggled. Plus, the owner said we get a 50% discount if you come. Kaguya's face darkened slightly. So that's the real reason for inviting me. Chapter 85, Taking Photos. Conan did not come with Kaguya. Being new to the village and unfamiliar with the others, she was afraid her presence might affect the atmosphere. Despite Kaguya's earnest invitation, Conan declined, and Kaguya did not press further, so she came alone. When Kaguya arrived at the barbecue restaurant, the table was almost full, all occupied by beautiful girls. Present were Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Hinata, and a girl with thick glasses whom Kaguya had never met before, likely Shizun. Kaguya, over here. From afar, Tenten was waving her arm, signaling for her. Kaguya walked over, greeted everyone with a light smile, and said, "Hello everyone." Sakura and Shizun warmly welcomed her and smiled in return. As for Ino, she was not as friendly. When she saw Kaguya, she shuddered slightly and unconsciously moved a bit farther away, as the psychological shadow Kaguya had left on her had not yet dissipated. "Sister, come here," Hinata said with an adorable smile. Okay, Kaguya walked gracefully to sit beside Hinata, bending her knees to sit on the cushion. "Let's order some food first," Tenten said, picking up the menu and flipping through it. Her eyes lit up as she happily shouted, beef tongue, my favorite." "New set meal, only for women, girls set meal," Sakura said excitedly. "It's so cheap, really worth it." The word bargain is always irresistible. "To be honest, I like innards," Shizun said, pushing up her glasses. "And I should mention, because of Kaguya-chan," Tenten said proudly, "the owner is giving us a 50% discount. 50% off." Even Ino temporarily set aside her discomfort, and everyone looked at Kaguya with shining eyes. Kaguya blinked and suddenly felt like this gathering was a bit like a trap. "That's wonderful. I'm going to eat a lot today. I wonder if we can take leftovers." Just then, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the owner of the barbecue restaurant walked over, smiling at Kaguya, and said, "Excuse me, are you Kaguya?" "Yes, I am." "What's the matter?" Kaguya asked curiously. "Nothing much," the middle-aged man smiled. "I am the owner of this restaurant. I wonder if you could take a photo with the restaurant for promotion. It would be even better if you could leave your autograph." "Ah." Seeing Kaguya's confusion, the barbecue restaurant owner added, "As compensation, we will give you a membership card. Whenever you dine at this restaurant, you'll get a 50% discount. You can also bring your friends once a month, and they will enjoy the same discount." "Wow, that's great. I want one too, what should I do?" "If you looked as good as her, maybe." "Forehead, what did you say? Who are you calling a big forehead, Ino pig?" All right, Kaguya had no choice but to stand up and follow the owner outside. Only then did she realize there was another table across from them. If Kaguya and the girls were having a girls' gathering, then across the way was a boys' gathering. There were Choji, Niji, Shikamaru, Lee, Kiba, and others. They had just arrived, and unlike the girls' fruit juice, their table was full of beer. When they saw Kaguya, their expressions showed obvious surprise. Kaguya paid no mind and followed the owner outside. The restaurant's decoration was quite luxurious, being a newly opened place. Above the entrance was a neon signboard with Yakiniku Q written on it. It seemed to be the name of the restaurant. "Is it here?" Kaguya asked, starting to regret her decision. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She had always hated taking photos, whether in her original world or in the Naruto world. She was never photogenic and had no idea how to pose. Photos always made her look foolish. Now, with her different appearance in this world, she disliked it even more. However, since she had already agreed, it would not be good to back out in front of everyone. After all, it was just a photo, what harm could it do? But when it came time to take the photo, Kaguya's expression was stiff, and her body rigid, like a rusty robot. "Relax and take a deep breath," the owner said, both amused and helpless. Kaguya took a deep breath, calmed herself, and said, "I'm ready." But as soon as the photo was about to be taken, she reverted to a deadpan face, looking as if she was shooting a ghost movie. She might be a stunningly beautiful ghost, though. Everyone was speechless, not expecting the usually imposing Kaguya to be so sensitive about photos. As everyone was at a loss, Tenten quietly sneaked up behind Kaguya and made a signal to the photographer, who understood immediately and prepared to take the shot. Suddenly, Tenten's mischievous fingers darted out from behind Kaguya, reaching under her arms and tickling her sides. A wave of unbearable ticklishness hit Kaguya, making her burst into laughter. Kaguya had always been extremely ticklish, more so than anything else. She would rather endure pain than be tickled. In everyone's eyes, it was a completely different scene. Her silver hair, flowing like mist, her flawless skin, her long, fluttering eyelashes, and her clear, water-like eyes, now curved into crescent moons. Her delicate lips curled into a small smile, and she let out a string of bell-like laughter. At that moment, the photographer clicked the shutter, capturing the scene on film. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The owner gave Kaguya a thumbs up, his face full of excitement. I've decided that whenever you come to my restaurant, everything will be 30% off. No, everything will be free. The owner's voice snapped everyone out of their daze. Unbeknownst to Kaguya, a large crowd had gathered at the restaurant's entrance, including Niji, Lee, Shikamaru, and the others from the boys' table. They had witnessed the entire scene and were stunned. As they snapped out of it, they felt a bit awkward. Niji even coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 86, Dragon Veins. After finishing their meal and feeling satisfied, it was already evening. The boys had all left, and the girls each had their own matters to attend to and had gone home. Only Hinata and Kaguya remained. Let's go to the hot springs, Kaguya suggested with a smile. It's been a long time since I soaked in a hot spring. Okay. Hinata nodded gently, holding her hand. Having barbecue and then soaking in a hot spring is just too comfortable. Kaguya lay on a rock in the hot spring, revealing her beautiful body. It's been a long time since we soaked together, Hinata said softly. The last time was 4 years ago. Oh, really? Kaguya was surprised, her fingers pinching her chin as she thought, it does seem like a long time ago. How have you been these past years outside? Hinata asked with a smile. These past years, Kaguya rested her cheek on her hand, lost in thought. I just want to know more about you, Hinata smiled softly, if it's not inconvenient for you. 083. It's nothing much, Kaguya twirled her hair around her finger and said, just running around doing missions all the time, no holidays. Really, Hinata said quietly, looking at Kaguya with hopeful eyes, you don't have to go back now, right? Yeah, I'm not going back. There's nothing worth staying for. If I weren't forced by circumstances, I wouldn't have gone there. Kaguya turned over and half lay on the rock, her curvy body fully on display. The village has changed a lot while you were gone, Hinata said with a smile. Yeah, I almost didn't recognize it. And you've changed a lot too, Kaguya said, her eyes scanning Hinata's body. Really? Hinata asked in confusion, glancing down at her own body where Kaguya was looking. Yeah, you've become more beautiful, Kaguya smiled slightly, then curiously asked, by the way, why are you holding your chest? It feels like it would float up, Hinata said weakly, sinking into the hot spring. Really? Kaguya looked surprised, then laughed mischievously and swam over to Hinata. Let me check it out. No, don't, sister. Don't squeeze, it'll break. It's okay, I'll be gentle, hee. After Kaguya's examination, she found that Hinata's body was developing very well, especially her chest, which felt soft and slippery, with the little buds on top standing up under stimulation, soft yet firm, making it irresistible. After Kaguya's playful inspection, Hinata lay softly against a smooth rock, gently panting, her face still slightly flushed. Just when Kaguya thought everything was peaceful, trouble arose again. After losing many ninjas, the ANBU received a top-secret piece of information. According to the ANBU's intelligence, Kabuto Yakushi was conspiring with Obito to launch the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer bee had already been captured. This meant that of the 9-tailed beasts, 8 had been taken by Obito, leaving only Naruto. Another piece of news was that Uchiha Sasuke had killed Uchiha Itachi, formed the Hawk team, and joined forces with Obito Uchiha, aiming to destroy Konoha. Neither of these pieces of news was good. While others might not understand the severity of the situation, Kaguya was very clear. This was already a critical moment. If Obito Uchiha managed to capture the 9 tails, it would be a serious problem. But Kaguya still had a faint sense of unease, as if a shadow was looming in her heart, making her restless and unable to sleep. At her level of power, she usually had some premonition about things that were about to happen. Even though these feelings were quite mysterious, she preferred to believe them. What's wrong, Kaguya? This was Conan, who walked out of her room wearing a semi-transparent nightgown, revealing her curvy figure, making her look even more alluring. You've seemed unhappy lately. Nothing, Kaguya smiled slightly, maybe I'm just in a low mood recently, feeling a bit depressed. Is that so? Conan said suspiciously, then seemed to think of something, smiled slightly. Drink more brown sugar water these days, remember not to eat cold things or catch a cold, you'll feel better in a few days. MMM. Kaguya was currently lost in thought, not paying much attention to Conan's words. You might need this, don't forget to use it. Conan handed a package to Kaguya with a smile. I remember when you were little and encountered this for the first time, you were so scared, you were really cute back then. Kaguya took the package from Conan, feeling something was off. She opened it and found several rectangular cotton pads neatly stacked inside. Kaguya's forehead instantly filled with black lines, and she forced a smile. She was about to explain the misunderstanding, but then swallowed her words. This sort of thing was difficult to explain. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Kaguya's mind. She finally understood what she was worried about. She quickly changed out of her nightgown and put on her clothes. Where are you going in the middle of the night? Conan asked curiously. The ANBU has some business, I need to go, Kaguya said nonchalantly. You go ahead and sleep, don't bother making breakfast for me tomorrow. Dressed, Kaguya rushed out of the house, arriving at a dark corner. Her eyes, like stars, slowly started rotating, emitting an invisible power. Kaguya gently swiped her fingers in the air, creating a black rift. She leaped into it, and the rift vanished instantly. Behind a utility pole, a figure emerged. With light blue-purple hair and a light purple paper flower on her head, it was Conan. She stood there, staring at the spot where Kaguya had disappeared, a hint of worry in her eyes. When Kaguya emerged from the space, she was in a spacious room. It was quite empty, except for a large stone platform in the center, covered with white paper flowers. 2 bodies lay atop the paper flowers. Indeed, this was the place where Yugao and Nagato's bodies were kept. Kaguya quickly approached, her eyes narrowing. As expected, Nagato's Rinnegan was missing. No wonder Kaguya had been feeling uneasy, as if something was about to happen. She hadn't expected it to be this serious. This was a significant issue. Obito already had 8 of the tailed beasts, and now with the Rinnegan, the countdown to the 4th Great Ninja War had begun. Kaguya had never thought it would happen so quickly, much faster than in the original story. Was it because of her presence, creating a butterfly effect? A tremendous pressure weighed down on Kaguya. She didn't have much time left. But now the situation was beyond her plan. She had originally intended to increase her strength further, so even if Madara were resurrected, it wouldn't matter. But now she was far from ready. Her current body of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was not yet complete. She could only use some lower-level techniques like Rabbit Hair Needle, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, and All-Killing Ash Bones. But because her body wasn't complete, she didn't have the massive chakra reserves of her true form, making her abilities much weaker. She hadn't yet awakened the Sharingan or Rinne Sharingan, and couldn't use abilities like Amanamenaka or Yamatsu Hirasaka. As for the Tenseigan, it wasn't fully awakened either. Although she could use most of its abilities, the chakra consumption was too enormous, making it hard for her body to sustain for long. This was similar to Kakashi, who had the Sharingan but struggled to increase his strength due to his limited chakra reserves. Interesting, Kaguya looked up, a smile spreading across her face. Despite the severe situation, Kaguya wasn't discouraged. Instead, it ignited a stubborn resilience in her. She had never been one to give up easily. What Kaguya needed most now was to increase her strength. Strength was the foundation of everything. And she had just thought of a way to do that, the Dragon Veins. Chapter 87, Rorin. Originally, Kaguya wanted to stay in Konoha a bit longer and visit the Huga household, but time was of the essence. If she waited any longer, who knew what unforeseen events might occur? Do you really have to go? Conan leaned against the wall, her face full of worry. Yes. Kaguya nodded slightly, looked down to put on her shoes, tidied up her clothes, and stood up. Don't worry, I won't be gone long. If you have to go, then I want to go with you. Conan walked over and held Kaguya's hand, saying seriously. There's no need, Kaguya smiled gently, I can handle this on my own. Besides, if you come along, I'll be distracted. Is that so? Conan still seemed a bit uneasy. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. You know me, there's no one born yet who can defeat me. Kaguya squeezed Conan's soft hand and said, all right, I'm leaving now. Conan watched Kaguya's departing figure, silently looking down at her hand, which still seemed to retain Kaguya's warmth. Rorin was located in the Land of Wind, deep within a desert. Although the original story did not specify its exact location, it was certain to be in the depths of the desert. In the desert, the wind howled and the sand flew, and all that met the eye was a vast expanse of yellow sand with no signs of life. Even weeds couldn't survive here. It was hard to believe that anyone could live in such a desolate place. Kaguya walked through the gale, occasionally sand hitting her body, but it was blocked by a protective aura around her. She had been here for over 10 days, and during this time, she hadn't seen any signs of life, not even an oasis. Fortunately, she had brought plenty of supplies, including water, which she had sealed in her scrolls. These scrolls had been purchased at a high price from Tenten. Despite Tenten's unassuming appearance, she turned out to be quite wealthy. Given the number of weapons she used in battle, it made sense that she would need substantial funds. As Kaguya was growing impatient, she finally spotted a lone ruined city in the distance using her Tenseigan. The remaining walls and debris indicated that this had once been a grand city, now buried in the ever-shifting sands. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from behind Kaguya, making a clack, clack sound as it attacked her. Kaguya leapt aside, avoiding the attack. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a grotesque puppet, resembling a fly and challenging the notion of aesthetic beauty. The puppet, missing its initial strike, pursued Kaguya again. Its arms extended rapidly, enclosing her, while its eyes released drill-like protrusions, spinning as they lunged forward. Kaguya's eyes swirled like galaxies. Puppet control technique. Of course, this was a name Kaguya had come up with herself. It was the Tenseigan's ability to control puppets. But to Kaguya's surprise, she found she couldn't control the puppet at all, not even slightly influence it. What was going on? Seeing the puppet nearing her, Kaguya didn't hesitate. She raised her arm, gathering chakra in her palm, and unleashed a forceful repulsion. The puppet took a heavy blow, its chest caving in, and it flew backward like a cannonball. Before it even hit the ground, it disintegrated in midair, scattering into a pile of parts across the sand. Kaguya walked over and picked up the parts on the ground, looking them over a few times, but couldn't discern much. However, there was no doubt that these puppets were different from those she had seen before. Suddenly, she noticed something attached to one of the parts. Upon turning it over, she found an explosive tag half-burned and about to explode. With a thunderous boom, a deafening explosion erupted where Kaguya stood. Thick smoke billowed, flames shot up, and dust filled the air. From the thick smoke emerged an unharmed figure. It was Kaguya. An explosion of this magnitude could not harm her. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds came from under her feet, the ground trembled slightly, and a crack appeared, spreading into numerous fissures. The ground then collapsed with a roar, revealing a dark abyss filled with falling rocks. Kaguya leapt back, avoiding the collapse. When the rumbling ceased, a massive hole, about the size of a football field, had formed on the ground. Kaguya walked over and looked down. In the sunlight, she saw a tower standing intact below, seemingly preserved by the sand that had buried it from the ravages of time. If she guessed correctly, this was the ancient city of Rorin, and the tower below was part of its structures. Through this massive hole, her Tenseigan detected a powerful energy emanating from below. Without hesitation, Kaguya leapt down, her silver hair and clothes fluttering wildly in the wind. She landed on the tower and entered through a window. Inside, she found a platform at the center with 4 statues standing in different directions. In the middle of the platform was a uniquely shaped kunai. To her surprise, someone was already there, holding the kunai and pulling it out forcefully. As the kunai was removed, a massive purple light beam shot up to the sky, turning surrounding rocks into powder. The tower shook violently, almost collapsing. Sensing spatial fluctuations ahead, Kaguya didn't hesitate. She leapt towards the light beam like an arrow, disappearing into the purple glow. As she entered the beam, 2 other figures arrived, each leaping into the purple light in turn. When Kaguya awoke, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Surrounded by ruins, broken pillars, and damaged walls, the space was vast, about the size of a football field. She couldn't discern its original purpose. At that moment, a melodious song echoed from behind a stone pillar. The myriad emotions, the dragon's vein that must be guarded, the white blade pierces, looking up to the sky, a sandstorm rages, the brilliant day of glory, flowers dance in rivalry. The song was fresh and elegant, sung with a soft, girlish voice that had a calming effect, soothing Kaguya's agitated mind. Kaguya turned to see a graceful girl sitting atop a tall stone pillar, gently singing while swinging her legs. Clearly, the song she heard was from this girl. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one else, Kaguya walked over to the girl and gently asked, "Excuse me, but where is this place?" Chapter 88, Minato Namikaze. The girl was startled, her face showing panic, and she leapt down from the pillar, turning to run. "Hey, wait!" Kaguya exclaimed in surprise at the girl's reaction and couldn't help but chase after her. When she caught up, the girl had already disappeared. Kaguya looked around, her brow furrowed, noticing a strange energy that blocked her perception, even making her Tenseigan a bit blurry. Following the sunlight streaming in, Kaguya noticed a few skylights at the top of the room, leading directly outside. With a shattering sound of glass, a figure flipped up through one of the skylights. It was Kaguya. She was stunned by the scene before her. Surrounding her were towering buildings, like tall towers, neatly arranged and reaching into the sky. The architecture was heavily influenced by Western styles and even had a somewhat modern feel. For a moment, Kaguya wondered if she had traveled to another world again. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from behind her. She turned to see 3 puppets approaching her. With a bang, one puppet's hand shot out a sharp triangular blade, aiming at Kaguya. She dodged backward, avoiding the attack, while another puppet's hand glowed and shot a purple beam at her. Kaguya's eyelid twitched, and she mentally noted how these seemed less like traditional puppets and more like high-tech robots. The third puppet followed, firing numerous small missile-like projectiles, spreading out like a shower of blossoms towards Kaguya. Kaguya realized these puppets were similar to the ones outside and that her Tenseigan couldn't control them, as they seemed to be powered by a strange energy that blocked her mental control. Initially, she had planned to control a few puppets to make her actions easier, but now she had no choice but to destroy them. She jumped back to avoid their attacks, raised her arm, and chakra surged into her palm. Repulsive force burst forth. The 3 puppets in midair were hit as if by a massive blow, their chests caving in and they flew backward, exploding in midair. Just as Kaguya thought she had dealt with all the puppets, a cacophony of noises reached her from afar. In the sky, several black dots appeared, growing larger as they approached. As they neared, Kaguya saw they weren't flies but more puppets, dozens of them. In the blink of an eye, the puppets had reached her. Suddenly, countless black weapons, resembling kunai, shot out from the puppets, raining down on Kaguya like a steel storm. Kaguya raised an eyebrow, showing no fear. She raised her delicate hand, ready to use her 80 Gods vacuum attack to deal with the massive puppets in one go. Their dense formation made it easy to hit them all, which suited her well, saving her the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared beside Kaguya, placing a hand on her shoulder. In an instant, the surrounding scenery distorted, and when it stabilized, Kaguya found herself in a distant location. A series of explosions erupted where Kaguya had just been standing, the ground trembling and dust billowing. So fast, Kaguya muttered, her pupils constricting. She had never seen such speed. No, it wasn't speed, it was a space-time jutsu. Only space-time jutsu could achieve such velocity. At this moment, a companion wearing a similar mask started attacking the puppets. Partial multi-size technique. A tall, stout man stretched out his arm, chakra surging forth, and his arm instantly grew several times larger. With a sweeping motion, he smashed a puppet into pieces. Another Slenderman formed hand seals and extended his hands, releasing countless tiny black dots from his palms, which flew towards the puppets in the sky. Secret technique, insect sphere. The swarm of tiny insects covered the puppets like a black cloud. In no time, the puppets were enveloped and immobilized, falling heavily to the ground. Before long, the puppets in the air were all eliminated by these individuals. Thanks for the help earlier, Kaguya said, looking down at the fallen puppets and addressing the 3 masked individuals. By the way, what's the deal with these puppets? The blonde masked man was momentarily stunned upon seeing Kaguya, seemingly not expecting such a beautiful girl to be there. He then said, they might have been enhanced by the chakra of the dragon veins. Dragon veins? Kaguya's expression shifted. It seemed that this place was indeed Rorin, the only place known to possess the dragon veins, which was likely somewhere around here. By the way, who are you? Kaguya asked, staring at him. And why are you here? You're a Konoha ninja, aren't you? The blonde masked man glanced at the forehead protector hanging around Kaguya's neck. Yes. Kaguya found wearing the forehead protector on her head unflattering, so she wore it around her neck like Hinata. I'm from Konoha too. The blonde masked man slightly lowered his mask but didn't reveal his face. I'm here on a mission. Although his face was hidden, Kaguya had a good idea of who he was. After all, there were very few people who could use space-time ninjutsu, and among those, only one used special kunai, Minato Namikaze. At this time, Minato Namikaze was still alive. Although she couldn't see his face, his figure looked to be in his 20s. If that was the case, Kaguya must have traveled back over 20 years. She wondered if it was due to the dragon veins or the seal on it that caused her to end up here. Since he was Minato Namikaze, the person who used the multi-size technique must be Choza Akimichi, and the one using insects should be Shibi Aburame. What are you doing here? Minato asked, turning to Kaguya. And why are you alone? I'm also here on a mission, Kaguya replied with a smile. As for what the mission is, I'm sorry but I can't tell you. Understood, Minato nodded. We have our mission to complete as well. Take care. With that, Minato and his team vanished before Kaguya. Unexpectedly meeting Namikaze Minato here, Kaguya thought to herself. She just hoped he wouldn't interfere with her plans. After all, her goal was the dragon veins, which might conflict with their mission. Chapter 89, Monster Puppet. Kaguya cautiously traversed the street, avoiding the puppet's surveillance, and arrived at a plaza. Before entering the plaza, she heard deafening shouts. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Kaguya's eyes narrowed. It was the delicate girl she had seen earlier, now standing on a tower, holding onto the railing and smiling as she waved to the crowd below. At the base of the tower was a dense crowd of people, shouting fervently, their voices echoing through the sky. But Kaguya sensed something was amiss. These people had no aura of life, no signs of vitality, as rigid as wooden logs. Activating her Tenseigan, she was stunned. These people had no energy fluctuations, not even the warmth from breathing. They were all cold and devoid of temperature, clearly not human. They were puppets. Suddenly, the girl on the tower lost her balance as if pushed by someone and tumbled over the railing, falling from the tower. Kaguya watched quietly, frowning, but made no move to intervene. She knew someone would save her, no one would stand by and watch her die. As expected, just as the girl was about to hit the ground, a figure dashed over like a flash of lightning and caught her midair. This blonde-haired man was someone Kaguya recognized, none other than Minato Namikaze, whom she had recently parted ways with. Kaguya did not linger and turned to walk deeper into the city. Her goal was the dragon veins, not sightseeing. However, the city's scale exceeded her expectations. It was an endless expanse of densely packed towers. Additionally, the buildings and towers had very similar appearances, with some looking identical, making it easy to get lost. Moreover, the buildings and towers were covered with numerous pipes transporting dragon veins chakra. The overlapping dragon veins chakra obstructed Kaguya's Tenseigan, making it difficult to see clearly. After 3 days in the city, Kaguya still hadn't found the main dragon veins. She felt dizzy and irritable, even having the impulse to demolish the place. She thought that if she made a big enough commotion, the mastermind, Makade, would surely appear. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed from a distance, with thick smoke and towering flames visible to the naked eye. Kaguya was startled. Using her Tenseigan, she saw several figures engaged in a fierce battle. These were familiar faces, Minato Namikaze, Shibi Aburame, and Choza Akimichi. They were fighting a giant spider-like creature, grotesque and agile. Nearby stood the girl who had fallen from the tower a few days ago. Kaguya's interest wasn't in them but in the intense chakra emanating from their battleground. The massive energy soared into the sky, faintly glowing with a purple hue. Feeling a surge of excitement, Kaguya thought this might be the dragon veins. Without hesitation, she sped toward the source of the chakra. "You think you can defeat me like this?" The spider creature, Makade, taunted from the ground. Suddenly, the spider's head spun around, opening its mouth to release countless hair-thin chakra threads, wrapping around the shattered puppet parts on the ground. These puppets seemed to come alive, floating in the air before swiftly attaching themselves to the spider creature. More and more puppet parts covered the spider creature, gradually enveloping it. When it stood up again, the spider had doubled in size. Not only had its size increased, but its chakra had also become more powerful, and its claws were sharper, gleaming ominously. What? Minato's eyes widened, his fists clenching as he stared at the spider creature. He hadn't anticipated that the puppet spider had such capabilities. Seeing the puppet becoming stronger, Minato and his team knew they couldn't give it a chance to complete its transformation. Partial multi-size technique. Choza Akimichi quickly stepped forward, shouting loudly. Chakra surged through his meridians, and his extended arm instantly enlarged tenfold, smashing down on the spider monster with tremendous force. The power of the multi-size technique can increase by several to dozens, even hundreds of times. With a deafening crash, the spider monster was heavily struck, its chest caving in, and it was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole. Insect sphere. Shibi Aburame formed a hand sign, and a swarm of black insects poured out from his body, swarming toward the spider monster and enveloping it. This was a secret technique of the Aburame clan, passed down only to direct descendants. These insects, cultivated by them, possessed various abilities. But it wasn't over yet. Minato Namikaze leaped up, a spinning orb of light in his hand, and struck the spider monster. Raisnon. With a thunderous crash, the wall couldn't withstand the successive attacks and collapsed, debris falling down. The spider monster was also sent flying, rolling a few times in the air before falling into the large hole in the ground. Is it over? Kaguya arrived just then, looking around and not seeing any sign of the spider monster. Where is that monster? It fell into the hole, Minato said, looking toward the dusty area, but we don't know if it's been destroyed. With such an attack, even if it wasn't destroyed, it should be severely injured, Shibi Aburame said in a deep voice. At that moment, the broken puppet pieces on the ground floated into the air, seemingly controlled by an invisible force, and flew toward the large hole. Let me show you the power of the ultimate puppet weapon I created. A low voice came from the hole. Everyone knew something was wrong. Just as they were about to destroy the floating pieces, the ground began to shake like a sieve. Stones were jolted into the air, dust falling down, and a creaking sound came from underfoot. Move away. Minato shouted, stomping hard on the ground and shooting off using the reaction force. He twisted in midair and landed on the sloping wall, his feet clinging to it with chakra. Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame also jumped away quickly. The ground rumbled and cracked, fissures spreading until it suddenly shattered. Amidst the rolling dust and flying debris, a giant shadow emerged. As the dust settled, a massive creature appeared before them. This monster stood several dozen meters tall, as high as a 7- or 8-story building. It was covered in thick armor that gleamed with a metallic luster. Its huge claws were like sharp blades, glinting ominously. A long tail trailed behind it, ending in a sharp blade. What is that thing? Before they could ponder, the puppet monster launched its attack, its huge claw sweeping toward them with the force of a hurricane. If it hit, they would be pulverized. Minato and his team quickly jumped to evade, narrowly dodging the attack. The giant claw slammed into the tower wall with a thunderous crash, causing it to crumble and shatter, sending debris plummeting to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 90, Saving the Beauty. Despite its massive size, the puppet monster's movements were incredibly agile and swift. Without Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God technique, they would have found themselves in a far more precarious situation. The puppet monster's arms continuously swung down, its fists raining down like a storm, sending debris flying and dust scattering everywhere. For a moment, Minato and his team were at a disadvantage and had to retreat while evading the puppet's attacks. Partial multi-size technique. Finally, Choza Akimichi saw an opportunity. He channeled chakra into his arm, which began to glow blue. With a loud shout, his arm expanded tenfold, delivering a powerful punch that struck the monster puppet's chest like a massive hammer. With a thunderous crash, the puppet monster was hit hard, its body shuddering as it was forced back several steps, crashing into a tall tower behind it, which crumbled under the impact. What? They had hoped to inflict some damage, but the puppet monster simply shook its head and stood up again, showing no signs of injury. At that moment, Choza suddenly felt his arm being gripped tightly, as if caught in a vice, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. A glint of cold light flashed in the puppet monster's eyes. It swung its arm, a tremendous force lifting Choza off the ground. Just as he was about to be slammed into the ground, a golden light appeared beside him. Flying Thunder God. In the nick of time, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue Choza. With another thunderous crash, the puppet monster's massive fist pounded the spot where they had just been standing. The impact sent broken rocks flying and a wave of dust rolling towards them. Insect Sphere. Shibi Abirame's eyes narrowed as he quickly formed hand signs, raising his arms toward the puppet monster. Swarms of black insects poured out, flying toward the monster. These weren't ordinary insects, they had been specially bred by the Abirame clan and had hardened shells that were impervious to ordinary weapons. But this time, they had no effect. The puppet monster opened its mouth, chakra rapidly gathering within, and then it spat out a torrent of fire toward the black cloud of insects. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A scorching stream of flame erupted from the puppet monster's mouth, rushing toward the insects like a red torrent. The black cloud was instantly scattered by the fire, the insects burning up like snow under the sun, their charred bodies falling from the sky like black rain, filling the air with the stench of burning. Shibi Abirame frowned. These insects had been painstakingly bred and were not easy to replace, unlike ordinary insects. Their loss was a significant setback. Hey, these tricks are useless against me, the puppet monster's voice was hoarse and grating. Is that so? A magnetic voice sounded from behind the puppet. The golden-haired, handsome face of Minato Namikaze appeared. He had used the Flying Thunder God technique to position himself on the monster's broad back. The puppet monster was startled, its massive claw reaching behind it while its body shook violently, trying to throw Minato off. But Minato had channeled chakra to his feet, sticking firmly to its back. Raiznan. A blue orb of spinning chakra formed in Minato's hand. With a swift motion, he slammed the Raiznan into the back of the puppet monster. Bang. Wood chips flew, and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust cleared, a large spiral hole had appeared on the puppet's back, exposing its internal structure. The puppet collapsed with a thunderous crash. Minato jumped off the puppet, using the momentum to land gracefully. Minato exhaled a long breath. Dealing with this giant was no easy task. Did you think you could defeat me so easily? A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Minato's body tensed as he looked towards the puppet. The puppet extended a giant claw, grabbing hold of a nearby tower to pull itself up. The large hole on its back began to heal at a visible rate. In no time, the hole had vanished as if it had never been there. Minato frowned deeply. This creature wasn't just big, strong, and agile, its incredible regenerative ability was the real problem. Even the power of the Raiznan couldn't inflict lasting damage. As the puppet monster charged at them again, Minato threw a kunai, quickly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The kunai multiplied in the air, splitting into countless copies that rained down on the puppet monster like a storm. Clang, clang, clang. The puppet's body was riddled with holes from the shuriken attack, its armor falling off in large chunks to reveal the machinery underneath. Just as Minato thought they might have defeated it, a lightning bolt infused with immense chakra energy struck down from the sky, hitting the damaged puppet directly. Instead of being destroyed, the puppet began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. "I told you, it's useless," the puppet monster cackled. "It's drawing energy from the dragon veins. As long as the dragon veins isn't cut off, it can't be defeated." A clear voice called out. Minato turned to see Sarah, the young girl who controlled the dragon veins, standing on a large rock, shouting anxiously. "That's right. As long as I'm here, I am invincible," the puppet monster laughed maniacally. It then turned its massive body towards Sarah. "I've been looking for you, and now you come to me." "Excellent." "Not good," Minato's face changed as he sensed danger. "Die." The puppet monster roared, raising its giant claw to strike at Sarah. The force of the wind alone from the attack blew her clothes and hair wildly. Sarah's eyes widened in fear. She seemed paralyzed, unable to move as the claw descended upon her. "Damn it." Minato gritted his teeth and sprinted towards Sarah, but there was no time. He hadn't placed a flying thunder god kunai in that location. Just as the claw was about to crush Sarah, a silver-haired, beautiful girl appeared in front of her. With a focused gaze, she calmly raised her snow-white arm and aimed at the massive puppet monster. Boom. Chapter 91, Reaching the Dragon Veins. What? Minato and his companions were stunned by the scene before them. They couldn't believe that the enormous, once unrivaled puppet monster was knocked over by a single strike from this beautiful silver-haired girl. The giant puppet was sent flying, flipping in the air before crashing to the ground. How much chakra must it take to achieve such a feat? This level of power was far beyond what someone of her age should possess. Even Minato himself doubted he could manage such a thing. Who exactly is this girl? He had never seen her in Konoha before. Could she, like McCade, have traveled here from the future? Are you? Sarah stared in disbelief at the beautiful silver-haired girl, momentarily dazed. Are you the person from the underground palace? She finally remembered that the girl she had encountered in the underground palace a few days ago was standing before her. Kaguya nodded. Before she could speak, the ground began to tremble, causing rocks and sand to shift and sending dust swirling into the air. Everyone tensed, their faces showing concern as they all turned their eyes toward the puppet. The monster puppet, which had been knocked down, was getting back up again. Its injuries had completely vanished. "You can't defeat me. Just surrender quietly," the monster puppet said with a sinister laugh, its large, noisy voice grating on everyone's nerves. "It seems the only way to defeat it is to shut down the dragon veins," Minato said gravely. "I know where to shut down the dragon veins. Follow me," Sarah said with a determined look. "I'll take you there." "No," Minato shook his head slightly. "This monster won't let us get there easily. We'll stay here and hold it off. You go shut down the dragon veins." Minato turned to Kaguya as he spoke. This was exactly what Kaguya wanted. Her goal was the dragon veins. She nodded and said, "Leave it to me." "Good, there's no time to waste." "Go now," Minato said seriously, drawing his kunai. "Follow me." "I know where the dragon veins is," Sarah called, running ahead and waving for Kaguya to follow. Kaguya didn't hesitate and quickly followed Sarah. "I won't let you reach the dragon veins, Sarah," the monster puppet roared, shaking loose dust and debris as it raised its giant claws and lunged towards Sarah. The puppet's claws tore through the surrounding walls of the tower, sending rubble flying and creating a thick cloud of dust. "Save your words until you've beaten us," said Choza Akimichi and Shibi Abirame, who had already positioned themselves in front of the monster puppet. As the puppet charged forward, Shibi Abirame's expression grew serious, and he quickly formed hand seals. Insect clone technique. Suddenly, the ground erupted with mud and sand, transforming into countless tentacles that shot into the sky and then descended, wrapping around the charging monster puppet. The puppet found itself immobilized, stuck as if in a quagmire. In reality, it wasn't soil and sand, but rather Shibi Abirame's insects. These insects had disguised themselves as soil, and when the monster puppet charged forward, it fell right into this trap. The ground, since when? The monster puppet roared in surprise, writhing its massive body in an attempt to break free from the sea of insects. But the insects swarmed in greater numbers, crawling over the monster puppet like layers of chocolate coating a cake. The puppet's movements grew slower and slower until it finally stopped. "You monster, you're finished," Shibi Abirame said, forming hand seals as chakra swirled around him. "My insects can devour any chakra. The rest is up to you, Choza. Leave it to me." Choza pounded his fists together and charged at the monster puppet, swallowing a black pill from his pocket. As soon as he ingested the pill, his body swelled, growing even larger than the puppet. Choza leapt into the air, interlocking his fingers and bringing them down with tremendous force. Boom. The monster puppet was struck by Choza's heavy blow, crashing to the ground. Choza grabbed its tail, roaring as he swung it around and smashed it down again. Great! Shibi clenched his fist in triumph. As the dust settled, the monster puppet's form reappeared. Suddenly, the puppet's eyes, still covered by insects, snapped open, emitting a green light. At the same time, a bolt of lightning shot down from the tower above, crackling like a silver serpent as it struck the puppet. The insects covering the puppet began to wither visibly, falling to the ground in a shriveled heap. What? Choza and Shibi were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. The monster puppet roared, stamping its foot with a force that shattered the ground beneath it. It launched itself like a cannonball towards the two ninjas. Puppet whirlwind punch. While they fought the monster puppet, Kaguya and Sarah were racing towards the dragon veins, located in a towering structure. Inside the tower, the space was vast, supported by dozens of stone pillars. In the center was a high platform connected by a narrow path. 4 stone statues stood at the corners of the platform, facing a semicircular object in the middle. Kaguya found the scene familiar. Suddenly, it clicked in her mind, this was the same platform she had encountered when she first arrived. This is the dragon veins, Sarah said excitedly to Kaguya. As long as I close it. Before she could finish her sentence, Sarah's smile froze. Her pupils lost focus, her gaze grew vacant, and she wobbled before collapsing into a soft embrace. I'm sorry, Kaguya whispered, her eyelids lowered. She cast her eyes toward the central platform. Chapter 92, Doubt. Kaguya gently placed Sarah to the side, then walked lightly to the central platform, looking down at the semicircular object in the middle. She could feel an enormous amount of chakra continuously emanating from this semicircular object, a concentration she had only encountered once before when Naruto went berserk. Without hesitation, Kaguya extended her crystalline hand and shot a bone spike at the center of the semicircular sphere. All-killing ash bones. A clear cracking sound echoed as the bone spike hit the semicircular sphere, creating cracks from which bolts of lightning burst out with crackling sounds. The cracks widened and deepened, and purple light beams shone through the fissures. Finally, with a dazzling burst of purple light, the semicircular sphere shattered, and a massive pillar of light shot upwards, dyeing the sky a brilliant purple. Is this the power of the dragon veins? Staring at the blinding light column, Kaguya felt the immense, terrifying power it contained, so vast it was almost unbelievable. She had never encountered such a massive amount of chakra, not even from the Nine Tails. Kaguya knew there was no time to waste, she needed to quickly absorb the dragon veins. The commotion here would surely attract others, and if she delayed, she might be interrupted by those arriving. She raised her arm, channeling chakra to her palm, forming a small greenish dot. Under her control, the dot began to spin slowly, then faster and faster, growing in size. This was the Tenseigan's chakra absorption ability. The purple chakra from the dragon veins surged as if drawn to the spinning greenish orb, flowing into it in streams, tinting the orb with a rich purple hue. The enormous, surging chakra from the dragon veins poured into the orb like a raging purple dragon, then coursed through Kaguya's meridians and into her body, giving her a feeling of boundless power. She absorbed it greedily, experiencing an indescribable pleasure. The chakra from the dragon veins was like the most delicious food in the world, making her unable to stop. Finally, Kaguya realized something was wrong. It wasn't so much that she was absorbing the chakra, but rather the chakra was madly flowing into her body, as if she were a magnet for chakra. Alarmed, she tried to stop the Tenseigan's absorption ability, but found she couldn't, everything was out of control. Kaguya's body was now filled with enormous chakra, the sense of swelling akin to overeating yet continuing to eat. She began to panic, not expecting the chakra to be so overwhelming, pushing the situation beyond her control. Am I going to be overwhelmed by chakra? How embarrassing would that be? Moreover, as the chakra flowed in, she felt a strange energy entering her body along with it. This eerie energy exuded an intense coldness, not physical cold but a mental chill, filled with strong negative emotions. Anxiety, tension, anger, depression, sadness, pain, hatred, these emotions surged towards her like a tide. Kaguya struggled to resist, but it was ineffective. This negative energy was gradually seeping into her mind, threatening to completely overwhelm her. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the ground, and a figure slowly emerged from it. This figure, wrapped in 2 leaves, was pitch black and wearing a large cloak. It was the long-unseen Black Zetsu. How could Black Zetsu be here? But Kaguya had no time to be concerned about this. She was at a critical moment of absorbing chakra, with the surging negative emotions like a ferocious beast ready to break free from her control. If she lost control, she might be overwhelmed by these negative emotions, potentially going mad or doing something unpredictable. Black Zetsu slowly walked up behind Kaguya, his eyes fixed on her, and said slowly, "Mother, I don't understand why you are absorbing this filthy chakra. Don't you remember what you once said?" Kaguya's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't in the original storyline. Had Kaguya Ōtsutsuki said something before? This was bad. Feigning nonchalance, Kaguya replied, I don't remember. Is that so? Black Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse. I feel like mother isn't quite the same as before. How could that be? Kaguya forced a laugh, feeling a bit guilty since she wasn't aware of this part of the history. Black Zetsu slowly walked over, looking her up and down before reaching out to grab her. Kaguya's eyes narrowed, realizing that Black Zetsu might be suspicious of her. If it came to that, a fight would be inevitable. As Black Zetsu's hand got closer, a red light flashed in Kaguya's eyes. If he truly threatened her, she would not hesitate to act. Just as Kaguya thought Black Zetsu was going to attack, she suddenly felt a lightness, and the influx of chakra into her body decreased significantly. Kaguya turned her head, surprised to see Black Zetsu beside her. Black Zetsu smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said, "This should help you, mother." Kaguya relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost acted, feeling a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding him. "Thank you," Kaguya said softly. "This is what I should do," Black Zetsu said with an incongruous smile, his squinting eyes resembling crescent moons. With Black Zetsu's assistance, the speed at which Kaguya absorbed chakra slowed down. Additionally, the influx of negative energy seemed to diminish, though not completely disappearing, making it much easier for Kaguya. She had nearly been overwhelmed by the negative emotions earlier. "Black Zetsu, you really are a traitor." As they were focused on absorbing the dragon vein's chakra, a low voice suddenly echoed behind them. Chapter 93, Sneak Attack. Kaguya's mind trembled, her pupils contracted, and she suddenly turned her head. When she saw the person in front of her, her eyes narrowed and she said in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" The person in front of her was thin, wearing an orange spiral mask and a cloak embroidered with red clouds, the uniform of the Akatsuki. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. "Why can't I be here?" Obito approached, examining the purple chakra emanating from the dragon veins and said in admiration, "I didn't expect such a powerful force here. This must be the reason you came." "It's just as well that you're here," Kaguya ignored Obito's question and said coldly, "I was planning to deal with you, and now you've come to me." "Oh." Obito said mockingly, "Then why aren't you moving now?" "Here I am." "Obito, it seems you don't understand the extent of Mother's power," Black Zetsu said with a twisted smile and a hoarse voice, "you still have time to leave." "Mother." Obito looked curiously at the beautiful girl in front of him. "Interesting. I didn't expect such a deep secret and relationship. For the sake of our past as Akatsuki comrades, I won't kill you this time." Kaguya's eyes flashed with a cold light, "but next time." "You don't need to bluff," Obito interrupted Kaguya, snorting, "you can't kill me now. If you try to leave recklessly, you'll be attacked by the dragon veins, right?" "Then come and try," Kaguya said, her face like water. "If that's the case, let's see," Obito said, pulling out a sharp iron rod. With a step, he dashed towards Kaguya like a ghost. Naive, Kaguya's eyes narrowed. She raised her white arm and aimed at the charging Obito. Chakra gathered in her palm, and an invisible force burst out, distorting the space slightly. Obito was struck hard, his chest caved in, and he flew back like a cannonball, crashing into a distant wall. With a loud bang, stones scattered, and dust filled the air. The tower shook slightly, dust falling from the ceiling, making people worry it might collapse. Perhaps due to the enhancement from the dragon vein's chakra, the power of Kaguya's repulsion had significantly increased. How is this possible? Obito crawled out from the pile of rubble, looking uncertain. His mask was half shattered, revealing his Rinnegan. "What are you surprised about?" "Surprised that I can hit you, or surprised that I can move freely?" Kaguya smiled mockingly, "You underestimated me." "Just hitting me is no big deal, little girl," Obito snorted, "the fourth great ninja war is about to begin. Then you'll know what real power is." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange spiritual force emanated from Obito's eye. The space around him began to distort, and his body was gradually absorbed into it. Seeing Obito leave, Kaguya let out a sigh of relief, a trickle of blood running down the corner of her mouth. "Mother, are you all right?" Black Zetsu asked with concern. "It's nothing," Kaguya replied, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Hurry and absorb the chakra here." Kaguya's condition was far from as light as she made it seem. The forceful use of chakra had severely damaged her body. The dragon vein's chakra was rampaging wildly within her, causing significant damage to her meridians. However, these injuries were minor compared to the main issue. The negative energy from the dragon veins had invaded her body. If she took off her clothes, she would see that the skin over her heart had turned an eerie shade of purple, spreading at a visible rate. After using chakra, the purple had already reached her neck. Kaguya felt a bone-chilling cold throughout her body, her limbs trembling slightly, her lips quivering involuntarily. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. "Do you think I would fall for that?" As Kaguya concentrated on absorbing chakra, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Kaguya's entire body shuddered, her pupils contracting sharply. As she turned, a sharp iron rod was already inches from her, its reflection clear in her wide eyes. Obito had never believed Kaguya's words. He had been waiting for this moment, striking when Kaguya least expected it. Seeing the iron rod aiming for her left chest, Kaguya wanted to resist but found it futile. Her body, overwhelmed by the negative energy, was frozen, she couldn't even lift a finger. Just as despair began to set in, a black figure appeared in front of her, blocking the incoming rod. Blood splattered. A few warm drops landed on her face, and it took Kaguya a moment to realize it was blood. "I won't let you." Black Zetsu, blood trickling from his mouth, said in a hoarse voice, "Harm mother." Zetsu. The figure shielding her was none other than Black Zetsu. The iron rod had pierced through him, its sharp tip protruding from his body, blood flowing down the rod. This was not the most critical issue. The dragon vein's chakra, mixed with negative energy, surged into Black Zetsu's body, tearing it apart bit by bit. Kaguya's eyes widened slowly, unable to believe that Black Zetsu had taken the fatal blow for her. "Why did you do this?" Kaguya asked with difficulty. "Because you." Black Zetsu managed a faint smile, "Are my mother." Kaguya's heart trembled upon hearing this, feeling as if a heavy hammer had struck her chest. She felt a blockage in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 94, Rinne Sharingan. "How touching," Obito mocked, "but there's no need to be so sentimental. You'll be joining him soon. Don't worry, I'll reunite you two in the afterlife." Obito pulled the iron rod from Black Zetsu's body, causing blood to splatter onto Kaguya's stunned face. He then kicked Black Zetsu hard in the stomach, sending him flying like a broken kite into the endless abyss of the dragon veins, disappearing from sight. Kaguya stared blankly into the bottomless dragon veins, her expression dazed, blood trickling down her face and dripping onto the ground. She never expected Black Zetsu to sacrifice his life to save her. She had never fully trusted him, always wary of his potential betrayal. Despite occasionally being moved by his actions, she had always considered him a threat. Now, this person she never fully trusted had saved her life in her moment of crisis. "Little girl, it's time for you to die too." Obito sneered, thrusting the iron rod towards the defenseless Kaguya. But midway, it stopped. "What?" Obito was shocked to find that Kaguya had caught the iron rod with her hand, holding it like a vice grip, rendering it immovable. Obito's pupils contracted, he swiftly let go of the rod and retreated. "This is your own doing," Kaguya said coldly, lifting her head. Her delicate face was icy, her eyes fixed on Obito like blades. Under her gaze, Obito froze, his body feeling like it was trapped in quicksand. The dragon vein's chakra around Kaguya began to surge violently, boiling like oil thrown into water, flooding into her body. The strange purple color in her chest spread faster, reaching her neck. A massive tornado formed around her, its fierce winds tearing the tower apart. Within a 100-meter radius, everything turned to ruins, the air filled with debris. The immense purple chakra of the dragon veins had vanished, leaving only a faint trace of purple in the air. Sweat formed on Obito's forehead. The silver-haired girl before him exuded a terrifying aura, overwhelming and suffocating. This power surpassed even that of the tailed beasts. What kind of monster was she? To absorb such an immense amount of chakra without exploding was beyond human capability, perhaps only a god could do this. Just then, the previously motionless Kaguya began to move. A vertical crack appeared on her forehead, slowly opening to reveal a blood-red eye. "What is this?" Obito was stunned. He saw something unbelievable, an eye on Kaguya's forehead resembling the Sharingan, but not quite. No, it wasn't the Sharingan. It looked more like the Rinnegan. He didn't know that this wasn't just the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, it was the Rinne Sharingan, the progenitor of all Sharingan. The deaths of Nagato and Black Zetsu had filled Kaguya with hatred for Obito, leading to the awakening of her Rinne Sharingan. As Obito's thoughts raced, Kaguya suddenly disappeared from his sight. He looked around but couldn't find her. A sense of foreboding filled Obito's heart, this was beyond his understanding. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw that Kaguya had somehow appeared right behind him. What is happening? Is this the body flicker technique? No, the body flicker technique isn't this fast. This feels more like a space-time jutsu. Only a space-time jutsu can achieve such speed. Indeed, Kaguya had activated her Rinne Sharingan ability, Yamatsu Hirasaka. Just as Obito tried to use Kamui to escape, he found his body frozen, unable to move as if he had lost control, even unable to lift a finger. Obito's pupils contracted, and for the first time, his face showed a rare expression of panic. Kaguya's beautiful face remained expressionless as she walked slowly up to him, extending her purple-tinged arm and grabbing Obito by the neck. She swung her arm and hurled him away. With a thunderous crash, Obito was thrown like a missile, slamming into a distant tower, breaking it in half. Stones flew, and dust rose. Ugh, Obito coughed as he crawled out of the rubble, clutching his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. He looked at Kaguya in shock, unable to believe how much her power had increased. She had somehow sealed the space around him, rendering his Kamui useless. Could this be the power of the dragon veins chakra? No, this power. Before Obito could think further, Kaguya appeared before him again, and all he could see was a purple fist growing larger as it approached. Damn you! Kaguya gritted her teeth, punching him hard in the face. With a loud thud, Obito's face twisted from the impact, his head snapping back. Before he could fall, Kaguya punched him in the stomach, causing him to double over and vomit blood. But it didn't stop there. Kaguya's fists kept raining down on him, punch after punch, like a relentless storm. Obito's body twisted and contorted under the barrage, helpless against her onslaught. His Kamui was completely ineffective. He tried to slip into his dimension, but Kaguya's punches followed him relentlessly, as if stuck to him like a shadow. Under the continuous assault, Obito had no chance to fight back. Finally, with a powerful blow, Obito was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, sliding for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Kaguya used no other jutsu, she just wanted to pummel him, venting her frustration through sheer brute force. Obito, supporting himself on the ground, spat out blood and struggled to stand. He realized that this girl had surpassed his expectations. If he didn't go all out, things would get really bad. Without hesitation, Obito quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground with his palm. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. The ground began to shake violently, stones and gravel trembling, and dust filled the air, obscuring vision. Amidst the intense tremors, something broke through the earth, lifting soil and rock. When the dust settled, a giant figure appeared before Kaguya. This grotesque giant was covered in grooves, its skin like tree bark, or perhaps it was tree bark. Its face had 10 closed eyes, with numerous root-like appendages protruding from its back, and it wore shackles on its hands and feet, looking menacing and terrifying. This grotesque giant was the demonic statue of the outer path, the husk of the 10 tails. The statue raised its fists and opened its gaping mouth, revealing sharp fangs. It let out a deafening roar, a sound like rolling thunder echoing through the sky. Ugh, Obito coughed again, feeling a bit relieved. He didn't believe this girl could defeat the demonic statue of the outer path, even if it was just an empty shell. Kaguya's clear eyes coldly stared at the colossal figure before her, and a mocking smile appeared on her delicate face. You think you can defeat me with just an empty shell? Chapter 95, Disruption. The demonic statue of the outer path stomped, causing the ground to shatter and shake, with rocks scattering and soil flying. It stepped forward, swinging its arm like a giant cannonball toward Kaguya. Even before the statue reached her, its powerful aura was palpable. Kaguya's expression remained cold as she watched the statue's advance. Only when it was about to reach her did she raise her arm. Does she really think she can block it with just her arm? How naive, Obito mocked with a smile. It's like an ant trying to stop a cart. What happened next, however, shocked him. The demonic statue of the outer path was now in front of Kaguya, raising its massive arm to strike her. Compared to the colossal statue, Kaguya was as small as an insect, just the size of its fingernail. Facing the overwhelming force of the descending giant palm, Kaguya showed no fear, not even a trace of panic on her face. It wasn't until the giant palm was nearly upon her that she raised her snow-white arm. Obito's smile widened, thinking the girl was overconfident and completely unaware of the statue's power. With a thunderous crash, instead of Kaguya being injured or thrown back, it was the statue that was repelled. As Kaguya's delicate palm and the statue's enormous hand were about to collide, a powerful repulsive force surged from her palm, akin to a massive storm, striking the statue's hand. The statue's hand was instantly knocked back, and not only that, but its entire body was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. What is happening? Obito was stunned. Although the statue was just the husk of the 10 tails, its strength was formidable, yet it had been effortlessly deflected. The demonic statue of the outer path seemed enraged by Kaguya's defiance, roaring deafeningly, the air from its mouth turning into a fierce gale that uprooted the remaining trees. It bent its body, and the tree-like stumps on its back began to crackle with electricity, producing sharp, snapping sounds. Suddenly, the electricity on its body surged, shooting toward Kaguya like silver snakes. In the air, Kaguya's eyes lowered, seemingly indifferent to the incoming attack. Without even looking, she raised her arm and casually waved. The lightning was redirected by an invisible force, shooting toward a distant hill. With a thunderous explosion, the energy-infused lightning struck the hill, causing a massive blast. Smoke and fire billowed skyward, with fierce winds and flying debris. A gray-black mushroom cloud rose from the explosion center, and shockwaves spread outwards. Is this all you can do? Kaguya's clear eyes were cold and sharp as she glared at Obito. I'm very disappointed. Obito's heart sank, and his face changed drastically. Could it be that even the demonic statue of the outer path couldn't defeat her? He pulled out a scroll from his chest and spread it out while forming seals with his hands. With a puff of white smoke, a large ceramic jar and a gourd bottle appeared on the ground. These were containers for sealing tailed beasts. As long as these containers were thrown into the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path, they could summon the 10 tails, albeit an incomplete version since the 9 tails was not among them. Aito had planned to use this trump card in the upcoming war. But the current situation was urgent, and the surrounding space seemed to be sealed by a strange force, rendering his Kamui ineffective. If he didn't act now, he would be at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, Aito held the 2 containers in his arms and turned around, intending to throw them into the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path. Suddenly, he paused as if he had thought of something and glanced into the distance. At that moment, a deafening roar came from afar. A black shadow was rushing toward them at high speed, smashing buildings along the way, sending debris flying and raising a huge cloud of dust like a bulldozer. The dragon veins is mine. A monster emerged from the cloud of dust. It was the previous puppet, now charging towards Kaguya. Despite its considerable size, it was still dwarfed by the demonic statue of the outer path. Strangely, the puppet didn't head toward the statue but instead rushed at Kaguya, opening its mouth as purple chakra gathered within, then erupted in a burst. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive wave of purple flames, infused with immense chakra, surged towards Kaguya. The flames were so intense that the surrounding air distorted from the heat, accompanied by a scorching wind. The puppet, anxious about the disappearance of the dragon veins, was desperate. It had spent years acquiring the dragon veins and couldn't bear to lose it. In its frantic state, the puppet lacked rationality and only saw Kaguya, sensing the dense chakra of the dragon veins emanating from her. It completely ignored the towering demonic statue of the outer path in the distance. Kaguya's brow furrowed, and her exquisite face showed a trace of impatience. She raised her delicate hand and waved it lightly at the incoming flames. The fire seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, flickering and dimming like a candle in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into sparks that dissipated in the air. Seeing this, the puppet didn't retreat but instead charged at Kaguya with its massive pincers. Growing increasingly irritated, Kaguya's arm was suddenly surrounded by several black orbs that rotated around her hand. The orbs gradually merged into a larger black sphere, which rapidly expanded to thousands of times its original size. Holding the enormous black sphere like a small mountain, Kaguya swung her arm, and the gigantic black sphere shot toward the puppet. Expansive truth-seeking ball. With a deafening crash, the puppet was obliterated. Chapter 96, Exquisite Little Loli. In the violent explosion, the monster puppet had already turned to dust, leaving no trace of its existence. In its place was a huge crater with a diameter of 1 kilometer, as if struck by a meteor. Everything around it had vanished, whether towers, flowers, trees, or mountains, they had all been leveled, leaving the earth scarred and barren. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up a wisp of dust. Kaguya's sharp eyes narrowed, her face darkening instantly. Aito had taken advantage of this moment to escape. The monster puppet, at some point, had likely been controlled by his Sharingan. That was why it had gone berserk and attacked Kaguya. The immense energy fluctuations had created a slight spatial rift, which Aito had used to escape. Kaguya frowned, looking at the direction of Aito's escape, and snorted coldly. He might have escaped this time, but she vowed to hunt him down no matter where he fled, even if to the ends of the earth, and tear him to pieces. Kaguya moved swiftly and gracefully back to the vicinity of the dragon veins. After the battle, the area was in ruins, unrecognizable from its original state, leaving only remnants of destruction. Kaguya was in a foul mood, her face as dark as a thundercloud, with a tinge of sorrow in her heart. Regardless of everything, Black Zetsu had been good to her, sincerely aiding her, providing information, strategizing, and handling various matters. If possible, she would not have wanted Black Zetsu to die, but there were not many ifs in the world. With a sigh, Kaguya turned to leave. Just then, a voice from behind made her freeze as if struck by a paralysis jutsu, standing still. Mother. Kaguya whirled around, stunned by what she saw, her moist eyes staring unblinkingly at the person before her. Standing before her was an incredibly beautiful little girl she had never seen before, with long golden twin tails adorned with small pink and light green flowers. Her skin was snowy white and tender, her big eyes clear and bright, her small nose delicate, and her lips rosy and glossy. Despite her petite stature, her figure was curvaceous with perfect curves, especially her chest, which was unusually developed for her age. She wore a pink short kimono decorated with little flowers in red, green, and blue, enhancing her adorable and charming appearance. Her lower body was clad in white cotton socks tied with red cords, revealing a section of her snowy skin. The breeze gently blew, making the lace pleats of her short kimono flutter. Who are you? Kaguya's crystalline eyes widened in bewilderment, staring blankly at the little girl before her. I am Zetsu. Don't you recognize me, mother? The little girl's voice was clear and sweet, carrying a hint of sugary softness. What? Kaguya's mind was in a whirl. I am Zetsu, the little girl blinked her big eyes. This is my original form. Don't you remember me? The adorable little girl before her, exuding a sweet fragrance, was Black Zetsu. Kaguya couldn't reconcile the previous sinister and ugly man with the sweet-smelling little girl in front of her. Are you kidding me? Kaguya's mouth twitched. Tell me honestly, who are you? But I really am Zetsu, the little girl said, confusion evident on her face. Is something wrong? Everything is wrong. Kaguya mentally retorted. Let me ask you a question, Kaguya said, staring at the little girl, her voice low. What's my favorite food? Sweet dumplings. What kind of sweet dumplings? Red bean dumplings. What drink do I like to have with them? Mung bean soup. What do I hate the most? Sticky noodles. Then After a series of questions, the little girl in front of her answered every one of them correctly. Kaguya felt she had no choice but to use her trump card. With a serious expression, she asked the little girl, do I prefer using my left hand or my right hand? Your left hand, and you like to use it while bathing. Kaguya quickly covered the little girl's mouth, laughing dryly. You don't need to say that. Wait, how do you know about this? Because I've been by your side, mother, the little girl said. Before she could finish her sentence, Kaguya pinched her cheeks and began pulling. So, you were spying on me. Kaguya's face flushed red, feeling like her head was about to burst with steam. Such a private matter had been observed without her noticing. No, I wasn't. The little girl struggled, her small hands flailing, but Kaguya ignored her. After some questioning, Kaguya found out that the cute little girl in front of her was indeed Black Zetsu's true form. However, such an adorable appearance was too conspicuous and would attract attention. Given that looking like that wouldn't make others take him seriously and would hinder his actions, Black Zetsu decided to transform into a grotesque form with a hoarse voice. Falling into the depths of the dragon veins had not killed Black Zetsu. Instead, the power of the dragon veins had healed his body and greatly increased his strength. Moreover, his appearance had reverted to its original form due to the influence of the dragon veins chakra. Is my current form not good? The little girl looked herself over, blinking curiously. Should I change back to my old form then? No, Kaguya waved her hands quickly. This is perfect, much better. Ridiculous. How could anyone prefer the ugly form of Black Zetsu over this adorable little girl, unless they had psychological issues? Really? Seeing that Kaguya truly had no such thought, the little girl sighed in relief. I was worried you didn't like me anymore. How could that be? Kaguya smiled slightly, taking the little girl's soft hand. Let's go, it's time to leave. Kaguya sensed that this space was becoming unstable and might completely collapse soon. Wait. Chapter 97, Paradox. In a blur, 3 figures appeared before them, all of whom Kaguya recognized as Minato Namikaze, Shibi Aburame, and Choza Akimichi from not long ago. Minato Namikaze stepped forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a serious expression. What happened here? We saw a giant emerge from the ground and fight with the monster puppet. They ended up destroying each other, Kaguya shrugged. Probably guardians of the dragon veins. Kaguya lied with a straight face. And where is Sarah? Minato asked as he carefully examined the ruins around them. Sarah. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, then cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She suddenly remembered that she had left Sarah in a corner of the tower and hadn't thought about her since. She had completely forgotten about her during the recent series of battles. Had the young girl been killed in the explosions? If that were true, Kaguya would be in serious trouble. Mother, there is a living presence over there, Black Zetsu's eyelashes fluttered as he pointed to the distant ruins. Kaguya hurried over, moving the debris aside, and indeed saw a girl's figure. It was Sarah. She was lucky to have been trapped in a crevice under a wall, narrowly escaping being crushed. She was still unconscious, but her chest rose and fell, indicating she was alive. Minato lifted Sarah from the rubble and handed her to Choza, his eyes turning to Black Zetsu beside Kaguya. And this is a little girl I happened to meet here, Kaguya said, holding Black Zetsu's hand and smiling. Is that so? Minato carefully scrutinized Black Zetsu. I seem to have heard her call you mother. Her family has already passed away, Kaguya sighed, and when she saw me, she felt that I resembled her mother, so she called me that. To confirm Kaguya's words, Black Zetsu leaned against her, hugging her waist affectionately. I see, Minato glanced at Kaguya but didn't pursue the matter further. At that moment, the space began to ripple like a stone dropped into a still lake, creating concentric waves. Ordinary people couldn't see it, nor could they feel the power of the space. Only Kaguya and Black Zetsu could sense it, indicating that this space was on the verge of collapsing. Minato furrowed his brow, a detail that didn't escape Kaguya. It seemed this man, who frequently used space-time ninjutsu, had also sensed something was amiss. Let's go, Kaguya said softly, holding Black Zetsu's hand. Black Zetsu nodded gently, looking very happy. Her clear, watery eyes revealed a cute smile. Mother had never been so affectionate towards her, and now seeing Mother like this made her very happy. Kaguya extended her finger and made a cutting motion in the air, creating a dark spatial rift. With the Rinne Sharingan now awakened, she could use abilities that were previously beyond her reach, including manipulating space. What is this? Minato immediately sensed the spatial power, staring at Kaguya in shock. He hadn't expected the girl before him to have such control over space. Was she deliberately hiding her power? Sorry, but we need to go now, Kaguya waved at him, smiling. Goodbye. It was time to leave. Kaguya had no time to waste on idle talk. If they didn't leave now, they might not make it back. Just as Kaguya finished speaking, she took Black Zetsu's small hand, lightly tapped her toes, and jumped into the spatial rift. The rift slowly shrank and eventually disappeared, leaving Minato Namikaze and the others standing in shock, staring at each other. Who exactly was this girl? The space was vast and void, like a giant black hole, dark and empty. Traveling through it felt suffocating, but luckily it didn't last long. Soon, a door of light appeared before them, seemingly an exit. Kaguya gently held Black Zetsu's hand and entered the light. However, when Kaguya and Black Zetsu emerged from the space, they were stunned by the person they saw. Minato Namikaze, Kaguya exclaimed, her eyes widening, how are you here? Aren't you dead? Minato was equally surprised, why shouldn't I be here? We just met a moment ago. We just met. Kaguya's mind was in a whirl. Yes, Minato said, scratching his head, you opened a spatial rift and went through it, but you came back out shortly after. What? Kaguya rushed over, grabbing Minato's shoulders anxiously, are you saying we're still 20 years in the past? 20 years in the past. Minato was puzzled for a moment, then realization dawned, so you really are from the future. That's not what I'm asking. Answer my question. Kaguya was nearly frantic, shaking Minato's shoulders vigorously. If she couldn't go back, what would she do? If history changed, would she cease to exist? Well, Minato was dizzy from the shaking, especially since it was a beautiful girl doing it. He awkwardly waved his hand, it seems you really are still 20 years in the past. Kaguya was momentarily lost in despair. Damn it, is this a joke? If I can't go back, what do I do? What if I change history and disappear? At that moment, Black Zetsu tugged on Kaguya's sleeve, bringing her back to her senses. She looked at Black Zetsu in confusion. Mother, don't worry too much, Black Zetsu said softly, smiling gently, although we are 20 years in the past, this isn't our timeline. It's a parallel space. Oh, Kaguya said, somewhat understanding. The dragon veins here has been destroyed. If this were our original world, we would have already disappeared. Black Zetsu's soft, pleasant voice sounded even cuter with her serious analysis, because we entered here through the dragon veins. Now that it's gone, we can't come here from 20 years later, which means this is a paradox. Kaguya's eyes lit up, so we won't disappear. That's right, Black Zetsu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Chapter 98, Back to the Past. Since this is a parallel space, Kaguya didn't need to worry about suddenly disappearing at any moment, which finally allowed her to relax. However, another problem arose, how could she return? As far as she remembered, there was no jutsu that could traverse time. The only time-travel jutsu she knew was Minato Namikaze, which had brought them here. But the problem was that the jutsu required the dragon veins to activate. Now that the dragon veins had disappeared, they were missing a crucial component. Kaguya was troubled. Mother, don't worry, there will be a way, the little lowly, Black Zetsu, smiled gently, speaking with the demeanor of a small adult, comforting Kaguya. Kaguya found Black Zetsu's serious look amusing, given how different it was from her previous appearance. However, Kaguya felt less anxious after hearing her reassurance. Minato Namikaze, who had been standing not far away, walked over, scratching his head, sorry, I accidentally overheard your conversation. If you don't mind, you can come to Konoha for now and think of a solution. Besides, you're also a member of Konoha. Kaguya pinched her fair chin, pondering for a moment. It seemed like there were no other options. Suddenly, she noticed something, rolling up her sleeve to check. She found that the purple marks from absorbing the dragon veins chakra had disappeared. What was going on? She didn't know what this strange purple energy was, but it was definitely not good, as Black Zetsu had referred to it as corruption. Is there a problem? Minato thought Kaguya was worried, so he said, don't worry, we'll say you came from another village, so no one will bother you. Oh, Kaguya snapped out of her thoughts, smiled, and nodded, thank you very much. Shibi Abirame and Choza Akimichi had to leave early to report the mission, so only Kaguya, Black Zetsu, and Minato Namikaze were left together. Originally, Kaguya wanted Minato to leave with Shibi and Choza. Having an unrelated person around made her feel uneasy. However, Minato insisted on escorting them to Konoha, saying he could protect them on the way. Additionally, he pointed out that the roads had likely changed significantly over 20 years. If they went alone, they might get lost. Kaguya thought the protection was unnecessary, but the other reason was reasonable. They might indeed get lost or take detours. So, she agreed. Looking at Minato walking ahead, Kaguya's lips curved slightly. It seemed Minato was suspicious of her. Even if he wasn't, he probably wanted to keep her under control. After all, the Dragon Veins incident was strange, and Minato couldn't rule out the possibility of these two sudden appearances having some other plot. However, Kaguya was not worried. First, she had no conflict of interest with Konoha. Second, she truly had no hidden agenda. And even if there was a conflict, she was confident she could leave unscathed. The three of them set off. Along the way, Kaguya learned from Minato that it was now the 43rd year of Konoha, and the Third Ninja World War had not yet erupted, meaning it was still a relatively peaceful period. However, it was only relatively peaceful. For example, a group of people soon blocked their path. They were dressed in combat gear, wielding weapons, and glaring at Kaguya and her companions. Judging by their headbands, they were mist ninjas. "I'll leave this to you," Kaguya waved her hand, smiling at Minato, and walked to the side with the little loli. For small fry like these, she didn't need to do anything herself. Minato was taken aback but then smiled and nodded. At this moment, the mist ninjas had already launched their attack. They moved quickly, with black shadows darting towards them, and kunai and shuriken shooting out like a rain of petals, overwhelming them. Minato Namake's figure flashed, arriving in front of Kaguya. His kunai moved swiftly, creating afterimages. With a series of clang, 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 he deflected all the incoming kunai and shuriken. "Thanks," Kaguya said with a slight smile. Minato was momentarily stunned by Kaguya's sweet smile, almost getting hit by an incoming kunai. "Hey, be careful," Kaguya raised an eyebrow, "aren't you the fourth Hokage?" Minato blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He coughed lightly and, with a tap of his foot, shot forward like an arrow, charging into the crowd. Once in the crowd, Minato seemed to transform from a friendly young man into a cold-blooded killer. His kunai moved non-stop, harvesting the lives of the attackers. Blood splattered everywhere, and he cut through his enemies like a tiger descending the mountain, leaving no one standing. Meanwhile, Kaguya and Black Zetsu found a rock to sit on, resting their faces in their hands, watching the slaughter as if they were watching a play. If they had a bag of sunflower seeds or a drink, it would have been even better. The one-sided slaughter made the mist ninjas realize that the person they were dealing with was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, they still didn't know that the blonde man in front of them would later be renowned as the Yellow Flash. If they had the ability to foresee this, they would have turned and fled without a second thought. But now, they just thought he was a tough Konoha ninja, believing that with their numbers, they could wear him down to death. Moreover, judging by his skills, he wasn't an unknown figure. If they could kill or even capture him alive, it would be highly valuable. At this moment, two ninjas stepped out from the crowd, rapidly forming hand seals and simultaneously exhaling a mist. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. The air was instantly filled with mist, making the surroundings foggy. The area became shrouded in white mist, obscuring vision, with only vague shapes of tall trees and indistinct shadows visible. Seeing that the situation was slipping out of control, the mist ninjas abandoned their direct frontal assault strategy and opted for tactics. First, they used the hidden mist jutsu to obscure vision, which not only concealed their movements but also allowed them to sense the opponent's positions. However, they underestimated the Yellow Flash. The reason he earned that title was due to his exceptional Flying Thunder God technique. At the start of the battle, Minato had already thrown his special kunai all around, positioning them in various spots. The real show was just beginning. Ah, ah, ah. Screams of pain echoed through the mist, not just in one place but from distant corners. This frightened the mist ninjas. They had never seen such a jutsu before. They only saw a flash of yellow light, and their comrades were taken down. The golden flash jumped around in the mist, and one by one, the mist ninjas fell. Witnessing Minato's overwhelming strength, the mist ninjas changed their strategy, gradually gathering together to avoid being picked off one by one. Meanwhile, their eyes turned towards the two beautiful girls sitting on the rock. Chapter 99, Small Fry. A black shadow flashed, and three mist ninjas appeared before them, holding kunai and grinning maliciously as they approached. When they got closer, intending to abduct the two girls, their eyes widened in surprise. In front of them were two girls, one older and one younger. The older girl had long silver hair, long eyelashes, clear eyes, and skin as smooth as jade, breathtakingly beautiful. The younger girl had golden twin ponytails adorned with pink and light green flowers, big eyes, delicate eyebrows, and an immature look. However, her figure was well developed, especially her chest, which created a stark contrast with her age. The three mist ninjas' faces showed an expression of infatuation as they leered at Kaguya and Black Zetsu, even reaching out their hands. To them, these two were just helpless lambs, with no threat at all. "Hey, little beauties, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you," they said, leering. Kaguya's face changed, showing disgust. She raised her hand, ready to blast them into pieces. A flash of golden light appeared in front of Kaguya, revealing a handsome young man holding a strangely shaped kunai, slashing at the necks of the three mist ninjas. Blood spurted. The three mist shinobi hadn't even reacted before Minato Namikaze had slit their throats. They stared in terror, clutching their necks in vain, as their arteries were severed and blood spurted like fountains. "Hey, can you not be so violent? Blood is everywhere," Kaguya frowned, pinching her nose. "It's going to stink." "Ah," Minato looked stunned, then embarrassed as he scratched his head. "I'll be more careful next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato flashed away again. Screams began to echo in the distance once more. "Mother." Kaguya felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. She turned her head and saw the little Black Zetsu looking at her as if wanting to say something. Kaguya tilted her head, showing a questioning expression. "He's very strong," Black Zetsu said seriously, blinking. "I suggest Mother control him or kill him directly." Kaguya felt a wave of frustration. Seriously, with such an adorable lowly appearance, saying something so dark, isn't there a problem? But Black Zetsu was right. The fourth Hokage was indeed very strong. Kaguya then shamelessly asked, "How do I control him?" "You can use Mother's Rinne Sharingan or Tenseigan to control him, but those methods might be detected," Black Zetsu said, adorably thoughtful with a finger on her chin. "But there's another method." "What method?" Kaguya asked curiously. "That is to conquer him with Mother's beauty," Black Zetsu's lowly form said seriously. "Then he will never escape your control." "No," Kaguya immediately rejected the idea, crossing her arms over her chest in an X shape. As dignified as she was, there was no way she would resort to using her looks. "That's true," Black Zetsu's lowly form nodded. "No one in this world is worthy of Mother. Let's think about it later." Kaguya waved her hand. "Besides, this is a parallel space. Even if we control him, we might not be able to take him back. Oh, I forgot to ask, what's the deal with the Dragon Veins chakra? Don't you remember?" Black Zetsu's lowly form blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Well," Kaguya lightly tapped her head with her finger, "it seems being separated from the main body has caused some adverse effects." Black Zetsu's lowly form showed an expression of sudden realization. In truth, the Dragon Veins has a significant origin, deeply connected to the God Tree. Some say the God Tree is the source of chakra, but that's not entirely accurate. The God Tree also needs nutrients to grow. Without nutrients, it couldn't become such a colossal entity nor possess chakra. Why is there only one God Tree on Earth instead of several? Because beneath the God Tree lies a massive energy source providing its nutrients. That's right, this massive energy source is the Dragon Veins. It may sound unbelievable, but according to Black Zetsu's lowly form, this is the truth. An ordinary tree mutated under the influence of the Dragon Veins chakra, using it as nourishment to grow, eventually becoming the colossal God Tree over tens of thousands of years. Over the long years, the chakra in the Dragon Veins has been almost entirely absorbed, leaving very little. Yet, even so, it remains a tremendous amount of energy. However, the Dragon Veins chakra contains some impurities that can affect both the body and mind. Even Kaguya couldn't resist it, only the God Tree could filter out these impurities. Therefore, Kaguya chose to consume the chakra fruit from the God Tree rather than directly absorbing the Dragon Veins chakra. This time, Kaguya hastily absorbed the Dragon Veins chakra and was immediately tainted by its impurities, the strange purple hue on her body being a manifestation of these impurities. Surprisingly, she wasn't completely corrupted. Instead, the impurities vanished, which was quite astonishing. Black Zetsu's lowly form speculated that this might be because Kaguya had merged with the God Tree, thus gaining its abilities to resist the strange purple energy. As they conversed, a figure quickly approached them, golden-haired, handsome, none other than Minato Namikaze. "Quick, we need to leave," Minato said urgently, "a large force is coming. If we don't go now, it will be too late." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Kaguya's hand. Before he could touch Kaguya, his vision blurred, and he found his wrist had been grabbed instead. "I must say, your acting skills aren't that great," Kaguya said, her clear eyes blinking as she looked at him with a half-smile. Chapter 100, Loli Me Terumi. "What are you talking about?" Minato's face looked somewhat unnatural as he gave a dry laugh. "I don't understand what you're saying." "Is that so?" Kaguya smirked and, grabbing his hand, twisted it behind his back. Minato felt a sharp pain, his body involuntarily leaning forward as his arm was twisted behind him. Before he could react, he was already subdued by Kaguya. With his arm pinned behind his back, Kaguya gave him a gentle push, causing him to let out a cry of pain. "Now, why don't you drop your transformation?" Kaguya looked at him with a half-smile. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, the person didn't resist any longer. With a puff of white smoke, the true form was revealed. To Kaguya's surprise, the person was a young girl with reddish-brown hair, a pretty face with a touch of youthfulness, and a well-proportioned body. Although young, her chest was already showing some development. Kaguya found the girl somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her before, but wasn't entirely sure. "Who are you?" Kaguya blinked and asked. The girl snorted disdainfully and turned her head away, ignoring Kaguya. Kaguya raised an eyebrow and applied more pressure. The girl felt a sharp pain from her arm, sweat forming on her forehead, but she remained silent, gritting her teeth. It was clear that she was very stubborn and wouldn't easily yield. Kaguya initially thought about using the Sharingan's Genjutsu to control her but decided against it. Instead, she asked, "Are you Meteorite?" The girl's body trembled, and she turned back, looking at Kaguya in surprise, seemingly confused as to how she knew her name. "So it is you." From the girl's reaction, Kaguya could tell she was indeed Meteorite. At this time, Meteorite was still a young girl of about 10 years old. Perhaps calling her a girl wasn't entirely accurate, as she was quite tall for her age and still in her lowly phase. However, it was evident that she would grow up to be a great beauty. But her current stubborn personality was quite different from her future mature and charming demeanor. Seeing her resilient and unyielding demeanor, Kaguya found it amusing. She couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her soft cheek. Finally, she got her revenge. Meteorite always liked to pinch her cheeks in the future. Mei's face turned red with anger, a look of shame and irritation on her face, likely feeling humiliated by Kaguya's action. Suddenly, taking advantage of the moment Kaguya pinched her cheek, Mei twisted her body, using her left foot as a pivot, and performed a spinning kick with her right foot aimed at Kaguya. Kaguya was momentarily startled, raising her left arm to block the incoming attack. However, Mei took this opportunity to escape from Kaguya's grasp. Mei quickly retreated, jumping several times to distance herself from Kaguya, her fingers forming hand seals rapidly, and her cheeks puffing up. Boil style, skilled mist technique. A stream of scorching mist spewed from Meteorite's mouth, shooting towards Kaguya like an arrow. The water along its path and even the moisture in the air instantly boiled, turning into extremely high-temperature steam. By the time it reached Kaguya, it had formed a large cloud, enveloping Kaguya entirely. Kaguya watched the steam with curiosity. This must be Meteorite's bloodline limit, and its power was impressive. Though not as strong as it would be when Mei grew up, it was already quite formidable. Seeing Kaguya swallowed by the high-temperature steam, Meteorite's lips curved into a smile. In her experience, no one had ever survived this attack, most were reduced to dried corpses within moments. "Interesting, it's like a sauna," came a voice from within the steam, making Meteorite's eyes widen in shock. With a loud whoosh, a violent gust of wind suddenly appeared, so strong that Mei had to raise her arms to shield herself. The surrounding mist was quickly blown away, revealing Kaguya standing unharmed. "What?" Meteorite's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was Kaguya unscathed, but even her clothes showed no signs of damage. To be able to use such a powerful jutsu at your age, Kaguya smiled as she walked towards her. "You really are impressive, my dear Mei." Meteorite didn't understand what Kaguya was saying, but she knew she was in a precarious situation. The person before her was clearly beyond her ability to handle. Without hesitation, Mei pulled out 2 balls from her pocket and threw them to the ground. With a poof, a large cloud of smoke erupted. These were special smoke bombs, often infused with chakra to disrupt the sensory abilities of ninja and even the Byakugan. Unfortunately for her, she didn't get far. As the smoke cleared, Meteorite was found with a delicate little girl grasping her neck. It was Black Zetsu in her lowly form. Due to the height difference, Black Zetsu had to stand on a wooden stump to reach Mei's neck, making Kaguya stifle a laugh. Height differences are the cutest. "Mother," Black Zetsu turned her big eyes towards Kaguya and asked seriously, "Shall I kill her?" "No," Kaguya walked over, patting Black Zetsu's head with a smile. "She's someone I know. Though she might not recognize me now, let her go." "Okay." With Kaguya's words, Black Zetsu released her grip, letting Meteorite fall to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing. "You can go." Kaguya squatted down, smiling at Meteorite. "Though we aren't from the same world, I still miss you. I once promised to visit you often but never did. I'm sorry. If I can return to my world, I'll come to the land of water to find you." Meteorite looked confused, not understanding what Kaguya was saying, but sensing no malice. She jumped up, retreated a few steps, glanced at Kaguya a few times, then quickly left.